Chen has been reborn, and this time, he vows to pursue wealth, resolutely shunning the folly of romantic entanglements. In his previous life, on the eve of the college entrance examination, he confessed his feelings to a beloved school beauty, only to be met with the rejection masked as, "I'm too focused on my studies. Let's revisit this once we're in university." Yet upon entering college, she emerged from a hotel with a wealthy heir, and in that moment, Chen comprehended the harsh realities of life, sealing his heart in cement henceforth. After his rebirth, an unexpected glimmer of hope appeared in his life, altering the course of his destiny. Xirou, you are already mine. You shall never escape this lifetime. Chapter 1. I have been reborn, and youth is priceless. You are a good person, but we are not suited for one another. I have a general understanding of your situation. Although you graduated from a prestigious institution at 35 years old, you remain unaccomplished. Were it not for my mother's pressing insistence, I would not have come to this blind date. We are merely going through the motions. However, you'll have to cover the cost of the coffee. Outside the Starbucks, the sky was overcast, casting a sense of impending gloom. Chen withdrew his gaze from the window, glancing at the unfamiliar woman seated opposite him, raising the bitter coffee to his lips for a sip. It seemed as if he were savoring the bitterness of this absurd existence. At this moment, the term stranger could not be more apt. Though they were less than half a meter apart, an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Her name was Chen Fei, 31 years old, for years his junior, possessing an ordinary appearance yet fashionable attire, a quintessential quality single woman. She was a matchmaker's success, orchestrated through countless connections by his mother. At this age, was one still dreaming of love? No, cohabitation was the norm. Ultimately, he was handed yet another good person card. Chen, are you even listening to me? I am listening. You are right, we do not inhabit the same world. Thank you for your understanding. I seek a successful individual, preferably 185 centimeters tall, not someone I must settle for. Everyone has the right to pursue love. I wish you the best of luck. A pang of sorrow struck Chen's heart as he instinctively glanced out the window. Those words felt hauntingly familiar. That year, in the summer of his 18th year, his own romance perished. Time truly flies. Chen, please manage your parents. I must take my leave. With that, the woman hastily departed. Not a trace of hesitation. Chen did not turn around, his gaze still fixed outside, pondering how he had arrived at this age so swiftly. A pair of youths in school uniforms strolled by, their faces adorned with youthful smiles, their eyes betraying the innocence of budding affection. Youth, how splendid it is. Once more, a sharp ache pierced Chen's heart, and he downed the bitter coffee in a single gulp. He could not afford to stay up late writing tonight. After all, he had finally reached a monthly income exceeding 10,000. He could not allow his wealth to vanish while he himself was lost. Exhausted, perhaps he should rest here for a moment before heading back. Beep, beep, beep. Doctor, the patient's heart rate is plummeting. Quick, administer an adrenaline shot. Hang in there, young man. Your parents will be here shortly. Beep. Doctor, the patient's heartbeat has ceased. All vital signs are gone. Pain. Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Am I dead? In an instant, a blinding white light flashed before him, rendering his eyes unable to open. Moments later, a torrent of disjointed memories began to coalesce in his mind, flickering like slides in rapid succession. Then, a soft whisper reached his ears, startling him awake as he immediately opened his eyes. Gazing at the scene before him and the stark white ceiling, Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that fate had played an outrageous trick on him. A blind date, and he had somehow been reborn? Back to the age of 18, the year that had left him with unresolved feelings. After a prolonged state of bewilderment, he ultimately had to accept this reality. Though he himself was a novelist, such an absurd occurrence happening to him was beyond comprehension. Most importantly, just last month his manuscript earnings had surpassed 10,000. His promising days had only just begun. However, what is the situation? Having come to terms with his new reality, Chen began to scrutinize the girl lying beside him. His gaze swept past the glaring whiteness, narrowing momentarily, before he moved to the side to don his clothes. When he turned back, his eyes were clear, though his brow remained slightly furrowed. The girl's face was flushed, her eyes tightly shut, a hint of pain etched between her brows, with two deep tear stains at the corners of her eyes. From his memories, the previous day had been a gathering before graduation. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol, or perhaps a desire to avoid regrets of youth. He had mustered the courage to confess to the school beauty, Chen Qinlan, whom he had admired for 6 years. Despite having shared classrooms throughout middle and high school, he was met with a heartless rejection. A lengthy love letter, a masterpiece crafted through countless sleepless nights, was snatched away after only the first few lines were read aloud. Chen, we are about to graduate, and this is a critical time for our studies. I do not wish to pursue a relationship right now. I know you care for me deeply, and you wouldn't want to put me in a difficult position, would you? Once we are in college, I will certainly consider being your girlfriend. Let's continue to be good friends as we always have, shall we? The surrounding classmates did not exhibit a shred of support. Instead, they erupted in disdainful mockery. Just look at what you are, a mere frog daring to confess to Chen Qinglan, right? You think that buying breakfast and offering an umbrella in the rain qualifies you to court our school beauty? Perhaps. Li Chen truly is intoxicated. Despite this, Li Chen gazed at Chen Qinglan's sweet and gentle smile, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he indulged in dreams of their life after college. The issue lies in the fact that even after university, Chen Qinglan continues to evade responsibility by immersing herself in her studies, while consistently showering Li Chen with affection, thereby binding him to remain her devoted admirer. He willingly endures the role of a loyal companion, braving all weather to procure breakfast and bestow gifts upon her. One fateful day, however, he beheld Chen Qinglan nestled in the embrace of another young man as they emerged from a hotel adjacent to the school. That young man was none other than Shen Jigang, a classmate from their high school days, widely recognized as a privileged heir. In that instant, his dreams shattered. He came to the painful realization that, in the grand scheme of things, he was merely a fish in her pond. It was not the other's superior status that he blamed, but rather his own foolishness. From that moment onward, his capacity for love withered. He ceased to harbor feelings for any woman and shied away from romantic entanglements. Thus, he found himself in his 30s, unmarried and spending sleepless nights penning novels. The memories of the past remained vivid. Yet, after that gathering, where he had indulged in drink, nothing akin to his current predicament had ever transpired. Could it be that his rebirth had altered the course of events? Li Chen's gaze flickered as he strained to recollect the events following his inebriation the previous night. Not long after parting ways with his classmates, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. In his haze, he seemed to hear someone utter, "Kid, consider yourself lucky." At this thought, Li Chen's expression turned to one of bewilderment. Could this be what those individuals referred to as a stroke of fortune? It now appeared that he had undoubtedly fallen victim to a scheme, and if mishandled, this could lead him into irretrievable despair. "I am truly sorry." Li Chen's tone was sincere, his eyes unusually calm. He recognized that the girl before him, feigning sleep with her eyes closed, was too afraid to confront the reality. "Last night, I was intoxicated, and on my way home, I was struck from behind. When I regained consciousness, this is how it was." Chapter 2. I am about to ignite. The young girl's long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly as her bright eyes gradually opened. Her gaze was vacant and filled with despair. Without uttering a word, 2 streams of clear tears slowly cascaded down her fair cheeks. What had begun as an utterly mundane return home the previous night took an unforeseen turn when she was struck and rendered unconscious by an unknown assailant. Upon regaining consciousness, she realized that it was already too late. Contemplating suicide to escape her misery, she hesitated, yearning for one last glimpse of her parents. Observing the despondency in her eyes, Li Chen felt a surge of urgency. "Please do not despair. My name is Li Chen, and I reside at Building 7 on Liberation Street. I will take responsibility." The girl's vacant expression flickered momentarily, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes as she turned her head to gaze at Li Chen. She noticed the numerous strawberry marks and scratches adorning his neck. "Li Chen." "Yes, that's me," Li Chen affirmed earnestly with a nod. The girl's demeanor unexpectedly shifted to a state of calm. After a moment of silence, she slowly began to dress. Throughout this process, Li Chen remained quietly observant, uttering not a single word. Her pallid complexion and furrowed brows revealed her struggle against physical discomfort and pain. Before long, she had donned her clothes. Li Chen inadvertently caught sight of a vivid splash of crimson on the white bedsheet, causing him to momentarily lose his focus. Had he just been reborn, shedding the insignia of a mid-level official? Was this the exclusive privilege of a reborn individual? "Shall I accompany you home?" Li Chen inquired tentatively, glancing at the girl, now fully clothed. She nodded gently in response, remaining silent. Just as they opened the door to exit, 3 uniformed officers approached them. "Are you the occupants of this room?" "Yes, what is the matter?" Li Chen replied truthfully upon hearing the inquiry. The lead officer furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was somewhat amiss. "We need your cooperation for an investigation. Please come with us." "All right, no problem." Li Chen maintained a facade of calm, though his heart grew heavy, confirming his earlier suspicions. Meanwhile, the girl beside him exhibited signs of panic in her bright, sparkling eyes. "Name?" "Li Chen." "Where do you reside?" "Liberation Street in the Old Town." "What is your occupation?" "I am currently unemployed. I have yet to graduate." In the interrogation room, the young officer paused. his expression softening upon learning that Li Chen was not a delinquent. Now, tell us about your relationship with that girl. We are in a romantic relationship, and we are both of legal age, Li Chen asserted with feigned seriousness. Whether you are indeed in a relationship is not solely for you to declare, interjected another uniformed woman, casting a skeptical glance at Li Chen. Moreover, if what you claim were true, why would someone file a report? Li Chen opened his mouth, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness akin to a mute person consuming bitter gall. He knew he was undoubtedly being framed. Yet who would believe such an absurd tale? Be honest. Denying your mistakes is futile. If that girl claims you are not in a relationship, the consequences you face will be far more severe, the officer remarked, shaking his head slightly with a sigh. Instances of youthful indiscretions are common, yet few find themselves reported to the authorities. Hearing this, Li Chen felt a surge of anxiety. Under the current circumstances, it was plausible. In his former life, protagonists often began their journeys as wealthy heirs or with extraordinary advantages. Yet here he was, commencing his saga with a tarnished reputation. Just as he prepared to continue his defense, the door to the interrogation room swung open with a loud bang, and a stern-looking officer in his 50s entered. Captain Gua, the young officer, and his female counterpart instantly rose, greeting him with respect. Li Chen's heart sank. Had the girl's interrogation concluded so swiftly? No need for further questioning, the stern officer stated abruptly, fixing his gaze on Li Chen. Is there a conclusion? The female officer asked, her expression perplexed. Captain Gua nodded slightly and turned to Li Chen, saying the other party has confirmed their relationship, and all the details provided by the girl, name, age, school, home address, and the names of your parents, are accurate. The female officer was taken aback, realizing that the report was likely malicious in nature. Proceed with the paperwork to release him, Captain Gua instructed curtly before exiting the interrogation room. Throughout the ordeal, Li Chen refrained from uttering another word, fearful of further complications. Only upon stepping out of the police station did he exhale in relief. The specter of incarceration finally lifted. However, he remained deeply puzzled. How could she possess so much information about him, having only shared his name and address? Did she know him? Shaking his muddled brain, Li Chen resigned himself to the fact that the events had transpired, and dwelling on them was futile. The glaring sunlight made him squint slightly as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. No matter how he pressed, the screen remained unresponsive. Damn it. This wretched phone has only been without a charge for a night, and now it's on strike. He sighed, raising his gaze toward the traffic lights as a small delivery truck emblazoned with advertisements for home appliances passed by, its horn blaring. Cirrus Electronics, Mall Summer New Product Promotion. All appliances at a minimum of 50% off. Promotion period, May 1st to May 30th, 2012. License. The current appliance industry was fiercely competitive, with established powers and emerging talents clashing vigorously. The titans of the internet, such as the two Ma's and the formidable Zhang from Byte, had yet to rise to prominence. He had often heard that those who positioned themselves at the forefront of societal advancement could soar to great heights. Even a pig could fly. And now, he was that pig on the verge of taking flight. Ha ha! While they remain dormant, I am about to ignite. Well, lunatic, why is he shouting in the middle of the street? Keep your distance. That person seems a bit unhinged. Li Chen's exuberant smile abruptly froze. Having momentarily lost control, he realized that the surrounding people were regarding him as though he were insane. Mama, the green light is on. Why isn't that big brother moving? A delicate little girl, her eyes wide with curiosity, stared at Li Chen. Perhaps he doesn't like the color, her mother said, swiftly picking her up and heading toward the crosswalk. The slightly sultry weather made Li Chen's face flush as he crossed the street and hurried to the bus stop. Boarding the bus home, Liberation Street. This was the old town, where the buildings dated back to the 1980s and 1990s, showing signs of age and decay. Upon disembarking, Li Chen made his way toward the old house that lingered in his memory, a familiar sight stirring a sense of anxiety within him as he approached his hometown. His parents, now aged and weary, had devoted themselves to his future, their hearts burdened with worry. Now, fate had granted him a second chance. How could this not be seen as a means of atonement? Chapter 3. In this lifetime, I shall accumulate great wealth. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Chen called out as he unlocked the door and stepped inside. His voice trembled slightly. The two-bedroom apartment, spanning over 80 square meters, harbored all of his childhood and youthful memories. This was truly his roots. Where had he gone last night? He had not returned home, and his phone was unreachable. Seated on the sofa, his father, Li Jianyuan, paused the television and regarded the entering Li Chen with a serious expression. Dad, I had a class reunion last night. I informed Mom that if it got too late, I wouldn't come home and would stay over at Xiangzi's house. Looking at his father, a man in his prime with a head full of black hair, Li Chen felt a pang of emotion at the tip of his nose. He pulled out his phone. It had died long ago and shut down. His mother, Yang Qin, called out from the kitchen, Xiao Chen, why are you back so early today? Don't mind your father's ramblings. Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. We ended school a few minutes early due to a mock exam this morning. As Li Chen stepped into the kitchen, that familiar and warm scene nearly brought him to tears. There were certain events from the police station that he could not divulge. Otherwise, this warm tableau would swiftly transform into a battlefield. At the dining table, as he gazed at his suddenly youthful parents, he felt a mix of nostalgia and guilt. Because of Shen Qinglan, his parents had aged prematurely, their hair turning gray far too soon. At this thought, he wished he could slap himself. Mom and Dad, you have worked hard all these years. Li Chen suddenly spoke, looking earnestly at his parents. Rest assured, I will strive to secure a place in a top-tier university. Li Jianyuan and Yang Qin were momentarily taken aback. Was the sun rising in the west today? Once Yang Qin regained her composure, her face brightened with excitement and pride. Our Xiao Chen has truly matured. I am proud of you, my dear. Keep it up. Regardless of whether you get into a prestigious university, your father and I will be immensely happy. Son, with only a month until the college entrance examination, do not put too much pressure on yourself. Any university that allows you to gain useful knowledge is sufficient, the elderly encouraged with a sense of pride. Dad, I will definitely get into a top-tier university. And in the future, I will earn plenty of money so that you and Mom won't have to endure such hardships anymore. Despite his parents' skepticism and doubts, Li Chen remained undeterred and earnest. This declaration truly touched the hearts of his parents. Li Jianyuan took a sip of wine, fully aware of his son's academic capabilities. Although he was uncertain about the sudden change in Li Chen's attitude today, he refrained from dampening his enthusiasm. Look, old Li, our son is becoming sensible and knows how to be considerate towards us, Yang Qin remarked, her eyes slightly reddening. Li Jianyuan nodded slowly, the smooth and fragrant liquor bringing him joy and comfort. Son, your mother and I do not expect you to achieve great heights. We merely hope you do not end up like us, lacking education and confined to the most arduous factory jobs. Dad, I understand, Li Chen replied quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. Words alone could not offer the conviction he sought. Reflecting on his past life, he felt a tumult of emotions within him. After dinner, he returned to his room, plugged in his phone to charge, and then opened his Lenovo laptop on the desk. While the computer booted, he picked up a nearby mirror, gazing at his youthful face filled with vigor and vitality. Most importantly, his eyes sparkled with hope and light. In his previous life, he had spent over a decade writing novels, his body severely lacking in exercise and perpetually in a suboptimal state of health, suffering from various ailments. Had it not been for the decent royalties that alleviated his financial burdens, he might have long joined the throng heading south to toil in factories. Li Chen shook his head and sighed, dismissing those sorrowful thoughts. Now that he had been given a second chance, he would never again allow himself to be ensnared in the folly of love for Shen Qinglan. Whoever wished to be a fool could do so. He certainly would not play the role of the pitiful victim again. His immediate priority was to pass the entrance exam for a top-tier university and then devise a plan to secure his first bucket of gold. Once the computer booted up, Li Chen chuckled at the outdated images on his desktop. His youth had returned. In a flurry of activity, he promptly erased all traces of the nonconformist, Shamart, and funeral love family aesthetics. How did I not realize how immature I was? He mused, a typical rebellious youth. A stream of the latest news headlines appeared before Li Chen's calm and astute gaze, flooding his mind with memories from his previous life. Though his decade-long career in novel writing had rendered him fabulously wealthy, it had endowed him with a wealth of specialized knowledge: finance, stocks, military technology, industrial techniques, and more. Coupled with his foresight into the future, he had undoubtedly surpassed many who had labored through formal education. As for why he would not continue writing novels, if you possessed an extraordinary life, would you still wish to toil for mere royalties? After browsing the news, he logged into QQ, a number he had registered back in 2006 but rarely used. While green bubbles had emerged, most people were still unaware of them. The primary mode of social interaction remained QQ. When the QQ interface appeared, Chun's gaze instinctively froze. His contacts were simple: one group for classmates and another labeled special concern. The latter contained but one individual, his longtime crush, Chen Qinglan. Furthermore, her chat window was perpetually pinned to the top. The bittersweet memories of youthful days. With determination, Chen swiftly moved the mouse to remove Chen Qinglan from the special concern group and unpinned her chat window. Since confessing last night, the girl he had cherished for years had not sent him a single message. He then scrolled through his previously posted nonconformist statuses, cringing at their sheer awkwardness. Time flew, and before he knew it, it was nearly time for afternoon classes. Chen shut down the computer and dashed toward school. He had skipped classes in the morning. He could not afford to do so again in the afternoon, lest the activities he had engaged in come to light and expose him. As he entered the gates of the 7th middle school, he noted he still had over 10 minutes until class began, so he strolled leisurely towards the academic building. Surrounded by the familiar environment and classrooms, his soul, bearing the weight of over 30 years of experience, stirred with a mixture of nostalgia. Just as he reached the corridor outside the classroom, he spotted a familiar figure, Chen Qinglan, who was just a few steps away from entering the classroom, accompanied by 2 other girls. The trio chatted and laughed, embodying the elegance and beauty of senior high school girls, their charm rivaling that of seasoned beauties. This year, the weather had turned hot rather early. Although the students wore loose-fitting uniforms, it could not conceal their curvaceous figures. Their delicate faces bore subtle, refined makeup, radiating the unique vitality of youth. "Isn't that Li Chun? I thought he wouldn't show up for class this afternoon," exclaimed Tang Siwen, standing next to Shin Qinglan, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at him. "Indeed it is." Another girl, Fong Chi, cast a glance behind her, observing Li Chun with a slight frown. "He really shouldn't drink so much. Why can't he just take it easy? He didn't even request a day off this morning. I can't imagine how he will face Teacher Wang when he arrives." She and Shin Qinglan, along with Li Chun, have been classmates throughout middle and high school, and had witnessed how devoted Li Chun had been to Shin Qinglan over the years. However, as an outsider to their intricate relationship, she felt it inappropriate to voice her opinions. Shin Qinglan, with a calm demeanor, directed her gaze towards Li Chun, who was walking towards them. Her alabaster neck arched slightly, and her lively eyes revealed no hint of affection for him, only an air of haughty superiority akin to that of a princess. Even as their gazes intertwined in the air, her arrogance remained unshaken. "Li Chen, where have you been this morning?" Upon hearing the accusatory tone, Li Chen's previously delightful mood was instantly shattered, and the gentle smile on his face vanished. "What I was doing seems irrelevant to you, does it not?" His voice bore the weight of past memories best left unspoken, rendering it particularly flat. "You, Shen Qinglan was taken aback for a moment, her face flushing crimson with indignation, her chest rising and falling with agitation. For reasons unknown, she suddenly sensed a change in Li Chun. He dared to retort her. He was no longer the accommodating Li Chun who indulged her every whim. Could it be that her public rejection of him last night had triggered this transformation? Was he truly that petty? Before the radiant school beauty Shen Qinglan, Li Chun felt no lingering affection. He simply turned away from them and strode into the classroom. Shen Qinglan stood there, bewildered. Had Li Chun truly decided to ignore her? When had he become so indifferent? Tang Siwen's cherubic face was etched with surprise. Was this still the infatuated Li Chun they knew? "Fong Chi, look at Li Chun," Shen Qinglan exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency and grievance. "He liked me first. Why is he ignoring me? I clearly said I would consider being his girlfriend after we enter university." Her sensitive and fragile heart, coupled with her misguided pride, was teetering on the brink of collapse. Lanlan, are you certain you will become Li Chen's girlfriend after university? A flicker of helplessness danced in Fang Qi's eyes. Well, Shen Qinglan stammered, struggling for words. I said I would think about it. Fang Qi and Tang Siwen exchanged exasperated glances. With that attitude, which man would tolerate being rejected? The classmates were well aware that Shen Qinglan merely reveled in the pursuit and the sense of superiority it afforded her, indifferent to the feelings of the one pursuing her. Lanlan, it's possible that Li Chen was just caught off guard. Perhaps he returned to his old self in a few days. Yes, Qinglan, don't overthink it. Let us head to the classroom. Teacher Wang will be here soon, and I need to prepare for this afternoon's assessment. Fang Qi and Tang Siwen spoke with gentle concern, hoping to avoid further provoking Shen Qinglan. Really? Shen Qinglan gazed towards the classroom door, contemplating seriously before a smile broke onto her fair, exquisite face. You're right. Let us go in. She was strikingly beautiful and brimming with confidence, utterly convinced that Li Chen could not possibly dislike her. Unbeknownst to Li Chen, who had entered the classroom, the girls were engaged in this discussion. Observing the lively chatter and commotion around him, he secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that the events of the previous night remained a mystery to them. The ceiling fan whirred overhead, motivational quotes adorned the walls, and stacks of thick textbooks cluttered the desks. The blackboard boldly announced a countdown to the college entrance examination, 29 days. As these familiar scenes unfolded before him, Li Chen felt as though he were in a surreal dream as he made his way to the back row, where his seat awaited him on the right side. A solitary seat, a privilege not afforded to many. Tianyi, called a robust, dark-skinned boy, Kong Xiaoqiang, who was Li Chen's only close friend from high school. Xiaoqiang, you're still as dark as ever, Li Chen replied, a smile returning to his face as he plopped down onto his chair. Kong Xiaoqiang looked puzzled as he pulled up a chair beside him. Chengge, what were you thinking just now? You seemed lost in thought while walking, and you didn't come to class this morning. Are you still upset about Shen Qinglan rejecting you last night? Don't overthink it, buddy, Li Chen chuckled, patting Kong Xiaoqiang on the shoulder, his expression filled with nostalgia. Do I seem like the type to recklessly charge into love affairs? Yes. Kong Xiaoqiang nodded earnestly. Get lost. Li Chen laughed, observing his friend's innocent demeanor, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. Xiaoqiang, you should read fewer risky novels, otherwise you might find yourself in tears someday. Ignoring the jibe, Kong Xiaoqiang cast a disdainful glance at their surroundings, leaning closer to Li Chen with a mischievous grin. What is it to you? Should I share half of my collection with you to guarantee you forget about Shen Qinglan? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Xiaoqiang, we're different. I'm a man of action, while you're a daydreamer. That temptation holds no power over me. Kong Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes and returned to his own seat. Li Chen shook his head, recalling that after graduating from high school, Kong Xiaoqiang's scores fell short, forcing him to attend a vocational school. However, due to his long-standing obsession with adult novels and his inability to find a girlfriend, he ended up spending nearly a month's living expenses on a streetwalker, only to be caught in a raid while indulging in the experience. This incident caused quite a stir at school and spread like wildfire to neighboring institutions, proving that good deeds seldom leave home, while misfortunes travel far and wide. It ultimately derailed Kong Xiaoqiang's college romance, and it took him many years after graduation to find a partner, one that, while not particularly blissful, sufficed for a semblance of a life together. As Li Chen tidied his desk, just as he arranged his books, an unexpected guest approached. What luck! You managed to come to school unscathed. Chapter 5. So, love can disappear, can it? Li Chen set down his book, expressionless, and looked up at Chen Jigang, who wore a mocking smile. Was this your doing? Don't be hasty with your words. Chen Jigang grinned, resting his hands on the desk, his face radiating arrogance. He lowered his voice. If you dare confess to Shen Qinglan again, who knows if you'll have such luck next time. After glancing at Shen Qinglan, who had taken her seat, he turned back to Li Chen, giving him a warning glare before striding away. Chengge, what does that scoundrel Chen Jigang mean? Kong Xiaoqiang inquired, sliding his chair closer once Chen Gang had left. The muffled exchange had not escaped the ears of several classmates nearby. Nothing to worry about. Yes, just bored and looking for excitement, Li Chen replied calmly, shedding the timidity he once possessed. Why should he tremble before a mere rich second-generation heir? Hadn't he been reborn for a reason? Something feels off. He is way too calm, Kong Xiaoqiang muttered, retreating to his own seat. Watching Chen Gang's departing figure, Li Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, deftly twirling a pen between his fingers. It was clear to him that the events of the previous night were undoubtedly linked to Chen Gang. Indeed, it is no surprise that he is a wealthy scion. At such a tender age, his methods are remarkably ruthless, and he truly dares to strike with lethal intent. Had it not been for an unforeseen event in one of the stages, I might have become a prominent figure in the school even before Kong Xiaoqiang. Not only would my reputation be tarnished, but my parents would also be implicated. This tactic is indeed quite vicious. Since you wish to play, do not rush. We have ample time to engage in this leisurely game. The classroom bell chimed, silencing the earlier clamor as everyone settled into their seats. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, entered with a serious demeanor, clutching a hefty stack of exam papers. With merely 20 days until the examination, it is astonishing that you all remain so unconcerned. This is a significant juncture in your lives. If you cannot surmount it, you may as well resign yourselves to a life of assembling screws in factories. With that, Mr. Wang placed the exam papers on the podium and cast a stern glance around the room, which fell into a hushed silence. It was evident that Mr. Wang's authoritative presence was quite formidable. Li Chen, could you explain why you were absent from class this morning? Are you unaware of the importance of this preparatory exam? Mr. Wang's serious gaze fell upon Li Chen, a student whose once exemplary academic performance had become a source of pride for him, now forsaking his studies for matters of the heart. Rising, Li Chen replied earnestly, I apologize, Mr. Wang. I was unwell this morning and went to the hospital, and I did not have the opportunity to inform the school. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang's expression softened slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. Take your seat. Your health and emotional well-being are paramount. You must be sure to adjust your routines accordingly. You are a promising student, and I hope that in these final days, you will strive earnestly, not for anyone else, but solely for your own future. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. The unspoken implications of Mr. Wang's words resonated with him, and it seemed that his classmates had caught on as well. Thank you, teacher. I will do my best. Li Shen siga inwardly. It appeared that news of his confession to Shen Qinglan had circulated. However, Mr. Wang was correct. Had it not been for his relatively solid foundation and a stroke of luck in his previous life, he might not have been able to attend the same university as Shen Qinglan. Zhenyao, please distribute the exam papers, Mr. Wang called out to the class monitor. A striking girl in the front row stood up, her appearance indicative of an academic overachiever. In this preparatory exam, the overall progress was not particularly noticeable, and the students scrutinized their papers to identify their mistakes. As Mr. Wang walked down the aisle, he remarked, with only a little over 20 days left, each of you must put forth your utmost effort to grasp every opportunity to improve your scores. Focus on what can still be salvaged. Let go of those questions that cannot be answered. This final push will significantly determine the quality of your future lives. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and as the dismissal bell rang, Mr. Wang exited the classroom, taking the afternoon's exam papers with him. Chinggu, let's go grab a bite. Kong Xiaoqiang approached eagerly as soon as class was over. So enthusiastic. Are you treating me? Li Chen shot a sidelong glance at him. Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Chinggu, have you suddenly undergone a transformation? Is the aftermath of your failed confession truly this profound? Get lost, Li Chen retorted with a chuckle, rising and pocketing his hands as he strode towards the exit. Hee, treating or not, I'm coming along. Kong Xiaoqiang followed him out, and as they departed, the classroom erupted into a flurry of gossip among the girls. Hey, have you noticed that Li Chen has suddenly become different? Indeed, he no longer seems so infatuated and humble as before. Moreover, when he left just now, he didn't even glance at Shen Qinglan. Hearing the chatter, Shen Qinglan's expression fell. She felt a sense of indignation. Did you not like me? Did you not treat me well? Why is it that after I rejected you, you can simply ignore me? Fang Qi, let us head to the cafeteria? Shen Qinglan stood up, her anger causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly. All right, let us go. I'll accompany you. Fang Qi sighed inwardly, her expression one of concern. As both a classmate and a close friend, she truly wished to avoid this situation. It was only natural for someone to react this way after being rejected. They were no longer children, and love has no right or wrong. The cafeteria was not far from the classroom, and upon entering, Shen Qinglan and Fang Qi immediately spotted Li Chen devouring his meal. Tianyi, Tianyi, Shen Qinglan and Fang Qi are coming over. Kong Xiaoqiang, in the midst of his meal, suddenly looked up in shock towards Li Chen's back. Li Chen turned his head briefly before returning to his food, muttering indistinctly, "They really are quite persistent." In his memory, this was the first time Shen Qinglan had approached him with a lunch tray. In the past, he would have been elated, but now he felt no interest whatsoever. "Li Chen, may we sit beside you?" Fang Qi, noticing that he was engrossed in his meal and had completely overlooked their presence, took the initiative to ask. "Sure, sit wherever you like," Li Chen replied, glancing at Shen Qinglan and Fang Qi, intentionally stating, "Didn't you both used to eat outside the school? You're feigning ignorance." Shen Qinglan shot him a piercing look, unable to contain herself. "Li Chen, I never said I didn't tee one of your girlfriend or that I disliked you. Why has your affection for me changed so abruptly?" Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. Her words made it seem as though her feelings had been more deeply affected than his own. "I am the victim here, you know." "Well, here's the thing. After a profound reflection last night, I have come to realize that romantic entanglements will only impede my studies and my pursuit of wealth." Li Chen spoke with undeniable conviction. His priority was securing his first pot of gold, while the college entrance examination seemed a trivial matter. Shen Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, her lips curling in disappointment. "So, love can simply vanish, can it?" Coughing, Li Chen nearly choked on his food, realizing he could no longer remain at the table. You all enjoy your meal. I've finished, so I'll take my leave." As he departed, Shen Qinglan felt an overwhelming sense that they had indeed become strangers. Fang Qi rested her forehead in her palm, her thoughts a whirlwind as she struggled to keep pace with Shen Qinglan's emotional rhythm. Chapter 6. The White Moonlight, Xirou. The following morning, as dawn's light began to break, the air was laced with a refreshing chill. Li Chen arrived at school early. The melodic sounds of reading in the classroom intertwining to form a magnificent symphony, heralding the imminent flight of dreams. The palpable tension and pressure before the college entrance examination were etched on the faces of every senior. Of course, those who chose to slack off were not among them. "Chingge, why are you here so early today?" As soon as Li Chen settled into his seat, Kong Xiaoqiang dragged his chair over, his astonishment evident as he noticed Li Chen's empty hands. "Holy cow, you really didn't bring breakfast for the school bell, Shen?" Li Chen raised an eyebrow. "I am here to study, not to serve as someone else's servant." Kong Xiaoqiang opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Now he truly believed in the nonsense that Li Chen had spouted yesterday, rather than seeing it as a ploy to manipulate Shen Qinglan. "Xiangzi, look who has arrived outside." Li Chen busied himself with his book. Kong Xiaoqiang glanced outside, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurried back to his seat. In the corridor, Lao Wang's figure appeared once more, silently. As he stepped into the classroom, a chorus of lamentations erupted. "Heavens, not another class with the old teacher. Where's Teacher Tian? Isn't it supposed to be her math and language class next? Daily exams are driving us to the brink of despair." Lao Wang stood at the doorway, his face devoid of expression. With a sweeping glance, the cacophony in the classroom ceased instantly. "Do you think I want to be here? This cohort is the most challenging group I have ever taught. 3 years of high school without a moment's respite." He approached the podium, his gaze profound. All the students fell silent, particularly those who had been the loudest moments before, now nearly burying their heads in their desks. "The next class will still be with Teacher Tian. I will only take a few minutes of your time. Today, we have a transfer student joining our class." Upon finishing, Lao Wang beckoned towards the door. "Please come in." "A transfer student?" Most of the students were momentarily taken aback, their eyes darting towards the entrance. With the impending college entrance examination, someone was actually transferring? A girl with a cream-colored backpack, her hair tied in a ponytail and clad in oversized school attire, walked to the podium with her head bowed. Strands of hair obscured part of her face, concealing her features. Her name is Xirou. She will henceforth be a member of our class. Let's give a warm welcome to our new classmate. Lao Wang glanced at Xirou beside him and, rare for him, broke into a smile. Xirou, why don't you introduce yourself to the class? Okay, Teacher Wang. As Li Chen was engrossed in his book, he heard that gentle, familiar voice, and his mind exploded with realization. He immediately looked up at the podium. Xirou slightly lifted her head, her gaze meeting Li Chen's. A hint of panic and introversion flickering in her eyes. Heaven knows the determination and courage it had taken her to decide to transfer here. Hello, everyone. My name is Xirou. Li Chen was momentarily stunned. It truly was her. He had never expected their reunion to manifest in this manner. He caught not a single word of Xirou's self-introduction. Xirou, there are only 2 vacant seats left at the back of the classroom. Which one would you like to choose? We can adjust your seating arrangement again during evening study. Lao Wang's words snapped Li Chen back to reality as he glanced at Kong Xiaoqiang nearby. Indeed, the only available seats at the back were beside them. Teacher, I would like to sit next to Li Chen. Xirou's gaze landed on the seat next to Li Chen before she turned to Lao Wang. Teacher, we won't need to adjust our seats during evening study anyway, as the exam is just around the corner. All right, that's fine. You may take your seat. Lao Wang readily agreed and turned to Li Chen, giving him a word of advice. Li Chen, please take good care of our new classmate and do not bully her. Understood, Lao Wang. Li Chen stood up, inadvertently calling out the teacher's nickname, which sent a wave of commotion through the classroom. How disrespectful. Lao Wang's face darkened as he exited the classroom. Li Chen chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Xirou, who was approaching with her head down. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he instinctively shifted his books to make space on the desk. Although he anticipated that Xirou would likely choose the seat beside him, the feeling was undeniably unsettling, as it seemed to deviate from his original intent of merely focusing on making money. Hello, I am Xirou, she said as she approached, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she cautiously sat beside him, the desk cleared by Li Chen. It's good to see you again. Li Chen's voice was barely above a whisper, and he forced a gentle smile that he deemed warm and inviting. Xirou's fair complexion flushed slightly as she quickly set down her backpack and took out her books, sitting up straight like a model student. Li Chen couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. Not only was she shy and introverted, but also quite adorable, a true gem. It was evident that the past incident had left a significant impact on her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to transfer so close to the exams. Reflecting on this, Li Chen discreetly glanced at Chen Jigang, who sat in the middle, relieved to see no unusual reaction from him. Although that incident was undeniably linked to Chen Jigang, his current demeanor suggested he had not directly participated, but rather had orchestrated the actions of others. Ding-ling-ling. The bell signaling the end of the morning study rang, and the classroom erupted into a flurry of noise as students grouped together to leave. Chinge, are you going out for a break? Kong Xiaoqiang called out. You can go. I'm not going. Li Shen Rapli. Kong Xiaoqiang stood up, patting his backside as he headed out. He was curious, but hesitated, sensing that the timing was not quite right. In the front row, Shen Qinglan glanced at Kong Xiaoqiang's departing figure and then turned her gaze back to see Li Chen and Xirou sitting together. A wave of resentment filled her heart, coupled with an inexplicable frustration. Stop staring. Haven't you noticed how Li Chen has changed since you rejected him? Fang Qi turned to look at her, her words striking deeply. Tang Siwen, sitting nearby, leaned in, her eyes sparkling. Moreover, today is the first time Li Chen hasn't brought you breakfast. That's never happened in the 3 years of high school. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinglan felt a surge of discontent. Although she hadn't eaten all the breakfast snacks Li Chen had brought, she cherished the attention and envy they garnered. Also, have you noticed that Xirou seems quite pretty? Although her face is covered by her hair. Tang Siwen tilted her head, scrutinizing Xirou earnestly. Chapter 7, My Little Deskmate. Pretty. Shen Qinglan bristled at Tang Siwen's comment. All she has is pale skin. Her body is as thin as a stick, whereas the semblance of femininity. Tang Siwen was momentarily taken aback, her gaze falling on Shun Qinglan's chest, nodding vigorously. Compared to you, she really is a mere shadow. Keep your voices down. Do you want her to overhear? Fang Qi said, exasperated. Is this really the place for such comparisons? If she hears it, so be it. Am I not speaking the truth? A glimmer of jealousy flashed in Shun Qinglan's eyes. She only just arrived and already knows Li Chen's name. Don't you think that's peculiar? Fang Qi and Tang Siwen exchanged glances, realizing she had a point. They had noticed it until Shun Qinglan brought it up. Li Chen, overhearing the chatter in front of him, felt a headache coming on. He glanced at Xirou beside him, feeling it necessary to explain things to her. Besides, he was quite aware of Xirou's figure. She was slender where it mattered and had ample curves in all the right places. Don't take what they say to heart. And don't get angry, Li Chun murmured, lowering his voice as he looked at the bashful Xirou, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. The girl with long hair in the middle is named Shun Qinglan. She was my classmate in both middle and high school. I used to have feelings for her, but that night at the class gathering, when I confessed my feelings, I was rejected. On my way home, I was struck from behind, which led to the events that unfolded with you. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Xirou couldn't help but recall the wildness of that night. A faint blush adorned her fair and smooth face, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her clear and bright eyes. Thus, the remarks made by them were not aimed at you, but rather stemmed from their disdain for me. After explaining, Li Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. I understand now, Xirou said, nodding obediently, her brows slightly arched, exuding a charmingly naive cuteness. Though she possessed an introverted nature, she was far from foolish. After a moment's contemplation, she grasped the connections between the events. During the brief intermission of just a few minutes, the classroom once again filled with students. There was a certain level of awareness among the graduating seniors. As Old Wang often states, studying is for your own benefit, not for others. Regardless of how much the teachers lecture, in the end, it all comes down to one's own initiative. Teacher Tian entered with textbooks and examination papers in hand, her glasses perched on her nose, her face devoid of any hint of a smile, appearing even more serious than Old Wang. Today, we welcome a new student to our class. If you have any questions regarding your studies, feel free to approach the teachers in the office, she announced, adjusting her glasses and setting the books and papers on the lectern while glancing at Xirou, who sat at the back. Thank you, teacher. I will, Xirou replied as she stood up, her head slightly bowed, appearing somewhat shy and reserved. Please take your seat. Teacher Tian gestured, her stern expression softening slightly. Your academic foundation is quite solid. I believe you will adapt to our class's pace in no time. This lesson will cover the examination paper from a few days ago. You can review it together with Li Chen. Upon hearing this, Li Chen promptly took out the examination paper and laid it entirely on Xirou's desk, having already completed it once. Whether she looked at it or not made little difference to him. Xirou nudged the paper slightly towards the center between them, her voice as delicate as a whisper. Let's review it together. It's fine. You can take a look. I've nearly mastered the questions on the exam, Li Chen said, his concern lingering that she might struggle to keep up with the class's pace. The examination questions from the 7th high school are renowned across all universities in the city. Their difficulty and rigor unparalleled by other institutions. You master them? Xirou glanced at the paper, noticing the numerous red crosses. Li Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. This was indeed a rather humiliating moment. These were questions he had answered prior to his rebirth, and he had yet to fully utilize the advantages of being reborn. The red crosses were mere accidents. I'm quite capable, just didn't perform well at the time. All right, if you say so, she replied. Xirou, poised and demure, picked up her pen, her movements fluid as she began writing the correct answers on the paper. She would never think to expose Li Chen's evasive claims. Instead, she simply filled in the correct answers where the red marks were. Li Chen tilted his head slightly, his gaze immediately drawn to Xirou, who was utterly captivating in her focused diligence. Had it not been for the strands of hair framing her face, she would surely rival the beauty of Shun Qinglan. Moreover, Her handwriting was exquisite, and what astonished him even more was her ability to write down the correct answers without pausing to think. Could it be that she was a top student before transferring? Chen couldn't help but reflect on the irony. Wasn't it said that when life closes one door, it opens another? Yet, in Xirou's case, that adage seemed to hold no truth. She was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also academically accomplished. Teacher Tian's meticulous teaching voice resonated clearly in every student's ear, her explanations of the material easily digestible and devoid of complexity. The morning passed swiftly in the monotony of study. Almost all the graduating seniors spent this time either taking exams or reviewing questions. As the bells signaling the end of school rang, it felt akin to a clarion call, igniting the once calm campus into a flurry of activity. Xingge, let's go. We can hit the internet CAF for a couple of rounds. I heard a new skin for a hero was released a couple of days ago. After we finish, we can take the bus back together, Kong Xiaoqiang said, approaching Chen's desk with an expectant grin, clearly a boy deeply entrenched in gaming addiction. No less potent than the toxic allure of the previous life as Mobile Legends. I'm not going, Chen replied as he gathered his books and stood up. I'm heading home for a meal. Playing games 1T add points to my college entrance exam and is merely a waste of time. Kong Xiaoqiang's mouth opened in disbelief. You never used to say that. That was in the past, a dark chapter. I've had an epiphany now, Chen said, touching his nose as he turned to Xirou. Would you like to take the bus together? I rode my bike, Xirou replied, shouldering her cream-colored backpack and glancing shyly at Chen. All right then, ride safely and take care. Chen smiled and casually turned to leave. There existed a certain intimacy between them. Pretending to be strangers was something Chen found quite challenging to achieve. Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes gleamed with a mischievous smile. As long as one changes partners swiftly, there would be no sorrow, only love. How splendid. Xingge, wait for me, he called, hastening to catch up with Chen. Xirou lifted her gaze to watch Chen's retreating figure, her delicate fingers brushing a few stray strands of hair from her forehead, her bright, clear eyes unwilling to stray from his silhouette. She scrunched her adorable nose, radiating a youthful charm. Unbeknownst to her, this subtle gesture carried a potent allure. Fortunately, the classroom had emptied, or would have undoubtedly incited a chorus of howls from her peers. It was not until Chen's figure vanished around the corner that Xirou exited with her backpack, her mood seemingly quite buoyant. Sup de buit, Chen. Let me give you a ride. Xiangzi, what are you staring at? Your eyes are about to pop out. At the school gate, Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated as he observed Kong Xiaoqiang, whose neck was craned like a giraffe. Walking alongside this guy was undeniably embarrassing. Tian Yi, what do you think of Zhang Dongmei from Class 5? Do you think we do make a good pair? Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried forward. Zhang Dongmei? Chen halted, grabbing Kong Xiaoqiang's arm and surveying him incredulously. My friend, I think you might be truly starving. Kong Xiaoqiang scratched his head, looking bewildered. Didn't you say that when looking for a girlfriend, one should seek a girl with a big backside, tall stature, and a full figure? That way, the genes of the offspring will be good, and neither the big nor the small will go hungry. Shut up. Chen's expression darkened as he observed the disdainful glances from those around them. Is the fullness I referred to the same as what you interpreted? You've completely distorted the facts. He anticipated that a mere jest would be taken as a life philosophy by this fool. It seemed he would need to arrange a time to provide him with a proper lesson, guiding him along the path every man must traverse, to truly understand the essence of fullness. Huh, our interpretations differ. The gleam returned to Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes as he pondered. Dongmei is quite beautiful and full. Isn't she? All right, listen up. Let us switch gears. There is no need to cling to a single tree. I think Xiaomin from our class would suit you perfectly. Chen's gaze deepened as he began earnestly persuading him. Xiaomin? Yes. Entrust your love to her, and you won't go wrong. Kong Xiaoqiang scratched his head again, this time with both hands. What's wrong? Is your head itchy? Go home and ask your mom to change your shampoo. Try using Clear for dandruff. Chen stepped back in disdain. No, Xingge, after hearing you say all this, I feel like my brain is a complete mess. Kong Xiaoqiang gazed at him with a peculiar expression. Is Xiaomin truly better than Zhang Dongmei? Li Chun, assuming the role of an experienced confidant, reassured him, "Fear not. My friend, when have I ever led you astray?" Kong Xiaoqiang's lip twitched as he retorted, "Oh, please, how many times have you deceived me? Rest assured, when it comes to your lifelong matters, I shall not mislead you this time," Li Chun replied. Vaguely, he recalled from his previous life that after graduation, the class learned of Xiao Min's affection for Kong Xiaoqiang, but they attended different universities. Subsequently, rumors of Kong Xiaoqiang's indiscretions emerged, and their budding romance was thwarted. More importantly, in his past life, Zhang Dongmei's reputation was far from pristine. After marriage, she adorned her spouse with numerous metaphorical green hats. Suddenly, Shun Qinglan emerged, and Kong Xiaoqiang's attention shifted, a broad smile illuminating his face as he looked past Li Chun. Upon turning, Li Chun saw Shun Qinglan approaching on a pink bicycle. "Li Chun, our homes are along the same route. May I give you a ride?" Shun Qinglan stopped beside him, a slight smile gracing her lips, believing that her gesture of goodwill would restore their former camaraderie. Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? The school beauty, Shun Qinglan, was actually offering to escort Li Chun home. This was akin to a cow taking flight. Extraordinary indeed. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I can return on my own," Li Chun replied, sensing the tension. Shun Qinglan paused, taken aback. She had never anticipated that Li Chun would decline her offer, her expression cooling into an aloof demeanor. "You would rather crowd onto a bus than allow me to give you a ride? Yet you profess to have feelings for me. Thank goodness I did not accept your confession." Li Chun chuckled helplessly. "Who says I must take the bus? Besides, my feelings for you are a relic of the past. Indeed, they belong to a previous life. How long ago was that?" Shun Qinglan's pride began to falter, a torrent of grievances bubbling within her. "Who else would offer to take you home? Do you wish for Fang Qi to escort you instead?" she added, noticing Fang Qi riding her bicycle towards them. Li Chun scratched his nose, having spoken offhandedly. He never anticipated such a fortuitous encounter with Fang Qi. The sound of brakes echoed as Fang Qi halted, flashing a generous smile that revealed her adorable dimples. "Our homes are not in the same direction. How could I possibly give you a ride? Perhaps let Lan Lan take you home instead. It would be a good opportunity to mend your relationship." At these words, Li Chen's lips twitched. He was a loss for words, feeling as if he were being roasted over an open flame. "Li Chun, let me take you home. My route aligns with yours." Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, Xirou appeared like a divine savior, rescuing him from the predicament. "Wonderful," Li Shen exclaimed, elated that a bond forged through intimacy could foster such understanding. However, Xirou was not riding a bicycle, but rather a sleek electric scooter, a nimble and manageable vehicle. In an era when most students cycled to school, those affluent enough to afford electric scooters were certainly well off, at least more so than Li Chun. Without hesitation, Li Chun mounted the back seat, adjusting himself to maintain a respectful distance from Xirou. "Are you two well acquainted?" Shun Qinglan interjected, her tone icy. "Indeed, Li Chun. Did not Xirou just transfer here today?" Fang Qi remarked, her curiosity piqued. "They hardly seem like strangers," she mused. Kong Xiaoqiang surveyed the scene, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. He yearned to stoke the flames, but wisely refrained, fearing the repercussions. Xirou's eyelashes fluttered as she addressed Shun Qinglan and Fang Qi. "Isn't it customary for classmates to assist one another?" Her comment left Shun Qinglan and the others momentarily confused. While mutual assistance was expected, this was a different matter altogether. Li Chun straightened his posture as Xirou initiated the scooter, gracefully departing under the watchful eyes of their peers. Shun Qinglan froze, gripping her bicycle tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Sensing the precarious situation, Kong Xiaoqiang discreetly slipped away. "Lan Lan, do not dwell too much on this. Return home and do not let it affect your upcoming exams," Fang Qi advised, reflecting on her earlier refusal. Frustrated, Shun Qinglan stomped her foot and rode away, while Fang Qi could only shake her head in resignation, hoping that once the college entrance examinations were over, everyone would go their separate ways, allowing the emotional turmoil to dissipate. At that moment, Li Chun felt an exhilarating rush, the fragrant scent of Xirou lingering in the air. though it was short-lived. "Thank you, Xirou," he expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks. I'm still mastering this scooter." "Sit closer, hold on to my waist to avoid any mishaps," she advised. Without her prompting, Chen had already sensed the uneven speed of the scooter, which felt far less stable than Shun Qinglan's bicycle. As he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his heart raced uncontrollably, a myriad of emotions flooding through him. Aside from that one night, he had never experienced such intimacy with a girl. Chapter 9. This sensation is truly splendid. Xirou's waist was indeed delicate. This was Chen's most genuine sentiment at that moment. Amidst his excitement, a hint of anxiety gnawed at him, fearing that Xirou might veer off course. Observing the flush on her earlobes, he could not deny his nervousness. Xirou, have you not ridden an electric scooter much before?" he inquired. "Yes. I purchased this scooter just yesterday afternoon. I practiced a bit last night, but today is my first time giving someone a ride," Xirou replied earnestly, her own nervousness evident. Chen tightened his grip around her slender waist, stammering, "Xirou, perhaps I should ride instead. It feels a bit inappropriate for you. As a girl, to be carrying me, haha." While he enjoyed the closeness, the prospect of falling was genuinely daunting. "All right," Xirou replied without hesitation, decisively pulling the scooter to the side of the road. Reluctantly, Chen released his hold, placing his feet on the ground as Xirou quickly dismounted, her fair, radiant face slightly flushed as she looked at him. "Please take a seat," she urged. Chen shifted forward, unable to suppress a smile at her adorably anxious demeanor. Without hesitation, Xirou gracefully swung her long, slender leg over the back seat, her fingers delicately grasping the fabric of Chen's waist. "Chen, do you know how to ride an electric scooter?" she asked. "I rode a classmate's a few times back in middle school." "Just hold on tight," Chen replied, trying to maintain a composed facade despite the sweat on his palms. Xirou fell silent, her lips pouting slightly as the flush on her cheeks began to fade. Initially, after their intimate encounter, her parents intended to escort her to and from school daily. However, she wished to keep Chen hidden from them, prompting her to purchase the electric scooter. Suddenly, a young student dashed across the street, and the previously smooth ride came to an abrupt halt. What happened?" Xirou exclaimed, losing her balance and crashing into Chen's back, her face once again aflame. "A pedestrian almost collided with us." Chen felt a gentle softness against his back and blurted out, "Hold on tight and sit steady. We're off." Xirou hesitated for a moment, but eventually extended her fair, delicate arm to embrace his waist. A triumphant smile graced Chen's face. Xirou's figure was truly remarkable. Even through their school uniforms, he could still sense the weight of her presence. The brief 20-minute journey home transformed into an exhilarating adventure with her by his side. About 10 minutes later, Chen announced, "Xirou, we've arrived," as he gradually slowed the electric scooter to a stop by the roadside. You should head home for dinner. My place isn't too far from here," Xirou replied, her mood remarkably buoyant, the flush on her cheeks having long since faded. "See you this afternoon," Chen said as he dismounted, watching her with a hint of concern. "Will you be all right riding back alone?" "Don't worry. I rode to school by myself this morning." "See you later," she assured him, her eyes sparkling with joy as she waved goodbye and turned to leave. As he observed Xirou's retreating figure, Chen pondered aloud, "Why do I feel as though I've known her for a long time?" After contemplating for a while without arriving at any conclusion, he finally turned to make his way home. He gazed at the aged buildings before him. While life and shopping were quite convenient, the old district lacked elevator facilities, making it exceedingly inconvenient to ascend and descend on foot, especially since they resided on the 9th floor, the topmost level. Chen yearned for his parents to sell their old house and invest in a new one with a better environment. But he was all too aware of their financial situation. Alas, it always came down to money. If he wished to purchase a property, it seemed he would have to rely on his own efforts. His parents' meager earnings were strictly off limits, although he knew that in a few years, housing prices in this city would soar to astronomical heights. The current lack of capital left him anxious and restless, while others seemed to effortlessly amass wealth in their rebirth. Why did it feel so arduous for him? He contemplated buying a lottery ticket for a chance at a grand prize. But having never paid attention to such matters in his previous life, he couldn't recall the winning numbers. He was well-versed in real estate and stocks, yet whether in property or trading, substantial investment was required. As a financially strapped student, he could muster 300 to 500 yuan, but attempting to engage in either venture felt like chasing a dream. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Chen lamented his rather frustrating rebirth. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an antique shop by the sidewalk. Wait a minute, fake antiques? A flood of memories surged into Chen's mind. He recalled that on weekends, the very sidewalk below was lined with vendors selling counterfeit antiques and collectibles. It was said that just before the college entrance examination in his past life, someone stumbled upon a small golden bull wrapped in layers of old, thick iron, which made it nearly impossible to discern its true value. The incident had stirred quite a commotion in the area, leaving the vendor regretful and watching helplessly as his fortune slipped away. Upon recalling this, Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not an opportunity for his first pot of gold? With the weekend just days away, he hoped that the previous finder had not already seized the chance. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun blazed fiercely, with midday temperatures nearing 30 degrees Celsius. After enjoying a brief rest following lunch, Chen made his way downstairs to the small supermarket, purchasing a popsicle before heading straight to the bus stop. At that moment, he couldn't help but envy those who rode bicycles to school. 20 minutes later, Chen arrived at school, just in time to see Xirou dismounting from her electric scooter. Xirou, you're quite early today, he called out, waving at her with a sunny smile. I wanted to spend some extra time reviewing my studies. Otherwise, I'll fall behind your class, she replied as she approached. Brushing a few loose strands of hair from her forehead, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush from the sun. She was genuinely determined to make the most of her time to ensure her grades were sufficient to enter her desired university. Chen noticed the fine beads of sweat forming on Xirou's forehead and regretted not having bought her a popsicle earlier to quench her thirst. You should head to the classroom. I'll go to the vending machine and get you a bottle of water, he offered. The school didn't sell popsicles, so water would have to suffice. No need to buy anything. I'm not thirsty, Xirou replied, her eyes sparkling with delight as she produced a small pink water bottle from her backpack. Look, I brought water with me. I'll drink this when I'm thirsty. All right then, let us head back to the classroom. Chen smiled, and together they walked towards the teaching building. Chapter 10. His tenderness belongs only to her. Thank you for cooperating with me on that matter, Chen said, his hands tucked into his pockets as he turned to glance at Xirou in the corridor, his expression earnest. Upon hearing his words, Xirou's face flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably, rendering her unable to meet his gaze as she quickly averted her eyes and walked ahead. Why did this rascal have to bring up such an embarrassing topic? Was it about pretending to be his girlfriend in front of the police? Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Xirou's bashful reaction. She was truly too easy to fluster, though he still didn't fully understand why she so willingly cooperated with him. He was acutely aware of the weight of her kindness. Chen, where do you want to go for university? After a brief silence, Xirou's luminous eyes discreetly assessed him as she feigned casualness and quietly inquired. I want to check out the magic city. With my capabilities, getting into a university there shouldn't be a problem, Chen replied, being candid with her. The big city offers numerous opportunities, and while I'm still young, I wish to explore it more. The magic city, a hub of finance, technology, foreign trade, and innovation, was a cosmopolitan metropolis. In the next decade, this reborn soul, standing at the forefront of the times, could seize golden opportunities to surpass even the likes of Alibaba and Tencent, and perhaps even foreign competitors. Xirou fiddled with the hem of her clothing, her clear and bright eyes darting around. Originally, she had aspired to attend Peking University in the capital. But now, Xirou, your grades are excellent. Have you decided where you want to go? Chen recalled her impressive problem-solving skills, which were clearly indicative of a genius-level intellect. I've made up my mind. Xirou slowed her pace, a glimmer of determination flashing in her clear eyes. I also want to attend the university in a magic city. Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit dazed. Did this girl truly intend to stick with him? What merit did he possess to warrant such treatment? That's wonderful. We'll have each other's company in a strange city. Li Chun, wait for me. Just as he finished speaking, a rough voice came from behind, and upon turning, he saw Kong Xiaoqiang. Why are you here so early today? There's still over half an hour until class starts. It's boring to play games alone, so I'd rather come to the classroom and catch some sleep. Kong Xiaoqiang chuckled, his eyes darting between Li Chun and Xirou. You two seem a bit off. Li Chun's heart skipped a beat. This fool had a knack for sensing things accurately. If you keep prattling on, I'll send your collection to old Wang and see how he deals with you. No, Li Chun, I was wrong. I truly am sorry. Kong Xiaoqiang exclaimed, startled, promptly choosing to admit his fault and fall silent. If he were truly to hand over his inappropriate collection to old Wang, it would undoubtedly become the talk of the entire senior class. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the corridor outside the classroom. Inside, only a handful of students were present, while the majority had yet to arrive or were still en route. Leading the way, Xirou glanced at the partially ajar classroom door and extended her snow-white hand to push it open. Suddenly, Li Chen's gaze caught sight of a basin perched atop the doorframe. His expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward and enveloped Xirou in his arms. Clatter! The basin, along with its contents, crashed down upon Li Chun, drenching him from head to toe, while Xirou, whom he had shielded, let out a startled scream. Fortunately, his quick reflexes spared her from the downpour. Do not be afraid. I am here, Li Chun reassured, suppressing his inner fury and striving to maintain a calm demeanor to comfort the frightened Xirou. As she heard his voice, her terror eased slightly, and she timidly raised her head to gaze at the soaked Li Chun, her eyes brimming with tears. Li Chun, are you all right? Does your head hurt? She had heard the loud crash of the basin. I am fine, it is not hurt. Li Chun gently pushed Xirou away to prevent her from getting wet as well. With tears glistening in her eyes, she spoke in a choked voice. I have only just arrived 2 days ago. I have not offended anyone. Why are they doing this? Wasn't it said that Class 2 has a good school spirit? I am sorry, Li Chun, I have implicated you. Witnessing the grievance and lingering fear in Xirou's eyes, Li Chun felt a pang in his heart, forcing a smile. Do not overthink it. You are wonderful, and this has nothing to do with you. Someone is deliberately targeting me. Outside the door, Kong Xiaoqiang could no longer contain himself and burst into the classroom, shouting, which bastard did this? Step forward if you have the guts. Are you bold enough to act, but not to own up? Kong Xiaoqiang, what are you yelling about? Chen Jigang, seated in the middle, looked at him with a mocking smile. Was it you, Chen Jigang? Kong Xiaoqiang glared, his face aflame with anger. How could Xirou, who has just joined our class, have offended you? Hey, without evidence, do not make baseless accusations. I do not even know her. Why would I need to play pranks on her? Chen Jigang shook his head with a broad smile, denying it. Yet, the smirk on his face clearly conveyed that he was indeed the culprit, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Damn it, I will take you down, Kong Xiaoqiang declared, ready to charge. Qiangzi, Li Shen intervenat. Turning to face Chen Jigang and the others in the classroom, his anger reaching a boiling point, fists clenched tightly. These so-called classmates were utterly indifferent to the plight of him and Xirou, let alone offering any words of warning or support. Do not fight, Xirou said, extending her delicate hand to grasp Li Chen's fist, her eyes shimmering with concern and vulnerability. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Li Chen's fury gradually subsided. Turning back, he offered a gentle smile. All right, no fighting. With a quiver in her voice and reddened eyes, Xirou hastily unzipped her backpack. This is my school uniform jacket, which I wear when cycling home in the evening. Change into this wet clothing first. She retrieved the jacket from her bag and handed it to Li Chun. Okay. Li Chun accepted it without hesitation, smiling. At that moment, voices and footsteps approached the entrance. Class monitor Zhen Yao and Shun Qinglan, along with Fong Qi, appeared at the door, their faces a mixture of astonishment and confusion as they surveyed the scene. Li Chun, what happened? Why are you both completely soaked? Zhen Yao asked, her brow furrowed as she pointed to the puddle on the floor. Someone played a prank and placed a basin of water above the door, and this is what happened. Li Chun replied calmly, deliberately casting a glance at Chen Jigang. If Zhen Yao did not understand the situation now, then her 3 years as class monitor would have been in vain. Shen Qinglan shot a cold glance at Li Chun and Gu Xirou, saying nothing, and returned to her seat. Li Chun, find somewhere to change your wet clothes. The college entrance exam is approaching, and you cannot afford to fall ill. Fang Qi said helplessly as she picked up the basin, pondering how the situation had grown increasingly complicated. Wait a moment. Zhen Yao interjected with a serious expression, surveying the classmates in the classroom before finally fixing her gaze on Chen Jigang. Chen Jigang, did you orchestrate this prank? Is this how you treat new classmates? She was genuinely angry. How could such an incident occur so close to graduation? The others looked on in surprise, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. For this marked the first time in 3 years that their class monitor had lost her temper. Even Shen Qinglan and Fang Qi were taken aback by her words, realizing that not only had Li Chun changed, but so too had Zhen Yao, who had always been the epitome of composure and grace. Huh, class monitor, have you lost your mind? Playing a harmless prank among classmates is perfectly normal, Chen Jigang retorted, smirking and shrugging his shoulders, feeling no need to maintain appearances any longer. You. Zhen Yao's chest heaved with anger as she struggled to keep her composure. We have spent 3 years together, and with the college entrance exam approaching, I do not wish to escalate matters. Apologize to Li Chun and Gu Xirou, and we shall consider the matter settled. She was a girl with strong principles and a sense of responsibility. Otherwise, she would not have been appointed class monitor for 3 consecutive years. As they were about to part ways, she wished to leave everyone with fond memories of high school. Chen Jigang shot a glance at Li Chun and Gu Xirou, a smirk playing on his lips. Why should I apologize to them? Which one of you saw me do it? Afraid to own up, are you? Fine. I will go tell the homeroom teacher. Others may fear you, but I, Kang Xiaoqiang, do not. Zhen Yao, exasperated, turned and stormed out of the classroom. Zhen Yao, wait for me. I will go with you, Fang Qi called as she followed. Chen Jigang's expression shifted slightly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Li Shen, the class monitor and Fang Qi are actually quite decent, Gu Xirou whispered, releasing her grip. Yes, they are quite good. Li Chun nodded in agreement, genuinely surprised. Fang Qi's willingness to stand up for him was understandable, given their 6 years of camaraderie, but he had not anticipated Zhen Yao's reaction. Old Wang's judgment was indeed astute. This class monitor was commendable. Quickly change your clothes, Gu Xirou urged, relieved that the weather was warm, lest he catch a cold. Without hesitation, Li Chun took her school jacket and made his way to the stairwell outside the corridor. After the college entrance exam, he would sever ties with these so-called classmates almost entirely. Once he had changed, Li Chun returned to his seat, his short hair dried, using his clothing. The classroom was eerily quiet. It was unclear whether the students felt ashamed of what had just transpired or simply indifferent. Tian Yi, that Chen Jigang must be harboring resentment over your attitude towards the school flower, using this as an opportunity for retaliation. Kang Xiaoqiang murmured from the empty seat in front of Li Chun, his eyes gleaming with determination. Should we find a chance to confront him after school tonight? Li Chun raised an eyebrow and looked up at him. You truly are a good brother of mine. What if he returns home not alone, but with 3 or 5 accomplices? Kang Xiaoqiang's suggestion indeed stirred something within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that Chen Jigang's connections with the underworld made any retaliation a formidable challenge. Accomplices? Kang Xiaoqiang instinctively shrank his neck. Then let us forget it. Just him is manageable. If he has backup, we would be the ones getting beaten. Pathetic. Having grown so large yet still timid. Li Chun pulled out his book and waved his hand dismissively. Hurry back to your seat. I intend to read. Brother Chun, a gentleman avenges himself, even if it takes 10 years. There is no need to rush. Kang Xiaoqiang quickly returned to his seat. Though he was loyal, he remained a student at heart. It's a pity I'm not a gentleman. I can't wait a decade. Li Chun silently added in his mind, resolute that once he seized the opportunity, he would repay every slight in full. Beside him, the demure and poised Gu Xirou sat rigidly. For the first time, unable to focus on her reading, her mind swirling with thoughts, especially after overhearing the conversation between Li Chun and Kang Xiaoqiang, rendering concentration nearly impossible. She feared Li Chun might act impulsively and commit an irrational act that could jeopardize their upcoming college entrance examination. Contemplating this, Xirou suddenly pulled out a sticky note from beneath her desk, scribbling quickly before discreetly passing it to Li Chun's desk. Li Shen Baoza, glancing at her lovely profile, bemused that she would pass a note while sitting so close. Intrigued, he picked up the note and read, "With the college entrance exam approaching, do not let these matters affect your mindset. After the exam, you could do whatever you wish." Each word was imbued with concern. Li Chun turned to glance at her again, then lowered his gaze to scribble a reply on the note. "Okay." Observing the somewhat hasty handwriting on the note, Xirou's lips curved into a subtle smile, her spirits lifting, reigniting her desire to study. Suddenly, Li Chun became aware of a serious possibility. Could Xirou have developed feelings for him? Given the circumstances, it seemed quite plausible. Just then, two figures entered the classroom, Zhan Yao and Feng Qi, who had previously gone to find old Wang. Instantly, most gazes in the room gravitated toward them. Li Chun lifted his head, his daydreaming halted. Although he disapproved of their seeking out old Wang, he felt a warm sensation in his heart. "Li Shen, the homeroom teacher wants to see you in the office. Change out of your wet clothes and dry your hair," Zhan Yao stated as she approached Li Chen's desk. Casting a glance at Xirou, "Xirou, are you all right?" Xirou looked up, her soft, gentle voice resonating. "Class monitor, I'm fine. Thanks to Li Chun protecting me from getting soaked." How infuriating! Zhan Yao, while having guessed the general course of events, could not suppress her anger. As a fellow girl, she understood all too well the humiliation of being drenched by that bucket of water. With just over 20 days until graduation, feel free to reach out to me for anything during this time. As class monitor, I will certainly assist you. "Thank you, class monitor." Zhan Yao then turned her gaze back to Li Chun. "Are you still going to see old Wang?" She noticed that Li Chun had already changed out of his wet clothes, now wearing a girl-esque school jacket. "No need. I have clothes to wear. My hair is dry, and I can manage with these pants for the afternoon." It was absurd. How could anyone's clothing compare to Xirou's jacket? Even a fool would know how to make the right choice. In the front row, Feng Qi nudged Shun Qinglan with her elbow and asked Lan Lan, "Why didn't you come with me just now? I didn't want to go." Shun Qinglan grimaced at the thought of the earlier scene. Her teeth clenched. Protecting someone I barely know and getting soaked? That is their own fault. It was all supposed to belong to me. Chapter 12. Where does the money come from? The first class of the afternoon commenced as expected. Old Wang strode into the classroom with a grim expression, his countenance quite forbidding. Standing at the center of the podium, he scanned the room with an impassive gaze. "If anyone here does not wish to attend university or participate in the college entrance exam, you may gather your belongings and leave. Do not linger here and disrupt others." Having only recently transferred to Class 2, the new student had already fallen victim to such a prank, a show of intimidation. Who orchestrated this incident at noon? I hope you will step forward. Old Wang's stern voice reverberated through the classroom like thunder on a clear day, prompting everyone to bow their heads, avoiding his gaze. Even Chen Gang felt a tremor of fear, wishing he could disappear beneath his desk. There was no way he would confess voluntarily. "Chen Shigong, here." Old Wang's sudden call made Chen Gang spring to his feet reflexively. Li Chun twirled a pen in his fingers, intrigued, knowing that at this critical juncture, old Wang would not let this slide easily. "At your age, you are considered an adult. How could you engage in such childish and ridiculous behavior?" A mere prank not only humiliated Li Chun and the new student, but also tarnished the reputation of our class too. "You bear no resemblance to a high school senior. There are many students from 7 High who are wealthier than you. Do they act as recklessly as you do? If you continue down this path, do not expect to be regarded as my student when you enter society." Who else was involved in this? "Stand up." Under old Wang's piercing gaze, 3 other boys rose, known troublemakers in the class, mere lackeys of Chen Gang. "Excellent. We have a mastermind and accomplices." Old Wang, unsurprised, waved his hand at Chen Gang and the others. "You 5 need not attend this class. Go outside and reflect on your actions. Have your parents come to school tomorrow morning." With somber expressions, Chen Gang and the others exited the classroom in silence. Meanwhile, the remaining students sat upright, anxious that old Wang might dredge up past grievances. Li Chen, do you need to go home and change your clothes? Old Wang's serious gaze fell upon Li Chen. Thank you, Teacher Wang, I have already changed. Old Wang nodded, offering no further commentary. The class began, and everyone retrieved their textbooks and test papers, focusing on difficult problems and common pitfalls. Li Chen adeptly placed the test paper on Xirou's desk, noting that the red marks had significantly diminished this time. Let us go over it together. Xirou spread the test paper across the center of their desks, shifting her body closer to Li Chen. All right. The faint fragrance enveloping him was intoxicating, yet Li Chen found himself unable to voice his previous rationale. Xirou's scent was genuinely delightful. Old Wang exhibited remarkable patience, droning on at the podium about the problems, while the shuffling of notes below never ceased. Together, teacher and students, let us create another legend at 7 High. After a while, Li Chen's thoughts drifted elsewhere. The college entrance exam was paramount, but making money was even more crucial. While he was a reborn individual, endowed with advantages that others lacked, he understood that any business venture carried risks, particularly when one delved into the realm of counterfeit antiques. What if within that iron bull there was no golden calf? Even if there were, where would the capital come from? The meager sum of 300 yuan he had painstakingly saved would certainly be insufficient. Given the current circumstances, taking on a part-time job to earn money seems somewhat unrealistic. The only feasible option is to borrow from someone just to get by for the time being. However, borrowing money is undoubtedly one of the most intricate dilemmas in existence, and he truly wishes to avoid asking unless absolutely necessary. Damn it, even if he were to borrow money, whom could he turn to? This fellow, Kong Xiaoqiang, has essentially devoted all his pocket money to gaming at the internet CAF. Asking him for 100 or 2 might be feasible. Yet for several hundred or even 1,000 yuan, he might as well sell his kidney abroad. As for other classmates, contemplating that is futile. Given his low profile in class, speaking up might send them all running. Fang Qi and Shun Qinglan might have some funds, but he simply cannot bring himself to lower his pride. What is he thinking? Xirou seems to have noticed Li Chen's state. Her delicate, fair hand quietly reaches over, placing a written note before him. Lost in thought, Li Chen's eyes light up upon seeing the note. This is just what he needed. He slightly tilts his head, gazing at Xirou's fair face with a hint of rosy hue, and hesitates momentarily before speaking. Indeed, she appears to be quite a suitable candidate for borrowing money. Not only is she financially stable, but she also seems to hold him in good regard. She ought to be reliable, right? After all, he intends to repay her, doesn't he? Once Li Chen has steeled himself, he takes up a pen and writes beneath Xirou's note, expressing his desire to borrow money. Xirou gently picks up the note, reading the line, "May I borrow some money from you? Not too much, just 1 or 2,000 yuan." To be honest, Li Chen feels quite apprehensive at this moment, considering they have only known each other for a few days. Those fleeting seconds of anxiety weigh heavily upon him. Having lived 2 lives, he is experiencing the complicated psychology of borrowing money for the first time. Xirou gives him a puzzled glance before swiftly jotting down on the note, "I don't have enough money on me. Can I give it to you tomorrow?" Li Chen takes back the note, his heart racing with excitement as he reads her words, then falls silent. Xirou is genuinely kind to him. That amount of money is equivalent to a month's salary for an average person, and she agreed without hesitation, not even asking what he needed it for. "Thank you. I will repay you soon. I promise I won't deceive you." Li Chen writes back, his gaze earnest as he looks at her. "No need to rush. I haven't too much need for the money anyway." Xirou smiles sweetly, her clear eyes radiating a sense of joy. Li Chen refrains from responding further. He can't shake the feeling that borrowing this money was almost too effortless, as if he were living off another's kindness without merit. With the financial issue resolved, Li Chen's spirits lifted. Xirou instilled in him an unprecedented feeling. So, this is what it feels like to be liked by someone. His desk mate is diligently taking notes during class, meticulously recording much of what old Wang discusses. And she also helps Li Chen by writing down the correct answers to the questions he got wrong on the exam. The admission scores for Magic City University are quite high, saying to just do one's best is a mere platitude. Even someone like Li Chen, who has experienced the Gaokao once, must commit fully, lest he trip at the last hurdle. After all, the Gaokao questions from his previous life, while not the most challenging in history, were certainly not simplistic. Chapter 13, Revenge does not wait for nightfall. At 5:50 in the afternoon, it was time for a break in dinner, and the classroom erupted into a buzz of activity. The structured lifestyle at school is infinitely more comfortable than the fast-paced reality of society, and one's body feels at its peak. Xirou, are you eating outside or joining us in the cafeteria? As soon as class ended, Kong Xiaoqiang beamed as he approached Li Chen's desk. Xirou, who was organizing her books, paused for a moment, then replied, "I'll eat with you all in the cafeteria." The three of them exited the classroom, chatting and laughing. This time, Shan Xinglan and Fang Qi also went to the cafeteria, along with Chen Jigang and his sycophants. Dinner time is only 40 minutes, so the diners in the cafeteria eat quickly. Li Chen's speed at eating is a result of habits formed in his past life, where most of his time was spent writing for a living. However, the food in the cafeteria leaves much to be desired, which is a common issue in school cafeterias. It's already quite commendable that they don't use subpar ingredients. Xirou, on the other hand, eats at a much slower pace, her movements dainty and graceful, and her appetite is genuinely modest. Li Chen and Kong Xiaoqiang sit nearby, waiting for her, while they engage in lively conversation, blissfully ignoring the cold, resentful gaze from a distance. Li Chen, I'm done eating. Shall we head back to the classroom? As most of the diners had left, Xirou finally finished her meal, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a bit shy. Are you full? Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. She was simply too adorable, blushing so easily. Xirou nodded cutely, standing up to walk out of the cafeteria beside Li Chen. Kong Xiaoqiang suddenly felt somewhat superfluous, his head shining brighter than a 250-watt light bulb. With a clever glint in his eyes, he consciously slowed his pace, granting the newly heartbroken individual a fresh start. One might say that good deeds are rewarded. Just as he faced heartbreak, the heavens arranged something new for him. Good heavens, my brother Chen is truly impressive. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure rushing towards the restroom. Tianyi, Tianyi. Kong Xiaoqiang quietly tugged at Li Chen, signaling with his eyes. Following Kong Xiaoqiang's gaze, Li Chen caught sight of Chen Jigang dashing into the restroom like the wind. Damn, just as he was feeling drowsy. Here comes an opportunity. If it were the Li Chen of his past life, he would have suppressed any impulsive thoughts, silently enduring the situation. But now, he could no longer tolerate being a passive observer. To continue as a mere ninja would be an affront to his rebirth. Xirou, why don't you head back to the classroom first? I'll go to the restroom with Xiangzi. All right, I'll return to the classroom now. You two come back soon. Xirou didn't ask further questions, nor did she notice Chen Jigang. As she walked away, Li Chen and Kong Xiaoqiang exchanged knowing glances and smiled. The two swiftly made their way towards the restroom. At this moment, most people had returned to the classroom, and aside from Chen Jigang, the restroom was likely deserted. If not now, then when would they seek vengeance? Upon arriving at the restroom entrance, they spotted a hose lying on the ground, water spilling everywhere. It seemed the janitor was preparing to clean the restroom, but had gone missing. Li Chen signaled to Kong Xiaoqiang to keep watch at the door while he ventured inside to assess the situation. Mere seconds later, Li Chen emerged, speaking softly. There's only Chen Jigang inside. No one else is around. Haha, what a perfect opportunity. Let's make this jerk suffer a bit. Kong Xiaoqiang grinned, glancing outside the restroom, ensuring no one was approaching. Li Chen also smiled, picking up the hose from the floor. The two stealthily entered the restroom, already concocting an excellent plan. In a corner, Kong Xiaoqiang found a piece of wire and carefully tied Chen Jigang's stall door handle, making sure to make no sound. His face flushed red from the odor. After securing the door, he retreated to the side and gave Li Chen an okay hand gesture. Li Chen raised the water pipe high, and a powerful stream of water instantly drenched the compartment where Chen Jigang was squatting. Who the hell dares to mess with me? Are you looking for death? Chen Jigang's furious voice echoed in the restroom as he yanked at the stall door with a loud clatter, but refused to budge. It was likely he hadn't even had time to wipe. Damn it. Let me hear you curse. Li Chen's eyes hardened as he hurled the water pipe directly into the stall, giving him an unexpected shower. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the two hurriedly departed. Chen Jigang's voice was too loud, and at any moment it could attract attention from outside, so it was prudent to retreat quickly. Upon returning to the classroom, the two nonchalantly took their seats. Xirou was reviewing her studies, preparing to tackle the challenging problems posed by old Wang once more. And Li Chen naturally refrained from disturbing her. As expected, Chen Jigang did not attend evening study, having taken a leave of absence. Given the humiliation he had just endured, it was hardly surprising that he would show his face. Near the end of school, Xirou quietly slipped a note onto Li Chen's desk, her delicate fingers holding the paper. Do you still want me to take you home after school? Li Chen pondered for a moment before swiftly jotting down a reply. I'm catching the bus. If you take me, it will be too late. And it's unsafe for me to return alone. The promise of a convenient ride was likely a deliberate ploy on her part. All right, then I'll escort you at noon in the future. Xirou bit her lip, a sudden feeling of being caught in a little secret washing over her. Li Chen smiled and slightly nodded, folding the note and tucking it between the pages of his Chinese textbook. The school bell rang punctually, and students began to leave the classroom in a rush, their speed barely slower than that of a meal dash. Xirou, I'll wash your coat and return it in a couple of days, Li Chen stated, glancing down at his attire. It felt somewhat inappropriate to give it back without washing it. Okay, Xirou replied, shouldering her backpack and waving goodbye to Li Chen as she departed. I'll head off first. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Li Chen had barely taken a few steps when he caught sight of a striking figure approaching him, his expression changing as he quickened his pace. Li Shen. Shen Qinglan called out, followed closely by Fang Qi. Do you need something? Li Chen turned around helplessly to face the two of them. I'll share a ride with you. Let's go back together. It's too late, and I'm scared walking home alone at night. Shen Qinglan stood before him, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a hint of satisfaction, as if to say, with Xirou gone, you must ride my bike now. Yes, Li Chen, you should go back with Qinglan. It's safer to have company on the way, Fang Qi chimed in, thinking that even if they couldn't become lovers, they certainly shouldn't end up as enemies. Chapter 14. This soft meal is truly hard. Sister Qi, please spare me. I know what you mean, but it's simply impossible now. We can't go back. Li Chen shrugged his shoulders in resignation, his tone direct and cold. What nonsense! Is Shen Qinglan really scared to walk home alone? How did she manage during her 3 years of high school? Why has she never offered me a ride before? Anyone with a modicum of sense could detect the estrangement in his words. Li Chen, you scoundrel. How can you treat me like this? Is it just because I rejected you that you feel your pride has been wounded? Can I apologize? I don't even want you to bring me breakfast or snacks anymore. Can we go back to how we were before? Why has everything changed just because of Xirou? Shen Qinglan's eyes reddened, tears welling up as she bit her silver teeth, not quite understanding why she was so furious. It felt as though something that was rightfully hers had suddenly been snatched away. Though a broken mirror can be pieced back together, it still bears an irremovable scar. My affection for you has expired, and since that night, our fates have run their course. Li Chen felt a twinge of emotion as he gazed at Shen Qinglan's beautiful face and her pleading eyes. Were it not for his knowledge of her past life, he might have felt sympathy in this moment. Yet, how often does one encounter what-ifs in life? Upon hearing Li Chen's unequivocal rejection, Shen Qinglan's pride and sense of injustice shattered, and tears uncontrollably spilled from her eyes. Qinglan, why are you crying? Fang Qi, flustered, tugged at Shen Qinglan's hand and turned to Li Chen. Even if you no longer have feelings for Qinglan, you could still be good friends. You don't have to suddenly like Xirou, whom you've only known for a few days. Setting aside whether the situation was as Li Chen described, it was irrelevant to anyone else. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. I'm off. I'll miss the bus if I linger. Having stated everything clearly, there was no need to waste further time. How can he just walk away like that? Was everything he did for me just a lie? Shen Qinglan was genuinely furious, stamping her foot. The Li Chen who once complied with her every whim had transformed, and she found it difficult to accept. Fang Qi fell silent for a moment, then asked, Qinglan, have you ever liked Li Chen? Shen Qinglan contemplated seriously, her gaze evasive. It seems not. Fang Qi was taken aback. You didn't like him? What's all this about then? Qinglan, all the students have left. We should hurry too. With a sigh, Fang Qi decided not to intervene in their relationship any further. If Li Chun had chosen to give up, what was the point of clinging to someone who didn't reciprocate their feelings? Qinglan, having grown up in a privileged environment with excellent grades, had always been cherished by her parents and teachers. Now, being rejected by Li Chun was purely a matter of pride. By the way, what was that stubborn saying? I don't want it, and neither shall anyone else. As dawn broke, the night faded, and the first rays of morning light bathed the earth. Li Chun opened his eyes, swiftly tidied up, and dashed to the mutton noodle shop downstairs. Relishing a hearty bowl, he then hurriedly boarded the bus to school, arriving at the school gate with beads of sweat on his forehead. He intended to wait for Xirou in the classroom. From this day forward, his little desk mate would become his creditor. The classroom was still sparsely populated, with even the class monitor Zhen Yao and Fang Qi yet to arrive, let alone the academically challenged Kang Xiaoqian. Shortly after Li Chun settled into his seat, he saw Xirou entering through the classroom door. Their gazes intertwined in the air, and Xirou seemed to be in a remarkably good mood, flashing a sweet and charming smile at Li Chun. Good morning, Li Chun. I brought you soup dumplings and yogurt. The soup dumplings are from the bun shop at the entrance of my neighborhood, and they're delicious. Xirou placed the bag she was holding on Li Chun's desk before taking her seat and setting her backpack down. Soup dumplings? Yogurt? Li Chun was momentarily stunned, nearly overwhelmed by this unexpected happiness. Previously, he had always been the one to buy breakfast for Qinglan, but this was the first time a girl had brought him breakfast. The resolution to remain emotionally detached and solely focused on making money wavered just a fraction. Xirou, have you eaten? I had something before I left. This was specially bought for you. As Xirou spoke, she opened her backpack. Li Chun took out the soup dumplings and yogurt from the bag, secretly rubbing his stomach, savoring the sweetness of her kindness. This is for you. Xirou handed a pink cartoon wallet from beneath her desk to Li Chun. The money inside is what I've saved up myself. Do you think it's enough? Li Chun gazed at the bulging wallet, hesitating. By his estimation, the amount certainly exceeded 2,000. What's wrong? Hurry and take it. It wouldn't reflect well on you if the other students saw, Xirou insisted, placing the wallet firmly on Li Chun's lap. Just how much is there? Li Chun inquired, picking up the wallet to assess its heft. At that moment, he could ascertain that Xirou was indeed a little wealthy girl. I haven't counted, but it's all I have, Xirou replied, glancing at Li Chun, her delicate, fair hand propping up her chin. Li Chun opened the wallet and made a rough estimate. It was likely close to 10,000. There were hundreds, 50s, and even a few 10s and 20s. This was indeed all she had. To be honest, Li Chun felt quite touched. Setting aside their relationship from that night, they had only known each other for a few short days, and he was still a stranger to her. Yet, merely because of one of his words, Xirou was willing to lend him her entire savings. Such a foolish girl. It was rare to find someone like her in the world. This amount is a bit too much. I only need 2,000. Just keep it. Although I don't know what you plan to do. Having some extra money is never a bad thing. Thank you. I will return the money to you as soon as possible. It's nothing. There's no rush. I rarely use money anyway. My parents usually buy me what I need. Some people are born with a silver spoon, while others spend their lives toiling like mules. This truth resonated deeply with Li Chun, not only in this life but also in his past. The difference was that in his previous life, he had no choice, while now he possessed the ability to seize control of his destiny. As long as the course of history remained unchanged and he could seize that opportunity to attain his first pot of gold, his plans for financial success could gradually unfold. Xirou, let us keep this wallet with you for now. We can go to the bank together after school at noon. Li Chun swiftly handed the wallet back to Xirou. He didn't have a bank card yet, and carrying so much cash was imprudent. The Iron Bull wouldn't exceed 2,000, leaving some spare change would suffice. More importantly, he noticed Chen Jigang approaching, his face set in a fierce scowl, clearly not in a friendly mood. Chapter 15. The Pursuit of Wealth. Was it you who did this? Chen Jigang confronted Li Chun at his desk, his gaze fierce and threatening, as if ready to erupt at any moment. This scene left their classmates bewildered. What had provoked the usually composed Chen Xiao so early in the day? What are you talking about? Li Chen cast a glance at Chen Jigang, leisurely retrieving his book. Young Master Chen, do refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence, or I may have to sue you for defamation. At that moment, the class monitor, Zhen Yao, entered the classroom and witnessed the unfolding drama, her expression turning stern. Chen Jigang, what are you doing? Are you planning to fight in class again? Seeing Zhen Yao intervening, Chen Jigang's anger flared even more. He clenched his fists tightly, glancing around at the students who were all watching him. Fighting in class would be far worse than what had transpired yesterday. It wouldn't be resolved with just a call to a parent. Realizing this, Chen Jigang suppressed his impulsive rage, glaring at Li Chen. You wait. With that menacing remark, he returned to his seat. Wait? Li Chen scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. He paid no heed to Chen Jigang's threats. He could handle whatever underhanded tactics were thrown his way. Zhen Yao approached Li Chen, asking with genuine concern, Are you all right? Should I inform the teacher? Hearing this, Chen Jigang's expression soured, feeling irked by Zhen Yao's meddling. Did she really think she was the Pacific Ocean's police, overseeing everything? Class monitor, this minor conflict doesn't warrant involving the teacher. Let us just wait until after the college entrance examination. Li Chen waved his hand, rejecting Zhen Yao's suggestion outright. Chen Jigang, a sheltered, rich heir, had never faced the harsh realities of society. Mere verbal reprimands from the teacher would have no effect on him. Very well. Zhen Yao cast a calm glance at Li Chen before returning to her seat. Since the parties involved weren't pursuing the matter further, there was no need for her to continue being the unpopular figure. The sounds of recitation gradually filled the classroom, bringing a sense of normalcy back after the brief interlude. Xirou turned to Li Chen, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. You didn't do anything to him, did you? Absolutely not. Li Chen quickly shook his head in denial. What a ridiculous thought. How could he dare admit such a thing to her? Xirou had initially asked innocently, but upon seeing Li Chen's expression and reaction, her large eyes blinked, and she began to understand. All right, if you say so, then it's true. This response nearly left Li Chen speechless. What a beautiful and naive girl she was. He now seriously suspected that her intelligence was not commensurate with her looks. Nearly 10,000, and she seemed unconcerned that he might abscond with her money after the exams, leaving her with nothing. No natalas, Li Chen spirits suarat. With this seed capital, even if he didn't strike gold with the iron bull, he wouldn't be overly disheartened. If all else failed, he could invest the remaining funds in the stock market, given his recollections and skills from his past life. Making some extra money during the holidays would be more than feasible. The morning passed quietly, and after clarifying matters the previous night, Shen Qinglan had not sought him out again. He was unsure whether she had come to terms with things or simply chose to ignore him for the time being. As soon as the noon bell rang, Li Chen and Xirou made their way to the parking lot on the playground. Xirou, should you ride or shall I? Li Chen stood before the electric scooter, eager to ride. The joy of carrying a girl was a rare delight. You ride. I'll sit behind you. I'm afraid of falling when someone else is driving. Xirou blushed slightly, hesitating before decisively handing the keys to Li Chen. All right, I'll take the reins. With that, Li Chen swung himself onto the scooter. Xirou settled onto the back seat, her hands deftly wrapping around his waist, her cheeks betraying her embarrassment with a telltale flush. Li Chen felt a jolt, his gaze fixed ahead as the warmth and weight behind him created an unexpected sensation. Li Chen, why aren't we moving yet? Coming right up. Hold on tight. Xirou obediently complied, burying her head against Li Chen's back, anxious about being spotted by any teachers. Not long after they exited the school gate, her voice chimed in again. Li Chen, how did you get your bank card so quickly? I got it when I turned 18, just a few days ago, and deposited some leftover New Year's money. Compared to Xirou's allowance, Li Chen felt a bit embarrassed to mention the balance in his account. It was a classic case of using a 6-digit password to guard a 3-digit sum. Oh, I haven't even gotten around to applying for a bank card yet. If I had, I could have just given you my card. How convenient that would have been. Xirou, unfamiliar with the concept of a student's allowance, found it rather rude to inquire about someone else's bank balance. Li Chen's attention gradually shifted from the back to a more rational state of mind. Had he not been reborn at the end of his senior year, just upon reaching adulthood, the complexities of his situation would have escalated significantly. Being under 18, he would be unable to perform numerous tasks, opening a bank account or establishing a securities account, thus jeopardizing his entrepreneurial plans, compelling him to seek alternative paths. Before long, after depositing his funds at the bank, Li Chen, accompanied by Xirou, hurried to the nearby securities firm to open a stock account. The process was straightforward. Once the necessary paperwork was completed and submitted, they were free to depart. Li Chen, why are you opening a stock account? Surely you don't intend to speculate in stocks? Xirou inquired as she descended the staircase, casting a sidelong glance at him. The way she spoke of stock trading sounded almost ominous. Amused by her bewildered expression, Li Chen chuckled softly. I aspire to study economics and finance in university. This is merely a precaution for future needs. Finance? Stocks? Xirou nodded, somewhat comprehending, though she had yet to delve into such matters. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached them from the bottom of the stairs. See, he exclaimed, recognizing Xirou with an astonished expression. What brings you here? With a flustered demeanor, Xirou averted her gaze, tugging at her clothing as a faint blush graced her porcelain cheeks. Uncle, I thought you had finished work. Why haven't you gone home yet? The middle-aged man, having discerned his niece's unease, turned his attention to Li Chen. Are you Shishi's classmate? Yes, uncle, Li Chen replied with a sincere smile. Shishi and I are classmates. He came here to open a securities account. Xirou quickly interjected. Opening a stock account? The middle-aged man scrutinized Li Chen with a mix of skepticism and surprise. As a senior in high school, shouldn't you be focusing on your studies rather than dabbling in stocks? This is not a game for students. Uncle, Li Chen aims to enroll in Moda University. He wishes to major in finance and stock trading. Xirou chimed in before Li Chen could respond. Moda University? The middle-aged man regarded Li Chen more seriously, noting his nearly 6-foot stature, short hair, and a physique that was neither too lean nor too robust. While not conventionally handsome, he exuded a certain vitality. The middle-aged man was uncertain about whether young girls found this type appealing, but he was acutely aware of his niece's unusual interest in the boy. Having aspirations is commendable. Young people should not lack ambition and confidence. Although Moda University is notoriously challenging to enter, it is not entirely out of reach. Thank you, uncle. I will strive hard. Li Chen raplia earnestly. Effort is one thing, the middle-aged man said, casting a serious glance at Xirou. It's fine for you two to date, but it must not interfere with your college entrance exams. After graduation, you may pursue whatever you desire. Oh dear, Xirou exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stamped her foot. Uncle, Li Chen and I are not dating. We are merely classmates. You mustn't tell my parents. Li Chen, feeling quite awkward, offered a sheepish smile and wisely chose to remain silent. Ha ha, your uncle is quite discreet, the middle-aged man chuckled. Now, you two should return to school. I need to attend a meeting. Once the middle-aged man had walked away, Xirou let out a sigh of relief, gently patting her chest. Phew, that scared me. Your uncle works at the securities company? Li Chen inquired, casting a skeptical glance at her. Yes, he is the general manager here. I thought he had gone home for dinner. I didn't expect to run into him. Xirou replied obediently. Li Chen's mind was somewhat muddled at that moment. The general manager of a securities department? Such a familial connection was rather impressive. For those in the working class, individuals like him were figures to be looked up to. Consequently, it was likely that Xirou's parents were not far behind in terms of status. Li Chen, I am hungry. Shall we return to school for a meal? Xirou, noticing Li Chen lost in thought, curiously tugged at his arm. Let's not go back to school. We can eat out. What would you like? It's on me. Really? More genuine than pearls. The cafeteria food is unappetizing. Today, I'll treat you to something special to nourish your body. I've heard from classmates that there's an excellent old-style dumpling place on Xiaobei Street. Can we go there? Of course. As long as I can afford it, I'll buy you whatever you desire. I also want spicy hot pot and bubble tea. Not a problem. It's a small matter. I'll indulge you. Li Chen realized that Xirou's circle was quite small and pristine. and her upbringing was evidently strict, as she rarely indulged in dining out or entertainment. The two arrived outside the gates, hopped onto an electric scooter, and sped toward their destination. Across the street, a girl on a bicycle paused, her eyes wide with confusion as she watched Li Chun and Xirou ride away. It was Fang Qi, who was on her way home from school. How strange. Why are Li Chun and Xirou here? Could it be they are truly involved with each other? Secretly dating? This shouldn't be the case. They had only known each other for a few days. How could their relationship develop so quickly? After a moment of silence, Fang Qi departed, genuinely puzzled. Could a rejection truly incite such a dramatic transformation in someone? Meanwhile, Li Chun parked the electric scooter in front of a shop named Chunji Old-Style Dumplings. It was already past 1 o'clock, yet the establishment was still bustling with patrons. Xirou held her takeout of spicy hot pot and bubble tea, glancing at Li Chun as he locked the scooter. Could you please refrain from abrupt stops next time? You slammed the brakes 6 times just now. It hurt a bit. Li Chun's expression froze. Was this girl genuinely naive or just pretending? Was it truly appropriate to be so direct? I'll certainly be more cautious next time. I'm simply not accustomed to the braking system. Is it always this crowded? Are we going to have to wait long? Perhaps we should consider another place, Xirou said, standing at the entrance, her delicate brows furrowed. She needed to return to the classroom to review her exam papers and was reluctant to waste more time. Now that we're here, we should at least sample the food before leaving, Li Chun suggested, taking the spicy hot pot and bubble tea from her hands. Come, there is an empty table over there. Let us sit down. He understood well that despite her words, if she turned to leave, she would undoubtedly feel disappointed. Soon, a large bowl of steaming dumplings was placed before them. Li Chun, it smells so good, Xirou exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat gracefully. If you enjoy it, I'll bring you here again next time. Li Chun smiled, glancing at the bubble tea and spicy hot pot on the table. Recalling a saying from his previous life, how many romances begin over a bowl of spicy hot pot, costing merely 3 yuan? This world mirrored his past life. Yet love remained a luxury item, not easily accessible. Height is not a barrier. Age is no issue. Such sentiments predominantly exist among the wealthy. While engrossed in their meal, Li Chun inadvertently noticed Xirou stealing glances at him from time to time. What is the matter? If you're not going to eat properly, why are you staring at me? Li Chun inquired, reaching up to touch his face, wondering if something was amiss. Was what you said the other day sincere? Xirou asked, gazing up at Li Chun, her cheeks a delightful shade of red. Whether from the spice or embarrassment, he could not tell. Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. What did I say? That day in front of the police officer, you said I was your girlfriend. Li Chun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was she serious? Moreover, judging by her expression, it seemed she was not jesting at all. Suddenly, Li Chun was struck by a certain possibility, and his expression grew serious as he fixed his earnest gaze upon Xirou. Xirou, do we know each other in the past? This query had troubled him for many days, yet he had never found the right moment to ask. You truly don't remember? Xirou's hand trembled slightly, and an imperceptible flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Li Chen's heart raced as he stood in bewilderment. Could it be that she genuinely recognized him? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. However, despite racking his brain, he could find no memory of Xirou within his recollections. Well, it's possible I've forgotten. Why don't you enlighten me? I want to tell you. Think for yourself, silly. Xirou huffed playfully, lowering her head and pouting as she lifted a cup of milk tea to her lips and slurped. Hee, silly. Iemonozubajia, li shen teasa. You are Zhubeiji, quite the fool. Xirou retorted, her adorable stubbornness evident as she bit the straw. From now on, I'll ride the bike. You are not allowed to ride me anymore. Li Chun cast a lingering glance at her chest, feeling rather reluctant. Fine, it's your domain. You call the shots. Xirou huffed again. The rest of this food is up to you. No wasting. Li Chun chuckled as he brought the spicy hot pot closer and devoured it eagerly. I must say it's quite delicious. In less than 10 minutes, Li Chun had finished, and upon raising his head, he found Xirou gazing at him with a charming demeanor. I'm done eating. Shall we head back to school? Are you full? I am full. When will you take me out to eat these again? Whenever you wish. All right. Xirou rose, her eyes sparkling with joy. Once outside, Chen handed the electric bike keys to her. Xirou, are you sure? Oomph. Do you underestimate me? This isn't my first time. I'm quite adept. As long as you're skilled, just don't throw me onto the curb. Xirou stretched her long legs and mounted the electric bike, glancing back at Chen. What are you dawdling for? Get on. If you don't hurry, we'll be late. I'm coming. Chen plopped onto the back seat, instinctively wrapping his arms around Xirou's waist for safety. This gesture was akin to an unwarranted advance. Even through their school uniforms, he could feel the exquisite contours of her figure, her skin smooth and delicate, as if it could be broken by a gentle touch. Truly, she possessed an enviable physique. Xirou's palms began to sweat, her body tensing, but after a few seconds, she relaxed. Xirou, slow down. We're about to take off. In the next moment, the electric bike surged forward. Chen leaned back instinctively, clutching her tighter, his heart racing as the cool breeze tousled their hair. Don't worry, we won't fall. Xirou whispered reassuringly. Though she put on a brave face, she complied and reduced her speed. Just as Chen exhaled in relief, he spotted a suspicious young man approaching them against the flow of traffic. Xirou stopped quickly. What? Xirou focused intently on her writing. Didn't hesitate upon hearing his urgent command. She gripped the brakes tightly, halting abruptly. The sudden inertia propelled Chen forward, causing him to clutch her waist even more tightly. The young man, now facing them, changed his expression and swiftly dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the bike's wheels. What does this guy want? Xirou, having never encountered such a scene, gently tapped Chen's hand resting on her waist. Chen, what is this person doing? Chen looked up to see the man, gently patting Xirou's back. Don't be afraid, I'll handle this. With the wisdom of a 30-something soul and the experience of society, he saw through this little ploy at a glance. It could either be a scam or something more sinister. Given the man's quiet demeanor, he leaned towards the latter. You are Chen. Indeed. Upon seeing Chen, the young man stood tall, flanked by 3 other youths sporting vibrant hair colors. What is the matter? Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The newcomers bore ill intentions, and he instinctively shielded Xirou behind him. These ruffians had clearly come prepared. You've messed with someone you shouldn't have. We're here to teach you a lesson today. The red-haired youth pointed at Chen, his demeanor brash and defiant. Who sent you? Chen's voice boomed, confidence radiating from him, quite unlike an average high school student. He quickly scanned his mind, realizing that aside from Chunji gang, he hadn't offended anyone else. Damn, let us see who dares to meddle with all these passers-by around. The leader of the thugs sneered. You think you could get away with this? You made it easy for us. We came all the way just to find you. The thugs exchanged threats, their faces fierce enough to silence even the most timid of children. Realizing the situation could not end peacefully, Chen turned to Xirou and quickly instructed. I'll hold them off. You hurry back to school. Without hesitation, he charged the yellow-haired thug, delivering a kick before the latter could react. Taking the initiative was crucial. After all, there was no escape now. Yet, it appeared that the number of good Samaritans willing to lend a hand was far fewer than depicted on television. Chapter 18. The wind blows away promises. Yet thankfully we did not drift apart. Ouch, that hurts like hell. Damn it, how dare you hit my brother? Get him. Still trying to resist. You're finished today, kid. The thugs quickly surrounded Chen, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Thud, thud, thud. Chen endured a series of blows, staggering back until he collapsed against a decorative tree at the roadside, looking quite disheveled. Xirou stood frozen in shock, unable to move. Bystanders merely pointed and stared from afar, entirely unwilling to intervene. The crowd was also afraid of bloodshed. Xirou, call the police. Chen shouted to the dazed Xirou, rolling to the side, just in time. Crash! A metal baseball bat struck the ground where he had just been, leaving a shallow white imprint on the concrete. Chen, be careful. Xirou gasped in fear, trembling as she fumbled for her phone to call the police, tears streaming down her face in distress. The crowd gasped collectively, yet not a single person dared to step forward. They too were terrified. What if they accidentally hurt someone or got beaten themselves? Who would come to their aid? Li Chun picked up a half-broken brick from the ground, his face dark and foreboding. These thugs were clearly bent on crippling him. Was it Chen Gang who sent you? Apart from him, Li Chun could think of no one else, especially since others lacked the audacity and capability. Don't bother asking. It's the rules of the streets. Take money to settle scores. The yellow-haired thug chuckled coldly, raising the baseball bat and pointing it at Xirou. So, did you enjoy yourself that night? I didn't expect this girl to still look somewhat appealing. Li Chun's pupils constricted, and he asked in a low voice. You were behind that incident too? Ha, so what if I was? You enjoyed it, didn't you, you little brat? It's a pity I didn't manage to lock you up for a few years. Hearing this, Li Chun could now confirm that both incidents he had encountered were orchestrated by that bastard Chen Gang. Bang! Taking advantage of the moment, Li Chun leapt forward, wielding a brick and aiming a strike at the yellow-haired youth. Ouch, damn it! The yellow-haired boy grimaced in pain, staggering unsteadily, his vision clouded by stars. Get him! Break that little brat's hands! How dare he hit me? The small-time thugs, brandishing steel pipes as thick as a thumb, heedlessly swung at Li Chun. Clang! 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 Li Chun desperately dodged and retaliated, grateful to have a piece of brick in hand. Otherwise, he would have been utterly defenseless. Though he was a reincarnate, his combat prowess had yet to be fully realized, and in such a brawl, he was merely a target for blows. Stop hitting him. Please don't hurt Li Chun. Xirou's eyes brimmed with tears as she watched Li Chun take several hits from the steel pipes, her heart wrenching in agony. Charge them with the electric bike. A voice from the crowd shouted. Xirou turned to glance at the electric bike, determination flickering through her tearful gaze. She mounted the bike, twisting the throttle and racing towards them. Li Chun, get out of the way. Hearing Xirou's voice, Li Chun quickly glanced back, his heart racing as he pushed aside the thug in front of him and sidestepped. He was profoundly moved by her actions. The timid girl, instead of abandoning him, had mustered the courage to recklessly rush to his aid. What a remarkable girl she was. Get out of the way, you little brat. The yellow-haired thug glared at the oncoming electric bike, terror flashing across his face as it barreled towards him. There was no escaping injury, regardless of the outcome. This girl is too fierce. Bang! Crash! The red-haired and blue-haired thugs were caught off guard, toppled by the immense force of the impact, their steel pipes clattering onto the pavement. Ouch! My leg is broken. It's fractured. Boss, my waist is broken too. This girl is absolutely insane. The yellow-haired thug shot them an impatient glance. Useless fools. Li Chun rushed over to help the fallen Xirou to her feet, concern etched across his face. Did you hurt anywhere? Are you in pain? I'm fine. Xirou gently shook her head, but suddenly noticed the yellow-haired thug swinging a baseball bat towards Li Chun. Watch out! She instinctively wrapped her arms around him, using her back to shield him from the blow. Li Chun's eyes widened as the bat rapidly approached, aimed at Xirou's back. In that critical moment, he tightly embraced her slender waist and leaned to the side with all his strength. Bang! The bat struck Li Chun's shoulder, a searing pain causing him to furrow his brow. Simultaneously, a distant memory from a decade ago seemed to resurface. On a stormy night, amidst thunder and lightning, a young boy, too frightened to return home after failing an exam, squatted by an ATM. Suddenly, a drenched little girl burst in. Brother, there are bad people chasing me. Can you help me? Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll help you. Together. They secured the glass door against the outside world's chaos, resolutely refusing to open it until the police and her parents arrived. Before leaving, the girl earnestly declared, Li Chun, you saved me today. When I grow up, I'll marry you. A small promise, remembered by one and forgotten by the other. Indeed, the boy and the girl were Li Chun and Xirou. Li Chun, what is wrong? Xirou's anxious voice jolted him back to reality. Gazing at her tear-streaked, delicate face, Li Chun felt his heart, once sealed in concrete, soften anew. He was unsure if his rebirth had caused his memories to become fragmented or distorted. Don't worry, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. Did you get hurt anywhere? I'm not scared, she replied, looking deeply into his eyes, sensing a change in the way he regarded her. What's going on? How dare you all gather and fight in broad daylight? Which school do you belong to? Suddenly, a deep and authoritative voice resonated. Hearing the familiar tone, Both Li Chun and Xirou exchanged glances, a flicker of joy illuminating their faces as they turned to see Mr. Wang approaching on his bicycle. Mr. Wang, Xirou pleaded. They're bullying people, and they hurt Li Chun. Xirou, Li Shen. Upon recognizing his students, Mr. Wang's expression darkened. His gaze swept the scene, landing on the thugs. You lot have some nerve, attacking on the street and targeting my students from number 7 high school. Speak. Who instigated you? Mr. Wang. It was Chun Ji Gang who sent them. Xirou interjected quickly. Chun Ji Gang? Mr. Wang's countenance grew grave. Such an incident occurring in his class was unacceptable. This is intolerable. A high school student actually orchestrating an assault on his classmates? Wang Chong, tell me, did Chun Ji Gang send you? Mr. Wang's eyes glinted dangerously as he fixed his gaze on the red-haired youth, beckoning him forth. Don't think about lying. Confess honestly. Mr. Wang, you still remember me? The red-haired youth shrank back, his smile resembling a grimace. It's hard not to remember a student like you from number 7 high school. Mr. Wang set his bicycle aside and approached. Hurry up. Do you need me to give you another lesson before you confess? No. Mr. Wang, I was wrong, truly. The red-haired youth shook his head vigorously, retreating in fright, his pain forgotten. The yellow-haired thug and the other two looked bewildered. Red, why are you so scared of teacher? You don't understand. Mr. Wang is skilled in martial arts. He knows how to handle people. Others might not grasp it, but he had experienced it firsthand. This is bad. Just then, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air. The police are here. Mr. Wang halted, glancing at the approaching officers, then back at the red-haired youth, shaking his head with a sigh. From their reactions, he was inclined to believe Xirou's words. Before long, after assessing the situation, the police apprehended the 4 thugs. With ample evidence at hand, they would face the full force of the law. Li Shen, I will ensure the school investigates this matter and provides you with an explanation, Mr. Wang said, his heart heavy with guilt as he regarded Li Chun, battered and bruised. Such an incident carried significant weight on his shoulders as a teacher. Mr. Wang, let's just drop it. The college entrance exams are approaching, and I don't want this to affect my classmates, Li Chun silently added. This grudge he would seek to resolve himself, ensuring Chun Ji Gang would not escape unscathed. Xirou, alarmed, interjected. Li Chun, Mr. Wang, Chun Ji Gang has been bullying our classmates and had someone beat Li Chun so badly. This cannot just be overlooked. Trust me, I will handle this matter, Li Chun said, his brow furrowing as a wave of pain washed over him. This is the aftermath of the beating, now manifesting itself. Old Wang glanced at Li Chun, fell silent for a moment, and finally nodded. The teacher can agree not to intervene, but if Chun Ji Gang dares to offend again, then I cannot be lenient. All right, thank you, Teacher Wang. Don't force yourself. I can see how much pain you're in. Gulme, I shall take you to the hospital for a checkup. To be honest, his impression of Li Chun was considerably better than that of Chun Ji Gang, the wealthy second generation. Setting aside any romantic notions, Li Chun's academic performance and character endeared him to many teachers. Old class, I can go by myself. We have your class in the afternoon. I would feel guilty if my situation delays my classmates' progress. Teacher Wang, I would like to request a leave. I will accompany Li Chun to the hospital for a checkup. The independence of the student brought great comfort to Wang, who understood the importance of keeping up with the curriculum before the college entrance examination. With Xirou accompanying him, there should be no issues. Very well. Xirou, please ensure Li Chun has a thorough examination at the hospital and return to school for class tomorrow. Old Wang pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Li Chun. Take this money for now. If it's insufficient, just call me. Teacher Wang, I can't accept this. Please take it back. Li Chun hastily waved his hands in refusal. Take it. Go to the hospital for the examination first, then inform your parents. Otherwise, they will be quite worried. Old Wang feigned a stern expression. After hearing this, Xirou looked at Li Chun. If Teacher Wang insists, you should take it. If it's not enough, I still have some pocket money. At this moment, Old Wang sensed something amiss, but chose not to address it. Li Chun, after your examination, take a few days to rest at home. Once you're better, return to school. I will communicate with your parents, explaining that you were injured while acting heroically. Li Chun was taken aback, feeling as though the pain within him had diminished somewhat. The fact that old Wang would choose to lie for him was a significant feat for a teacher, especially a homeroom teacher. Old Wang, you're too sentimental. I could almost shed a tear. Li Chen blinked, admitting that he was indeed touched. You rascal. Stop dawdling and hurry to the hospital. Old Wang playfully scolded before turning to push his bicycle away. Observing his retreating figure, Li Chen suddenly became serious. Teacher Wang, please quit smoking. Even if not for yourself. Consider your wife and the sisters. Old Wang's hand trembled slightly on the bicycle, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions before returning to normal. Remember, take care of your health at home and strive to recover soon so you can get into a good university. Teacher Wang, I will do my best. Li Chen watched old Wang's departing silhouette, feeling a pang of sadness. From his earlier reactions, it was clear he was aware of Li Chen's health issues. In his previous life, old Wang had succumbed to lung cancer due to excessive smoking, leaving his wife and sisters without a pillar of support. Now that he has resolved to quit, it should not be too late. After returning from the hospital, Li Chen found his entrepreneurial funds depleted by another 1,000 yuan. The various procedures had consumed the 500 yuan that old Wang provided, and although Xirou offered her remaining pocket money, Li Chen refused once more. It was one thing to borrow from her small savings. It was quite another to deplete it entirely. Upon returning home, he was inevitably subjected to questioning, but thankfully, old Wang's cover allowed him to navigate the situation with ease. Time swiftly passed to Sunday. At the break of dawn, Li Chen leaped out of bed. Today, he was to embark on a significant endeavor, one that would determine his destiny in this rebirth. After washing up and changing clothes, he quickly consumed the 2 farm-fresh eggs and a glass of milk that his mother had prepared before dashing out the door. He hurriedly made his way to the sidewalk across from his building, where vendors selling counterfeit antiques and curios had already set up their stalls. Whether he could swiftly alter his fate depended on today. Li Chen murmured to himself, his gaze scanning the crowd for Xirou's figure. Old Wang had entrusted the formidable responsibility of tutoring him to Xirou, a notion that completely took him by surprise. The temptation of a young man and woman alone in a room left him wondering if they could maintain their boundaries. Chapter 20. Xirou, am I pretty? Xirou, over here. Li Chen's attention was immediately captured by a vibrant and youthful figure. Today, Xirou appeared different. She was not clad in her loose school uniform, but rather in a form-fitting, waist-cinching, cream-colored dress that cascaded down to her calves. Her fair, smooth arms and legs were exposed to the air, and her flowing hair framed her delicate waist, perfectly showcasing her silhouette. Her bright, sparkling eyes were clear as she caught sight of Li Chen, breaking into a sweet smile as she jogged toward him. Witnessing this scene, Li Chen found it nearly impossible to suppress his grin. Li Chen, I finally found you. Why are there so many vendors downstairs? Xirou raised her hand and waved in front of Li Chen's eyes, a hint of suspicion in her gaze. What are you thinking about? Why are you smiling so happily? I was wondering which little fairy has descended from the heavens to look so beautiful. Li Chen chuckled, almost involuntarily reaching out to grasp the delicate hand of the young girl. So soft and smooth. You just know how to tease me. I'm not as pretty as Chen Qinglan. Xirou shyly lowered her head, her body tense, yet she did not pull away, allowing Li Chen to hold her hand. What do you mean by that? You are you, and Chen Qinglan is Chen Qinglan. You both are unique, incomparable. Li Chen's smile vanished, and he released her hand. Gazing earnestly at the girl, you are more beautiful than anyone else in my eyes. You are one of a kind in this world, irreplaceable. Really? Xirou lifted her head, her clear eyes brimming with tenderness. Silly, is this a confession? At this moment, her thoughts were more intricate than they had ever been in her 18 years of life. Li Chen nodded emphatically. Without her school uniform, Xirou looked exceptionally stunning, rivaling even Chen Qinglan, the school beauty. Her figure, grace, and sweet visage could easily overshadow any internet celebrity. Moreover, she was entirely barefaced, with not a trace of makeup. By the way, have you had breakfast? Li Chen glanced toward the rice noodle shop not far away. The atmosphere between them felt a tad too intimate, and he feared losing control if it continued. Love was too bitter, nothing compared to the joy of making money. Not yet. I woke up late this morning and didn't have time to eat. I just took a taxi over to find you. Xirou blinked, revealing that she had spent quite some time choosing her outfit at home, and had even attempted to put on makeup, but it had not turned out well. So she decided against it. Then let us go have beef rice noodles. But didn't you say you wanted to buy something? There's no rush. Let's eat first and then shop. All right then. They crossed the street to the nearby Xirou night noodle shop, where Chen paid for their meal and brought out 2 bowls of beef noodles from the kitchen window. Although he had eaten a bit at home earlier, he could still manage to finish a bowl. If you don't want the beef, I'll give it to you. Xirou picked out the few slices of beef from her bowl and placed them into Chen's bowl. Chen, ever open to new experiences, eagerly picked up the beef and rice noodles, devouring them with gusto. Xirou, did you not sleep well last night? He inquired, glancing up at the young girl. Huh? How did you know? Xirou looked at him in confusion. You yawned several times. Do you think I didn't notice? Oh, enough about that. Let's eat. Xirou's cheeks flushed as she took small bites of her rice noodles. Old Wang had assigned her the task of tutoring Chen, and her excitement had kept her awake all night, prompting her to rise at dawn to prepare her clothes. Before long, they swiftly finished their breakfast and withdrew some cash from a nearby ATM, before once again venturing to the sidewalk where vendors sold faux antiques. Chen, what are we doing here? Xirou surveyed her surroundings, her eyes brimming with curiosity. You're not thinking of buying antiques from these stalls, are you? Bingo. Correct answer. Chen snapped his fingers, surveying the array of old trinkets laid out on the ground. It was a gamble. Either wealth or continued poverty awaited them this time. Xirou's curled lashes fluttered as she expressed her confusion. Aren't these items all fake? Chen shot her a sideways glance, thinking to himself, who would dare label her as naive again? Little did he know, the former Xirou in their school was the radiant moonlight in the hearts of all the boys. Regardless of their authenticity, there's no harm in looking, he shrugged, leading Xirou down the street. In this era, opportunities for wealth lay scattered everywhere. It merely depended on one's keen eye to seize them. Drawing upon his memories from a previous life, Chen meticulously searched each stall, hoping to uncover the elusive iron bowl. The myriad of counterfeit and imitation antiques dazzled his eyes, yet he found no trace of the fabled iron artifact. Xirou, following closely, noticed the glint of determination in Chen's gaze. Chen, are you searching for something specific? Chen turned to her, momentarily surprised by her keen observation. I'm looking for an iron bowl about the size of a fist, but it seems to elude me. An iron bowl? Let me help you search. Sure, the more eyes, the better, he replied, deciding against keeping his quest a secret from her. As time passed, the morning's coolness gave way to heat, and the streets grew less crowded. Beads of sweat began to form on Chen's brow, and a sense of restlessness crept into his heart as he gazed up at the sun, feeling a momentary disorientation. Could his rebirth have caused a deviation in the course of history? Chen, look over there. Is it the iron bull you're searching for? Suddenly, Xirou gently shook his arm, her voice barely above a whisper as she pointed toward the stall at the corner. Found it? Chen's heart raced as he followed her finger. A fist-sized iron bull lay on a newspaper on the ground, its dark surface partially obscured by a heap of old, yellowing books explaining why he had overlooked it for so long. He crouched down, examining the stall, before finally lifting the iron bull. It felt heavy, likely weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, its surface smooth and free of rust, indeed resembling a mere hunk of iron. What do you think, young man? Interested in this iron bull? If you're serious, I can offer you a discounted price, 5,000 yuan flat. What do you say? The vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, reluctantly set aside his book upon noticing a potential buyer. 5,000? That's exorbitant. Chen exclaimed, taken aback as he set the iron bull down. This is clearly a scam. They're trying to fleece anyone they can. Moreover, he felt hesitant. The item bore no apparent signs of peculiarity, and he had no way of knowing if this was indeed the legendary artifact he sought. You see, this bull may appear dull, but it's a piece of craftsmanship. It would make for a splendid decorative item at home. Absolutely worth the price, the vendor insisted. Sensing the sale slipping away, let us say, since you're a student, I'll lower it to 4,000 yuan. That's my final offer. 4,000 for a mere hunk of iron? Chen chuckled, shaking his head as he picked up the bowl again. Casually, he noticed a magnet at his feet and picked it up. Click! The sound echoed as the iron bull magnetically adhered to the magnet. So it truly is pure iron? Li Shen musalot. The vendor's smile faltered. This item had been sitting unsold for quite some time, as most merely looked without purchasing, unwilling to be the fool. 3,000. That is my lowest price. Anything beneath that means I'm losing money. Li Chen continued to shake his head. If I hadn't chosen finance as my major in college, I wouldn't even consider this hunk of iron. I'd only want it for the auspicious symbolism it represents, and even then, it wouldn't be worth 100. Standing beside him, Xirou chimed in. I have a beautiful red jade bull at home, slightly smaller, but quite lovely. I could give it to you. Li Chen looked up at her cherubic face. Momentarily taken aback, his gaze softening. Truthfully, at that moment, he felt as though he were being pampered. He wondered if her father would be upset to learn that his daughter was so generous with her treasures. Heavens, if your father finds out, he'll surely be furious with me. He won tea. Dad adores me. He wouldn't hurt you. If he tries, I'll just ignore him. Her words genuinely touched Li Chen. What a wonderful child she was. The only one truly anxious was the middle-aged vendor, who couldn't let an eager customer slip away. Otherwise, this iron hunk would end up as nothing more than a table leg at home. Hey, young man, how about this? I want to profit off you. It's tough for students to make it through college. I'll let it go for 2,000. Li Chen remained silent, realizing that if he believed this nonsense, he would be a fool indeed. Sir, you know I'm a student with limited funds, he calmly stated, weighing the iron bull in his hands. How about this? I'll offer you 1,500. If you agree, I'll buy it. If not, then so be it. This price was somewhat acceptable. Even if he didn't strike gold, he wouldn't suffer much of a loss. Moreover, he felt a twinge of guilt about haggling too low. What if the iron bull truly held hidden treasures? Deal! The vendor exclaimed, clapping his thigh in delight, grinning widely. He had bought it for a mere 100 or so and sold it for 1,500, reaping a tenfold profit. Tonight, he could indulge in some hearty dishes and a drink. Li Chen, aware that he had probably been taken for a ride, accepted the reality. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. After completing the transaction, he wrapped the iron bull in a newspaper and, with Xirou in tow, strolled around the vicinity before heading home. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Li Chen skillfully unlocked the door and handed Xirou a pair of new slippers. Li Shen, when will uncle and aunt return home for lunch? Xirou casually changed into her shoes, displaying no shyness whatsoever, as if she were in her own abode. They would not be returning to cook on Sundays. We shall dine out instead. Li Chen approached the table, retrieving the iron bull, gently tapping its surface with his hand. Is there something wrong with this iron bull? Xirou walked over, taking off her small backpack. By the way, Li Chen, are we going to review today? I brought the notes I took in class. Let us set aside the review for now. We have something far more significant to attend to today. Li Chen flashed a mysterious smile at the girl. Allicht. Xirou's cheeks flushed as she realized that Li Chen's attention was fixated on that peculiar iron lump. Understanding that her thoughts had wandered astray. Xirou, find a place to sit. I need to fetch something. After Li Chen spoke, he dashed into a nearby room, and a cacophony of clanging sounds ensued. Curiously, Xirou approached. Li Chen, what are you looking for? Do you need my help? Found it. Li Chen emerged with a beaming smile, looking at Xirou at the door. I'm going to saw that iron lump open with a chainsaw. Saw it open? Xirou was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Li Chen's actions. Didn't you buy this iron bull because of its special significance? Of course not. I'm not foolish enough to spend 1,500 on a mere iron ornament. Li Chen looked at her with a serious expression. Actually, a few days ago, I had a dream that there was treasure inside this iron bull. A dream? Xirou blinked, her clear eyes wide with surprise. Is that reliable? Whether it's reliable or not will be revealed shortly. Li Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, surprised that she so blindly believed him. However, this was also advantageous, sparing him the need to concoct an explanation later. Standing before the table, Li Chen held the chainsaw in one hand and pressed against the iron lump with the other, cautiously commencing the cutting process. Whether he could strike it rich hinged on this moment. The jarring sound of the electric saw resonated within the room, revealing a 2 or 3 centimeter long saw mark on the side of the iron bull, shimmering silver rather than the anticipated golden hue. Li Chun was momentarily dumbfounded. Could this be a historical blunder? Damn it, I refuse to believe it. He exerted more force, his gaze fixed intently on the iron lump beneath the chainsaw. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as a dazzling glimmer of gold appeared before his eyes. It's real. What is this? Xirou gazed at the golden sight inside the iron bowl, her face alight with curiosity. Li Chun regained his composure. Gold. Pure gold. Oh. Xirou's expression remained calm, not displaying much surprise. Whether it was due to her unfamiliarity with gold or a lack of understanding of money was uncertain. After some time, the dark iron skin of the bull was removed, revealing a resplendent golden calf, lifelike and resting on the table, weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. However, in comparison to the previous iron lump, it had nearly shrunk by a third, illustrating just how thick the iron skin had been. Li Chun stared in astonishment at the small golden calf. It resembled a miniature version of the renowned golden bull from Huaxi village in his past life. Chapter 22. A Windfall. Li Chun, it turns out this little golden calf is the treasure from your dream. Xirou sat on the sofa, resting her chin on her hands. What do you plan to do with it? Will you sell it or keep it? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chun replied, Of course. I'll sell it. What would I keep it for? The large golden bull from Huaxi village is said to be worth over 300 million. This small one should fetch at least several hundred thousand, right? By the way, what is the current price of gold? With this thought, Li Chun hastily took out his phone to check this year's gold prices. Over 300 per gram? It's settled. I finally have the initial capital to start a business. Xirou remarked. A piece of gold this large might be difficult to sell, and legitimate dealers will inquire about its origin. Those gold shops on the street are bound to cheat you. Observing Li Chun lost in thought, she coolly suggested, Should I ask Uncle for help? He seems to know a gold antique dealer. Li Chun snapped back to reality, grinning widely as he involuntarily cupped Xirou's delicate face and planted a kiss on her full, rosy lips. Xirou, you truly are my lucky star. Xirou's eyes widened in shock. The suddenness left her dazed, her mind blank, and her body tense with a tingling sensation. Did he just kiss me? The warmth from his lips made her acutely aware of a burning heat. Everything that transpired that night had been a blur of consciousness, but this kiss felt undeniably real. Suddenly, Li Chun felt a sharp sting on his tongue, jolting him back to his senses, his heart racing. What have I just done? I am so sorry. I got a little too excited and couldn't control my emotions. Li Chun looked at the girl, embarrassment flooding his face as he realized he had crossed a line. I didn't mean to bite you. Xirou's face turned crimson as she pushed Li Chun away, retreating a fraction. How mortifying. Just moments ago, she hadn't resisted. Rather, she had seemed enchanted and enjoyed it. Li Chun noticed her cheeks growing increasingly flushed and quickly shifted the topic. It's almost noon. Let us head downstairs to find a place for lunch. Then we can consult your uncle's acquaintance regarding this little golden calf. Xirou nodded gently. The two descended to find a small restaurant, ordering a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup. At present, lavish feasting was not a feasible option. Although they had unexpectedly acquired a significant fortune, it had yet to be converted into tangible cash, and the meager balance in his account belonged entirely to Xirou. So he dared not spend it recklessly. Gu Baozai. After lunch, Li Chun returned home, carefully wrapping the small golden calf in newspaper before heading to the central street. This thoroughfare could be described as the most prosperous for gold antiques and cultural artifacts, as well as the most professional and authoritative, where genuine items were guaranteed. Xirou, is this the place your uncle mentioned for buying and selling gold? Standing by the roadside, Li Chun glanced up at the shop sign, which appeared quite reputable, though there seemed to be few customers inside. Xirou's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. Uncle said the owner is named Qin Zhengtian. He is a major dealer in their trading company, known for his integrity and would not deceive others. A place like this was somewhere she had never visited in her life. Li Chun, without further hesitation, strode towards the entrance. Let us go in and take a look. Xirou quickly followed, quietly staying behind Li Chun. Welcome. Do you two need anything? As soon as they entered the shop, a smiling attendant approached Li Chun and Xirou. We are here to see Mr. Qin. We've already communicated with him beforehand. You're looking for Teacher Chen? Yes. Li Shen nodded. Please wait a moment. The teacher is attending to esteemed guests upstairs. I will inform him. The attendant turned and ascended the stairs. Li Chun and Gu Xirou casually surveyed the shop below. There were indeed many valuable items, each worth a considerable sum, even astronomical prices. Of course, these exorbitant prices were only relative to ordinary people. Li Chun, look over there. Gu Xirou suddenly tugged at Li Chen's hand, pointing a lump of gold not far away. It's a frog made of gold. Li Chen followed her gaze and was momentarily taken aback. He truly believed that the children in the city might indeed struggle to distinguish between wheat and grass. My lady, that is a toad, not a frog. Gu Xirou slowly raised her hand to cover her face, utterly disheartened, unwilling to face anyone. But is there really a difference between frogs and toads? They look quite similar. Before long, footsteps echoed from the staircase. A middle-aged man clad in a blue shirt descended, holding a string of Buddhist beads, a jade pendant hanging from his neck, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Beside him stood an elderly gentleman, around 60, with graying hair, dressed in a tang suit, and sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Are you the one seeking me? The middle-aged man approached, scrutinizing Li Chun and Gu Xirou. Hello, Uncle Chen. My uncle is Gu Sun Yuan. He has mentioned you. Gu Xirou spoke first, her tone cool and calm, her expression quite indifferent. Oh, so you are the niece of Manager Gu? Qin Zheng Tian smiled, turning his gaze to Gu Xirou. Manager Gu has briefed me on your intentions. May I inquire what you wish to sell? Antiques or calligraphy and painting? Gu Xirou's demeanor turned serious. Neither. We wish to sell a small golden calf. A small golden calf? Both Qin Zheng Tian and the elder behind him were clearly taken aback. Li Chun hurriedly unwrapped the newspaper concealing the small golden calf. Boss Qin, it's this small golden calf. Qin Zheng Tian's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the resplendent golden calf before him, astonished. The calf was larger than the toads in his shop and possessed a more exquisite sheen. Are you truly looking to sell this small golden calf? Indeed. How much do you think Boss Qin would offer? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zheng Tian replied, based on the current gold market, it should be worth over 500,000. However, we will need to weigh it to determine the exact value. Li Chun remained silent, finding the price aligned with his expectations, and it wasn't even the final offer. Young Qin, the elderly gentleman, who had been silent until now, spoke up. I find this small golden calf quite appealing. As you know, I've recently faced losses in the stock market. The auspicious connotation of a golden calf resonates well with me. Might you be willing to part with it for me? Qin Zheng Tian smiled without hesitation. You flatter me, old Zhuang. If such a fortuitous golden calf has brought you joy, it is only fitting that I purchase it as a gift for you. No need for gifts. Old Zhuang waved his hand, turning kindly to Li Chun. Young man, I shan't calculate based on market gold prices. Let us make it an even 1 million. What do you think? Chapter 23. The Revelation. I am a millionaire. What do I think? Li Chun was utterly flabbergasted. What do you think I would feel? Truly, what extravagant wealth. Do you simply purchase everything you desire with money? How indulgent. Since the old gentleman desires this golden calf, and I have received an extraordinary value, why not seize the opportunity? With such a fortuitous offer presented to him, Li Chun had no reason to refuse or counter, maintaining a calm smile as he regarded the elder. In that case, shall we verify the authenticity and weight of the calf, right here? What do you say, my young friend? The elder mused inwardly, marveling at the calm demeanor of the two youngsters in the face of such a substantial sum. If only he knew that Li Chun possessed the wisdom and experience of 2 lifetimes, while Gu Xirou held little concept of money, what would he think? Everything shall adhere to your arrangements, esteemed elder. Li Chun handed the small golden calf to old Zhuang, fully aware that under the watchful eyes of many, with surveillance capturing every angle, he had no concerns about the elder's integrity. Minutes later, Li Chun exited the antique shop, clutching a bank card with a balance of 1 million, feeling as if he were in a dream. Just like that, he had become a millionaire. The small golden calf weighed approximately 2,500 grams, crafted with exquisite artistry, and held a hint of antique value. Li Chun, where shall we go now? Gu Xirou quietly followed behind him, accompanying him all the way. First to the bank. Tonight, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Li Chen was in high spirits, lifting the bank card in triumph. It was only then that he realized his excitement was palpable. All right, Xirou replied, clasping her hands behind her back, her demeanor obedient and cheerful. Upon reaching the bank's ATM, he checked his balance, a total of 1,007, 910 yuan, of which 160 yuan was borrowed from Xirou. Li Chen stared at the series of numbers on the screen. The impact was beyond words, an exhilarating surge to his heart. Even in his past life, despite earning a considerable income from writing novels, he had never exceeded 1 million in his bank account. The joy of wealth was truly exhilarating. This is a splendid beginning. Xirou, let me return the money to you. Li Chen began the transaction, wanting to prove that he was a man of his word. He wouldn't want to become reliant on others. No need, keep it for now. I'll let you know when I need money. Xirou gently shook her head, entirely unconcerned with the notion of being a creditor. Li Chen regarded Xirou's innocent expression, deciding not to press the issue. It wouldn't do to forcibly thrust the money into her hands. He couldn't fathom what was going through her mind, nor did he fear that if they didn't get into the prestigious university after the college entrance examinations, what would they do? After leaving the bank, Li Chen's mood was drastically different from earlier that day. Li Chen, it's so hot. I want to eat ice cream. Xirou blinked her eyes, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Ice cream? Li Chen glanced around. A small supermarket was across the street. Let us go to that supermarket over there. I'll buy you some ice cream. I'm parched as well. Okay. The two of them arrived at the supermarket entrance, and Li Chen rummaged through the freezer, pulling out a refreshing ice pop. Xirou, do you want an ice pop? No, I want this ice cream. Is that okay? Of course. It's just ice cream. How many do you want? I'll buy as many as you like. Li Chen, you're so nice. Then I'll have two. Her smile made Li Chen feel elated as he confidently approached the checkout. Madam, 1 ice pop and 2 ice creams. How much is that? The ice pop is 1 yuan, and the ice creams are 75 each, totaling 151 yuan. The cashier, a middle-aged woman in a white t-shirt, smiled. Li Chen felt a pang in his heart, recalling the ice cream bandits from his past life. Damn it, the feeling of being financially drained was painfully evident. 200 yuan just evaporated. By the way, I have a 1 yuan note. Can you give me 50 back? Sure, no problem. The cashier cheerfully handed him 50 yuan. Most young people would hesitate to spend so much on ice cream. After paying, Li Chen stood at the door, taking a bite of the ice pop. In his previous self, he would have certainly hesitated to splurge on such expensive ice cream. Xirou looked adorable as she ate the ice cream, taking small licks, with a hint of creamy white on the corners of her mouth. Li Chen was momentarily captivated by the familiar scene. Li Chen, this ice cream is for you. Xirou was relishing her ice cream, extending her delicate, snow-white hand to present another ice cream, dubbed the ice cream assassin, to Li Chen. Did you not wish to indulge in two? I shall manage with the old popsicle, Li Chen replied, his expression riddled with confusion. This one is for you. Xirou licked her lips, her lovely face earnest. Though this ice cream is rather pricey, it is exceptionally delicious. I feared you might hesitate to indulge, so I procured two. Li Chen paused in his action of biting the popsicle, feeling somewhat perplexed by Xirou's thoughtfulness. Why was she always considering him? Did she not think of herself? Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of warmth. Go ahead and enjoy. I do not have a penchant for overly sweet treats. This old popsicle is quite refreshing and quenching. Li Chen uttered his first disingenuous words, as internally he was quite curious about the taste of the so-called ice cream assassin. Then I shall partake. Xirou's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a mischievous kitten. Li Chen chuckled and nodded. If you cannot finish it, do not force yourself. We wouldn't want you to upset your stomach. I want tea. Observing Xirou savoring her ice cream in small bites, Li Chen felt the urge to correct her. One ought to enjoy it in big mouthfuls to truly appreciate its flavor. At that moment, a boy on a bicycle suddenly halted before them. Tianyi, Gu, what are you two doing here? Eating ice cream together? The boy was Kong Xiaoqiang, who had been aimlessly riding around, his face a mixture of surprise and intrigue as he gazed at Li Chen and Xirou. We were thirsty, so we came to buy some ice cream. Li Chen replied casually, glancing at Kong Xiaoqiang. "Oh, I see." Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. He grinned mischievously. "Chunga, is it what I think it is? Get lost. What nonsense are you imagining?" Li Chen's expression darkened as he shot a glare at him. "Do you want some ice cream? Help yourself." "Sure." Kong Xiaoqiang chuckled, swallowing hard. "I want the one in Gu's hand. After years of eating old popsicles, it's time for a change." Like a whirlwind, Kong Xiaoqiang dashed into the supermarket, opened the freezer, and swiftly unwrapped the ice cream. "Li Chen, my stomach hurts a bit." Xirou suddenly frowned, clutching her abdomen and looking up at Li Chen. Li Chen's expression turned serious. She must have eaten something that didn't agree with her. "There's no restroom here. Let's south head across the street." He recalled a public restroom nearby. Tossing the small remnant of his popsicle into the trash and guiding the girl away briskly, Kong Xiaoqiang, emerging with his ice cream, witnessed their retreating figures and grinned foolishly. Still claiming nothing's going on? They're already hand in hand. "Hey, hold on a minute." Just as Kong Xiaoqiang reached the door, the shopkeeper's wife called out to him. "What is up? You haven't paid yet." Kong Xiaoqiang looked utterly bewildered. "Didn't they pay?" "They did, but not for the one you're eating." "How much?" 75. Kong Xiaoqiang was instantly petrified. Chapter 24. Spending money is an art at 7 in the morning. Li Chen sat promptly before his computer, his expression grave and focused. 10 minutes prior, he had transferred his million yuan balance from his bank account to his securities account, leaving just enough for daily expenses. He had meticulously devised plans for utilizing this money. The stock market would serve as a stepping stone during this nascent phase. He rapidly perused and analyzed the latest financial news and national policy updates, distilling the most authentic and effective information. Li Chen opened his stock trading software, logging into his account, and took a moment to stretch his limbs. Upon awakening, the aches in his body had significantly subsided. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth, as his recuperative abilities had markedly improved. The reason he remained at home was purely to avoid school. He desired to rest as long as possible, having already memorized the examination questions thoroughly in his mind. The computer screen, adorned with an array of red and green numbers, was enough to ignite the most primal greed within stock traders, plunging them into the depths of capital gambling. Had Li Chen lacked the memories of his past life as a guiding advantage, he too would have found himself among the millions of gamblers in the stock market. Which stock should he purchase? Li Chen rested his chin on one hand, the other deftly maneuvering the mouse. His gaze fixated on the stock names and prices on the screen. To amass wealth, one must leverage their advantages to accelerate capital accumulation. In his previous life, Mutai had been a veritable bull among thousands of stocks, surging from a mere 20 to over 2,000. Its market value had exceeded $1 trillion. At this juncture, such a feat seemed inconceivable. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that this bull requires considerable time to mature, I would have gone all in on Mutai. In 10 years, I could easily become a billionaire. The temptation was indeed something most ordinary individuals would find hard to resist. However, the crux of the matter was that Li Chen's aspirations were far grander. Merely becoming a billionaire could not satiate the appetite he harbored after his rebirth. Xirou Company? He pondered the potential of this stock. I recall that around June in my previous life, Xirou experienced a significant surge, orchestrated by the notorious speculator Wang Jingquan from Sioux City. In the realm of finance and stock markets, Wang Jingquan was renowned. Whenever he entered the fray, the returns were sure to multiply by 2 or 3 times. It remained uncertain whether he had already begun to position himself in the market. Li Chen accessed the basic information and trading status of Xirou Company. The volume of large transactions and retail investors was vibrant. As soon as a sell order was placed, a buyer was ready. The K-line chart had been consolidating at a low level for some time, indicating that Wang Jingquan had likely absorbed considerable shares. The market index was also showing signs of stabilization and recovery. With Wang Jingquan's trading acumen, he would undoubtedly orchestrate a rally within the next 10 trading days. Li Chen's gaze grew resolute as the opening time of 9:30 drew near. As soon as the auction time commenced, the previously stagnant buy-sell orders erupted into excitement. At the moment the market opened, Li Chen's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Ultimately, He purchased Xirou Company with his entire million yuan balance at a price of 7.52. Armed with his memories from his past life and a solid understanding of stocks, he was certain this endeavor would yield substantial returns. Finally done, after completing the transaction, Chen exhaled a deep sigh of relief. The exhilarating sensation of spending such an amount was utterly delightful. Although he had not profited much from stock trading in his previous life, at least his memories served him well. Otherwise, he would have been left merely gazing enviously. Exiting the trading software, Chen logged into QQ to check his messages. Xirou and Shen Qinglan had both sent him messages, along with Feng Qi, class monitor Zhen Yao, and Kong Xiaoqiang. He first opened Xirou's message. Xirou, Chen, don't forget to review the notes I left for you. Be sure to remember them. Chen smiled faintly and replied with a simple okay. Shen Qinglan, Chen, where have you been? Why didn't you come to school? Her message included a good morning and good night, even taking the time to leave a message on his space. What's this? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Chen scoffed, too lazy to respond. In the past, he must have been out of his mind. Otherwise, who would want to pander? He then glanced at the messages from Feng Qi and the others. Feng Qi, Chen, I saw you with Xirou. Are you truly in a romantic relationship? Chen's expression was one of utter confusion. Where had she seen that? Zhen Yao, Chen, why did you take leave? Are you worried that Chen Ji gang might trouble you again? Kong Xiaoqiang, Brother Chen, you rascal, quickly return my 75. Chen swiftly typed responses with both hands, replying to everyone except Shen Qinglan. However, his replies were merely ellipses. After sending the messages, he posted an update on his social media. Looking back, the light boat has already passed through mountains. This classic quote perfectly encapsulated his current state of mind. Having completed these tasks, Chen promptly shut down his computer, stood up, and approached the bedside to pick up Xirou's notebook. The notes she had taken were quite detailed, containing types of questions he had not encountered before, presumably from her previous studies at the third high school. Her handwriting was truly pleasing to the eye, far surpassing his own in beauty. In the evening, Jiang Yuan and Yang Qin, upon finishing their shift at the factory, went to the market to purchase chicken, duck, fish, and meat. How are you feeling, son? Is your health improving? Are you still in pain? Upon entering, Yang Qin, his concerned mother, made her way to Chen's room. Mom, I'm fine now. The pain has lessened significantly. A few more days of rest, and I can return to school. Chen replied with a sincere smile at his mother standing at the door. His father, Jiang Yuan, observing Chen reading by the bedside, chimed in, fortunately, there are no serious injuries. With some rest, you'll fully recover. In the future, try not to act so impulsively. Consider other solutions. Clearly, old Li had genuinely taken old Wang's words to heart. Son, your father is right. Our safety is of utmost importance. Yang Qin, relieved to see Chen in good spirits, no longer as tense as before, added, your father and I went to the market after work today and bought some food to help you regain your strength. You should continue studying. I'll call you when dinner is ready. With that, Yang Qin gently closed the door to Chen's room to avoid disturbing him. As parents, they did not impose expectations on whether their son would be admitted to a prestigious university. Their only wish was for him to be happy. Chapter 25. Xirou pays a visit. Sioux City, the Golden Ball Building, situated in the heart of the International Financial Center, is a gathering place for capital magnates and influential investors. Amongst their laughter and conversation, they could earn in moments what an average person would toil a lifetime to attain. On the top floor, in a lavish and spacious office, one could gaze down upon a significant portion of Sioux City, embodying a life of indulgence akin to wielding power over the world while being serenaded by beauty. Wan Jing Kuan reclined leisurely in his executive chair, two large screens and a high-performance computer gracing his desk. The left screen displayed the stock index trend chart, while the right exhibited the trend and K-line charts for Xirou Corporation, along with the MACD indicator. An XIN, have you traced the $1 million order from yesterday morning's opening? Wan Jing Kuan squinted his eyes and spoke nonchalantly. Young master, I found it. It was purchased by the Xirou Road branch of Shuqing Huadong Securities, and the account holder is a newly adult young man. An Xin, his assistant and girlfriend, gently massaged his thigh. Just turned 18? Wan Jingkuan opened his eyes, surprised. An Xin nodded lightly. Could it be that the traitor is someone else? Or perhaps our trading plan has been leaked? Impossible. Wan Jingkuan shook his head. Only I know the trading plan. Even you only have a general idea, let alone the others in the company. So it's mere coincidence? An Xin gazed at him in perplexity. Perhaps, Wan Jingkuan mused, his gaze fixed on the trend chart of Xinghui, but this individual's trading style is very straightforward. Unlike other institutions or speculators. An Xin looked astonished. Young master, are you suggesting this person might have detected our plan? To buy 1 million in stocks at once. One must either be certain of victory or be foolish. Wan Jingkuan adjusted himself into a more comfortable position. A fool wouldn't have 1 million. It suggests this person possesses a keen sense of the market, detecting our traces from the subtle clues of trading. Shall we proceed with our original plan? An sin in guit? Haha, money is endless. Since the other party has uncovered this opportunity, why should we act as despicable, greedy speculators? Wan Jingkuan chuckled softly, stroking an Xion's hand. Investigate this young man further. I'm quite intrigued by him. Understood, young master. An Xion's hand began to wander upward. As the market opened, Xinghui initially dipped but fluctuated, yet the trading volume remained substantial. Many retail investors, unable to withstand the psychological pressure, hastily cut their losses. The stock market resembles a gambling den. Once one becomes a gambler, unaware of the dealer's hidden cards and chips, defeat is inevitable. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that Xinghui's stock price began to stabilize and gradually rise. Concurrently, the overall market index turned bullish. Many large investors had already sensed something amiss. The retail stocks being sold were swiftly bought up. In the final 5 minutes before closing, Xinghui's shares shot straight up, hitting the limit. Within a single day, Chen had profited around 100,000. The speed of earning was akin to a heist. No wonder the financial market has long been a realm of myth. Who wouldn't envy such returns? Faster than arms dealing. Yet, Chen remained blissfully unaware of all this, still lost in a sweet slumber, with Gu Xirou's notebook resting beside him. He had been reviewing Gu Xirou's notes and had unknowingly drifted into sleep. The time until the college entrance examination was drawing ever closer. As days slipped by, it was soon a sunlit Sunday. After lunch, Yang Qin was in the kitchen washing dishes when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a beautiful young girl standing gracefully outside. Curiously, she asked, "Young lady, who are you looking for?" "Auntie, I'm here for Chen. My name is Gu Xirou. I'm his desk mate, and Teacher Wang sent me to help him catch up on the recent lessons." Gu Xirou replied, her demeanor sweetly shy. Yang Qin's face instantly lit up with joy as she called out into the house, inviting Gu Xirou warmly inside. "Little Gu, come in and sit. Chen is still in his room studying. I'll go fetch him." "Auntie, you don't need to call Chen out. Let him study. I can find him myself." "All right then, let me show you to Chen's room." Yang Qin cheerfully led Gu Xirou towards Chen's room. Just as Li Jiangyuan emerged from the side, carrying some fruit. "Hello, uncle," Gu Xirou greeted with a bright smile upon seeing him. At that moment, Chen opened the door and stepped out. "Gu Xirou, what brings you here? Your notes are still with me. I can manage my review on my own." Chen was momentarily taken aback. Today, she wasn't wearing her school uniform. Instead, she donned a fitted floral dress paired with white sneakers. Her fair legs exposed to the air, and she carried a beige bag slung over her shoulder, her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding youthful vibrancy. She was simply stunning. "Teacher Wang asked me to bring the notes and help you with your review a bit more," the girl said, her eyes lightly fluttering, her smile radiant. Clearly in good spirits. "All right then, come in," Chen responded, glancing at his parents. "We'll go in and study now." "Go on. Ask your father to wash the fruits. He will bring them in for you shortly." Ms. Yang smiled and waved her hand. "Thank you, Auntie." Gu Xirou felt a slight warmth creeping to her cheeks. After the two entered the room and closed the door, Ms. Yang's smile remained as she turned to Li Jiangyuan, saying, "This child has such a lovely personality, gentle and kind, and she is so beautiful. It would be wonderful if she could become my daughter-in-law." What a futile thought. Both children haven't even graduated high school yet, and besides, The girl has many admirable qualities. Whether she likes our little rascal is still uncertain. Li Jianyuan shook his head helplessly. I feel there's a chance. Didn't you see the way little Gu looked at our son just now? It was quite special. Ms. Yang mused to herself. All right, let the children navigate their own affairs, Li Jianyuan said as he carried the fruits towards the kitchen. You wash the fruits and take them into the kids. I'll head to the market to buy a fish. Inside the room, Li Chen heard the door close and looked at the blushing Xirou, teasing, You want to be going home tonight. My dad will surely make his specialty, braised fish, and keep you here for dinner. This is all your fault. Xirou lifted her head, her eyes filled with embarrassment and a hint of shyness. You said your parents wouldn't be home on Sunday, yet here they are. You should have told me. It's so awkward being alone in a room together. The girl's face, flushed with beauty, made it hard for Li Chen to look away, and he felt an irresistible urge to pinch her cheek. Li Chen Xirou's delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly, her heart racing as she watched his approaching hand. Chapter 26. The Heart's Whisper of a Young Girl, huh? Coming back to his senses, Li Chen realized he was pinching Xirou's soft, smooth cheek. Something feels off. When did my self-control become so weak? Xirou, I've come to realize that not only are you like a moonlit dream, but also a little imp sent by the heavens to torment me. Sensing changes in the atmosphere, Li Chen chuckled bitterly and wrapped his arm around the girl's waist. The sensation was truly delightful. What are you trying to do, Li Chen? Xirou felt her heart race even faster. I'm not a little imp. What am I trying to do? Li Chen's smile shifted, leaning in closer. Guess what I'm thinking? Oh, enough of this. Let us get back to studying. Xirou glanced at his face, now mere inches away, feeling flustered. With Li Chen's parents still outside, if they crossed any lines, they would be left utterly embarrassed. They were already so close that they could feel each other's breaths. Gazing at her fair cheeks, her flustered eyes, and her full, rosy lips, Li Chen's breath became slightly erratic. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a light knock at the door broke the tension. Li Chen, Annie is here. Xirou pushed against Li Chen's chest. Li Chen quickly withdrew his hand, creating distance between them. Truth be told, he feared Ms. Yang would catch him bullying a female classmate, leading to unnecessary scolding and leaving Xirou with a bad impression. Xiao Chen, I washed some grapes and apples. You and Xiao Gu can have some before studying. Ms. Yang entered the room, immediately spotting Xirou sitting quietly at the desk, delicately flipping through the pages of a book. Auntie, you can just call me Xirou. No need to call me Xiao Gu, Xirou said, her bright eyes sparkling with innocence, her face adorned with a sweet smile. All right, from now on. I'll call you Xirou, Ms. Yang replied, beaming as she placed a fruit platter beside the desk. Xirou is so well-behaved and studious. I wonder what kind of fortune Xiao Chen has to have you here to help him study. Annie, actually Li Chen is quite good at his studies too. I'm just here to keep him company while I'm alone at home. We can supervise each other, Xirou politely explained. In her heart, she thought, it's the fortune earned in childhood. Ha. I want to interrupt your studying any longer. If you need anything, just have Li Chen call for me. Ms. Yang said, quite satisfied, as she left the room. Okay, bye, Annie. Once the door closed, Xirou let out a soft sigh of relief, her small hand resting on her elevated chest. The previous chaotic atmosphere had somewhat returned to normal. Xirou, judging by earlier performance. I thought you wouldn't be nervous, Li Chen said, grinning as he looked at her. This girl isn't as socially anxious as she pretends to be. Xirou quietly took out another notebook and handed it to Li Chen. Study hard, and don't bully me anymore. The questions in here were specially assigned by Teacher Wang. Li Chen, feeling slightly guilty, rubbed his neck. Even without her warning, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly again. Who knows when Ms. Yang might burst in. Taking the notebook, he glanced at the types of questions. They were mostly ones he had encountered in his past life. Simple enough. Let me show you how to solve them with the utmost ease. Under Xirou's scrutinizing gaze, Li Chen swiftly wrote down the standard answers from his memory, albeit his handwriting was a bit messy. Xirou's expression shifted from skepticism to seriousness, then to astonishment. Her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Look, how is that? Did I get them all right? Li Chen said, calmly meeting Xirou's gaze. As someone with extraordinary abilities, if he couldn't tackle these questions, How could he aspire to attend Magic City University? Xirou's clear eyes held a hint of confusion. Then why are you sitting in the last row? You got so many wrong on the mock exam. Chen opened his mouth, his earlier calmness evaporating. If you keep talking like this, we won't be able to enjoy our conversation today. I sit in the back purely out of personal preference. As for the mock exam, it was just a matter of not performing well. Otherwise, I would have definitely clinched the top spot. Chen rambled on, having already said too much. He couldn't exactly tell her, I've been reborn from a decade later, could he? If it weren't for this rebirth, would he not have a clear understanding of his own capabilities? Xirou quietly popped a grape in her mouth and looked at Chen with seriousness. If Zhenyao hears you say that, she'll definitely hit you. Chen's lips twitched slightly. At this point, it was truly impossible to continue the conversation. Zhenyao had consistently held the top rank throughout high school, with Shen Qinglan second and Feng Qi third. For him, sitting at the bottom of the class and boasting about taking first place would surely invite a good beating. I'm aware that your grades have dropped solely because of Shen Qinglan. Every classmate knows this. As she spoke, Xirou popped another grape in her mouth. Looking at Chen, it's a bit sour. Do you want to try? Chen silently raised the notebook to cover his face, feeling utterly defeated. What a blow to the ego. I was young and foolish, all right? I know that when you like someone, you can act foolishly, Xirou remarked, catching Chen off guard as he turned to regard her beautiful profile, lost in thought. Is she referring to herself? Why are you staring at me? Hurry and get back to studying. Xirou turned her head, curiously blinking at Chen. You're more appealing than the book, Chen blurted out. Xirou's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze to the book. Chen bitterly smiled and shook his head, wondering when his tongue had become so eloquent. It was just past 8 in the evening. After dinner, he accompanied Xirou downstairs. Uncle's cooking is truly delectable, Xirou exclaimed, her arms outstretched, radiating joy. The breeze tonight is so pleasant and refreshing. I'd love to come back for more next time. All right, but don't you know to be a bit more modest? He teased. Hee. Xirou pointed across the street. Chen, I still want to have milk tea. Let's go. After all, you are my creditor, he replied, as Xirou took his hand and led him across the street. Hurry up, or my parents won't let me out next time if we return late. Feeling the warmth of her hand, Chen felt a pang of bitterness. It seemed he could never repay either his financial or emotional debts. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, Xirou released his hand and looked at him, asking, I want cheese milk tea. What do you want? Chen glanced at the menu, his eyes landing on a drink named White Moonlight. This one, I'll have White Moonlight, he declared. A few minutes later, they exited the shop. Chen, why did you choose White Moonlight? Xirou inquired softly as they walked along the roadside. Because I'll tell you later, he replied with a mysterious smile. All right, just remember to tell me. She nodded lightly, spotting an empty taxi approaching. Chen, the taxi is here. I'll head home first. See you at school tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Send me a message when you get home to let me know you arrived safely. Sure. Watching the taxi fade into the distance, Chen murmured to himself. Because you are my white moonlight. Chapter 27. Have I become a scumbag? On Monday morning, Chen returned to his usual routine of attending classes. After a few days of rest, his body had fully recovered. As he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Xirou, what are you doing downstairs? Are you here to pick me up? He approached her, astonished. Her loose school uniform concealed her remarkable figure. Not at all, I just happened to pass by. Xirou said, looking up at him and feigning innocence. All right, if you say you were just passing by, then so be it. Chen relanta, raising his hands in surrender. Are you riding, or shall I? You ride, she replied, shifting back as he took the front seat. But this time, you mustn't brake suddenly. Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. She still remembered that incident. Rest assured, unless it's an emergency, I will not brake abruptly. Okay, let us go. I brought you breakfast. You can eat it when we get to the classroom. Chen's heart warmed. His white moonlight was always thinking of him. He soon felt her soft body against his back. He wondered what Xirou had eaten to grow such a generous bosom despite her petite stature. Chen, why didn't you ask me about transferring to 7th high school and being in the same class as you? Xirou wrapped her arms around his waist. Resting her head gently against his back. After a moment of silence, Li Chen replied, "When the time is right, I believe you will tell me. No matter the outcome, I will always share with you. Without you, I might have perished 10 years ago or been sold by those bad people." The moment Li Chen and Xirou stepped into the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent. All eyes turned to Li Chen. Xirou lowered her head slightly and calmly made her way to her seat. Li Chen exchanged a glance with Shen Qinglan and then with Chen Jigang before making his way to the last row where his seat awaited him. "Tian Yi, where have you been these past few days? Old Wang said you took a leave of absence without telling us the details." Kong Xiaoqiang remarked as he pulled up a chair beside Li Chen. "Really want to know?" Li Chen shot him a sidelong glance and casually returned Xirou's notebook to her. "Stop dragging it out, just tell me. We're old pals, after all," Kong Xiaoqiang urged. Xirou turned her head, glancing at Li Chen, who hesitated to speak. He was beaten. "What? Who beat you?" Kong Xiaoqiang jumped up in shock. The commotion instantly drew the attention of the entire class. "Sit down." Li Chen's expression darkened. "Those delinquents have already been apprehended by the police. Let's not dwell on it." Kong Xiaoqiang sat back down, his usually cheerful demeanor now serious. "Do you know who instigated it?" Li Chen nodded slightly, glancing toward where Chen Jigang sat. "Damn, I knew that scoundrel was involved. I didn't expect him to resort to hiring thugs to assault a classmate." Kong Xiaoqiang's voice turned somber as he discreetly eyed Chen Jigang. "Should we find a few people to deal with him?" From a high schooler's perspective, he had never imagined that this scoundrel could be so ruthless. "No need. I'll handle this matter myself." Li Chen slowly shook his head, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "If you need anything, just let me know." Kong Xiaoqiang, unusually earnest, replied, "I'll head back to my seat now. I still have homework to finish." Once he left, Xirou took out a pink thermos from her bag. "Li Chen, this is 8 treasure porridge. It's delicious. You must try it. If you like it, I'll bring it for you again next time. If only you had come to our class sooner. I would have to worry about what to eat every day. In that case, I'll bring you breakfast every day from now on." Li Chen's expression turned serious as he opened the container, eyeing the delectable 8 treasure porridge. It tasted heavenly. Just then, Fang Qi approached, holding yogurt and cream puffs, her face reflecting reluctance. "Qi Jia, is there something you need?" Li Chen looked up at Fang Qi. She placed the items on his desk, letting out a small sigh. "Here, Lan asked me to bring this to you." "No, it's too rich. You could take it back. I'm not worthy of such indulgence." Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, savoring a spoonful of 8 treasure porridge. This is still the best." Fang Qi remained silent for a moment before taking the yogurt and cream puffs back into her hands. In truth, she understood Li Chen quite well. Perhaps Shen Qinglan's perspective on love simply didn't suit him. "By the way, Li Chen, have you thought about which university you want to apply to?" As she turned to leave, Fang Qi suddenly looked back and asked, "Is she the one who told you to ask?" "No, I asked it myself. After all, we've been classmates for so many years. It's not inappropriate to inquire." Li Chen decided not to call her out. "Magic City University. Do you want to apply there together?" "Magic City University?" Fang Qi was momentarily taken aback, and the surrounding classmates also stared at Li Chen in disbelief. "Li Shen, are you sure it's not because Lan rejected you that you're feeling disheartened? What kind of talk is that? Everyone makes mistakes. It's just a trivial matter. Why should I let it affect me? Given your previous grades, I believe you could do it, but now I can't." Li Shen Chayanjia. "I doubt it." Fang Qi nodded earnestly. Li Chen was left astounded. It was hard to believe how little faith people had these days. Speaking the truth had become a rarity that no one believed. Listening intently to the conversation, Shen Qinglan marched over in a huff and snatched the breakfast from Fang Qi's hands. "You won't eat it. I'll eat it myself. Who's interested in buying you breakfast?" Li Chen furrowed his brow, taking it away without a word. "Thank you. Li Chen, you scoundrel. You are nothing but a scumbag." Shen Qinglan felt an overwhelming urge to smash everything in her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. "I know I turned you down and caused you great pain, but didn't T.I. say I would consider being your girlfriend in college?" Li Chen calmly reclosed the lunchbox, gazing at Shen Qinglan with a tranquil expression. "I believe I've articulated everything that needed to be said last time. Do you require me to repeat myself?" Shen Qinglan, upon hearing this, became even angrier her teeth clenched. How can you so easily turn your affections to another after having liked me for so long? Li Chen's lips twitched slightly. How absurd it was that she would deny his confession, yet expect him to remain enamored exclusively with her. Chapter 28. Are you satisfied now that he has been beaten? Lan, enough. Let us head back, Feng Qi said, tugging at Shun Qinglan's hand, exasperated by her temper, which truly needed to change. Who could endure it otherwise? They had become the focal point of the classroom. Who could have anticipated such a dramatic scene would unfold on a tranquil morning? Shun Qinglan, her gaze fiercely fixed on Li Chen, wore a beautifully delicate face marred by grievance. She despised this feeling. Yet, more than anything, she felt a sense of injustice. Many pursued her, all of whom she turned down, yet they continued to adore her. But why was it that with you, it was permissible to claim you no longer liked me? Li Chen gently shook his head, meeting her gaze directly. You have the right to reject me, and I possess the freedom to make new choices. We shall not interfere with one another. Besides, there are countless who admire you. My absence is hardly consequential. Shun, please return. Do not disturb your classmates' studies, a voice interjected. Feng Qi immediately chimed in. Lan, let us discuss this after school. This is truly inappropriate. Huh, what's there to fear from a poor loser like Li Chen? Suddenly, another voice emerged. Chen Jigang rose from his seat and approached. All the students perked up, eagerly anticipating the latest gossip. Zhen Yao felt vexed. Chen Jigang, the privileged son, was truly a disruptor in class. She contemplated intervening, but he would not heed her, so she chose to observe for now. Li Chen calmly glanced at Chen Jigang. What is the matter? Are you here to defend her? As a man, I simply cannot tolerate your bullying of female classmates. Chen Jigang replied brightly, standing before Li Chen with a condescending demeanor. If you wish to play the role of the noble savior, do not feign sentimental purity. Li Chen suddenly laughed, a derisive smile gracing his face. Chen Jigang, are you not the epitome of hypocrisy? Who in this school is unaware of your affection for Shun Qinglan? Why come here pretending to be a wolf in sheep's clothing? Oh, by the way, I recall you have an artistic girlfriend at 6 middle school. Are you planning to discard her after graduation and then redirect your affections? You're talking nonsense. That's mere slander. Chen Jigang was taken aback, his anger rendering him incoherent. She's just a female friend. How could she possibly be my girlfriend? This matter had been conducted in secrecy. There was no way the class could know, so how did this impoverished loser find out? Others, including Shun Qinglan, were not surprised. A wealthy young man like Chen Jigang surely had a girlfriend. Li Chen gradually wiped the smile from his face, rising to lean on the table, eyes narrowing with a hint of ferocity as he met Chen Jigang's gaze without flinching. Who you wish to defend is your business. Your ulterior motives do not concern me. However, I have noted everything you've done, and we shall settle this account in due time. Chen Jigang's heart raced. He suddenly realized that this impoverished loser seemed different from before. Anger surged within him as he dared to challenge his authority, raising a hand to seize Li Chen by the neck. Damn it! Have you not been beaten enough? Slap! Li Chen effortlessly swatted away Chen Jigang's outstretched hand, his gaze locking onto him. What is this? Do you wish to fight? The sound of scraping chairs erupted as several of Chen Jigang's lackeys sprang to their feet. Are you trying to gang up on him? Kong Xiaoqiang shouted, rising as well. As the situation escalated, the class monitor, Zhen Yao, stood up, her face pale with anger. Chen Jigang, Li Shen, what do you intend to do? And you, Kong Xiaoqiang, return to your seats at once. This is a classroom. If you wish to fight, take it outside. Are you all not classmates? Is this amusing to you? Shen Qinglan, her expression complex, glanced at Li Chen and Chen Jigang. Yet she remained silent. How could she not know of Chen Jigang's affections for her? She merely pretended to be oblivious. Meanwhile, the usually quiet Xirou could no longer contain herself. She lifted her head, her cold gaze fixed on Shun Qinglan. Aren't you curious what Li Chen has been up to these past few days? What has he been doing? Shun Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, still processing the information. He was beaten by thugs, and the one who orchestrated it was Chen Jigang. He sent those thugs after Li Chen. Do you understand? If it weren't for Teacher Wang passing by, he might still be in hospital. Thankfully, the assailants had already been apprehended by the police. Xirou had never been so furious, her eyes boring into Shun Qinglan. Upon hearing this, Shun Qinglan's complexion paled, her mind blank. How could this happen? The other students also changed their expressions, shocked that one would incite thugs to assault a fellow student. Their gazes toward Chen Jigang shifted, now tinged with fear and distance. Who knew if they might be the next Li Chun? Chen Jigang's face darkened, internally cursing. He hadn't anticipated the thugs would betray him. Shen Qinglan felt a burning heat on her face. How could anyone dare to like her after this? Chen Jigang, how could you do this? Just because your family is wealthy, you think you can do as you please? Do you think this will make me like you? Shen Qinglan's anger escalated, her chest heaving as she declared, my decision to reject him is mine alone. Whether I like him is my own affair. If forced to choose between you and him, I would choose Li Chun. If you dare to resort to violence again, I will certainly report you. Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Aside from her lack of affection for him, she was quite righteous. Simultaneously, the other protagonist, Chen Jigang, suffered a blow. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. In an instant, everyone sat up straight, heads bowed over their books. Kong Xiaoqiang and his lackeys, upon seeing who stood at the entrance, hastily plopped down on their seats, quickly opening their books. What the hell? Why is old Wang here so early? Chen Jigang's expression soured as he hastily made his way to his seat. Where do you think you're going? Stand still. Old Wang's voice, filled with menace, resonated like a spell. Chen Jigang froze in place, unable to move. Looks like our class is quite lively this morning. Should I get a loudspeaker to announce our class's little scandal to the entire school? Old Wang gestured for Zhen Yao and Shun Qinglan to return to their seats. Chen Jigang, you truly exude an air of authority, thriving both within and beyond the school grounds. Today, you dare to incite societal thugs against your classmates. Will you not summon them against your teachers tomorrow? Chen Jigang's expression shifted dramatically. Should his father learn of this, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. Teacher Wang, I was wrong. I was merely teasing Li Chun. Wrong? No, you are not at fault. It is I who erred in allowing you to remain in class 2. Chapter 29. I am the academic overachiever. The classroom fell into an oppressive silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In their 3 years of high school, this was the first time they witnessed old Wang so enraged. Conflicts among classmates are commonplace. Yet who has ever witnessed someone inciting thugs to mercilessly assault their peers? Old Wang's words struck like a thunderbolt, reverberating in the hearts of every student. He was genuinely furious. He had initially promised Li Chun to keep this matter confidential, fearing it might impact their college entrance examinations. However, now that everyone was aware, he resolved to use this incident as a cautionary tale, delivering a profound lesson in moral education to prevent them from becoming ruthless predators in the real world. All heads in the classroom bowed, deep in contemplation. The world is undeniably unfair. Each of you begins at a different starting line. The only commonality you share is the same school, the same class, and the same teacher. In the realm of knowledge, you are all equal. Once you step beyond the school gates, will you strive to shine like gold or languish as mere rubble? Must I spell it out for you? Xiaheng, Feng Dong, Yang Zhu. Are you all prepared to throw in the towel? Following Chen Jigang around like lost puppies. What can he offer you? Money or jobs? Can your family's circumstances even compare to Chen Jigang's? His family possesses assets in the hundreds of millions. Even without a college degree, he can live a carefree life. What will you do if you fail to gain admission? Will you resort to a life of thuggery? Brawling for eternity? Old Wang's pointed criticism left Li Chen speechless. He couldn't help but recall a viral essay from a movie in his past life, My District Chief Father. It was both heart-wrenching and ironic. While shining gold is indeed precious, every student from humble beginnings is striving to illuminate their path. Yet, what they fail to comprehend is that, on a certain level, there is no shortage of shining gold. Enough with the silence. I have said what needed to be said. Whether you can absorb it or not is not something I can enforce as your homeroom teacher. The results of the recent mock examination were released, revealing Zhen Yao still holding the top spot in the class and 9th in the grade, with Xirou in second and Fanqi in third, and Shen Qinglan in fourth. As old Wang's words trailed off, the classroom erupted into hushed whispers. What? Xirou's grades are that impressive? It was surprising, considering she had only joined the class a few days ago and had already surpassed the esteemed Shen Qinglan. Xirou was merely modest. Her appearance and academic prowess were no less than Shen Qinglan's. Even Li Chen cast a surprised glance at Xirou, astonished by her remarkable performance. Shen Qinglan, however, remained composed. Her mood had been quite tumultuous lately, and she had anticipated her ranking would drop. Silence. Old Wang's authoritative voice silenced the room once more. Li Shen, you were absent a few days ago. Please take the mock exam paper home to complete. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out in my office or consult with classmate Xirou. Li Chen promptly replied, Understood, Teacher Wang. You and Chunji Gang will each solve a problem. Whoever is incorrect will stand in the hallway until they can answer correctly. Next, Kong Xiaoqiang and Xia Hang. You will come up to solve problems, and so on. Li Chen sighed as he walked to the front. Old Wang was indeed exceedingly strict. Chunji Gang wore an expression of despair. Being instructed to solve problems and to do so correctly felt akin to a death sentence. Within the classroom, some delighted while others despaired. Those called upon wished they could disappear into the ground. Li Chen and Chunji Gang stood on either side, facing the blackboard where Old Wang had written the problem. To their classmates, Li Chen's academic performance could not possibly rival that of Chunji Gang. As he occupied the last row, only Xirou remained untroubled, for she alone knew Li Chen's true capabilities. Kong Xiaoqiang scratched his head, his face a mask of anguish. This is terrible. I was just caught off guard by a popsicle assassin the other day, and now this. I have no clue how to tackle these problems. Chunji Gang felt a pang of anxiety. The problem before him appeared as incomprehensible as ancient scripture. He cast a furtive glance at Li Chen, who seemed equally lost in thought, and felt a flicker of relief. As long as he wasn't the only one struggling, that was a small comfort. Suddenly, he noticed Li Chen, who had been dazed, begin to write on the blackboard without hesitation. His movements were fluid and decisive. Chunji Gang felt completely numb, inwardly cursing, "You insufferable show-off. You should be damned." His hand trembled slightly as he grasped the chalk, unsure of where to begin. Under the astonished and skeptical gazes of his peers, Li Chen had already written a considerable portion of his solution. Wait a moment. Li Chen's answer differed from that on the mock exam paper. It seemed somewhat different, yet his method of reasoning appeared correct. His answer seemed even more concise and clear than Teacher Wang's, though its correctness remained uncertain. Old Wang's piercing gaze swept through the classroom, restoring silence. As he observed Li Chen's solution, he couldn't help but wonder, could heartbreak truly lead to profound transformation and rapid progress? Yet perhaps that was indeed a positive outcome. Turning his attention back to Chunji Gang, his frown deepened. He was nothing short of a slacker, living off the efforts of others. Chunji Gang, what on earth are you doing? How did you arrive at the answer on the mock exam paper? Do you not recognize this problem? Upon hearing this, Chunji Gang was momentarily stunned, his mind momentarily blank, glancing uneasily at his classmates, who were all staring at him with wide eyes. Teacher Wang, I genuinely cannot solve this problem. I have no clue in my mind, Chunji Gang mumbled, his demeanor betraying a sense of guilt. Rather than admit to cheating, he would rather wave the white flag of surrender. It's just standing in the hallway. I've done it before. Didn't you solve on the mock exam? I've forgotten the answer. Old Wang sighed in exasperation. Go stand in the hallway. You may return once you have solved this problem. Chunji Gang exited the classroom, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As for the college entrance examinations, he was utterly unconcerned. His starting point was merely the end point for others who must toil their entire lives. What was the point of studying at all? Not long after, Li Chen put down his pen, turning around with a flourish. Teacher Wang, I've completed the answer. Could you check if it's correct? It was a jest. He had tackled that problem countless times in his previous life, and considering it was an entrance exam question, how could he possibly be incapable? Excellent. Your approach to the problem is quite sound. A smile finally graced Old Wang's face. Keep up the good work. I believe you can surely gain admission to a prestigious university. Rest assured, Teacher Wang, Your students will not disappoint. Li Chun grinned as he returned to his seat. Below the podium, silence reigned. Indeed, the treatment of good students and bad students was markedly different. Kong Xiaoqiang, Xia Heng, stepped forward. Chapter 30, The Pig Partner. Early June. The 3 years of high school have truly flown by, like a fleeting shadow, and before one realizes it, the Gaokao is upon them. The morning air carries a hint of chill. Each day, as the clock strikes the hour, Li Chun awakens promptly, a habit cultivated over 2 lifetimes. After a swift wash and a modest breakfast of congee, eggs, and buns prepared by Ms. Yang, he descends the stairs. Life unfolds in a manner reminiscent of his previous existence, with early departures and late returns, a monotonous routine. The sole distinction lies in the presence of Xirou, who has illuminated his life like a ray of sunshine. He discovers that he too can be treated with gentleness, becoming another's steadfast choice. Every day, she brings him breakfast and accompanies him to school, a ritual that has become her essential course. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spots Xirou's slender figure from a distance, quietly seated on her electric bike, engrossed in her book, softly reciting the words aloud. Xirou, hearing the familiar call, she lifts her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her face, her bright, clear eyes meeting the approaching youth. Li Chun, you're down quite early today. I brought you soup dumplings and soy milk. Would you like to eat now or at school? Let us eat in the classroom. This feeling nearly warms the soul of a middle-aged man within him. This is more surreal than any science fiction drama. Xirou places her book in her bag, naturally settling behind him and wrapping her arms around his waist. Li Chun, have you thought about what you want to do after the Gaokao? She inquires softly. I'm considering taking a summer job to gain some social experience. I haven't decided yet, but I can accompany you in your job search. All right, but if we can't find something suitable, we'll let it go. Li Chun initially intended to caution her against the arduous nature of summer jobs, which would not suit her delicate disposition. However, reflecting on her naive nature, he realizes that venturing out into the world could expose her to harsh realities, and perhaps a bit of social experience would serve her well. After all, he need not remain glued to his computer daily, with ample free time. He could easily visit her workplace to keep her company. The stock of Xinhui has surged remarkably, reaching 19 yuan, nearly doubling the initial investment of 1 million. Yet, it has not yet reached the heights he recalls. In his past life, the pinnacle was around 30. A few more price increases could achieve that. He estimates he could sell off his shares around the time of the Gaokao and retire from the scene. Within a month, he has amassed several million. Even as a reincarnate, witnessing the string of numbers in his account fills him with joy. Is this not a swifter path to wealth than robbing a bank? He has contemplated using this fortune to purchase a new home, providing his parents with a better living environment. However, such a move would surely raise suspicions about the source of the funds and could even frighten them. Thus, he decides to shelve that idea for now, planning to wait until he is in college, when the timing might be more appropriate to offer them a better living situation. By then, he would have ample explanations prepared. Upon entering the classroom of Class 2, a palpable tension fills the air. All the students are diligently studying and reviewing. Chen Gang has not sought trouble during this period, allowing Li Chun a rare moment of relaxation as he prepares for the Gaokao with full focus. The morning classes swiftly come to an end, and, as the bell rings, students orderly exit the classroom, making their way to the cafeteria. Gam Xiuqian apruakas Li Shen Isadask. Brother Chun, let us go eat in the cafeteria together. It's on me. Is no one cooking at your house today? Li Chun queries, looking up in confusion at his friend. There is, but I figured we're about to leave high school, and we won't have the chance to return here again. Once we leave, we won't be able to eat in the cafeteria anymore. Hey, you're getting sentimental? Li Shen Shuklas. Are you going or not? Kong Xiaoqiang grins widely, glancing at Xirou beside them. Classmate, would you like to join us for lunch? Xirou nods earnestly. Sure, that sounds good. With that, the moonlight of his heart has also joined them. Li Chun finds it impossible to decline. All right, if the moonlight is coming, I have no reason to refuse. Look at you, using your brain now. You're getting smart, Li Chun remarks, standing up and throwing an arm around Kong Xiaoqiang's neck, grinning. Not bad, not bad. The Gaokao is looking hopeful. I'm quite relieved. The ironclad rule of selecting the shortest option for the Gaokao will surely be adhered to. His friends are determined to return with a college admission. Kong Xiaoqiang's boastful tone is tinged with a hint of bitter resignation. Xirou quietly takes out her phone, sending a message home before following behind the two boys out of the classroom. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, it is evident that the number of diners has noticeably increased, likely reflecting the shared sentiments of many, like Kong Xiaoqiang. In retrospect, when reminiscing about those verdant years, they would come to realize that high school was indeed the most innocent of times. Brother Chen, look over there. The campus belle Shen Qinglan and her friends are here at the cafeteria too. Kong Xiaoqiang, just settling down with his tray, spots Shen Qinglan and Feng Qi at the food counter. You can't even eat without talking nonsense, Li Chen replies, exasperated. His friend truly has a knack for picking the wrong topic. Oh, my bad, my bad. Kong Xiaoqiang quickly recovers, casting a sidelong glance at Xirou, who is focused on her meal. To bring up the current girlfriend in front of the ex, who can endure that? By the way, buddy, about that girl Xiao Min I mentioned to you, what are your thoughts now? Li Chen suddenly puts down his chopsticks, looking seriously at Kong Xiaoqiang. This matter directly impacts his friend's future happiness. Allowing it to develop freely could lead to a tragic conclusion reminiscent of his past life. About that, Kong Xiaoqiang scratches his head, unexpectedly shy. I'm actually interested, Brother Chen. To be honest, since you mention her, I've been quietly observing Xiao Min these days. She is quite nice, gentle, and kind, with a lovely personality. The only issue is, I don't know how she feels about me. If it doesn't work out, I might as well pursue Jean Dongmei from Class 5. She seems decent too. Didn't TU say to find someone with a good figure? That way, the kids won't go hungry, and I won't either. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression darkens, almost wishing to stuff a sock in his mouth. Xirou's cheeks flush slightly as she glances at Li Chen and coolly states, "You're a rogue." Li Chen sighs, shaking his head at Kong Xiaoqiang. With you as my pig partner, my illustrious reputation is tarnished. Kong Xiaoqiang offers an embarrassed chuckle. What a coward, surrendering before the battle has even begun. With 18 years of singlehood, he lacks any experience in pursuing girls, unlike Brother Chen. Kong Xiaoqiang promptly falls silent, recognizing Li Chen's clenched fists across the table. Chapter 31. The Farewell Approaches. Xirou can't help but chuckle, amused by Li Chen's expression. Li Chen takes a deep breath, his heart steady. After all, he and this fool are old friends. Listen, as long as you have feelings for Xiao Min, that's enough, I'll handle the rest. He would not have taken on this troublesome matter unless he knew Xiao Min harbored feelings for him. Kong Xiaoqiang beams with excitement. Brother Chen, from now on, you'll be my godfather. I'll bow to you right now. Stop. Enough. Li Chen hastily waved his hand, genuinely apprehensive that this fellow might embarrass himself. Raising his gaze, he surveyed the cafeteria, spotting Shen Qinglan and Feng Qi Jinya at a nearby table, while Xiao Min and several other girls occupied another. Just a moment. I'll go over, he declared. Hey, Chen Ge, wait. Can we not talk to her until after the college entrance exams? But what if someone confesses to her in the meantime? Do you think that would be acceptable? Kong Xiaoqiang fell silent immediately. After finishing his statement, Li Chen stood and made his way over. In a brief moment, he returned, leaving Kong Xiaoqiang in shock. For standing behind Li Chen was the bashful and slightly flushed Xiao Min Xiangzi. Could you please shift over a bit? Li Chen urgently gestured to Kong Xiaoqiang. Then turned to Xiao Min. Xiao Min, why don't you sit beside Kong Xiaoqiang? He has a few questions he'd like to ask you. Xiao Min nodded gently and took her tray to sit next to Kong Xiaoqiang. Xirou, curious, glanced up, as she was not familiar with her classmates and could not fathom why Li Chen was so certain that Xiao Min would be interested in Kong Xiaoqiang. Kong Xiaoqiang, what do you want to ask me? Xiao Min inquired, placing her tray down. I want to know if you have a crush on any boy. Kong Xiaoqiang stammered, his nerves palpable as he gazed at Xiao Min. This bold and direct approach truly caught the attention of both Li Chen and Xirou. It seemed he had a knack for this. Xiao Min, overcoming her initial fluster, replied, why do you want to know that? Kong Xiaoqiang was baffled. Wasn't he a simple yes or no? Could it be that she already had someone in mind? Was he thus dismissed? Xiao Min, Kong Xiaoqiang is asking you this because he likes you. Li Chen interjected, feeling a mix of frustration and encouragement. Just moments ago, he had been so bold and straightforward. How could he falter now? Huh? Xiao Min's face flushed crimson, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. She was the epitome of a demure girl and was ill-prepared for such forthright dialogue. Under the table, Li Chun discreetly kicked Kong Xiaoqiang, who snapped back to reality. Since we are about to graduate, I don't want to have any regrets, so I thought I'd de-ask you. With that statement, Kong Xiaoqiang seemed to have exhausted all his courage accumulated over 18 years. Xiao Min paused, lowering her head in silence for a considerable time. But we are about to graduate and go our separate ways. What is the point of discussing feelings now? Upon hearing this, Kong Xiaoqiang's face lit up with unrestrained joy. Graduation doesn't necessarily mean breaking up. Which university do you want to apply to? I can apply to the same one. Finally, he seemed to have grasped the opportunity. If he let this slip away, he would truly deserve it. Xiao Min blinked, looking up at him. Really? I want to study computer science. If I meet the score requirement, I'll go to Modi University of Technology. If not, I'll remain in Shucheng. Modi University of Technology? Kong Xiaoqiang's excited smile instantly froze, his spirits plummeting as he felt utterly defeated. There's no way I could boost my score to over 600 in just a few days, no matter how hard I study. With a forlorn expression, he turned to Li Chun for help. Chengo, what should I do? I have no idea, but I brought you to her. Li Chun shrugged. You should have confessed earlier instead of waiting until the days leading up to the exams. Now you regret it, don't you? Xirou, who had been silent until now, glanced up at the three of them. If you can't get into the same university, you could still apply to other schools in Modu. Surely, you can't end up with none? Li Chun's eyes lit up. Right? How did I not think of that? Ah, yes. I can apply to other universities in Modu. Kong Xiaoqiang perked up again, turned to Xiao Min. I want to date anyone before the exams. Let us talk after, okay? He. She didn't refuse. That must mean there's hope. Kong Xiaoqiang nodded vigorously, reveling in the exhilarating feeling. Suddenly, the noisy cafeteria erupted in song, the melody resonating throughout the space. Back to the very beginning, your youthful face in my memories. We have finally reached this day. Li Chun was taken aback. Xirou appeared slightly dazed. Kong Xiaoqiang and Xiao Min were utterly stunned. The entire cafeteria of students was in shock. What is going on? Good afternoon. We are from the second year, and we sincerely wish our seniors a successful college entrance exam. May you achieve great results and a bright future. Seeing this scene, everyone in the cafeteria understood. The clamor abruptly quieted. Old photographs beneath the table. Countless memories connected. Today, the boy is set to meet the girl for the last time. The simple lyrics seem to carry a magical quality, enveloping everyone in nostalgia. Many female students discreetly dabbed at their tears, overcome by the bittersweetness of impending farewells. After this college entrance examination, how many would never meet again? Oh, how I long to return to those years. Back to the seats in the classroom, deliberately seeking your gentle scolding. The song echoed from every corner of the cafeteria, each person only singing a few lines. Upon hearing the profound meaning of the lyrics, Shen Qinglan felt a deep pang in her heart, grappling with the bittersweet memories of missed love. Oh, how I wish to embrace you. To embrace the courage I let slip away. In mere minutes, the song felt as though it spanned many years. As the final line fell, another cohort of high school graduates prepared to conclude their secondary education. Suddenly, Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes darted with inspiration. Xingge, would you like to sing a song? Consider it a farewell to the past. Li Chun hesitated. Being the center of attention was not his usual demeanor. That as decided, Kong Xiaoqiang interjected, standing up and waving to a nearby girl with a microphone. Hey, could I borrow your microphone? The girl approached, smiling as she handed him the microphone. Senior, what song will you sing? I'll play the accompaniment. I'm not singing, Kong Xiaoqiang said, handing the microphone to Li Chun. Chapter 32, The Past, and also the Future. In an instant, holding the microphone, Li Chun became the focal point of the room. Though he could sing, it was only because Shen Qinglan enjoyed it. He had never performed in public before. In his previous life, he had even learned guitar and piano just to please her. To be honest, Li Chun felt a tinge of pressure at this moment. Those who knew him and those who didn't tea alike were curiously watching. Tian Yi, go ahead and sing. I've heard you hum a few lines before, and it sounded quite good, Kong Xiaoqiang urged, unable to withstand the weight of so many gazes. Li Chun's lips twitched slightly, feeling a surge of irritation toward Kong Xiaoqiang. Good? Then why don't you sing yourself? Xirou lifted her gaze, her clear eyes fixed on Li Chun. Li Chun, I want to hear you sing too. With a wry smile, Li Chun nodded. All right. Now that Bai Yueguang had spoken, he had little choice but to comply. After a swift contemplation, I ultimately chose a song that had garnered immense popularity in 2018, one that perfectly suited the occasion. Li Chun turned to glance at the girl. Do you have a guitar? Yes, senior, just a moment. She replied with a smile, before dashing towards the center of the cafeteria. Kong Xiaoqiang, perplexed, looked at Li Chun and asked Chen Ge, when did you learn to play the guitar? Not only he, but the entire second class was aware of Li Chen's modest family background. How could he possibly afford guitar lessons? I just tinker around a bit back in middle school, Li Chun casually replied. Only Shun Qinglan among those present knew of Li Chen's guitar skills, as he had previously sent her numerous QQ voice messages, many of which included his own renditions. However, she had never listened to them all the way through. The girl returned with the guitar in hand, along with a microphone on a stand. Here's the guitar for you, she said. Thank you, Li Chen responded, gracefully accepting the guitar and deftly strumming the strings to gauge the tone. The girl adjusted the microphone's position and then stepped aside, her small face adorned with a hint of anticipation. Fang Qi, you and Li Chun were classmates in middle school. Did you know he had learned guitar? Tang Siwen's eyes sparkled. His finger movements just now were quite adept. I haven't really looked into it. Fang Qi shook her head and turned to Shun Qinglan. Lan, did you know Li Chen could sing and play guitar? Shun Qinglan fell into a brief silence. I know. In this short span of less than a month, it seemed too much had transpired. She had been waiting for Li Chun to bow his head and apologize, hoping to return to how things once were. As she walked, she paused intermittently, following the traces of the youth that had drifted by. Just before stepping out of the station, she felt a moment of hesitation. She couldn't help but smile at the bittersweet nostalgia of returning home. The lively melody, an unusual prelude, complemented by a deep, resonant voice filled with magnetism, left Kong Xiaoqiang wide-eyed. Is this really the Chang'o I know? Xirou's expression shifted slightly, her clear, bright eyes shimmering with tenderness. He looks quite handsome while singing, and his voice is truly delightful. Fang Qi and Tang Siwen covered their mouths in disbelief, while Shun Qinglan felt a pang of bittersweet sorrow. The atmosphere in the cafeteria surged to a climax. The winds carried echoes of the past, reminiscent of their initial encounters with the world. Gazing at the horizon, it felt as though it were within reach, and he would willingly brave any fire for it. Li Chen's voice resonated throughout the cafeteria, infused with his emotions, evoking fragments of memories, his gaze lingering on Shun Qinglan for several seconds. Those who knew Li Chun understood that this was a chapter of his youth, whether sweet or bitter, only he could truly comprehend. Turning the pages of time, he was unexpectedly confronted by her smile. I once transformed my youth into her essence. Aware of my feelings, I shall simply follow fate. In a daze, Li Chun seemed to see his past self alongside her. Just as Kong Xiaoqiang had remarked, this song served as a farewell to that youthful chapter. No need for mockery. Ultimately, I returned my youth to her, along with the summer that blossomed from my fingertips. As the final note lingered in the air, Li Chen's gaze fell upon Xirou, meeting her eyes. In that moment, perhaps they both understood each other's unspoken sentiments. The entire cafeteria remained momentarily stunned until someone began to clap, which ignited a wave of applause. Wow, Fang Qi, I'm becoming a fan. Dan Saiwen et Golim et Sitan Li. Embracing Fang Qi's arm. How come I never noticed before that Li Chun sings so beautifully and is so handsome? Fang Qi let out a wry smile as she looked at the despondent Shun Qinglan, tears brimming in her eyes. Lan, don't overthink it. Forget about Li Chun. From the moment you rejected him, that chapter has closed and you can never return to how things were. Though her words were harsh, she hoped her friend could see the reality and let go of her pride. Li Chun returned the microphone to the girl. Thank you. And thank you all for your good wishes for us seniors. Senior, thank Thank you for letting us listen to such a beautiful song, the girl replied, taking back the guitar and turning to leave. Chen, you were amazing. That voice could rival the four heavenly kings. Kong Xiaoqiang looked at him with admiration. Li Chan flexed his numb fingers. Buddy, that's a bit too much. The four heavenly kings are beyond the likes of us ordinary folk. Li Shen, what is the name of that song? How come I've never heard it before? Xirou gazed at him quietly. Li Shen blinka. Realizing that the song wouldn't be released for another 6 years. It would be strange if she had heard it. Well, this is something I just came up with on a whim. Is it nice? Li Chan felt a bit shameless. He couldn't just confess that he had borrowed it. It's lovely. I'll sing it for you again later, or write you some other lyrics. All right, I want to hear more songs. Xirou's eyes sparkled with delight. She truly felt a pang of heartache watching Li Chen sing just now. I couldn't be part of your past, but I want to let your future bring you sorrow. In the subsequent days, with the absence of intense courses and reviews, the desk piled high with 3 years' worth of books gradually emptied from the classroom. Despite the reluctance, they were steadily moved away. With Xirou by his side, Li Chen no longer needed to clutch a hefty stack of books while squeezing onto the bus. In exchange, he became Xirou's dedicated chauffeur and laborer. June 5th. Only 2 days remained until the college entrance examination. The seniors had begun to let loose, tearing up test papers and books. And those who had long harbored feelings found the courage to confess to the girls they had cherished throughout their youth. Regardless of the outcome, no one wanted to leave behind any regrets. A flurry of paper scraps cascaded down from the teaching building, marking a special moment for the seniors. Chapter 33, The Moment of the Exam. In Class 2 of the 3rd year, as the classroom doors swung open, Zhen Yao was the first to rise. Attention! All the students stood up in unison, bowing respectfully. Teacher Wang, thank you for your hard work these past 3 years. Old Wang stood frozen at the doorway, lifting his eyes to the blackboard. Dear Teacher Wang, due to the upcoming college entrance exam, we humbly request leave from June 7th, 2012, onwards, with the utmost respect. Sincerely, Class 2 of the 3rd year. The resonant voice echoed throughout the classroom. Old Wang couldn't help but feel his eyes welling with tears. He walked to the podium, gazing at the familiar faces below, which had transformed from youthful innocence to maturity. Please sit down. He waved his hand and picked up a piece of chalk, writing beneath the leave request, where their essay will, their essay way. Students, Old Wang turned to face each of them, a smile breaking through his stern demeanor. This phrase is a gift from your teacher. 3 years of companionship, neither long nor short. Though I've been strict with you, I genuinely care for you. The college entrance exam is a necessary path for you to embark on the next stage of your lives. I hope you will remain true to yourselves and soar higher in the future. No matter which city you find yourselves in, I hope you will return a visit. Teacher Wang, we will come back. The students responded in unison, their voices ringing out. Most of the classmates had reddened eyes, with some girls discreetly wiping away tears of reluctance. After receiving their examination permits, they had the freedom to arrange their time today, while tomorrow they would familiarize themselves with their respective examination venues. Those residing far away were advised to find a hotel or a nearby. During the final class, Old Wang became somewhat chatty, yet everyone listened attentively. After 3 years of hard work, he hoped they would strive valiantly in the battle ahead, not wasting their youth, and gain admission to their dream universities. Students, do your best. The bell for the last class rang, seeming to arrive a tad later than usual. Yet it eventually rang nonetheless. Old Wang exited the classroom, and the students began to exchange signatures as mementos. Some used notebooks, others signed on clothing, and a few even used lipstick to leave their marks. Li Chen, are you going to check the exam venue this afternoon or tomorrow? I just heard them say we could leave school this afternoon. Teacher Wang is concerned that some students might have to travel far to their exam sites and may not make it on time. After having lunch in the canteen, Xirou and Li Chen leisurely strolled across the playground. Let us go now. We can sleep in a bit at home tomorrow. Li Chen thought he should take a good look at the stock market at home tomorrow. The time to act on Xinghui's stock should be ripe. Which school are you taking the exam at? Sanzhong? And you? He suddenly recalled that this girl had indeed attended Sanzhong before. Sure enough, a smile broke out on Xirou's face. ISNT at my old school? I'll accompany you this afternoon to ensure you're familiar with it. Sounds good. By the way, Which school are you sitting for? Zhejiang, it's a bit far. It is indeed quite distant, having to go all the way to Shuangjiang district. After I finish at Sanzhong, I'll accompany you to Zhejiang as well. Okay, let us first get acquainted today. I'll go with my mom to check it out tomorrow. June 7th. At 6 in the morning, as dawn broke, Li Chen, accustomed to his biological clock, rose punctually. As he stepped out of his room, his parents were already up and had prepared breakfast. Son, hurry and wash up. Come eat breakfast once you're done. In the kitchen, Mrs. Yang began to fuss as soon as she saw Li Chen. Be quick. Today is critical. It's better to arrive early at the exam venue than to be late. Mom, I know. I want to delay the exam. Li Chen chuckled as he entered the washroom, and shortly after, he emerged ready. Mrs. Yang laid out breakfast: soybean milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, soup dumplings, and 2 eggs. Why so much food? How can I finish it all? Li Chen gazed at the sumptuous spread, somewhat astonished. I don't care about the rest, but you must eat the eggs and fried dough sticks. They symbolize good fortune, which is crucial. Saying this, Mrs. Yang returned to the kitchen. So, listen to your mother and eat quickly. Mr. Li, sitting beside, took a bite of a bun. Your mother and I couldn't take the day off today. The factory wouldn't approve. We want to be able to take you to the exam venue, so you'll need to grab a taxi downstairs. Dad, it's fine. I'm grown up. I know what to do. You can rest easy. Li Chen feigned ease with a smile, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He was resolute in amassing wealth swiftly, so his parents could enjoy a good life, free from the judgment of others. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. Once the exams are over, your mother and I will take you out for a meal. All right. After breakfast, Li Chen stood by the roadside, waiting for a taxi, gazing at the surrounding old neighborhoods, momentarily lost in thought. To be honest, he felt no anxiety about the college entrance examination. The previous day, before the stock market closed, he had sold all his shares of Xinghui at a price of 26 yuan. This price was the safest to cash out. Being overly greedy could lead to significant losses. This meant that approximately 5 million yuan lay dormant in his account. However, using this sum to establish or acquire a company was far from sufficient. Alas, to rapidly accumulate initial capital, aside from stocks, it seemed he must explore another avenue. The only thing that could yield quicker returns in stocks was the booming real estate market of his previous life. When Li Chen arrived at the Sanzhong examination venue by taxi, he was met with throngs of people and vehicles, as nearby roads had been temporarily controlled for traffic. Numerous motorcycle escorts rushed students who had mistakenly gone to the wrong exam venue, while others had forgotten their examination permits. Just as Li Chen was about to head towards the designated area for non-examination items, his phone vibrated suddenly. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Xirou. Li Chen, I'm at the exam venue. You must do your best. I want to continue attending the same university as you in the same class, and be your desk mate. Okay. Li Chen promptly typed a simple affirmative response and sent it. He then powered down his phone, placing it in the temporary storage box for phones, and strode confidently into the examination hall. He understood that the bond between Xirou and himself had perhaps been destined a decade prior. In this lifetime, it would be exceedingly difficult to part ways. With the ringing of the examination bell, the annual nationwide college entrance examination officially commenced. The classroom fell silent as the invigilator unsealed the envelope containing the examination papers and began distributing them one by one. Upon receiving his paper, Li Chen glanced at the questions, a slight smile of confidence gracing his lips. This time, he was assured of success. In the classroom, Li Chen exhibited the fastest and most fluent answering speed, as the correct answers flashed through his mind like a cinematic reel. The questions on the exam bore no difference from those in his past life. Some had even been discussed by Old Wang. While other candidates were still grappling with their thoughts, Li Chen had completed half of his paper. After the morning session concluded, as he exited the gates of Sanzhong, he noticed that many candidates appeared less than jubilant. Were this year's exam questions truly that difficult? He had intended to seek out Xirou and Kong Xiaoqiang for a chat, yet upon witnessing the current scene, he hesitated. They lacked any advantage, and he had come from afar. If he disturbed their state of mind, that would indeed be a grave mistake. After finishing the last subject in the afternoon, the exam concluded, marking the end of a tense and exhilarating experience. Countless candidates emerged from the examination hall, which held the potential to alter their fates, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. Li Chun trailed behind the crowd, making his way toward the entrance of Sanzhong. He recognized that the gears of fate had begun to turn quietly. Upon arriving at the school gate, a familiar and radiant figure caught his eye. Li Shen. Xirou stood there, clad in light-colored jeans and a loose white t-shirt, with a pair of ordinary canvas shoes and her hair tied in a high ponytail. The strands framing her face were meticulously arranged, and her fair, dewy complexion radiated a delightful and sweet smile. The youthful charm of the girl captivated the attention of most boys at the school gate. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the past, where girls awaited outside the examination hall to present flowers to their favored boys. Though flowers were absent, he had become the center of attention. Li Chen approached her with a smile. "How did you get here so quickly?" "The questions were quite simple, so I finished early and came straight to find you." Xirou lightly pressed her rosy lips together. She had only been apart from Li Chen for 2 days, yet it felt as if an eternity had passed. Upon hearing these words, Li Chen felt a mixture of emotion and helplessness. "Aren't you afraid of making a mistake?" he inquired. "I won't make any mistakes." The girl confidently shook her head. "Even if I do falter a bit, I'm certain I can still gain admission to Magic City University." She had always held a steadfast belief in her academic prowess. Indeed, a self-assured girl exudes a unique charm. Observing her endearing expression, Li Chen felt a flutter in his heart, his lips curving into a smile. Xirou's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze solely fixated on Li Chen, her cool demeanor causing the surrounding boys, who were contemplating approaching her, to hesitate. "Hey, Tian Yi, don't you think you two should find a more private spot for your romantic exchanges?" Not far away, Kong Xiaoqiang, unable to bear the display of affection any longer, spoke with a face full of grievance. "I've been standing here for ages, and you didn't even notice me, showing off your love in public. Aren't you considering how a single dog like me feels?" Li Chen turned his head and spotted Kong Xiaoqiang. Nonchalantly, he replied, "Well, Xirou is the second in her class and excels academically, so it's no surprise she finished early. But you, on the other hand, also submitted your paper early? Did you actually use your brain this time?" He hadn't noticed him earlier, who knew he was lurking in some corner, certainly not comparable to the radiant Xirou. I just couldn't solve anything, and sitting there was merely a waste of time, so I decided to come find you," Kong Xiaoqiang sighed, his expression one of defeat. "Come on, it's just an exam. There's so many schools in Magic City. Surely you can find one that suits you." Li Chen figured that if he didn't offer some words of comfort, this guy wouldn't dare to approach Xiao Min again. After a brief silence, Kong Xiaoqiang forced a smile. Right. Now that the exam is over, what good will it do to dwell on it?" Li Chen was correct. As long as you like Xiao Min and she reciprocates, even if you're not at the same university, you can still be together. Xirou wholeheartedly agreed. Upon hearing this, Kong Xiaoqiang's lips broke into a broad grin. "I've made up my mind. From now on, I will be Xirou's loyal fan. Whoever dares to encroach on your relationship with Chungu will have to answer to me first." Li Chen raised an eyebrow. "Xirou? When did she acquire that title?" It's been circulating in school for a while. Xirou is just as formidable as Shun Xiaohua in every aspect. It's a well-deserved title." Li Chen was at a loss for words after hearing Kong Xiaoqiang. These people truly had nothing better to do. Xirou had been making an effort to downplay her beauty and figure, yet it had been unearthed nonetheless. Why haven't you gone to find Xiao Min after the exam? She must need comforting the most right now. "I don't dare to." "Don't dare? Why not?" "I get nervous around her and can't say anything nice." Li Chen was taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. "You can't be serious. After the exam, instead of seizing the opportunity, you're trailing behind me like a lamppost. Does that seem reasonable to you?" Kong Xiaoqiang stared blankly at Xirou before realizing he had been effectively brainwashed. "It does seem a bit unreasonable." Xirou turned her head, her eyes sparkling with amusement, clearly entertained by the duo. "All right, here's a tip. Pursuing a girl is quite simple. Besides having thick skin, you need patience and perseverance. If all else fails, just persist, and you'll find success waving at you." "But Chungu, what about Shun Qinglan?" Li Chen's expression darkened. "Don't change the subject. That was an accident. Just ask Xirou if you don't believe me." Yes, it was indeed an accident. Xirou obediently nodded, appearing as if she were in perfect harmony with him. Kong Xiaoqiang looked at Li Chun with blind admiration and envy. Xingge, teach me more. Let's walk and talk. Li Chun felt inexplicably at ease as he began to share his insights. What girls need most is emotional value. Spend a little on them by some snacks, and occasionally create romantic surprises. Show genuine concern. Engage in conversation, though avoid mundane questions like have you eaten? Or what are you doing? Those are just awkward fillers. Then buy her gifts she likes. Spend time together and demonstrate care. Those are essential lessons. Of course, if you're wealthy, just disregard everything I've said. After doing all this, you'll understand what love truly is. Kong Xiaoqiang suddenly halted, looking up in confusion. Xingge, what do you mean by love is like casting stones into a pond? No, you misheard, Li Chen replied, his lips twitching. Once you've done all these things, you'll know what love really is. Xirou bit her alluring red lips, struggling not to laugh. Is this considered leading the youth astray? Chapter 35. Strolling with the moonlight. Xingge, I've had an epiphany. Kong Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow in contemplation before lifting his head. Listening to you is more enlightening than attending a lecture. I'm off to find Xiaomin now. Next time, I'll treat you to some skewers. With that, he hurriedly departed. Li Chen watched Kong Xiaoqiang's retreating figure, thinking to himself, I was just speaking nonsense, and now it's elevated to the level of a grand lecture? Yet, old friend, this isn't me leading you astray. It's merely the absence of the dog chasing after affection culture. What you're doing is called deep affection. As for its effectiveness, only you will know through personal experience. Li Chun, I'm a bit hungry, Xirou said, biting her lip and gazing at him, her long eyelashes fluttering. Let us go. I'll take you shopping and to eat. However, I need to head back later. Old Li said he'd treat me to dinner after the exams. Li Chen snapped back to reality, glancing at the girl's profile. Would you like to join me? After all, they all know you. Xirou appeared tempted, but shook her head. My parents are taking me out for dinner tonight. All right then. Li Chen had merely mentioned it casually and looked around. How did you get here? Did you take a taxi? Or did your mom drop you off? Xirou shook her head. I rode my electric scooter over and parked it just outside the school gate. Li Chun stiffened, turning to glance back at the school. Why didn't you mention that sooner? You didn't ask me, Xirou replied innocently, blinking her eyes. Let's go back. Li Chun thought to himself how fortunate it was that he had just managed to send Kong Xiaoqiang away. The two mounted the electric scooter and departed from the school, heading towards the commercial street adjacent to the city center. It was a hub of dining and entertainment, perfect for letting the moonlight experience the lively atmosphere of the marketplace. Li Chen, where are we headed? Have you been to Five-Star Garden? Ah, the snacks there are delicious, but my parents don't let me eat them, claiming they're junk food and unsanitary. Actually, you can indulge a little. Then I want to eat grilled shrimp tails, grilled gluten, and I also want fried chicken and milk tea. Is that okay? Sure. But are you certain you'll still have room later? Relax. Dinner is still a few hours away. Half an hour later, Li Chun parked the electric scooter and began his stroll with the moonlight. Li Shen, are those pink and green cotton candies tasty? Moments later, Xirou gazed longingly at a street vendor a few steps away, her feet almost frozen in place. Not really, but those little kids looked so happy eating them. Li Chun was perplexed. This was indeed junk food, loaded with artificial colors and sweeteners that weren't good for health. Sweetheart, let us avoid that. You mentioned only kids eat this. But you just said you would buy me anything I wanted. Ultimately, Li Shen kunsada. Obediently scurrying over to purchase 2 cotton candies, one pink and one white, each larger than his own head. The young lady was acutely aware that indulging in such treats alone on the bustling street would attract undue attention. Thus she insisted on his companionship. Moments latte. They halted at a stall selling candied hawthorns. Li Chen, I want to have this. But let me clarify, it might be a tad sour. Sour or not, I wish to partake. At most, I shall refrain from it in the future. Vendor, I'll take 2 skewers, please. Li Shen, why does this skewer taste a bit bitter? Here, you can have it. At that moment, Li Chun finally comprehended why so many men in love from his previous life had gained weight. Whatever their girlfriends consumed, they did too, even finishing off their leftovers. How could one not gain weight? Li Chun, those grilled chicken wings appear delectable. Buy them. What about that stinky tofu? Are you going to eat it? No, but I desire to try it. Come enjoy it with me. Li Chun increasingly felt that Bai Yue Guang's previous social circle was rather limited, surmising that most of her time had been devoted to her studies. Upon entering the bustling food street, the girl's cold yet radiant eyes sparkled with joy. Li Shen, what is that over there? Xirou pointed toward the square across the street. That is Beihu Park, which boasts numerous recreational facilities. One can row boats, feed fish, and ride the pirate ship. Before Li Chun could finish, the girl had already taken his hand, urging him forward with a lively sprint. I want to play. A few minutes later, they found themselves at the bumper car arena. These are for children. Let us venture to the adult section. Observing the area filled with children around 10 years old, Li Chun felt somewhat embarrassed to join them. Xirou gazed at him with a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. If you want to play this, then let us try that. Following the direction of her finger, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Spinning airplanes? Fine, let us stick to the bumper cars. After more than 10 rounds of bumper cars, the young lady exited the vehicle with a contented expression, while Li Chun emerged from another car, wearing an astonished smile. That was quite enjoyable. How do you feel? Are you happy? Li Chun casually checked his phone, having felt several vibrations moments ago. I'm happy, and I want to play more. Xirou nodded, still yearning for more fun. Li Chun raised his hand, revealing the screen displaying missed calls from Old Wang and Ms. Yang. See? They're urging us. All right. We can play next time. I'll escort you home. Xirou delicately tapped her smooth, pale chin with her slender fingers, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. By the time they returned to Liberation Street, dusk had nearly descended. From a distance, Li Chun spotted his parents waiting by the roadside. After dismounting from his electric bike and bidding farewell to Xirou, he hurried over. Mom, Dad, why are you waiting here? I could have called you when I got back. It wouldn't have been late. Ms. Yang, observing her son running towards them, smiled and said, We just came down not long ago. With the high floors, aren't you tired of running up and down? Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. She's eager to ask you how your exams went. Oldly interjected, humorously undermining Ms. Yang's authority, earning him a fierce glare. You talk too much, as if you're not interested yourself. Oldly promptly fell silent. Hi, Mom and Dad. This year's college entrance examination was quite manageable. I feel it wasn't particularly difficult, and getting into a first-tier university shouldn't pose a problem, Li Chun remarked with a smile, fully understanding his parents' sentiments. However, little did they anticipate that due to the evolving demands of the times, in a few years, a college degree would no longer be as coveted. There would be countless graduates struggling to secure employment. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Old Li and Ms. Yang exchanged glances, their faces brimming with excitement and pride. Old Li, our son is thriving and becoming more responsible. Ms. Yang's eyes welled with tears. She had long since lost hope, content to see him attend an ordinary university. Old Li chuckled heartily. Haha, son, you've surpassed your old man. Come, let's go eat hot pot. Now that you're an adult, let us share a few drinks and practice your tolerance. This scene was one Li Chun had envisioned throughout his life. Chapter 36. A New Wave of Opportunities for Wealth. In the days following the college entrance examination, aside from a brief visit to school, Li Chun primarily spent his time accompanying Bai Yue Guang on strolls, while the rest of his hours were devoted to contemplating how to make his cold millions multiply. Chengdu's various districts were currently undergoing significant development, and real estate demolition presented a substantial opportunity. Most of the renovation efforts were concentrated in the old city, though relying solely on one property to become a demolition heir felt rather unrealistic. The only plausible opportunity lay within the newly planned Lin and New district, where the generous compensation for demolitions was truly enticing. Over the past few days, Li Chun had gathered extensive information online to corroborate his findings. And with the aid of his memories from his previous life, he pinpointed the specific areas slated for demolition. According to the usual historical trajectory, official announcements would be made in early July, initiating the demolition mobilization, with compensation payments expected to be distributed by August. To support the development of the new district, the implementation of various official policies was proceeding at an unprecedented pace, as the city was rallying its resources to foster the growth of Lin, a new district. On June 20th, the weather was overcast. After several days of scorching sun, a rare cool day had arrived. Li Chen set out early, boarding a bus destined for Daxing Street in Shuangjiang District. En route, he called Kong Xiaoqiang, instructing him to wait at the bus stop. He recalled that Kong Xiaoqiang's grandfather lived in that area, though he was uncertain about how much demolition compensation his father had ultimately received. Kong Xiaoqiang was currently enjoying summer vacation at his grandfather's, and upon receiving Li Chen's summons, he hurried to the bus station without delay. On the afternoon of the day the college entrance exams concluded, he had absorbed Li Chen's lessons on embodying a romantic persona to the fullest. Though immediate results were lacking, he believed that if he managed to enroll in a university in Shanghai, his chances of success would be significantly enhanced. However, when he arrived at the bus stop, he couldn't find even a trace of Li Chen. I should have left later. Kong Xiaoqiang squatted by the curb, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After a moment, a bus finally approached the station. As Li Chen disembarked, he immediately spotted Kong Xiaoqiang squatting at the roadside, fiddling with pebbles. "Xiangzi, why are you sitting on the ground?" Hearing the call, Kong Xiaoqiang stood up and brushed off the dust from his pants. "Tian Yi, why did you summon me here? It's scorching hot. Isn't it more enjoyable to play games? Games aren't like girlfriends. You can't eat or touch them. What is the point?" Li Chen observed the sweat trickling down Kong Xiaoqiang's forehead. "Let us go. I'll treat you to ice cream. Lead me around your neighborhood." This fellow needed to lose weight. He was sweating profusely with just a bit of movement. "Can we get an ice cream, assassin?" Kong Xiaoqiang wore a look of deep resentment, still haunted by their previous encounter. "Haha, look at you." Li Chen playfully slung an arm around Kong Xiaoqiang's shoulder, cheerfully declaring, "Today, you can have as many as you want. I'll cover the bill. No tricks." "Chen Ge, you're amazing." Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes brightened, his face alight with joy. "But Chen Ge, why did you come all the way out to this godforsaken place?" Li Chen released his hold, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. "Do you believe me if I say I came to buy a house?" Kong Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, then promptly shook his head. "Don't joke around, Chen Ge. I am well aware of your family's circumstances. Unless you sell your house, how could you possibly afford a new one? Believe it or not, you only need to guide me." Li Chen, feeling too weary to elaborate, recognized that such matters were indeed hard to believe coming from a high school student. With Kong Xiaoqiang leading the way, Li Chen traversed all the streets slated for the new district's development, discovering that most of the houses were dilapidated relics from the 90s. There were a few neighborhoods constructed post-2000, but their prices were significantly higher. Li Chen quietly assessed that with the money he had, he could purchase around 6 or 7 units, depending on possible negotiations. The only regret he harbored was that all his funds were tied up in real estate, leaving him with no capital to invest in stocks. There was no help for it. He had to seize the most lucrative opportunities with his limited initial capital. Kong Xiaoqiang silently followed Li Chen, growing increasingly unsettled throughout the day. Could it be that Chen Ge genuinely intended to buy a house? This seemed implausible. They were merely high school students from the same starting point. How could he be so exceptional? "Chen Ge, are you really planning to buy a house?" Kong Xiaoqiang finally could not contain his curiosity and asked. "Of course, or else would I be wasting a day wandering with you?" Li Chen replied, already fatigued. He casually twisted the cap off a water bottle and took several large gulps, his shirt dampened with sweat. Kong Xiaoqiang felt puzzled. "But purchasing a house requires a substantial amount of money. How much do you have?" "A few million. Do you believe it?" Li Chen responded with a smirk. "Please, do you think I'm foolish? A few million enjoy beans would be more believable." "You're not foolish. You're quite clever." Li Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "My friend, you're sure you heard someone mention that there are houses for sale in the Emerald Garden we just saw on Vine Street?" Kong Xiaoqiang nodded solemnly. "I believe so. We can stroll around the area. There should be some small advertisements for those selling houses." The Emerald Garden, built in 2002, would likely cost around 400,000 to 500,000, which could easily buy a spacious unit in a new development. Half an hour later, Li Chen and Kong Xiaoqiang returned to Vine Street. After inquiring in the vicinity, they discovered that not just one, but at least 3 units in the Emerald Garden were up for sale. The owners were either seeking to relocate to better neighborhoods or moving closer to the city center. Chen made a phone call, finding that only one of the vacant properties met his requirements. The owner had moved away because their child was attending school in the city, thus selling the old house. The other properties still had residents, and it would be challenging to vacate them in the short term. Once demolition was announced, these individuals would surely complicate matters. Tianyi, why are you opting for these old houses? The new communities being built are so much better and more comfortable to live in. Kong Xiaoqiang expressed his frustration internally. While he was still preoccupied with strategies for leveling up in games, his longtime classmate was contemplating the future. What is wrong with my preference for old houses? Besides, they are much more affordable, Chen responded casually. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly 6 o'clock, and they would have to return tomorrow to see if they could finalize a deal. It's about time I head back. Are you returning to this area, or joining me back to the city? Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes widened. Head back? Chenggu, haven't you seen the messages in the group chat? I haven't had time to check. What is going on? Li Shenin Kidat. Class monitor Zhen Yao posted in the group, organizing a gathering for our class. There might not be many chances to meet again in the future. Chen raised an eyebrow. Another gathering? I'm not going, you all go ahead. The last gathering had nearly derailed his life, and besides, he had little presence among his peers. Hey, I'll go alone then, otherwise. Xiaomin will be bored all by herself. Kong Xiaoqiang grinned. Get lost. Chapter 37. A shifted classmate relationship by the time Li Chen returned to Jiefang Street. Dusk was fast approaching. The bus was still too slow, lacking any efficiency. He could drive himself or buy a vehicle at any time, but he lacked a driver's license. Checking the time on his phone, he saw it was just minutes shy of 8. He casually opened QQ, only to find 99 unread messages in the class group, along with several active avatars. Xirou, Li Chen, are you coming to the class dinner tonight? Shen Qinglan, what time are you going to the gathering? My dad is driving me to the hotel. I can give you a ride too. Feng Qi, Li Chen, everyone is attending the dinner tonight. You mustn't be a party pooper. Jin Yao, in response to the class's suggestion, I am organizing tonight's dinner. It will be a split cost, 100 yuan per person, at Junhai Grand Hotel, starting at 7:30 p.m. Li Chen pondered for a moment. It seemed he had no option but to attend. In his previous life, at the high school graduation gathering, many of the attractive girls had been drunkenly taken advantage of before the school year even started, ending up in the hospital. He could not trust Xirou to be safe among these individuals. Many of the boys and girls in class 2 were not of good character. Even if one wished not to drink, they would concoct various excuses to force a refusal. Time was of the essence. Li Chen dashed upstairs, quickly showered, changed into fresh clothes, and hurried down to catch a taxi. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated several times. He pulled it out, unlocking the screen to find Kong Xiaoqiang's avatar shaking animatedly. Kang Xiaoqiang, Tianyi, Huru. They're trying to get Gu Xiuhua drunk. I'm going to block them. Li Chen's expression darkened instantly, just as he feared. Damn it, these scoundrels. He flagged down a taxi and, enticed by triple the fare, sped toward Junhai Grand Hotel. Every city has its own legendary drivers, and this must be one of them. If it weren't for Gu Xirou's presence, there were hardly any classmates he would wish to see. Although Junhai Grand Hotel could only be classified as a 4-star establishment in Shuqing, it had always boasted itself as a 5-star venue to enhance its reputation and attract a higher-end clientele. It was unclear who had suggested this location for their gathering. The pooled funds from the split cost might not even be sufficient. Truly decadent and vain. As Li Chen disembarked from the taxi, he gazed up at the nearly 20-story hotel. Following the messages from the group, he located their dining room. Golden list of names? Li Chen stood before a pair of double doors, reading the 4 gilded characters above. It was quite fitting for their graduation party. He just wondered if the 200 per head fee would truly be enough. Pushing open the doors, a cacophony of noise erupted around him. Li Chen's gaze swept calmly across the interior. A large round table capable of seating over 20 people, accompanied by a smaller table for more than 10. The scene was already quite chaotic, with empty bottles strewn about. With over 50 classmates, it seemed a small fraction had chosen not to partake in the evening's festivities. His arrival did not elicit much of a response. Most merely glanced his way, mistaking him for a server. Li Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he strode towards the large round table situated deeper within the private room. Oh dear, Zhao Xiaofeng. Must you persist in urging him to drink? Kong Xiaoqiang truly cannot consume another drop. Xiao Min remarked with genuine concern, glancing at Kong Xiaoqiang as she placed a serving of hot dish into his bowl. Kong, you ought to pause your drinking and eat some warm food instead. After all, he only stepped in to shield Xirou from excessive drinking. We weren't partaking with him. Exactly. Our drinking is a matter for us girls. He shouldn't have meddled. The girls, led by Zhao Xiaofeng, exchanged banter. If you wish to drink, then drink. Xiao Min shot back, her gaze defiant and irritated. Feng Qi, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, interjected. Zhao Xiaofeng, Zhang Yu, don't you think it's time to temper your antics? You are ruining what should be a delightful graduation gathering. Zhao Xiaofeng, Feng Qi speaks wisely, Zhenyao added. If Xirou doesn't wish to drink, why must you insist on forcing her? She has already consumed numerous cups with you. How much more do you require? Zhao Xiaofeng turned to regard Zhenyao and Feng Qi, a hint of disdain gracing her heavily made-up visage. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to raise your glasses. And as for you, class monitor, we graduated. Do you truly believe you can still dictate our actions? Or run to Old Wang to report us? Hearing these words, Zhen Yao's chest heaved with indignation. In the presence of so many classmates, not a single person came to her defense. Feng Qi, on the verge of standing to raise her glass in protest, suddenly noticed Li Chen approaching from behind Xirou, his icy glare sending a chill down her spine, causing her to retract her hand. Those wretched girls would soon find someone to set them straight. Xirou felt a pang of regret. She should have left before noticing Li Chen's arrival. Now, it seemed escaping was no longer an option. Casting a glance at the flushed Kong Xiaoqiang, who appeared somewhat dazed, she thought to herself, had he not stepped in to protect her, she would have likely been inebriated by now. Kong Xiaoqiang, Xiao Min, thank you both. I shall drink this cup myself, and then take my leave. With that, Xirou lifted her glass, 3 empty beer bottles already accumulating before her. Xirou, our gathering is only halfway through. Would it not be too inconsiderate to depart at this juncture? Zhao Xiaofeng chimed in with a teasing smile. Casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Jigang, her cheeks flushed. Furthermore, our dear Chen has yet to express his desire to leave. A flicker of anger glinted in Xirou's cold eyes. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her, taking the glass from her grasp. Turning her head, she was taken aback to see Li Chen. Fear not, I am here. I shall escort you home shortly. The sight of the slight grievance in her eyes stirred an inexplicable ache in Li Chen's heart. Kong Xiaoqiang, half-drunk and wide-eyed, exclaimed, Brother Chen, you have finally arrived. Had you come any later, I would have had to be carried home. Good brother. Li Chen replied with a smile and nodded. His gaze then swept over the various expressions of his classmates, finally resting on the trio of empty beer bottles, his heart racing with relief that he had arrived in time. Xirou, are you foolish? Have you truly consumed 3 bottles of beer? At this reprimand, Xirou's face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a garden in full bloom, captivating the male classmates present. I possess a strong tolerance. I merely did not wish to drink with them. Occasionally at home, I share a beer with my father to practice my tolerance, fearing I might suffer otherwise once I leave home. As she spoke, Xirou rose and urged Li Chen to sit. You take a seat. I shall step outside for a moment. All right, go ahead, Li Chen responded, then turned to Feng Qi seated across from him. Sister Qi, could you accompany Xirou? Of course, you can rest easy, Feng Qi replied, rising from her seat to follow Xirou outside. She had discerned the intentions behind tonight's gathering. Someone was deliberately attempting to get Xirou intoxicated. Chapter 38. Looking for trouble? I'm prepared to engage. Chen Jigang, do not presume everyone to be a fool. Remember, there are deities above. Be wary as you walk alone at night, lest something from the heavens falls upon you, or you find yourself in the path of a vehicle. As soon as Xirou left, Li Chen's demeanor shifted, his expression growing cold as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Chen Jigang. The classmates within the room exchanged bewildered looks, all sensing the tension in the air. An unexpected confrontation was brewing. No one anticipated that the typically meek and unassuming Li Chun would exhibit such a side, daring to confront the wealthy Chen Gang directly. Are you threatening me? Chen Gang's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of malice flashing as he regarded Li Chun with a smile. This expression and tone were wholly unbecoming of a high school student. You might interpret it that way, Li Chun replied with a grin. You ought to be grateful that those little ruffians did not betray you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those at the table shifted slightly, particularly the boys who had previously clashed with Chen Gang, their hearts racing with fear as they busily consumed food and drink to mask their discomfort. Well, Li Chun, it seems that after enduring some trials, your courage has indeed grown, Chen Gang remarked, folding his arms and leaning back his chair with a smirk. He was genuinely surprised. Could adversity truly transform a person so drastically? At that moment, Shun Qinglan emerged from the restroom within the private room. Li Shen, upon spotting him, her face lit up with a smile, thinking to herself how he had indeed come, and she had forgiven him for not replying to her messages. Li Chen cast a disinterested glance, ignoring her entirely, creating an awkward atmosphere. Qinglan, please take a seat. I just ordered several signature dishes from here that I'm sure you will enjoy. Chen Gang quickly shifted to a gentlemanly demeanor, feigning concern. Thank you. Shen Qinglan pulled out a chair and sat down, casting a lingering glance at Li Chun. She then turned to Zhen Yao beside her and asked, where did Fang Qi go? She went outside with Xirou to the restroom. Zhen Yao replied, hesitating as she contemplated whether to reveal the recent events to Shen Qinglan. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinglan did not dwell on it. The strange atmosphere at the table seemed to either escape her notice or she chose to feign ignorance. Just then, a female server rushed into the room. There's been a commotion outside between the girls and some customers. You all should go check it out. Li Chen's expression changed instantly, setting down his glass and rushing out. Without a second thought, Kang Xiaoqiang and Xiao Min followed suit. Chen Gang, Zhao Xiaofeng, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions tense. While they found amusement in eating and drinking, they certainly did not wish to be embroiled in any trouble. Zhen Yao shook her head in disappointment and stood up to rush out alone. Shen Qinglan hesitated for a moment before following suit. She had initially intended to stay, but with Fang Qi outside, remaining seated felt inappropriate. Classmates, our class monitor and study committee member have gone out. We should follow to ensure the girls are not mistreated. Shouldn't we? Chen Gang declared with feigned righteousness, turning to exit. With his lead, the others in the private room swiftly followed suit, spilling out into the hallway. As Li Chun emerged from the room, he spotted a crowd gathered a short distance away and dashed towards them. Xirou and Fang Qi exchanged anxious glances as they faced the crowd before them. Such a scene was utterly foreign to the two young girls. Little girl, don't say Long Gu isn't reasonable. You broke my watch, so it's only fair to ask for compensation, isn't it? A man in his 30s, adorned with tattoos, gazed at Xirou and her friend with a lecherous glint in his eye. You dropped the watch yourself. It has nothing to do with us. If you keep bothering us and won't let us leave, I will call the police. Xirou's voice was cold. Try to maintain her composure. Even if the police come, you'll still have to pay. Is there surveillance here? Let's see if they believe me or you. The tattooed man reeked of alcohol, his arrogance unabated. You're extorting me. What kind of watch costs over 100,000? Why don't you just go rob someone instead? Fang Qi stepped protectively in front of Xirou, casting a glance at a hotel staff member nearby. The latter averted his gaze, fearful and silent. Haha, if you can't pay, that's fine too. The tattooed man smirked, extending his hand toward Xirou. Come have a drink with Long Gu, and I'll let the watch issue slide. He reveled inwardly, relieved that he had just stepped out for a bathroom break. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such a beautiful and fresh-faced girl. At this point, Fang Qi understood they had encountered a rogue looking for trouble. Suddenly, a strong hand seized the tattooed man's outstretched hand. A chilling voice resonated. Did your mother not teach you to respect women? The tattooed man fumed, shaking off the grip. Damn it, who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? Li Shen, you finally made it. I was scared out of my wits. Fang Qi sighed in relief at Li Chen's arrival. For some inexplicable reason, His current demeanor instilled an unshakable sense of security. Sister Qi, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Li Chun smiled calmly, then turned to Xirou. I apologize for being late. Li Chun, I didn't break his watch. He dropped it. Now he insists I pay or accompany him for drinks. The clarity and determination in Xirou's bright eyes were unmistakable. Li Chun offered a reassuring smile. I believe you. Even if we had broken it, we would pay him off. We won't accept this injustice. The tattooed man, now realizing the gravity of the situation, sneered, Kid, you may be young, but your bravado is quite grand. Wanting to show off comes with a price. This watch is worth 199,000. How do you intend to compensate? At this moment, Kong Xiaoqiang, who had just emerged, overheard and erupted. What the hell? That piece of junk is worth 199,000. Do you think it's made of gold? The tattooed man's expression darkened, his brutish demeanor emerging as he noticed a group of students approaching. What? Trying to bully me with numbers? A bunch of little punks. As he spoke, the air around him thickened with the aura of a local thug, while his muscular, tattooed companions glared menacingly at Cheng Gang and the others. We're just passing by. We're not familiar with them. You all carry on. Cheng Gang hesitated, forcing a smile. Clearly, the people he knew from the underworld were not of the same caliber as those before him. The other students lacked the courage to step forward, with some even retreating slightly. The crowd of onlookers continued to grow. You cowards, get lost. The tattooed man bellowed, waving his hand dismissively, growing increasingly arrogant. Chapter 39. Li Chun has truly changed. Li Chun shook his head subtly. These students had yet to face the harsh realities of society, and their reactions were telling. A mere word sent them scurrying. Kid, why are you shaking your head? Hurry up and pay, or let this pretty girl accompany me for a drink. The tattooed man shouted in anger. Li Chun ignored him, instead directing his gaze to a young man in a suit nearby, his attention drawn to the name tag on his chest. He Chen, General Manager. Manager He, may I inquire if it is standard practice for your hotel to stand idly by while guests are threatened and slandered by unruly individuals? The calmness of his inquiry momentarily stunned everyone present. He Qian's eyes twitched, unable to suppress his discomfort at such a sharp question. This young man, our hotel has the obligation to ensure guests are not harmed within our premises. However, if you damaged another guest property, that falls outside our service range. He Qian offered a slightly apologetic smile to Li Chun and his friends. Since you claim we broke his watch, let us review the hotel surveillance footage. As he spoke, Li Chun pointed at the surveillance cameras above. Don't tell me they're broken or under maintenance. He Qian glanced at the tattooed man and the other onlookers, offering another apologetic smile. I'm terribly sorry, but our surveillance equipment has indeed malfunctioned recently and is undergoing urgent repairs. Li Chun smirked, catching the blatant lie. Claiming the impossible made them sound untrustworthy. Manager He, could you kindly look up and tell me what that flashing red dot atop the camera signifies? He Qian, taken aback, raised his eyes and turned red with embarrassment. The surveillance equipment was indeed malfunctioning. Li Chun stepped forward slightly, surveying the crowd with an expression of calm determination. I now have serious doubts regarding your hotel's collusion with these thugs to defraud customers, and I have decided to call the police to clear our names. With that, he pulled out his phone to dial the authorities. He Qian discreetly signaled to the tattooed man, realizing that if this escalated further and reached their boss's ears, his position here would be compromised. You little punk, do you dare to call the police? I'll take care of you. The tattooed man suddenly exploded in rage, swinging his fist toward Li Chun. Li Chun, watch out. Xirou and the other girls turned pale, shrieking in alarm. No one expected him to resort to violence. Shen Qinglan felt her composure slipping, frantic to rush forward, only to be restrained by Cheng Gang. With a loud crash, before anyone could react, Li Chun deftly sidestepped, seizing a decorative vase from the wall and hurling it at the tattooed man, though he narrowly avoided the blow. You got guts. The tattooed man grimaced, fixating on Li Chun, his expression betraying a flicker of fear. Damn it, he almost got his head smashed. Li Chun's expression hardened, his gaze icy as he regarded the tattooed man. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he would not be intimidated by such trivial displays. That would mean he had returned to this world only to remain a coward. I'm still a student. If it comes to it, I'll fight you. There are so many witnesses here. Let us see how you plan to handle this situation if it escalates. Indeed, upon hearing those words, the tattooed man's group hesitated, their bravado wavering. Xirou stepped forward, grasping Li Chen's hand, concern etched on her face. Me fine. Li Chen offered a gentle smile, glancing at their classmates. These people are unreliable. Xirou, call your father to come pick you up, and also call the police. Xirou nodded immediately, retrieving a white Nokia from her small bag. Wait. Suddenly, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from the back of the crowd. Upon hearing this voice, Chen and the tattooed man visibly panicked. A middle-aged man in his 40s approached, his expression grave as he scanned the scene. Behind him followed several burly security guards. Esteemed classmates, I am Wang Bian, the owner of Junhai Hotel. You may share your concerns with me. If I am unable to resolve them, we can always call the police. What do you think? As these words left the middle-aged man's lips, every pair of eyes widened in astonishment. To encounter the grand proprietor of Junhai Group, while merely dining, was an unexpected stroke of fate. Li Chen felt a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth, suddenly recalling the infamous scandal from his previous life surrounding the green hat incident in Shuqing. Realizing that this Wang Bian was none other than the unfortunate figure at its center. What a remarkable twist of fate. Yet, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he remained oblivious to the misdeeds of his young wife. Li Chen calmly regarded Wang Bian. What a fortunate coincidence that you have arrived, Boss Wang. Had you delayed even a moment longer, the reputation of your esteemed Junhai Hotel would have been tarnished by those under your command. I happen to be here today for inspections and fortuitously stumbled upon this matter. I only heard some details from the younger brother here and have yet to grasp the entirety of the situation. I kindly ask you to elaborate. I assure you, I shall handle this matter with the utmost severity and will not show leniency. Wang Bian spoke with a jovial tone. This young man before him exuded a maturity that belied his years. Li Chen smiled. He found this proclamation amusing and saw no reason to take it to heart. He held little belief that Wang Bian was a man of virtue. After all, which individual capable of scaling their company to such heights was not ruthless in their pursuits? Nonetheless, he proceeded to recount the events in detail. Nearby, the onlooking classmates began to murmur amongst themselves. Have you noticed? Li Chen is truly different from before. He seems to have matured significantly, and he speaks with such poise to a big boss. Indeed, I sense it too. He appears quite affluent as well. I wonder if it's genuine or mere pretense. Oh please, we all know his family's circumstances. If they were truly wealthy, then Shen Qinglan would not have rejected his confession that night. He treats Xirou so well. Do you think they are in a relationship? Shen Qinglan, overhearing these comments, felt a surge of frustration and indignation, abruptly shaking off Chen Jigang's grasp. After listening to Li Chen's account, Wang Bian's countenance had darkened considerably as he glanced up at the surveillance camera overhead. Chen, unable to contain himself, hurriedly approached Wang Bian and lowered his head. Boss, it was Zhang Long who was driven by lust. This is not my doing. I merely went along with him. Chapter 40. I can read faces. Do you believe me? Wang Bian felt a headache brewing as he cast a grim glance at the tattooed man. He understood that with so many spectators present, a misstep in handling this incident could severely tarnish his hotel's reputation. Fen Kui, call the police and have these troublemakers detained for the authorities to handle. Additionally, retrieve the surveillance footage of the incident. The head of security promptly nodded, understood, boss. Several imposing security guards swiftly advanced, blocking the escape route of the tattooed man and his 3 accomplices. The tattooed man instantly panicked. Despite his outward bravado, he dared not confront Wang Bian, knowing a single word from him could land them behind bars for years. Chen, we've assisted you in many matters. Could you possibly intercede with Boss Wang on our behalf? This incident has caused no significant loss. A simple apology should suffice. The tattooed man placed his hopes on Chen, for they were, after all, mutual beneficiaries. Chen's eyes flickered uncertainly. He was about to speak when Wang Bian interrupted. Chen, recognize your position. Do not overstep your bounds. You must understand for whom you are working and grasp the weight of the situation. Boss, I understand. He Qian's head was spinning with indignation. He found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, with all semblance of status trampled by Wang Bian. Wang Bian once again donned a congenial smile, turning to Li Chen. Young brother, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you've had while dining at my hotel. Today, all your expenses are on the house. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was not particularly surprised, yet his classmates were visibly delighted. Who wouldn't relish a free meal? Since Boss Wang is so magnanimous, I have a few words of advice. It would be prudent to remain vigilant regarding certain individuals. Otherwise, it may be too late. Li Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Casting a glance at He Qian, Wang Bian's brow furrowed slightly. Young brother, what do you imply by that? If I am not mistaken, Boss Wang has a young wife who is considerably younger than you? Indeed, this is common knowledge within the circle. Might I inquire if He Qian's current position is, in part, due to the whispers of your young wife? Wang Bian hesitated momentarily, casting a nonchalant glance at He Qian. That is indeed a factor. They are distant relatives. Upon hearing this exchange, He Qian inexplicably felt a sense of unease. Distant relatives? Li Chen found this amusing. I wonder if Boss Wang has noticed that during your absences, He Qian often frequents your home? Wang Bian's expression shifted from confusion to severity. They are relatives. What is there to scrutinize? Li Chen felt a surge of indignation. Should I reveal the sensational details right here and now? Perhaps Boss Wang should examine his personal finances to see how much remains. Upon hearing this, He Qian visibly panicked. How could this young man know such intimate details? Wang Bian's gaze sharpened, and without further ado, he stepped aside to make a phone call. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. Li Chen's chain of actions had transformed him in the eyes of Zhen Yao and Fang Qi. He was no longer merely a typical high school student. What high schooler could exhibit such formidable poise? After concluding his call, Wang Bian returned with a stormy countenance and a piercing gaze directed at He Qian. Not only had a significant portion of his private funds vanished, but discrepancies also appeared in the hotel accounts. Yet, how had this young man come to know such clandestine matters? Silence enveloped the gathering, each individual consumed by their own thoughts. Only He Qian felt the brunt of anxiety, questioning whether he had inadvertently revealed too much. Wang Bian turned his attention back to Li Chen, speaking slowly. Young brother, how did you come by this knowledge? I possess the ability to read faces. Do you believe me, Boss Wang? Wang Bian fell into contemplation, gradually nodding. I believe. Since you place your trust in me, I shall impart another piece of information. Wang Bian raised an eyebrow. What news? Your young wife is not merely a distant relative of this He Qian. They were lovers during their university days. This revelation landed like a bombshell on the placid surface of a lake. The corner of Wang Bian's eye twitched, his breath quickening. Is this true? Li Chen nodded slightly. These details had surfaced after Wang Bian's suicide in his previous life, exposed by those relentless paparazzi. Confirming this information, Wang Bian disregarded the gazes of those around him, fixing his intense stare upon He Qian, the very individual he had elevated and trusted. Boss, this individual is spouting nonsense. You must not believe him. He is merely trying to avoid compensating for the antique vase he just shattered. I am merely a distant relative of Xiao Mei, or rather, of a lady. He Qian is genuinely terrified, his voice trembling slightly, and at this moment, he wishes he could eliminate the tattooed man and his companions. Wang Bian's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly recalled that he had encountered He Qian multiple times on his way home, often around lunchtime, when He Qian would express concern and inquire if he wished to return home for a meal. Reflecting on it, now sent a chill down his spine. He Qian, you certainly have quite the audacity to orchestrate such a scheme. Wang Bian's anger flared. Any man would find this intolerable. Not only had he been robbed of his home, but he had also nearly lost both life and fortune. The thought of his ultimate fate sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, He Qian's heart raced to his throat. The shout had frightened him to the core, leaving his legs weak beneath him. Boss, I'm sorry I was wrong. Please forgive me. This was all Xiao Mei's idea, and I had nothing to do with it. She transferred those funds to an overseas account without my knowledge. I truly was not part of this scheme. In a desperate bid for survival, He Qian shamelessly resorted to theatrical pleas. Wang Bian gritted his teeth in anger. taking several deep breaths to steady his emotions. Young man, I am deeply grateful. Once I have resolved these familial matters, I shall personally express my thanks. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, displaying remarkable composure. No need for thanks. Had I not encountered these troubles here, I would not have engaged in such discussions with you. Upon hearing this, Wang Bian immediately grasped the implication. Rest assured, young man, these individuals not only disrupted public order, but are also implicated in substantial extortion. Coupled with their prior illicit activities, they will certainly face severe sentencing. Upon hearing this, the tattooed men turned pale, their faces ashen. It was evident they would not be released anytime soon. This was precisely the outcome Li Chen desired, though he had yet to grow powerful. Leaving these men at large was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, posing a latent threat to those around him. Now, the danger had temporarily subsided. Subsequently, Li Chen exchanged farewells with Kong Xiaoqiang and the others before departing the hotel with Xirou. As they watched the pair's silhouettes disappear from view, all the classmates breathed a collective sigh of relief. The aura Li Chen had just projected was overwhelmingly formidable. Even Chen Jigang felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 41. Xirou, he illuminated my life. In Manchester Bay Island, Li Chen gazed at the grand and opulent entrance of the residential complex before him, unable to suppress a wry smile, feeling somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it said that your family resides in the Old City District, conveniently along my route? This seems to be in a completely different direction. Observing Li Chen's expression, Xirou beamed with joy, playfully bouncing as she walked with her hands clasped behind her back. If I hadn't said that, you certainly wouldn't have let me escort you. It's a benevolent fib. Li Chen, touched by her words, felt a warmth in his heart. His beloved always did things that moved him. After school, she had unwittingly added an extra half-hour of cycling time to his day. Fortunately, you aren't a transfer student from the first year, otherwise. Li Chen teased with a mock seriousness. Even if you were, I would still see you home every day. Xirou brushed her hair aside, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. Beneath the streetlights, their shadows mingled and parted, twining together like a pair rather than solitary figures. To claim that Li Chen was unhappy would be a falsehood. The corners of his mouth nearly reached the heavens. This was the first time he learned of Xirou's residence, located within a renowned upscale community in Shuqing, where the only other dwellings besides the small houses were standalone villas. Those who resided here were truly either affluent or noble. Li Shen Siga, Guam Shido. You always see me home first. Do your parents know? The young woman halted, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Li Chen, have you been frightened silly at the hotel? If they found out, would I still be able to see you home? With a hearty laugh, Li Chen felt his spirits lifted, unable to contain his mirth. You win. Xirou pressed her lips together, flashing a sweet smile. By the way, the college entrance exam scores are coming out soon. Are you confident you'll meet the first-tier line? No problem at all. How about you? Li Chen chuckled lightly, feeling assured. If he couldn't even reach the first-tier line, he might as well buy a block of tofu and throw himself under a bus. I'm confident, too. We can attend the same school, and I plan to choose the same major as you. Xirou, are you serious? What other option is there? Suddenly, a sleek black BMW 7 Series pulled up to the entrance of the community, honking several times. Xirou looked up, momentarily taken aback. Li Chen, thinking she was startled, muttered softly, Haven't you ever seen someone in love? Blowing the horn, as if there weren't any bricks on the ground. Otherwise, I'd smash your windshield. The young girl, genuinely alarmed, tugged at Li Chen's sleeve. Stop it, that's my dad. What? Li Chen's eyes widened, his mind momentarily short-circuited. A middle-aged man, dressed like a successful entrepreneur, stepped out of the car, wearing a warm smile. CC, We've arrived at the door. Why not invite your classmate in for a visit? Dad, what a coincidence, Xirou replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. I'm going to graduation dinner tonight. Li Chen brought me back. The middle-aged man smiled as he assessed Li Chen. Young man, please ensure you see CC home. Come in for a glass of water. Li Chen quickly adjusted his demeanor, smiling. Uncle Gu, it's no trouble at all. It's the least I can do. It's getting late, and I should be heading home. Very well, then perhaps another time, Gu Runming said with a warm wave. Come along, CC. Let us go inside with your father. Xirou turned to Li Chen. Message me when you get home. All right. Li Chen nodded, turning to leave. The area wasn't too conducive for hailing a cab. He had to walk a bit further, as there were no ride-hailing services or shared bicycles available yet. The young girl reluctantly withdrew her gaze as she entered the car. Gu Renming started the engine and drove through the gate of the community. Daughter, you're about to enter university. Your father does not oppose you dating, but he must treat you well, being honest and reliable. Even if his family conditions are modest, it matters not. The money I earn is sufficient for you both for a lifetime. Gu Xirou's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, Dad. Silly girl, why thank your father? Gu Renming glanced at Gu Xirou and smiled. Have you been drinking tonight? Once we get home, I'll have your mother prepare some hangover soup. Yes, I had a little, Gu Xirou said, a smile blooming on her flushed cheeks. Dad, let me tell you. After hearing his daughter recount the events of the evening, Gu Renming was pleasantly surprised and increasingly pleased with Li Chen. Daughter, from what you're saying, this young man, named Li Chen, is quite impressive, brave and responsible, a rare man indeed. However, my dear, do you intend to tell him about that incident? At the mention of this matter, a flicker of sorrow crossed Gu Renming's eyes. It was a pain he carried for a lifetime. Dad, Gu Xirou hesitated. Li Chen is the one. He is? What do you mean he is? Gu Renming nearly failed to comprehend, his hand gripping the steering while trembling slightly. Daughter, are you saying that Li Chen is the one who bullied you? Gu Xirou nodded gently. The little boy who saved me when I was young is the same person. Upon hearing this, Gu Renming fell silent, yet felt an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. My dear daughter, is this the reason you chose to abandon the lawsuit? Did you insist on transferring to Qizhong because of him? Dad, I told you 10 years ago that I would marry him when I grew up. Without Li Chen, I might have perished long ago. Gu Renming was profoundly moved. He finally understood why his daughter insisted on sending Li Chen home every day. Sweetheart, let us keep this matter from your mother for now. When the time is right and you are truly together, then you can tell her. Gu Xirou smiled sweetly and understandingly, Dad. Rest assured, I won't say anything now. My mom has a temper. If she finds out, she'll definitely cause trouble for Li Chen. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Li Chen had a bowl of rice noodles downstairs before boarding the first bus to Daxing Street in Shuangjiang District. Simultaneously, Kong Xiaoqiang, who had drunkenly partied the night before, was forcibly awakened and called into action. With the impending demolition in the new district, he knew he had to be diligent. Otherwise, he might end up with nothing. Today, he not only aimed to secure the vacant apartment in Emerald Garden, but also to scout for additional properties on several nearby streets. By around 9 in the morning, Li Chen and Kong Xiaoqiang found the homeowner, and after reaching a consensus, they proceeded to the housing authority to complete the transfer paperwork. Kong Xiaoqiang was in a daze throughout the process, unsure if he was still under the influence of last night's alcohol. It wasn't until the payment was received and the happy homeowner departed that he finally came to his senses. Bro Chen, was I just dreaming? Did you really spend 390,000? Li Chen scoffed, raising the property deed and keys. What do you think? I thought it was just plain money. Chapter 42. The release of college entrance examination scores. After securing that property, Li Chen felt as though money was beckoning to him. He then gave Kong Xiaoqiang a morale boost by promising to cover the cost of tickets to Shanghai when school resumed, which sent him into a frenzy of excitement. And they wandered around the nearby streets. To save time and quickly spend the money in his bank account to acquire more properties before the demolition, Li Chen called every number listed on the small ads plastered on walls and telephone poles. Ultimately, he managed to secure another property on Zhonglong Street and Xinqing Street. Bro Chen, I'm a bit confused. Where did you get all this money? Buying so many old houses? Kong Xiaoqiang squatted at the bus stop, holding a popsicle. As Li Chen put it, I have money. I can afford it, so indulge away. You don't understand anything. Li Chen shot him a glance. Let me make this clear. This matter is known only to heaven and earth, you and I. No one else can know, understood? Kong Xiaoqiang, seeing Li Chen's serious expression, felt as if he were in a dream and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Bro Chen. I know when to speak and when to remain silent. Good. That is what I like to hear. Li Chen turned to glance at the approaching bus. Let us go. The bus is here. We'll continue tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, leading to the moment the college entrance examination scores were released, a moment brimming with excitement. Parents had eagerly awaited this day, and now it had finally arrived. That night promised to be one of joy and sorrow, destined to be a sleepless night. As night fell, the WeChat group for Class 2 of the senior year buzzed with activity, speculating on who would achieve the highest score and who would come in last. Isn't it obvious? The class leader, Xirou, will have the highest score. She is the top student in our class. With our class leader's performance, it's not impossible for her to break into the top 50 in the province. Have you all forgotten someone? Xirou's grades are impressive too. Her score 1 TB low. Exactly. If a few more from our class make it into the top 50 in the province, Old Wang would be over the moon. Now, let us analyze who will be at the bottom. That's easy. It must be Kong Xiaoqiang, Xie Heng, and those guys. Xirou observed the chatter in the group, where everyone referred to her as the class leader, as if the gathering they had shared the other night had never happened. After skimming through the chat history, she exited the conversation and sat before her computer, awaiting the time to check her score. Kong Xiaoqiang glanced at the WeChat group, nearly bursting with frustration. Do they really think they're so clever? Damn, the scores aren't even out yet, and I've already been sentenced to death. How can they be so sure? In the old neighborhood of Jiafeng Street, after finishing his meal, Li Chen returned to his room, opened his computer, and browsed stock market trends. In anticipation of the score release, he had already secured 8 properties, leaving only a few thousand yuan in his account. He would have to wait for the compensation fund from the demolition before he could engage in stock trading. A few days prior, he had even contemplated dabbling in virtual currency, considering investing a portion to buy some Bitcoin and waiting for its value to rise. However, the risks associated with that industry were too significant, and he ultimately chose to forego it. He had heard rumors in his previous life about Bitcoin being linked to money laundering, and while he was uncertain of their veracity, he knew many who had invested in such virtual currencies ultimately found themselves unable to sell. They looked appealing, yet they remained unattainable. Can you understand that feeling? While everyone else eagerly anticipated the release of their scores, Chen Qinglan sat on her bed, wearing an expression of mild irritation. The class group was buzzing about Xirou, whereas previously, the focus had been on her. The memory of Li Chen shielding Xirou at the gathering only deepened her discontent. Were they truly in a relationship? Stepping off her bed and donning a spaghetti-strap nightgown, she approached the mirror, examining her alluring figure and striking beauty. Pouting slightly, she wondered why he no longer favored her. Was it her legs that weren't long or fair enough? Or was her bosom insufficient? The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Gazing at Li Chen's gray avatar on QQ, she felt an urge to confront him directly. After witnessing the events of a few nights prior, she truly sensed that the boy who had once admired her for so many years had indeed changed. She even contemplated whether things would have been different if she had accepted his confession that night, perhaps preventing Xirou from ever entering the picture. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Chen Qinglan couldn't help but message Fang Qi on QQ. Sister, I'm really troubled. Do you think I made a mistake by rejecting Li Chen's confession? At that moment, Fang Qi was sitting at her computer, feeling a bit anxious herself. She hoped to score above 600 and would be satisfied with that. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and she glanced at the screen to see a message from Chen Qinglan. After reading the content, she paused momentarily. Lan, you truly made a mistake. And regarding what happened at the gathering a few nights ago, why didn't you speak up? I wanted to defend him, but Chen Jigang held me back. Fang Qi sighed at her phone. If you had spoken up then, perhaps Li Chen's impression of you could have changed. Besides me and Xirou, there were also Kong Xiaoqiang and Xiaomin. None of our classmates offered to help. Chen Qinglan was momentarily stunned. Chi, Li Chen is a grown man. Surely he wouldn't be so petty, would he? Lan, did you not say you dislike Li Chen? Why are you still fixated on these matters? Chen Qinglan fell silent, and after a while, typed out a message. Are Li Chen and Xirou in a relationship? I'm not entirely sure, but it does seem that way. Fang Qi paused her typing momentarily before continuing. Lan, you really ought to temper your temper. Hearing such an ambiguous response, Chen Qinglan let her phone slip from her hand onto the bed, lost in thought. How could she possibly misinterpret such straightforward words? At the same time, In a small villa within the 8th island of Manchester, the lights were bright and the atmosphere serene. In a room on the 2nd floor, adorned entirely in pink, it radiated the unique charm of youthful decor. Dear daughter, in just a few minutes, you will be able to check your scores. Are you feeling nervous? Gu Renming and his wife Lu Lin sat beside Gu Xirou, their eyes occasionally fixed on the computer screen. It seemed that the anxiety surrounding college entrance exam scores was a universal sentiment among parents. Gu Xirou turned to her parents, a playful smile gracing her cheeks. Mom and Dad, why do I feel like you are even more anxious than I am? Chapter 43, Truly Astonishing. A few minutes later, Mom and Dad, the scores are out. Gu Xirou's gaze was glued to the computer screen as she blinked, reading the small line of text. My score is 699. Just 1 point shy of 700. Gu Renming stared at the screen, his eyes wide as he confirmed that it wasn't a network glitch or system malfunction. And then a look of joy enveloped his face. Ha, my daughter is truly exceptional. This score will likely place her in the top 50 of the province. How wonderful. Lu Lin, equally elated, embraced Gu Xirou. My precious daughter, you are simply remarkable. Our family now has an outstanding university student. Mom, you've worked hard too. I wouldn't have achieved this without your dedication to our family, Gu Xirou said, her eyes glistening with tears as she returned Lu Lin's embrace. Gu Renming gently patted the shoulders of the mother and daughter duo, smiling as he inquired, Dear, what gift would you like this time? Dad promises to get it for you. Clothes, bags? Perhaps a phone or a computer. Or shall I buy you a car? Gu Xirou released her mother and looked up at Gu Renming. Dad, I don't want any gifts. I want to attend Magic City University. Can you both agree to that? Magic City University? Lu Lin ruffled Gu Xirou's hair with a smile. Of course, dear. You are now an adult. You can make these decisions for yourself. Regardless of which university you choose, your father and I will support you. Gu Renming had an inkling of why his daughter wished to attend Magic City University. But he would not impede her. As long as she was happy, he would unconditionally support her. It's good to explore the big city. Your father supports you. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I'm so happy tonight. Let us go out for barbecue, just the 3 of us, Lu Lin suggested with a smile. I concur. Let us celebrate. Once our daughter heads off to university, our late-night snacks together will become rare, Gu Renming said, his face full of longing, and there was no objection. Gu Xirou smiled. I have no objections either. The class group chat, already buzzing with activity, became even more lively once the scores were released. Wow. The scores are out. I actually scored 571. I thought I would only barely get over 500. Haha, Lin Chong, I surpassed you, scoring 579. Oh my, how did you all score so well? I worked so hard, and I only got 493. Come on, stop showing off. Let us ask what the top score in our class is. Right? Class monitor, where are you? It's time for you to reveal your score. Zhen Yao hesitated for a moment, then ultimately decided to share her score in the class group. Class monitor Zhen Yao, 679. The classmates fell silent for an instant before erupting again in excitement. Wow, class monitor, you're truly impressive. No wonder you're the pride of class 2. That score obliterates the others. What about Shun Qinglan? What did she score? And Gu Xirou? Shun Qinglan quietly sent her score, 657. She and T performed at her usual level during this exam. Meanwhile, Gu Xirou was relishing her barbecue, completely oblivious to the messages flooding her phone. Simultaneously, Li Chan sat before his computer, looking dumbfounded as the room fell into an eerie silence. Old Li and Ms. Yang wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Son, what is going on? Where's your score? Is there a network issue? Old Li's eyes widened as he stared at the computer screen. Yes, son. Why don't you call your teacher Wang to ask what is going on? Ms. Yang's voice was laced with concern. Li Chen refreshed the page and logged in again, the screen finally returning to the familiar display, and he let out a sigh of relief, having nearly been overwhelmed with panic just moments before. It seemed he needed to make time to acquire a better performing computer. Otherwise, if such an issue arose during stock trading, it would be disastrous. Mom and Dad, don't panic. It was just a network hiccup. Li Chun pointed to the screen. See, the score is displayed now. 712 points? Old Li rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Are you sure the computer isn't malfunctioning? Yes, son. Did you perhaps check the wrong score? Is this not someone else's score? Ms. Yang's voice rose several octaves. Parents know their child's capabilities well. Those who could score over 700 are undoubtedly extraordinary. Li Chen found his parents' reaction both amusing and perplexing. While he too was surprised, he could accept it. Mom and Dad, the computer isn't malfunctioning, and I didn't check the wrong score. This 712 points is indeed what I earned. Seeing his earnest expression, Ms. Yang's eyes glistened with tears. Son, you're not deceiving us, are you? This score is real? Mom, it's real. Every single question was answered by her son, Li Chen affirmed, nodding seriously. He wasn't wrong. Even though he knew the answers, he had indeed written them all out. Haha, wonderful. Old Li nearly wept with joy, exclaiming, the Li family finally has a talented individual. Son, you have surpassed your old man. You are the pride of both me and your mother. The couple felt as though they were dreaming, fearing that come morning, it would all be a fleeting illusion. Hey, Mom and Dad, it's getting late. You should head to bed. We can discuss everything tomorrow. Li Chen chuckled, fearing that if he lingered any longer, Old Li and Ms. Yang might be too excited to sleep. All right, son, you should rest early too. Tomorrow, I'll invite your uncle and aunt over for a celebratory dinner, the two elders said, their hearts brimming with excitement as they left the room. While one side rejoiced, Kong Xiaoqiang was enveloped in gloom, clouds of despair hanging over him. Upon the release of the scores, he approached with a mix of excitement and anxiety to check his own results. 496 points. It was somewhat better than he had anticipated, yet still significantly below the 547 points Xiao Min had achieved. Their shared dream of attending the same university in Magic City had now evaporated. The sole source of consolation lies in the fact that, at the very least, he is not the lowest among the insufferable individuals in the group. Retrieving the Shen's Kukul, Kong Xiaoqiang composed a message and sent it forth. Chenggu, I scored 496. What did you achieve? 712, came a reply. Kong Xiaoqiang stared at his phone screen, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed that both the avatar and the note were indeed correct, before exclaiming, Chenggu, my joy has vanished. When did you acquire such intellect? As soon as the message was dispatched, Lao Wang made his grand entrance into the class group chat, unleashing a bombshell. Attention, everyone. According to the school's announcement, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination for Sichuan province hails from our class 2 at number 7 middle school. Let us extend our warmest congratulations to our classmate Li Chen for achieving an outstanding total of 712 points and securing the position of provincial champion. The class group fell into a momentary silence, quickly followed by an uproar, as excitement swept through the chat. Kong Xiaoqiang was left utterly bewildered. Shen Qinglan was rendered speechless. Fang Qi and Zhen Yao stared at Lao Wang's message, struggling to process the news. Chen Jigang, upon regaining his composure, erupted in a flurry of expletives. That night, fireworks illuminated the skies above number 7 middle school for a full half hour. Chapter 44, The Race for Talent. The weather grew increasingly warm, even in the early morning. As the dawn broke, a hint of summer's heat lingered in the air. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Old Li finished his breakfast, donned his shoes, and picked up the trash to head out. Suddenly, the telephone on the coffee table rang. Old Li, please answer the phone before you go out to dispose of the garbage. My hands are too soapy, came Mrs. Yang's voice from the kitchen. Old Li turned back, picked up the receiver, and said, Hello, who is this? What can I do for you? Good day. Is this the residence of Li Chen? A deep, authoritative male voice inquired from the other end. Old Li's brow furrowed slightly. Yes, I am Li Chen's father. May I ask who is calling? Ah, greetings, Mr. Li Chen's father. I am Teacher Wei from the admissions office of Sichuan University. I am pleased to inform you that Li Chen has achieved an exceptional score of 712, making him the top scorer in our province. Congratulations to you. Teacher Wei, are you saying that my son has become the provincial champion? Old Li's eyes widened ever so slightly, his voice quavering with disbelief. Indeed, Mr. Li Chen's father. We hope he will consider studying at his hometown university, where all favorable resources and admission policies will be directed toward him. Teacher Wei, my son is still asleep. Once he awakens, I will relay your message to him. After a few pleasantries, the call concluded. Old Li stood there, dazed, unable to suppress the joy radiating from his face. My son has actually become the champion of the provincial college entrance examination. At that moment, Mrs. Yang emerged from the kitchen, towel in hand. Old Lee, why are you standing there in a daze? Who was on the phone? Old Lee snapped back to reality, hung up the phone, and exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. It was Teacher Wei from the admissions office of Sichuan University, announcing that Li Chun is the provincial champion. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yang halted her movements, her expression one of disbelief. Are you certain you didn't miss here? Certain and assured. Mrs. Yang's excitement surged. Quickly, let's wake Li Chen. Old Lee grasped her arm, shaking his head. I think you're a bit too eager, since he has no classes today. Let the boy sleep a little longer. Right, I almost forgot in my excitement. Mrs. Yang realized and tossed the towel onto the sofa. You go inform your elder brother, sister, and younger sister. I'll head to the market to buy groceries. We must celebrate as a family this afternoon. Old Lee hesitated. So we're not going to work at the factory today? Not a chance. Mrs. Yang waved her hand decisively, her spirit lofty. Can anything compare to celebrating our son's achievement as the top scorer? If it comes to it, let us forego today's wages. They can deduct it. Old Lee's face was alight with joy. Just as he turned to leave, the telephone on the coffee table rang once more. Who could that be? Answer it quickly. Don't dawdle. Urgid Mrs. Yang, prompted by her insistence. Old Lee swiftly picked up the phone and placed it to his ear. Hello? Who is this? What business do you have? Having learned from the previous call, Old Lee employed respectful language. Hello, I am Teacher Tang from Tsinghua University's admissions department. May I speak to the family of Li Chun? Upon hearing the introduction, Old Lee's hand trembled slightly. Teacher Tang, I am Li Chun's father. He is still asleep in his room, and I shall rouse him immediately. Mr. Lee, please do not rush. Our intent is the same. We wish to invite Li Chun to study at our university. Old Lee was momentarily stunned. Could he have misheard? He could comprehend an invitation from Sichuan University, but Tsinghua had also extended an invitation. Teacher Tang, once Li Chun wakes, I shall convey your invitation to him. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Old Lee hung up the phone. Who was that calling now? Mrs. Yang inquired impatiently. It was an admissions officer from Tsinghua University. Before he could finish, another call came in. Instinctively, Old Lee answered the phone and activated the speaker function. Hello, am I speaking to Li Chen's family? I am Teacher Huang from Yinjing University. Hello, Teacher Huang. I am Li Chen's father. How may I assist you? Due to Li Chen's excellent performance, our university would like to extend an invitation for him to attend Capital University. Both Old Lee and Mrs. Yang were utterly taken aback, never having anticipated that their son would be in such high demand. They subsequently received calls from several top-ranking universities, all inviting their son to attend. What began as an ordinary morning transformed into an extraordinary scene in their household. Were it not for the phone calls, they might have believed they were dreaming. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Mrs. Yang snapped back to reality and nudged Old Lee. I'll go change and head out to buy groceries. You go see who has arrived. Old Lee hurried to the door and opened it. Teacher Wang, what brings you here? Standing at the door, Lao Wang wore a broad smile, flanked by several distinguished-looking middle-aged men. Mr. Lee, we have come to congratulate you on Li Chen's outstanding achievement in this year's college entrance examination, making him the top scorer in our province. This is Principal Chen from our school, Director Ding, Teacher Xia, and Teacher Su. Upon hearing their credentials, Old Lee hurriedly welcomed them into the house with a mixture of respect and awe. Behind them, a cameraman followed, ready to capture the moment. As Mrs. Yang heard the commotion outside, she sprang into action, preparing tea and washing fruits. This sudden flurry of activity left Li Chun with no choice but to rise from his slumber, sleepily emerging from his room. Teacher Wang, Principal Chen, Director Ding, Teacher Xia, why are you all here so early? The sight before him instantly dispelled his drowsiness. You're the top scorer in our province this year, and Principal Chen has come to congratulate you and present you with a special award from the school, Lao Wang explained, observing Li Chen's bewilderment. Did you not see the message I sent in the group last night? I did not. Li Chen shook his head. After the scores were released last night, I went to bed without even checking my phone. At the same time, he comprehended the magnitude of the celebration. It was no small affair. There were even individuals capturing the moment on camera, revealing the true nature of the event. Moreover, he could easily imagine that the entrance of Qizhong High School had likely been adorned overnight with banners celebrating the top scores of the college entrance examination. And even local media had commenced their promotional efforts. The fervor surrounding this recruitment campaign was more potent than any creative strategy. The title and honor of being the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination served as an electrifying advertisement. Chapter 45, Tangible Rewards. Li Shen. This is a specially crafted medal and a monetary award of 100,000 yuan, a glory that belongs to you and to our entire Qizhong High School. Principal Chen proclaimed with a beaming smile as he presented a golden medal. Director Ding beside him also unveiled a plaque inscribed with the amount of the monetary award. The flashes of cameras and the sound of clicks filled the air. Li Chen was somewhat astonished. They were genuinely awarding him money? This was a treatment he had never experienced in his 2 lifetimes. Rebirth truly felt exhilarating. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Director Ding. In gratitude to Teacher Wang and the school for your nurturing. Without you, there would be no student here today. Li Chen grinned widely, reveling in the unexpected fortune. His words and demeanor brought joy to everyone present. Principal Chen, in high spirits, nodded approvingly. Li Chen, today I bring you the school's reward. The provincial and municipal accolades should also arrive in the coming days. We can hold an award ceremony at the school, where you can share your learning and life experiences with your younger peers. Li Chen readily agreed. Of course, Principal, I will follow the school's arrangements. He understood the school's intentions. Having produced a top scorer, it was only natural to maximize their influence and exposure. In doing so, his parents would also bask in the reflected glory. After a brief ceremonial exchange, Old Wang and the others took their leave. The only evidence of their visit was the golden medal and the plaque signifying the hefty monetary award. Old Li, our son has truly made something of himself. He has brought great honor to our family, Mrs. Yang remarked, holding the substantial award plaque, lost in thought. Their household barely earned such an amount in an entire year. Haha, our ancestral tomb must be exuding smoke. In ancient times, he would have been akin to a high official. Old Li jested, turning to Mrs. Yang. All right, stop daydreaming and hurry to prepare something for our son to eat. No need, Dad. I'll just grab a quick bite downstairs later, Li Chen interjected, wishing not to disrupt the rare tranquility and joy of the moment with breakfast. After all, nothing could compare to the nutritious meals prepared at home. Wait, I'll go heat up some soy milk, Mrs. Yang said, shooting Li Chen a glare before heading into the kitchen. Li Chen shook his head with a wry smile, planning to follow her to see what food was available. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again. Li Chen exchanged a glance with Old Li. Could it be Teacher Wang and the others returning? I'm not sure. I'll go check, he replied as he walked toward the door. Upon opening it, he found it was not Old Wang and the others. Xirou, Kong Xiaoqiang, Xiaomin, how did you find your way to my home? Li Shen inquired, puzzled as he gazed at the trio at the doorstep. Xirou glanced behind him with her clear eyes. Uncle and Annie, are they still home? We just saw Teacher Wang downstairs. Li Shen nodded, a proud smile spreading across his face. Old Wang and Principal Chen just came to present me with a medal and monetary award for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Chengge, you are truly impressive. Last night, Old Wang shared this news in the group, and I thought he had made a mistake, Kong Xiaoqiang exclaimed, his face filled with admiration. Xiaomin nodded earnestly. I don't think anyone expected you to deliver such a bombshell at the end of 3 years of high school. Xinlan must be regretting it immensely. Li Chen waved his hand, about to speak when Old Li's voice called from behind. Xiao Chen, who has come? Dad, it's Xirou, Kong Xiaoqiang, and some other classmates, Li Chen replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Mrs. Yang rushed out of the kitchen, her face beaming as she approached the door. Hello, Auntie, Xirou politely greeted. Xirou, come inside. Have you had breakfast yet? Kong Xiaoqiang, you all come in too, Mrs. Yang said, her mood even brighter than before. She shot a disapproving glance at Li Chen. You little rascal, you didn't let Xirou in when she arrived. I was just about to invite them in, Li Chen protested. Chengge, Annie can't help but tease you, Xirou said with a playful smile. Li Shen shuja. Maintaining a serious expression, it's just as you see. The three entered the house quietly. Have you all not had breakfast? Li Chen suddenly turned to Kong Xiaoqiang and Xiaomin. Both nodded in unison. We agreed to come over to have breakfast together. Li Chen opened his mouth, then looked back at Mrs. Yang, who was happily chatting. Mom, Xirou and the others haven't eaten breakfast yet. You don't need a fuss. I'll take them downstairs to eat. Mrs. Yang considered for a moment before responding. All right, you take Xirou and Xiaoqiang out for a bite. Your uncle is coming over for lunch, so you all can return together. Sure, I'll follow your arrangements, Li Chen said, waving his hand as he led the group downstairs. Upon reaching the street, Kong Xiaoqiang rubbed his growling stomach and glanced around. Chingu, what shall we eat? There's a new place that opened up selling stir-fried rice noodles, Li Chen suggested, looking at Xirou beside him. Do you want to eat there? I'll eat whatever you eat, Xirou replied, her demeanor calm and serene. Kong Xiaoqiang smacked his lips, really obedient. You would understand. Li Chen shot him a sharp glare, pulling him along as they walked to the new noodle shop. It seemed they had missed the breakfast rush. As the restaurant was nearly empty, the four settled at a table. Xiaoqiang, Xiaomin, look at the menu and see what you want. They have stir-fried rice noodles, stir-fried vermicelli, as well as rice rolls and beef or lamb rice noodles, Li Chen said, glancing at the price list and menu on the wall. I'll have a rice roll, Kong Xiaoqiang decided, looking at Xiaomin. What do you want? I'll have a rice roll too, Li Shen Shukulat, thinking how they had just been talking about him, and now they were making the same choices. Xirou, what would you like? Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, Xirou blinked. I do like beef rice noodles, no red oil, just clear oil. Li Chen nodded and called out to the counter. Boss, 2 rice rolls, 2 bowls of beef noodles, and 1 clear oil. Within minutes, 4 steaming bowls of noodles were served, and they began to eat. By the way, Xiaoqiang, how many points did you score? Sai, 496 points. Speaking of, it makes the rice rolls less appetizing, Kong Xiaoqiang said, his expression instantly waning. What about you, Xiaomin? How many points? I scored 547 points. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. With such a disparity in scores, attending the same school would be out of the question. Don't worry, there are plenty of universities in Magic City. There will surely be a place for you. Chapter 46. This money feels too hot to handle. Tianyi. I've already made plans. Xiaomin is going to Magic City University of Science and Technology, and I'll go to the nearby Aerospace Industrial College. Xiaomin looked momentarily stunned, raising her eyes to Kong Xiaoqiang. Are you really decided to go to Magic City with me? In truth, you might consider enrolling in a more prestigious institution, such as Chuanshan. Li Chen and Xirou exchanged discreet glances, keenly observing how their friend would navigate this situation. In an instant, Kong Xiaoqiang's face flushed. Absolutely. You promised me that if we ended up in the same city for university, you would be my girlfriend. Xiaomin's cheeks turned a deep crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze, nibbling on her rice rolls. She pondered to herself, when did he become so audacious? Li Chen stared in astonishment, silently giving a thumbs up. This was a true embodiment of his essence. Kong Xiaoqiang's grin stretched from ear to ear, realizing that when it came to charming girls, he ought to take a leaf out of Li Chen's book. Xiaomin's coy demeanor was a clear indication of potential success. By heavens, this life was becoming increasingly promising. Honestly, with my grades and intellect, it wouldn't matter where I attended university. It would yield the same outcome. I might as well choose to accompany you wherever you go, as it would provide me with more daily aspirations. To ease the tension, Kong Xiaoqiang added, moreover, if Chen Ge goes to the Magic City, Gu Xuehua is likely to follow suit. We would all be in the same place. How lively that would be, right? Tianyi. Huh. Yes, Li Chen, momentarily startled by Kong Xiaoqiang's insights, quickly regained his composure. Xiaoqiang's analysis is quite astute. After 3 years of high school, along with a few years of university, the bond between the two of you will likely remain unbreakable throughout your lives. Whether it is a stroke of luck or a calamity, Xiaomin, that depends on you. This supportive push instantly heightened the emotions, shattering the barrier between them. Kong Xiaoqiang, momentarily dazed, was nearly moved to tears, on the verge of prostrating himself in gratitude. Truly, he was a master of pursuing the school belle for 6 years. Xiaomin's gaze lifted slightly, her face still flushed as she stammered, it depends on his performance. Kong Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, but soon his excitement soared. Calm down. Calm down. You now have a new mission and goal. Li Chun discreetly kicked Kong Xiaoqiang under the table, urging him not to frighten her away after finally reaching this point. Right, let's eat first. Kong Xiaoqiang quickly quelled his exuberance. By the way, Gu Xiuhua, what score did you achieve? I didn't see you posting in the class group last night. Li Chun turned his attention to Bai Yueguang, wondering if her score was sufficient for admission to the university in the Magic City. Gu Xirou, with her clear eyes, looked at Li Chun and smiled. 699 points. Indeed, she was undeniably a top scholar. Setting aside her own extraordinary achievements, it was likely that she would contribute to the honor of the 7th high school. Kong Xiaoqiang and Xiao Min exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing that they were feeling somewhat overshadowed. In no time, the four of them finished their breakfast, and after Li Chun settled the bill, he led the trio back home. As they approached the bottom of the stairs, Li Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, catching sight of a familiar figure. Chengge, isn't that Boss Wang from Junhai Hotel? What brings him to your building? It was evident that Kong Xiaoqiang and the others had also noticed Wang Bianen, who stood by the door of sleek black Benz. Wang Bianen, having spotted Li Chen's group, approached them with a warm smile. Li Chen, what brings you here? Gu Xirou asked curiously. Could it be that the matters you predicted have come to pass, and he is here to express his gratitude personally? At the time, Li Chen's comments were perceived as mere jest, a means of extricating themselves from a difficult situation. However, it appeared that the reality was quite different. Gu Xirou, please take Xiaoqiang and the others home first. I will join you shortly. All right, be careful, and if anything arises, don't hesitate to call me right away. Li Shen Nudda. Rest assured, it's broad daylight. I doubt this old fellow would dare to cause me any trouble. Once Gu Xirou and her companions departed, Li Chen strode directly towards Wang Bianen. Excuse my intrusion. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Wang Bianen greeted with a smile, exuding a courteous demeanor. Ah, Boss Wang, you honor me with your presence. As a busy entrepreneur, what brings you to seek me out? Li Chen addressed him directly, mindful that Gu Xirou and her friends were awaiting him at home. He found it unsurprising that someone of Wang Bianen's wealth could easily locate the address of an ordinary individual. A glimmer of gratitude shone in Wang Bianen's eyes, and he spoke candidly. I am here today specifically to thank you, young brother. Had it not been for your righteous intervention that day, I might have become a mere specter on that rooftop. Boss Wang is indeed fortunate. Having surmounted this ordeal, success will surely follow you. Li Chun replied with a solemn expression, exuding an air of prophetic wisdom. Internally, he mused that had he not found Wang Bianen to be a decent person, he would not have bothered with such trivial matters. Wang Bianen appeared genuinely moved by this sentiment. He retrieved a bank card from his pocket with a serious demeanor, presenting it to Li Chun. Young brother, this card holds 5 million with a password of 6/8 as a token of my appreciation. 5 million? Li Chen's lips twitched slightly. While he couldn't deny the allure of such a sum, he recognized that accepting it might lead to unwelcome complications in the future. Boss Wang, I appreciate your kind intention, but I must decline this money. Li Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. It seemed that the tales circulated online about saving a wealthy individual and receiving half of their fortune in gratitude were nothing more than frivolous fabrications. Did they truly believe that the wealthy were Na'vi fools? However, in this new life, he had little regard for such a sum. Wang Bianen, sensing urgency, swiftly activated his contingency plan. Please hold on, young brother. He tucked away the bank card and produced a sleek black and gold membership card. This is a special membership card for my Junhai group. All purchases under the company S brands are complimentary. While it may not equate to 5 million, it is still quite valuable. You must not refuse this. Li Chun hesitated. The card was indeed practical. Though he would not be in Shu City for university, he could certainly pass it on to his family. Once he rationalized the situation, he accepted the card. All right, I shall graciously accept this membership card. Ah, young brother, such a generous gesture. If you refuse even this small token of my appreciation, I fear I may lose sleep over it tonight. Wang Bianen chuckled heartily, glancing at the time. It's nearly noon. Would you care to join me for a meal at my hotel? Regrettably, I have family matters to attend to today, and cannot dine out. Upon hearing Li Chen's polite decline, Wang Bianen's expression shifted slightly, yet he bore no ill will. In that case, we shall reschedule for another time. Chapter 47. Although weary, I find myself exceedingly joyful. Time swiftly progressed to the end of June. Ever since the celebration at home, Li Chen had scarcely found a moment's respite. He had been tirelessly running back and forth to school, first to receive accolades from the city, followed by various promotional engagements. Subsequently, he received provincial rewards, culminating in a cash prize amounting to an impressive 300,000. Alongside old Wang and the school, he also conducted a large-scale lecture, imparting motivational wisdom to the younger students. The intensity of this workload is almost more exhausting than the final sprint before the college entrance examination. The stifling heat exacerbates the already weary body, leaving one utterly fatigued. The weather forecast had been predicting a drop in temperature and heavy rain for several days, yet the downpour remains elusive. It feels as unreliable as the flirtations of a beautiful woman, utterly devoid of credibility. In the old neighborhood on Liberation Street, news has spread about old Li's family producing a top scorer in the college entrance examination, creating quite a stir among relatives and residents alike. With a steady stream of visitors arriving to offer their congratulations, old Li and Ms. Yang hold their heads high in public, greeting their neighbors with smiles day after day. Li Chen is genuinely pleased with all of this. Such a sense of honor cannot be bought with any amount of money. A few days prior, Xirou sent a message stating she would return to her countryside home to visit her grandparents and escape the summer heat, mentioning that the signal is poor there, so she can only play with him once she returns. Meanwhile, Kong Xiaoqiang seems to have vanished, and when contacted, it turns out he has been holed up at home playing video games, neglecting Xiao Min entirely. On July 2nd, a Monday, Li Chen transferred 300,000 yuan into his stock account, investing it all in Xinjiang technology. This stock had been meticulously chosen over the past few days, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should at least double in value within a month. After all, allowing money to languish in a cold account is the height of folly. As for venturing into business, one can only fantasize. What business can generate profits as swiftly as capital operations? To be candid, 300,000 yuan is rather paltry in the stock market. Even doubling it yields just over $1 million. He considered leveraging his investments, but the uncertainties involved were too great. So for now, a conservative approach seems prudent. When his capital base becomes substantial enough to sway the market, leverage will become a potent tool in his arsenal. Meanwhile, apocalyptic rhetoric grows increasingly fervent, with discussions echoing through every street and alley. Only Li Chen, having been reborn, understands that these end-of-the-world theories are nothing but an elaborate hoax. The world does not crumble so easily. Yet, some individuals hold contrary beliefs. The class group chat buzzes with heated debate, filled with elaborate speculations that even Li Chen, upon glancing at the messages, cannot help but admire. The creativity of these individuals is so vast that it would be a shame if they didn't pursue writing novels. Perhaps the next literary master could emerge from their ranks. Classmates, do you think December 30th of this year will truly be the end of the world? Who knows? The internet is abuzz with rumors, and the mention of Mayan prophecies adds an air of plausibility to the notion. But why speculate? What significance does it hold? In any case, we should continue to eat and drink. Regardless of whether it is the end of days, we must not neglect our own enjoyment. Indeed, we have only just reached adulthood. Why burden ourselves with such thoughts? Living in the moment is what truly matters. Instead of discussing apocalypses, let us consider how to spend this summer vacation. The final summer break before graduation is the longest one, and it would be a waste to squander it cooped up at home. How about organizing a trip together? Once the topic of summer plans arises, participation in the discussion skyrockets, and the messages quickly multiply to 99, too many to keep up with. When it comes to academic discussions, interest wanes, but the moment leisure activities are mentioned, the previously silent members of the group become active. Shun Qinglan, observing the flurry of messages, feels utterly frustrated. Having not seen Li Chen's avatar appear in the chat. In the past, she was among the more active participants, but now she can only watch from the sidelines. Li Chen, you jerk, you Haven T sent me a single message in 2 months. Agitated, she retrieves Fong Qi's QQ contact, her mood plummeting. If she doesn't vent to someone soon, she feels she might break down. Fong Qi, I'm so annoyed. I'm on the verge of a breakdown. Lan, what's wrong now? Fong Qi replies almost instantly, perhaps currently immersed in the group chat herself. Chen hasn't sent me a word in 2 months. He has never done this before. Fong Qi is at a loss for words. Who told you to make things complicated? Can you really blame anyone else? After liking him for so long, I refuse to believe he feels nothing for me. Chi, do you know where Chen plans to attend university? I heard from Kong Xiaoxiang that he'll be going to Shanghai University. Lan, don't overthink it. How about we plan a trip? Let us invite Siwen as well. We should take this opportunity to unwind during the break. After considering it, Shen Xinglan types away at her keyboard. All right, I've been feeling quite down lately. You can inform Siwen. With a vacation stretching over 2 to 3 months, expecting these adolescents to remain quietly at home is simply unrealistic. On July 7th, the weather is overcast, having rained lightly throughout the night, and it only begins to clear as dawn breaks. The government announcement regarding the demolition of houses in Linanu district has finally been published, triggering an immediate and intense reaction among those affected. For them, it feels like a scorching sun has burst forth into their lives. Wealth is finally at their doorstep, under the trees on the street. The elderly gather at their makeshift information station, eagerly speculating on which families will receive higher compensation and which will receive less. That afternoon, Chen officially receives a notification call from the demolition workgroup, asking him to come in to discuss compensation matters. The moment he hangs up, a relaxed smile spreads across his face. He knows that this matter is finally stabilizing. The demolition work progresses steadily and orderly, much like it did in his previous life. After a brief respite, Chen finds himself busy once more, taking the bus daily to Shuangjiang district, primarily because he has too many properties to manage. This is what they call being both exhausted and exhilarated. After 2 days of bus rides, he wishes to borrow Xirou's electric bike, but his call goes unanswered. He can only sigh at his bad luck. Indeed, the signal in the countryside is notoriously poor. Just how remote must this place be? Chapter 48. One step closer to the small goal. On July 15th, another sun-drenched day arrives. Time spent in busyness seems to vanish faster than during leisure. Chen is toiling away between the 2 districts, while his classmates have already begun to relish their post-graduation vacation, enjoying leisurely breaks across the nation. Shen Xinglan and Fong Qi have retreated to a summer paradise in Dali and Lijiang, inundating their QQ spaces with updates, seemingly desperate for attention. However, one must admit, the natural scenery paired with youthful exuberance indeed creates a breathtaking tableau. Although Chen currently harbors little fondness for Shen Xinglan, he cannot help but be momentarily captivated by the photos and videos she shares. The class group chat remains ever active, and every time Chen opens QQ, he is greeted by a staggering number of unread messages, 99 to be precise. The chat is filled with various showcases, from scenic tourist attractions to local culinary delights. And every participant's face beams with a carefree joy far removed from the complex expressions that surfaced after the exam results were announced. Chen gazed upon the innocent, cherubic smiles adorning the faces around him, and with a slight grimace, he murmured, "Cherish these moments of laughter while you can, once you step into the world of work. I wonder how many smiles you'll manage to muster." On July 18th, the preparatory work for the demolition of the houses had reached its conclusion, with the opinions of all the affected households converging towards a consensus. The few obstinate holdouts, under the intervention and mediation of relevant authorities, had recently come to an agreement regarding compensation. Among all the displaced residents, Chen was the most forthright. His eagerness to be among the first to sign the contract stemmed from his desire to secure the demolition compensation before embarking on his university journey in the bustling metropolis. By July 25th, the shares he had purchased in Xinqing Technology had surged by 75%, bestowing upon him a sensation akin to collecting money in a sack. This transaction was guided by his acumen in stock trading and memories from his past life, rather than an exhaustive analysis of the local market manipulators. For even if the share volume was modest, it would hardly create a ripple, let alone attract the attention of shadowy experts. On July 28th, Li Chen had secured an appointment for Old Wang with a specialist at Huaxi Hospital and subsequently sought out Old Wang at school. After some persuasion from his wife, Old Wang finally acquiesced to undergo a medical examination. Upon receiving the test results, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the group. There were no serious issues. Only a reminder for Old Wang to quit smoking and drinking. Li Chen felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his insistence on having Old Wang undergo the examination early. Otherwise, a tragic recurrence would have been inevitable. By August 10th, over a month had swiftly elapsed. The class group chat had finally quieted down, the initial excitement of the holiday having faded with the passage of time. During this period, Xirou had called Li Chen several times, but their conversations were brief, marred by excessive static and intermittent interruptions. The signal issues evidently required a solution that could only be addressed through the advancement of technology. 2 days later, Li Chen's demolition compensation finally arrived. He received a total of 9.57 million in compensation, along with 8 relocation apartments, 3 of which boasted favorable environments and locations, while the remaining 5 were comparatively less desirable. With the funds in his bank account, coupled with the several hundred thousand he had in stocks, he could now consider himself a millionaire. As for the relocation apartments, he intended to keep the ones in good locations while planning to sell off the less advantageous ones. The following morning, Li Chen was blissfully lost in a dream when the shrill ring of his phone jolted him awake. Groggily reaching for the device, he grumbled, "Who is it? It's early in the morning. Must you disturb my slumber? Lazy pig, get up." Xirou's playful voice on the line instantly roused him, shaking off the remnants of sleep. "Why are you calling me so early? Shouldn't you be sleeping in? Guess where I am right now. Aren't you at home? Where else could you be? Silly, haven't you noticed that my phone signal is excellent now?" "Huh?" Li Chen blinked, sitting up in bed. "You're back?" "Hee hee, yes. I'm downstairs at your place." Li Chen was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected revelation. "Xirou, are you certain you're awake? This isn't a dream, is it?" "I'm not a lazy pig," Xirou playfully retorted. "No time for chit-chat. I'm hanging up. Hurry down for breakfast." Li Chen stared blankly at his phone before hastily getting up to wash up and head downstairs. Upon arriving on the ground floor, he spotted the radiant Xirou standing quietly by the roadside. She wore a delicate yellow dress, her long black hair cascading down her back, exuding a graceful demeanor as she held a pink thermos and a bag of breakfast. Even after a month in the countryside, her skin remained smooth and fair. "Li Chen, if you don't come down soon, your breakfast will get cold." Her words brought an involuntary smile to his lips. On such a hot day, a little coldness one tea hurt. It's still food after all. As he approached, a subtle fragrance wafted from her, delightful enough to prompt him to inhale deeply. "Eating cold food isn't good for your health," Xirou admonished gently, glancing toward the nearby bench. "Let us eat over there." "Why not at home?" Li Chen asked, accepting the thermos and bag. "Uncle and Annie are still asleep. I don't want to wake them." Li Chen paused in his tracks. "So, you don't mind waking me up? You're different from them." Xirou's face flushed slightly, her lips pressing together. Li Chen's gaze subtly swept over her full, rosy lips. "When did you return?" "Dad brought me back last night. I woke up early this morning to find you," she replied, revealing her longing after being apart for more than a month. "I've been swamped these days, but I've made quite a bit of money. The hard work has been worth it." "How was your time in the countryside, Xirou?" Li Chen settled into a clean chair, feeling the icy barriers within him begin to thaw. "It was dull. I was all alone in the countryside, and my grandparents didn't want to come here. I return every holiday to spend time with them," Xirou said, her clear eyes glimmering with a hint of helplessness. Previously, she hadn't felt bored, but this time, the days seemed to stretch endlessly. "Don't look so glum. After breakfast, I'll take you out for some fun." "Really?" Xirou's eyes sparkled with delight. "The others in our class said there's a new water park over at Xishan. I want to go there." Chapter 49. Xirou, I don't want to learn how to swim anymore. "Li Chen, it's so hot. Don't you want to eat a cool ice pop?" Under the shade of a tree by the roadside, Xirou gazed at the large sign of the Bali Island Water Park across the street, gently wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead while fanning herself. "An ice pop?" Li Chen sualuba. His throat dry as his eyes subtly flickered towards the neckline of her dress. "Aren't you thirsty?" Xirou innocently looked at him, her bright, clear eyes betraying a hint of unusual emotion. I'm parched. Haven tea had a drop of water. I want an ice pop. Do you want one? Chen averted his gaze, responding with calm composure. Of course I want one. Wait here. I'll go get you an ice pop. Do you want the same one as last time? No, that one was too expensive. Ice pops are cheap. Without further ado, Chen turned and strode away with a casual flair. As she watched Chen's retreating figure, Xirou glanced down her neckline, a gentle, sweet smile gracing her cheeks. She had heard that men tend to take things for granted once they possess them, yet from Chen's gaze, she sensed that he truly valued her. Upon Chen's return with the ice pops, he noticed a change in the way she looked at him. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? He asked, perplexed as he handed her the ice pop. There was a mosquito. It just flew away, Xirou replied, slowly lifting her gaze as she unwrapped the ice cream, taking a bite that sent a refreshing chill coursing through her. Chen's heart skipped a beat. She devoured the ice pop in a few bites, far less delicately than the way Bai Yueguang would have, evoking a flurry of thoughts. After finishing the ice cream, they headed to a nearby supermarket to purchase a set of swimwear. Xirou selected a rather modest swimsuit, featuring spaghetti straps on top and a short skirt below, designed to conceal her thighs. To avoid sun exposure, Chen opted for an indoor pool rather than an open-air one. It was less crowded, the water quality was excellent, and one could gaze upon the breathtaking scenery of the outdoor pool from within. Admittedly, the entrance fee was somewhat steep at 188 per person, but for Chen at this moment, even such a sum was trivial. When accompanying Bai Yueguang, one naturally chose the finest, as who could ascertain whether the vast outdoor pool was free from the indiscretions of ill-mannered individuals. Leaning against the edge of the pool, Chen admired the splendid view, unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, pools and seaside locales are a veritable paradise for men, as a glance revealed a plethora of bikinis and a multitude of enchanting figures that overwhelmed the senses. After changing into her swimwear, Xirou quietly approached Chen from behind, completely disregarding the gazes of others. Is it beautiful outside? Hearing the cool voice tinged with a hint of acidity behind him, Chen turned slightly, locking eyes with Xirou. What can compare to your beauty? Everything pales in insignificance beside you. Chen marvalat inwardly. Despite having witnessed Xirou at her most alluring, he still underestimated her physique and allure. Her long legs and curvaceous form instantly eclipsed all other women present. Her cool and striking features hinted at a touch of pride, rendering the pool's onlookers utterly transfixed. Stop flattering me. Just help me down, Xirou said, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she extended her fair hand toward Chen, contemplating how intimidating his gaze could be. Chen Chocolat, standing to take her delicate hand and guiding her into the water. Xirou, didn't you say you knew how to swim? You certainly don't look like someone who can. I learned as a child, but I never mastered it, Xirou replied, pressing close to Chen and gripping his hand tightly, fearful of drowning with a mere misstep. You can't swim? Why come here then? Observing Bai Yueguang's reaction, Chen's lips twitched. He found little inclination to appreciate the scenery. Slightly shifting to the side, he obscured much of Xirou's exquisite form. The gazes directed at them truly irked him. I can't swim, but you could teach me, Xirou blinked her clear eyes, blissfully unaware of how potent her charm was against Chen. Chen, what are you staring at? The girl, not receiving a reply, turned to look, her face instantly flushing crimson. I was just checking the clarity of the water, Chen replied nonchalantly. Xirou tugged at her strap, suppressing a laugh. Is the water clear then? Without flinching, Chen maintained his gaze, very clear. Indeed, it's crystal clear. You scoundrel, the girl muttered under her breath. Her cheeks flushed. Stop looking and teach me how to swim. I must learn today. Absolutely. With me in charge, you'll be swimming in no time, he replied. With a splash, he stood up, declaring, all right, let us move over there. This area is too shallow. Xirou rose, taking Chen's hand as they moved forward, their proximity almost palpable. Chen recited calming mantras in his mind, yet his heart fluttered uncontrollably. Logically, as a reborn soul, he ought to remain unperturbed by feminine allure. Yet Bai Guang had him ensnared. It seems the old adage holds true. A man remains a boy at heart, perpetually enamored with the age of 18. To truly mature, one must be hanging on the wall. Xirou, come to the front. The water depth here is just right. I'll support you as you swim. Chen wiped the perspiration from his forehead, feeling the tension rise. Xirou glanced at the water before shaking her head. No, I'm scared. It's too deep. You go in first, and then I'll follow. I don't want to drown. Do you not trust me, Xirou? He inquired. I trust you, but I fear the water. Upon hearing this, Chen fell silent, diving into the deeper end, feeling an amusing sense of absurdity wash over him. Come on, I'll catch you, he called, raising his hands toward her. Although termed a deep area, the water merely reached his chest. Chen, I'm coming. You must catch me, Xirou said, extending her delicate foot, slowly lowering it into the water. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Learning to swim feels like a perilous endeavor. Xirou, yes, just like that. Kick with your legs and stroke with your arms. Wait, don't grip me like that. Loosen your hold. That is not how it goes. Why are you clinging to my neck? You're choking me. Huh? Should I loosen a bit? Xirou's face flushed with a hint of shyness as she eased her grip. In that moment, she regretted her decision to learn swimming. It felt like a grave mistake. Xirou, perhaps we should abandon this swimming lesson, Chen suggested. If you continue like this, even my iron may not withstand it. Upon hearing this, Xirou nodded eagerly. Rising from the water, all right. I won't learn anymore. Swimming is too difficult. Chen was taken aback by her swift response, almost instantaneous. Then let us just sit in the shallow end for a while. After all, we have plenty of time before heading home. He led Xirou back to their previous spot. The calming mantra he had recited held little sway now. Let things unfold as they may, he thought. Xirou's cheeks were still flushed as she observed the slight unease on Chen's face, her lips barely moving. No longer an innocent she sensed what was on Chen's mind. In this swimming endeavor, even if he were the epitome of virtue, he wouldn't withstand such temptation. Xirou, when your father saw me that night, did he mention it to your mother when he returned? Chen pivoted the subject, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. The girl paused, then a smile broke through her crimson cheeks as she leaned slightly forward. Humph. Thankfully my father didn't say anything. If my mother knew that person was you, she would surely come looking for you. Recalling Chen's awkwardness from that night brought her amusement. Chen's restless emotions finally began to settle. So, what was your father's reaction when he returned? He inquired, turning in the water, his heart racing with anticipation. Xirou tightened her grip on his hand, grinning mischievously. Don't worry. I told him everything after we bumped into him at the community entrance that night. Everything? Chen's heart skipped a beat. Did your father go mad? Did he threaten to beat me? Of course not. Xirou shook her head lightly, her eyes softening into a lovely smile. He said he respects my opinion, and that as long as I'm happy, that's what matters. Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing her father was quite reasonable. He also mentioned that you're a good person, and even if you don't earn much in the future, his earnings will be enough for the both of us. Upon hearing this, Chen was taken aback. Not only had he received a rejection, but it seemed he was also being compelled to endure a rather humiliating situation. Yet, truth be told, he felt a flicker of temptation to simply resign himself to a life of leisure, akin to a languid little fish. Bai Guang's family background, while not ostentatiously wealthy, at least ensured that she would never want for sustenance. However, judging by her tone just now, should he dare to visit, her mother would undoubtedly chase him down the street wielding a club. You have a wise father and a reasonable mother, Chen managed to articulate after a prolonged silence. Wasn't it all about reason? Those who lacked it would have long since confined him to a sewing machine. Xirou couldn't help but chuckle softly. Aren't you worried now? When the time is ripe, I will talk to my mother about these matters. That sounds reasonable. Chen nodded, recognizing it provided a much-needed buffer. In their current predicament, if her mother found out, an outburst was a certainty. After resting for nearly half an hour, the pair finally left the pool and made their way to the showers. Once they departed the water park, Chen led Xirou to the commercial street, intending to retire his worn-out domestic phone that had served him for several years. Not only did it require 2 charges a day, but it also exhibited a temperamental streak during critical moments. Previously, he had no choice but to make do. But now that he was financially stable, why should he continue to indulge such a device? What are we doing here, Chen? Are you planning to buy something? Xirou inquired. Her curiosity piqued as her beautiful eyes darted about. Chen pointed towards a few mobile phone stores not far ahead. I intend to replace my old phone, and I plan to buy one for you as well. While I'm at it, I'll get new phones for my parents too. Buying phones? Xirou exclaimed in surprise. How much money will that cost? I don't need one. My phone can still last for a few more years. Chen glanced at her and replied decisively. With that screen cracked at the corner, it's a miracle if it lasts another 3 to 5 months. How did you know my phone screen was damaged? Xirou asked, momentarily taken aback. Chen sighed with an air of exasperation. I'm not oblivious. We spend so much time together that a little observation reveals everything. The girl's gaze faltered as she quietly retrieved her iPhone 4 from her satchel, staring at the cracks on the screen. The phone had barely been in use for a year, having been damaged during an incident when they encountered some troublemakers on the street. After her parents rewarded her with gadgets post-exams, she had chosen to exchange them for her university journey in Shanghai. In truth, the screen could be repaired and still function adequately, she murmured softly. Chen raised an eyebrow, feigning authority. You've given me everything, even your pocket money. How can I not gift you a phone? If you truly don't want it, I can simply return your money right now. Hearing his coaxing words, Xirou's lashes fluttered, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. What more could she say? Chen, you're so domineering. Chen chuckled at her expression. Ah, so you've realized you've boarded a pirate ship? It's too late now. There's no turning back. He pondered how Xirou had managed to use such a poor-quality phone for so long. Were it not for this accidental discovery, he would have remained oblivious to the state of her device. Her family was, after all, middle class. Had this been his previous life, parents would have long since indulged their children with the latest gadgets. After some leisurely browsing, Chen ultimately decided to explore the Samsung store. Xirou originally owned an iPhone 4, but it would be rather redundant to purchase the same model again. Moreover, this year marked a pinnacle for Samsung phones, leading the market in both performance and sales compared to most brands. The S3 model stood out as part of the high-end series, outclassing even the iPhone 4. Had the iPhone 5 not been slated for release until mid-September, Chen would not have opted for the Samsung S3. Other domestic brands were still emerging. Huawei had yet to rise, and Xiaomi was only established in 2010. As for the other brands that had launched, they would largely fade into obscurity in the following years. For Chen, who had returned from the future, opportunities for entrepreneurial ventures abounded. As they approached the Samsung store, Xirou suddenly halted, her gaze drawn to a vendor nearby, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen, I want to eat that. It smells so good. She tugged at his sleeve, her eyes alight with eagerness. Following her gaze, Chen spotted a small cart displaying what appeared to be mounds of yellow clay. Upon closer inspection, he realized that breaking open the clay revealed an enticing roasted chicken inside. Do you recognize this? Are you really going to eat it? I know. It's called beggar's chicken, as seen on television. It's delicious. Come now, we shouldn't indulge. This isn't healthy. It smells enticing. But won't taste good at all? Chen spoke sense, for while street-side beggar's chicken might tantalize the nose, it was often far from hygienic. Furthermore, once the clay was cracked open, the chicken inside was disappointingly small. His previous life had seen an abundance of negative reports about such food, and those who purchased it usually regretted their decision. I refuse to believe that. Look at how much those people are enjoying it. With that, Xirou dashed over, and in a moment of distraction, she produced a 100 yuan bill, which the smiling vendor eagerly accepted. In return, she received a chicken encased in clay. Chen could only smile ruefully. Had she never tasted roasted chicken before? Chen, come here. Xirou waved her fair hand excitedly. As he approached, the vendor was breaking open the clay shell, revealing a chicken that was pitifully small, resembling those from his past life. The only consolation was that it did indeed smell delightful. Xirou tore off a chicken leg and offered it to Chen. Here, you eat this. Chen took a bite, mumbling, I see you eating this. How will you manage dinner later? Well, I'll just eat less. The rest is for you, she replied, her movements slightly halting as she tore off another leg, packing the remainder into a bag. Accepting the bag from her hand, Chen resumed his stride towards the Samsung store. We should eat less of such things in the future. Hearing this, Xirou, with her greasy lips slightly parted, followed him with a forlorn expression. After exiting the phone store, the sky had darkened, and they had finished the beggar's chicken. Xirou paid no mind to the glances of the staff as they ultimately purchased 2 Samsung S3 phones, one white for her and a silver one for Chen. For Mr. Li and Ms. Yang, they settled on Nokia 920s, renowned for their durability, even jesting that they could be used to crack walnuts. He also procured a MacBook Pro, relegating the Family S desktop computer to history. On Liberation Street, Xirou, are you coming up with me, or will you wait downstairs? Mr. Li and the others haven't returned yet. Later, we can find a place to eat before I escort you home. At the roadside, beneath the residential complex, Chen glanced at Xirou, who was burdened with a multitude of bags. My legs hurt. I'll just wait for you downstairs, she said, slightly bending at the waist, her demeanor exuding lethargy. It had been quite some time since she had traversed such a distance in a single day. All right, just wait for me. I shall be down shortly, Chen replied before swiftly ascending the stairs. Upon reaching home, he discovered that old Li and the others had yet to return from the factory, as they usually arrived around 9 o'clock. 3 minutes later, Chen descended once more with remarkable speed. Chen, famisha. You even deceived me into thinking you wouldn't be able to eat tonight, Xirou lamented, her previously icy demeanor now transformed into one of pitiful appeal. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. If we return late, your father will surely give me a good thrashing. He had indeed overlooked the fact that their afternoon exertion had been rather considerable. Not only Xirou, but he himself felt as if he were starving. As the last vestiges of daylight faded, nightfall silently enveloped the earth. In order to cater to his beloved, Chen refrained from opting for a casual street stall meal, as was his custom, instead seeking out a moderately sized Chinese restaurant nearby. Xirou's beauty was astonishing, and in this era, the societal security was far from what it would become in a decade or so. Dining at a small establishment late at night posed the risk of encountering ill-mannered ruffians. When faced with such individuals, one could either engage in a brawl or strive to earn enough to take one's beloved to a more upscale venue, where patrons were of a higher caliber. Xirou, what would you like to eat? Chen inquired as he placed a menu before her at a cozy table by the window. Let me see, she replied, her slender fingers delicately tracing the menu. I do like this chicken wing rice wrap, and this paper wrap tofu as well. I want the mouth-watering chicken, tomato shrimp paste, chive and peach kernel dish, and let us not forget the spicy crayfish and pig trotter kelp soup. That should suffice, right? What do you think, Chen? After taking the menu back, he handed it to the nearby waiter, gesturing that they were ready to order. Ordering food was indeed an art, and he had been apprehensive that Xirou might not enjoy his selections. Now, however, that awkward concern had been perfectly resolved. The dishes arrived promptly, although a few curious glances were cast their way. Yet, with Chen's presence, those onlookers were merely treated to a visual feast, without the school uniform's constraints. Xirou's beauty surpassed even that of Shun Qinglan, embodying the essence of beauty, kindness, and grace. Chen unwrapped 2 sets of disposable chopsticks, habitually pouring a cup of hot water to cleanse the utensils before placing them before Xirou. Have you thought about how to explain this new phone to your parents when we get home? He asked. I'll just say I bought it with my pocket money. They shouldn't suspect anything, she replied. Chen nodded, finding that this plan was quite reasonable, knowing that only the 2 of them were privy to the truth of the pocket money arrangement. Chen, let me feed you a crayfish, and you should have some of this chicken wing too. You eat quickly. Didn't you just say you were hungry? I'll serve you a bowl of soup as well. Chen felt a swell of gratitude. The little lady, despite clearly being quite hungry herself, prioritized feeding him first and even peeled the crayfish for him. Xirou began to eat with delight, disregarding her genteel image, evidently starved. After their meal, Chen escorted Xirou to the entrance of her neighborhood, watching her enter before turning to leave. Fortunately, He did not encounter her father or mother this time. Upon returning home, Old Li and Ms. Yang had just finished their dinner. As soon as they saw Li Chen, their eyes locked in surprise. "So, your mother and I can still use our phones. Why waste money on a new one? See if you can return tomorrow and save your bonus for something more important, like buying a house or marrying a wife." "Dad, you must trust me. I will earn plenty of money in the future. Our family is not short of this little expense. You and Mom can rest easy using this phone." Li Chen assured them. Old Li and Ms. Yang exchanged silent glances, realizing that their son had indeed matured. Chapter 52. Departure to the Magic City. On the final day of August, the morning sky was adorned with sporadic drizzles. The long holiday following the college entrance examination had finally come to a satisfying conclusion. The graduating class was about to embark on a new journey, commencing a magnificent new chapter in their lives. In Li Chen's home, the sounds of activity began early in the morning and showed no signs of abating. "Mom and Dad, you don't need to fuss. Just head off to work. I'll only take some essentials. I can buy the larger items at school," Li Chen said, observing Old Li packing and Ms. Yang bustling in the kitchen, feeling both warmth and helplessness. Such is the tradition among Chinese families. Whenever one departs, parents invariably prepare an array of packages. Ultimately, however, he did manage to convince Old Li and Ms. Yang. "Xiao Chen, you needn't bring bed linens or blankets. But you must eat plenty of the breakfast your mother made today. If you wish to enjoy home-cooked meals again, it won't be for several months," Old Li remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance and concern. Their child was growing up, and this departure would mean less time spent together in the future. Ms. Yang emerged from the kitchen with a spread that was far from the usual porridge and buns or soy milk and fried dough sticks. Today, it was a feast of Li Chen's favorite dishes. "Son, your parents couldn't take the day off to see you off to your new school. But please be cautious on your journey. Once you arrive, purchase what you need without worrying about the cost. Your father and I have some savings. So you needn't stress over the expenses for your marriage or home," she advised. Listening to these familiar admonitions, Li Chen felt a pang in his heart. Such a sumptuous meal, all his favorites, suggested that Ms. Yang had risen before dawn to prepare it. "Mom, I understand. You and Dad should take care of yourselves at home. If anything arises, just give me a call. I'm grown now. There's no need for you to worry," he reassured them. In that moment, he suddenly realized that his parents indeed seemed to have aged. He couldn't recall when it had begun, but Old Li's back had begun to curve, and his hair was speckled with gray. Ms. Yang bore the deep lines of time on her face, with more white hair than Old Li. A phrase, wishing to care for one's parents, yet they are no longer present, flashed through Li Chen's mind. The matter of earning money could no longer be postponed. He could not allow his parents to suffer as they had in the past. When he returned, he would ensure they would no longer have to work such demanding hours at the factory. "Xiao Chen, hurry and wash your hands. Once you finish eating, you must head to the station without delay," Old Li said, setting the table with 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls. After washing his hands, Li Chen sat down to eat, while his parents silently shared dishes with him, hardly touching their own food, their attention solely focused on their son. "Mom and Dad, you should eat too," Li Chen insisted, serving them some dishes in return, smiling. "I'm just going to college. It's not like I want to be back. The National Day holiday is next month, so it's as if I'm only away for a month." At these words, smiles returned to their faces. "By the way, son, since you're going to Magic City University, where is Xirou going? Is it far from you?" "Ms. Yang suddenly recalled. She is going to the same university as I am," Li Chen replied with a smile. "Same school? That's wonderful," Ms. Yang exclaimed with delight. "Will Xirou accompany you to the school enrollment today? She informed me that this morning her father drove her to school, and later I would take the train to the bustling metropolis with Kong Xiaoqiang." Li Chen candidly divulged everything, answering every inquiry without hesitation. "Since both of you attend the same school, please take good care of Cici and ensure she doesn't get lost. Do you understand?" Ms. Yang earnestly Adfi said. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom, rest assured, I know what I need to do. It's good that Kong Xiaoqiang is accompanying you. You have rarely ventured far in your life, so having someone along makes us feel more at ease," Old Li interjected. After a lengthy breakfast filled with chatter, the morning ritual concluded. Once they finished their meal, The elderly couple personally escorted Li Chen to the taxi before turning to leave. This time, Li Chen embarked on his journey with minimal baggage, merely a backpack containing a few everyday clothing items and toiletries, along with a laptop he had purchased. Upon arriving at the train station, he promptly called Kong Xiaoqiang to inform him of his presence at the entrance. The sporadic drizzle in the sky had ceased, yet the air remained oppressively warm, especially in the crowded environment of the train station. A glance around revealed a sea of travelers lugging hefty luggage, standing outside the entrance. Li Chen waited for several minutes before Kong Xiaoqiang finally arrived, looking rather disgruntled. "Chengge, why are you only just showing up? I've been waiting for you over half an hour at the square," he grumbled, glancing at the solitary backpack beside Li Chen. "Aren't we going to school? Why have you brought nothing but that one bag?" Li Chen shrugged, casting his gaze around. "Haven't you noticed how cumbersome everyone else looks? This is far more convenient for me. If I need anything, I'll just buy at school." Kong Xiaoqiang gave him a thumbs up, his face lighting up with excitement. "As expected of my Chengge, wealthy and carefree. Now let us hurry inside. Don't think I'm oblivious to what you're plotting. I've already purchased the tickets." Li Chen shot him an exasperated glance before striding toward the entrance. "Hey, this isn't my first time traveling far, you know?" Kong Xiaoqiang chuckled, dragging a large suitcase behind him. "Chengge, wait for me." In no time, Li Chen navigated the entire process with ease, collecting tickets, passing through security, and validating them, while Kong Xiaoqiang, a novice, contributed nothing. Their seats were in the same row, across from a middle-aged couple. After stowing his suitcase, Kong Xiaoqiang finally sat down. "Chengge, you seem remarkably at ease with all of this. Have you traveled before?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. Li Chen shot him a look, placing his backpack between their seats, crossing his arms as he leaned back against the chair. "I'm going to take a nap, if you get bored. Just enjoy the scenery outside, all right?" "Okay." Kong Xiaoqiang made a gesture to silence himself. "You're the boss now, Mr. Moneybags." Li Chen nodded appreciatively and took out his phone to send a message to Old Li and Ms. Yang, assuring them of his safety before closing his eyes to rest. Kong Xiaoqiang glanced at the slumbering Li Chen, excitement radiating from him as he peered around the carriage. He then turned his gaze to the scenery outside, relieved he had chosen a university out of state. Otherwise, he would still be an ignorant bumpkin, unacquainted with the world. "Excuse me, classmate, could you help me with something?" A girl-esque voice suddenly broke through Li Chen's reverie. He opened his eyes to see a sweet, beautiful girl looking at him, her expression tinged with a hint of helplessness and embarrassment. "Could you please assist me in placing my suitcase on the overhead rack? It's rather heavy, and they said leaving it here blocks the aisle." With a spirit of helpfulness, Li Chen readily agreed. Although the girl's appearance was striking, his motivation was not rooted in her beauty. Kong Xiaoqiang, perplexed, watched as Li Chen stood up, thinking to himself that he was far sturdier than Li Chen. Why hadn't she asked him for help? Was it because Li Chen was more handsome? Perhaps that was indeed the case. "Is this the suitcase you mean?" "Yes, thank you so much." Li Chen lifted the case, assessing its weight, and felt a jolt of surprise at how heavy it was. The girl's suitcase was undoubtedly packed with more than just clothing, likely heavier than Kong Xiaoqiang's. After straining to place the suitcase on the rack, Li Chen understood why she had sought his assistance. The surrounding seats were occupied either by women or elderly passengers, making him the most convenient choice. "Thank you so very much," the girl expressed her gratitude. Li Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. It was a mere act of kindness. In a public setting, how could I refuse your request when you sought me out by name? After all, I am a commendable university student. I must maintain some dignity. As soon as Li Chen sat back down, Kong Xiaoqiang leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Chengge, what is it like to help a beautiful girl with her suitcase?" "Disgusting." Li Chen's expression darkened, and he began to lecture him seriously. "What kind of thinking is that? I was merely being helpful." "True, Chengge. You have your sights set on the campus beauty. Why would you notice any other pretty girls?" Li Chen, disinterested in their banter, declared, "I'm going to sleep for a bit. Don't disturb me." The train swiftly departed, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would arrive at their destination, Shanghai South Railway Station, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Kong Xiaoqiang gazed out at the passing scenery, lost in thought until the distance from Shu City increased, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The city he had never left in 18 years was now truly a part of his past. Sunflower seeds, candy, instant noodles, and bottled water. Small snacks are here, called the attendant as she pushed a food cart down the aisle. However, few passengers purchased anything, as those familiar with train travel knew the prices were exorbitant, often twice that of what they would pay outside. So most had prepared their own provisions. The train thundered forward at breakneck speed, and the majority of passengers were dozing off, with only a handful reading or using their phones. Suddenly, Chen felt a pressing need to relieve himself and made his way to the restroom at the front of the carriage, only to discover that Kong Xiaoqiang had fallen asleep as well. Upon returning, Chen slowed his pace, his gaze narrowing as he spotted his seat. A chill ran through him as he observed a frail man crouched in the aisle beside his seat, wielding a gleaming blade. Without making a sound, the man expertly sliced open the small bag belonging to the girl from earlier, stealthily extracting her wallet and phone. Chen shook his head in dismay, lamenting how carefree Kong Xiaoqiang was to be sleeping so soundly on a train. Thankfully, the thief had not discovered the laptop in his backpack. Remaining silent, Chen approached. Since he had witnessed the act, he could not turn a blind eye. Return the items to their rightful owner, or you shall miss your train today. The frail man, upon hearing the voice behind him, immediately stood up, his hand twitching slightly as the tools of his misdeed, along with the wallet and phone, vanished without a trace. Turning to face Chen, his gaze was rife with malice and menace. You little brat, I warn you, mind your own business. My knife knows no mercy. In the face of this threat, Chen merely smiled, which bears graver consequences: theft or murder. I believe you're more aware of the answer than I. Even if you have accomplices, do you think there are more people in this carriage than those around us? Just now, Chen observed that, despite the crowd, not everyone would lack vigilance. After all, who would willingly involve themselves in another's troubles, risking their own safety? Indeed, as his words echoed, conversations erupted among those nearby, some discreetly pulling out their phones. The commotion roused those who had been resting, including the girl and Kong Xiaoqiang. The frail man's expression twisted into a grimace as he glared at Chen. You little punk, severing someone's means of livelihood comes with consequences. Damn it, you dare threaten me? Do you believe I won't call the train attendant? Chen's eyes narrowed, determined to shed the guise of a good Samaritan. Such villains could not be dealt with gently. The frail man hesitated, realizing he was up against someone of the streets. He only intended to make a show of bravado. How would his cohorts perceive him otherwise? Yet, why did Chen suddenly seem more formidable than himself? Brother Chen, what's happening? Kong Xiaoqiang stood up, concerned. This man stole that girl's phone and wallet. Min Hui, bewildered and unaware of the unfolding drama, paled at the revelation and instinctively pulled her sling bag to the front. A quick glance revealed scratches on its surface, and panic surged through her as she discovered her wallet and phone were missing. My wallet and phone are gone. You must return them. That's my living expenses for this semester. Min Hui stood up anxiously, her eyes locked onto the frail man. Her cries startled the entire carriage, prompting everyone to check their belongings, fearful of falling victim to this wretched thief. Which I saw me steal your things. Step aside. The frail man, sensing his predicament worsening, attempted to escape. However, Min Hui blocked his path, refusing to budge. Return my phone and wallet. Her resolute stance ignited sympathy and compassion among the onlookers. Chen subtly signaled to Kong Xiaoqiang and casually grabbed a long umbrella hanging from the seat. You young man, being apprehended would surely leave you dissatisfied. If you don't leave now, it may be too late. Chen lightly tapped the frail man's shoulder with the umbrella's tip. He had considered calling the train attendant before, but feared that these desperate individuals might react violently, leading to far graver consequences. You're a tough one. Let us see how this unfolds. The frail man tossed the phone and wallet onto the seat before turning to flee. Truthfully, he feared that prolonging the confrontation might lead to his downfall. As he left, 3 other young men in the carriage stood up and followed him out. The crowd quickly deduced that these were likely the thief's accomplices. Thank you so much. Once we disembark, allow me to treat you to a meal, Min Hui said, picking up her phone and wallet, a grateful smile illuminating her face. No need for a meal. I merely happened upon the situation and raised my voice. You were simply fortunate. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, returning the umbrella to its place. His outright refusal of the beautiful girl's invitation surprised those around them. You saved the damsel in distress. Yet you refused to seize the opportunity? How noble of you. Very well then, but I must express my gratitude. Without your help, I would have been in dire straits. Min Hui smiled subtly, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. In the realm beyond one's home, aiding others is akin to aiding oneself. Li Chen chuckled and returned to his seat. Min Hui, noticing that he made no effort to engage her further, began to question her own appearance for the first time. Was her outfit unappealing? The light-colored short-sleeved shirt paired with grayish-white jeans not only accentuated her perfect figure, but also exuded youthful exuberance. Coupled with her striking features, she would surely capture the attention of most. Yet, this fellow had not even spared her a second glance. The carriage quieted once more, although noticeably fewer were now resting their eyes. Li Chen checked his phone for the time. Approximately 2 hours remained until they reached their destination, prompting him to peruse the latest news. Brother Chen, what are you looking at? Kong Xiaoqiang leaned over, his boredom palpable. The train was no place for his collection of colorful novels. Something you wouldn't comprehend. Enjoy the scenery, Li Chen replied, dismissing him. At precisely 4:20 p.m., the train rolled into the bustling city of Magic Capital, arriving at their destination. Excitement surged through the carriage as passengers began gathering their belongings in preparation to disembark. As Kong Xiaoqiang retrieved his suitcase from the overhead rack, he inadvertently took down Min Hui's suitcase as well. Stepping off the train, they were met with a throng of people on the platform, all moving towards the station's exit. Brother Chen, so many people. They all seemed to be carrying suitcases. Likely here for school like us, Kong Xiaoqiang remarked, astonished. It appeared that everyone, aside from the two of them, was accompanied by parents or relatives. Of course, this international metropolis doesn't earn its reputation without reason. Li Chen nodded, noting the unusually high volume of people during the school season. Stay close, or I won't come looking for you if you get lost. Kong Xiaoqiang, gazing at the bustling crowd, hurried to walk alongside Li Chen. Shortly thereafter, they successfully reached the plaza outside the station. Brother Chen, where to now? Kong Xiaoqiang looked around, feeling somewhat apprehensive in the unfamiliar city. Li Chen glanced back at him, as if he were a fool. Have you lost your wits from the journey? We are, of course, heading to our respective schools. With that, Li Chen strode towards the exit of the plaza. Kong Xiaoqiang, wary of the surrounding crowd, quickly followed suit. Hey, handsome, need a place to stay? Just 68 a night, and we have lovely ladies. Young man, ours is only 50 a night, affordable and satisfying, I promise. Come to my place, sir. Our service surpasses theirs, and it's cheaper too. Plus the girls are stunning. As soon as they exited the station, Kong Xiaoqiang became the target of the street vendors, each brandishing a sign advertising accommodations. Everyone emerging from the station found themselves approached by these solicitors. Brother Chen, wait for me. Having lived 18 years, Kong Xiaoqiang had never encountered such a scene. His face flushed crimson as he was surrounded by several older women, one even audaciously reaching for his arm. Li Chen turned back, letting out a resigned sigh. Truly, all that muscle had been for naught. Apologies, we have a place to stay and are in a hurry. Please make way. This remark instantly extricated Kong Xiaoqiang from his predicament, as he eagerly followed behind Li Chen. Brother Chen, why did those people only approach me and not you? Li Chen glanced at him with a wry smile. They must think you are handsome. Upon hearing this, Kong Xiaoqiang's face erupted into a mysterious grin. Hee, I think so too. Li Chen couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Indeed, he was still a na-ve flower of the nation. He had long grown accustomed to such situations, as most train stations across the country were rife with individuals soliciting accommodation. My friend, allow me to impart another nugget of social wisdom. What wisdom? Never pick up a wallet that has fallen on the ground. Kong Xiaoqiang blinked in confusion. Why shouldn't I pick it up? Wouldn't that make me a fool? Because the moment you stoop to retrieve that wallet, someone will spring out from the shadows and drag you into a nearby alley to share the spoils. And then you will indeed become that fool. Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that really how it works? Moreover, Li Chen added, Do not let your sympathy overflow for anyone kneeling on the roadside begging for money. And why is that? Because the houses and cars they own are all funded by the kindness of such compassionate individuals. Goodness, Kong Xiaoqiang exclaimed, his face a portrait of incredulity. The schemes in big cities are truly numerous. Enough of that. It's getting late. Let us hurry to take the bus back to school. Li Chun clapped Kong Xiaoqiang on the shoulder. This fellow was perpetually astonished by everything. As Kong Xiaoqiang trailed Li Chun, he called out, "Brother Chun, something feels off. It's just too strange. We are from the same school and have never ventured far. How come you know so much more than I do? Perhaps it's the result of my dreams?" Li Chun teased, "If you're unconvinced, you can always elevate your pillow a bit higher tonight." Kong Xiaoqiang murmured under his breath, and then his eyes lit up. "Brother Chun, since you are so knowledgeable, why not accompany me to school?" Upon hearing this, Li Chun abruptly halted, turning around to scrutinize Kong Xiaoqiang from head to toe. "My dear friend, why do I feel like going out with you is akin to taking a child on an outing?" "Foster father," Kong Xiaoqiang exclaimed. "Well then, it seems I have no choice but to escort you." Chapter 55. Roommates are all rich second generation. Taking the bus was simply too slow. In a bid to reach Modi University for his registration sooner, Li Chen ultimately opted for a taxi, but first, he had to drop off Kong Xiaoqiang at the Aerospace Industrial College. "Young man, we've arrived at the Industrial College." The taxi came to a gentle halt by the roadside outside the school, and the driver, with a warm smile, turned to Li Chun and Kong Xiaoqiang. "All right, uncle, please hold on a moment." After speaking, Li Chen glanced at Kong Xiaoqiang and the bustling scene outside the window. "Xiangzi, I'll drop you off here. You can handle your registration on your own." Kong Xiaoqiang surveyed the throngs of people at the school entrance, his expression wavering between hesitation and anxiety. "Brother Chun, why don't you accompany me? I'm not very familiar with the process. It wouldn't be too late for you to return after I finish registering." "Get lost." Li Chun decisively rejected him without hesitation. "If you're unfamiliar, the admission letter should include a map of the school's directions, or you can simply ask someone. Now hurry up and get out. Don't waste my time." If he had noticed how nervous Kong Xiaoqiang was, he would have bothered to bring him to the school gate. "All right then, I'll get down." Kong Xiaoqiang cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. "Brother Chun, if I need anything, I'll message or call you." He then exited the vehicle, pulling his suitcase towards the school entrance. Li Chun then informed the taxi driver to head to Modi University. After more than half an hour, the taxi finally arrived at the entrance of Modi University. Stepping out, he found not only a multitude of people, but also a plethora of vehicles, many of which were luxury cars, indicating the presence of numerous affluent individuals. Li Chen's arrival went unnoticed. His modest handsomeness and height of 1.8 meters were insignificant in this bustling crowd. The upperclassman responsible for welcoming new students, upon noticing he was only carrying a backpack, immediately assumed he was a sophomore or junior. Fortunately, having experienced university life before, he navigated the administrative process with ease, promptly paying his fees and collecting his bedding and other essentials from the designated area. Given the approaching evening, all procedures were conducted swiftly. Once everything was settled, Li Chen made his way towards the male dormitory. Returning to campus again stirred a mix of emotions within him, distinctly different from the feelings he had when entering university in his previous life. Of course, the institution he attended in his past was not Modi University. Yet, one thing remained constant across all universities: the abundance of beautiful female students, with long, slender legs and curvaceous figures gracing the campus. In the next moment, a familiar female figure caught Li Chen's eye. He considered pretending not to recognize her and turning to leave, lest others think he was a stalker. "Hey, classmate, what a coincidence, we meet again," Min Hui exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she approached Li Chen. "Indeed, quite the coincidence." Li Chen replied with a slight smile. "Are you also a student at Modi University, or are you here to meet someone?" Min Hui chuckled softly. "I suppose we can officially introduce ourselves now. I'm Min Hui, a sophomore in the literature department. Financial department, freshman, Li Chen. Need any assistance? Senior?" Min Hui's serene smile was tinged with a hint of relaxation. "No, thank you. I can manage these items back to my dorm." Li Chen firmly declined. He jested to himself that if the other dormitory residents saw him, he would become the center of gossip the moment he stepped through the door. In that case, let us exchange contact information. When I have the chance, I'll treat you to that meal I owe you. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Were university girls nowadays so forward, or was it his commanding aura that captivated her? The two then exchanged QQ accounts and phone numbers. All right, I won't disturb you any longer, Junior. Get in touch when you're free. Goodbye. Sure, see you. Li Shen watched minuit départ, a wry smile crossing his face. Who would have thought that someone he casually assisted on the train would turn out to be a fellow student? Soon after, Li Chen arrived at the entrance of the male dormitory. His dorm was on the 5th floor, 502. Glancing up, he mused that he should consider purchasing a nearby apartment. Otherwise, the constant climb would surely wear him out over the next few years. Dragging his weary legs to the door of room 502, he found it ajar and heard voices emanating from within. It seemed that his other roommates had already arrived. Upon entering, he indeed found 3 individuals engaged in lively conversation, their rapport seemingly quite amicable. Ha! Now we're complete. All 4 brothers of our dorm are gathered. A robust young man rose, grinning broadly as he regarded Li Chen. Li Chen smiled back at the trio, responding, I'm Li Chen, hailing from Sichuan Shuchen. Where are you fellows from? I'm Zhou Long, from Northeast Haching. From now on, we 4 will be brothers sharing the same room. The previously mentioned stout young man spoke again, his tone exuding a certain boisterousness. E.M. Chen Ping, from Southern Deep City, chimed in the fair-skinned young man on the left, who donned a short shirt, his demeanor reflecting a scholarly air. The young man with slightly darker skin on the right lifted his head and addressed the 3. I am Shen Nanfong, a local from the Magic City, though I hail from the surrounding areas. With this introduction, Li Chen gained a general understanding of dormitory 502. He stepped inside and placed his bedding and pillow on the vacant lower bunk to the left, arranging them meticulously. Observing Li Chen tidying his bed, Shen Nanfong inquired with a hint of curiosity, Li Chen, where are your parents? Did you come to school all by yourself? Yes. My parents didn't have the time to accompany me, so I traveled alone, Li Chen replied with a smile over his shoulder. That's quite impressive. To brave the journey all the way here alone, Shen Nanfong exclaimed with astonishment, a sentiment echoed by Zhou Long and Chen Ping. What's so remarkable about that? Given the convenience of modern transportation, besides, we are all adults now and ought to embark on our own paths in life, Li Chen stated. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, a twinge of shame creeping over them in comparison. From now on, you shall be our big brother in the dormitory, Li Chen. Your level of self-awareness surpasses even that of our counselor's educational teachings. Zhou Long chuckled heartily. Agreed. Let's second that. Li Chen turned around again, smiling. This atmosphere promised that their university years would not be devoid of enjoyment. We are all brothers in this dorm. Why delineate roles so distinctly? By the way, Zhou Long, have you met our counselor yet? He just came to inspect our male dormitory, checking to see who hasn't arrived yet. Oh, I see, Li Chen nodded. Then please, continue your conversation without minding me. Shen Nanfong and the others resumed their lively discussion, covering topics such as studies, hobbies, and family backgrounds. As Li Chen organized his bedding and toiletries, he listened to their animated chatter, gradually realizing that his family circumstances seemed to be the most modest among them, placing him at a distinctly different starting line. Chapter 56. A Shared Passion Among Men. Zhou Long's family owned a bathing hotel, with a net worth of at least several million. Chen Ping, despite his scholarly demeanor, was the offspring of a property landlord, clearly a second-generation wealthy individual. Shen Nanfong, a native of the Magic City, although not residing in the city center, was a beneficiary of urban redevelopment, with 2 or 3 properties in his family. He added that his father was fond of investments and stock trading, indicating promising prospect for their family. Li, what does your family do? Share with us, Zhou Long asked, looking at Li Chen, who was still tidying his bed. Well, my family is quite ordinary. Both my parents work as factory laborers, he replied. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the dormitory, particularly leaving Zhou Long feeling awkward as he realized his misstep. Having assumed that anyone who could gain admission to the Magic City University must come from a wealthy background. Ah, Li, I didn't mean it that way. Zhou Long stammered, trying to explain. Chen Ping and Shen Nanfang remained silent, knowing that further comparisons of family backgrounds could jeopardize the camaraderie within Dormitory 502. It's all right, Li Chun said, sitting on his bed and looking at the three. I'm quite open-minded. Feel free to speak your minds. Upon hearing this, the tension in the room eased, and Shen Nanfang curiously asked, Li, why did you choose to major in finance? It doesn't matter if your family has no connections. Finding a job after graduation can be quite challenging. Zhou Long and Chun Ping nodded in agreement, fully supporting Shen Nanfang's perspective. They believed that for someone from an ordinary family, selecting a more popular major would yield better job opportunities post-graduation. Li Chun, however, responded with a carefree smile. I chose finance primarily because I have a passion for stock trading and investments. An interest in investing and trading stocks? That sounds quite familiar. Zhou Long and Chun Ping exchanged knowing glances at Shen Nanfang, stifling their laughter. This rascal has now acquired another father. Shen Nanfang looked at Li Chun with a resentful expression and muttered, Li, you're taking advantage of me. Taking advantage? Li Shen's lips curled, realizing the implications of their expressions. I may enjoy investing in stocks, but I didn't lie. Otherwise, how do you think my icy million came about? All right, let us call it a slip of the tongue, purely a slip. How about we celebrate our first gathering as a dormitory by going out for dinner? Li Chun proposed, taking the initiative for the sake of harmony. Sure, that sounds great. This is our first dinner together at university, and it's definitely a must, Zhou Long replied enthusiastically. I had the same thought. Li, you truly are the big brother of our dorm. Your generosity is commendable, Chen Ping added. I'm on board as well. It's a rare fate for us to gather from different corners, so we ought to enjoy a few drinks together, Shen Nanfang chimed in. Seeing that his three roommates had agreed, Li Chen glanced at the time. All right, let us tidy up, and then we can head out to see what delights await us outside the campus. It's just past 6. I sent it a bit early for dinner, Chen Ping remarked. Zhou Long rolled his eyes at Chen Ping. What do you know? It's the perfect time to go out. We can stroll around campus while we're at it. Just think about all those senior sisters and younger sisters in their tank tops and ultra-short skirts. Does the time even matter? Hee, Shen makes a valid point. We might even run into the school's beauties. The senior flowers and junior flowers, Zhou Long added, his excitement palpable. The conversation shifted towards the topic of girls, and the atmosphere in the dormitory instantly brightened. After all, an interest in the opposite sex is an innate trait of every man. But so what if we encounter the school beauties? Did you not have any romantic experiences in high school? Chen Ping shot a peculiar glance at Zhou Long and Shen Nanfang. Zhou Long, Shen Nanfang. Those words struck them like a bolt from the blue, instantly deflating their enthusiasm. Just as Shen Nanfang was about to retort, someone walked through the dormitory door. The previously boisterous trio fell silent, instantly resembling obedient students. Li Chun quickly deduced that this person was likely the counselor they had been discussing earlier. This dormitory seems quite lively. What were you chatting about? Counselor Su Jinzhong scanned the 4 occupants of the room. Li Chun glanced at Zhou Long and the others, who had no intention of speaking, compelling him to step forward. Mr. Su, we were just discussing the glorious achievements of our school, and we were also planning to go out for dinner to strengthen our bonds, as we will be living together in this dorm for a few years. Mr. Su observed Li Chun, a look of satisfaction breaking through his serious demeanor. You must be Li Chun, the one who turned down offers from Tsinghua and Yin University to join us here, the top scorer of the provincial college entrance examination. Wow! Upon hearing this, Zhou Long and the others nearly shouted in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Their dormitory leader, Li Chun, was actually the top scorer in the college entrance examination. If this news got out, Dormitory 502 would surely soar to great heights. Li Chun nodded slightly, smiling as he replied, Mr. Su, I declined those institutions primarily because I wanted to attend our school. The school leadership and faculty are very eager to have you here. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me anytime, Mr. Su said with a warm smile. Though he could not comprehend why Li Chun chose to forsake those prestigious universities that extended generous offers, he understood that every genius possesses a distinct individuality. Thank you. Teacher Su. It's nearly dinner time. Why don't you join us? Li Chen courteously extended the invitation. Unlike the other students, he knew that his future in school would surely involve seeking teacher Su's assistance, and this was a perfect opportunity to foster a connection. This maneuver left Chen Nanfeng and the others utterly astounded. "Boss, what are you up to? Are you really taking the counselor out for a meal and drinks?" Su Jinchong hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Please wait a moment. I still have a few dormitories to check. We can head out for dinner at 7:30. "No problem. Teacher Su, you go ahead and finish your work. We will wait for you," Li Chen replied without hesitation. "All right. You can continue your conversation or take a stroll outside to enjoy the campus scenery," Su Jinchong said, nodding before turning to leave. The dormitory fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into chaos. "What the hell? Old Li, what is going on? The top student of our school this year is you. We're actually sharing a dorm with the top scholar. What incredible luck." Observing the reactions of the three, Li Chen could only smile wryly and quickly raised his hand to signal. "Guys, hold on. I'm just a bit lucky. Let us talk about more interesting topics among men. Where do we leave off?" The three exchanged silent glances, and the scholarly Chen Ping sighed. "Boss, you're too modest. Truly, a child from humble beginnings rises to greatness, and you're not even a bit arrogant." Chapter 57. One boast greater than the next. "Old Chen, let me clarify. I didn't just have one girlfriend in high school. The reason I'm not dating now is simply that it's the season for breakups after the college entrance examination." Shen Nanfeng looked at Chen Ping with a serious expression before suddenly breaking into a smile. "As for whether old Zhou is all talk and no action, I can't say." Zhou Long immediately frowned. "Come on, guys, look at my physique. How could any girl resist? I was known as the Prince of Romance in high school." Li Chen burst into laughter, giving a thumbs up. These guys were exaggerating their tales, boasting without any hesitation. Chen Ping fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I believe that being in a relationship is quite meaningless. It's much better to read more and study harder." "What do you mean?" Zhou Long grinned widely. "Old Chen, you didn't actually have a girlfriend, did you?" "Of course. There were plenty of girls who liked me in high school." Chen Ping puffed out his chest with a hint of pride. Damn it, this guy is really full of himself. However, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, his family was well off, and he was quite handsome. So it was normal for girls to be attracted to him. Shen Nanfeng smirked, feeling the need to deflate this guy's arrogance. "Are you trying to show off in front of your brothers? How about you share some tips on pursuing girls?" Chen Ping froze, responding stiffly. "Well, they all pursue me first. But you must have held hands with some of them, right?" "Of course. Holding a girl's hand is quite pleasant. What is it like to kiss?" "What? Quiche." Laughter erupted as Shen Nanfeng observed Chen Ping's bewildered expression. Zhou Long joined in the fun. "Old Chen, have you ever snuck into a little grove?" "Little grove?" Once Chen Ping processed the question, he shot them a fierce look. "That was pure love. Old Chen, you're adorably naive. If you haven't even held hands or kissed, what is the point of such a relationship?" Shen Nanfeng sighed. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's face flushed red. Being in a relationship isn't just about that. Otherwise, it would be deceiving girls in a bed, right? How can you call it deception? It's a mutual feeling. Engaging in some healthy activities to comfort her lonely heart is what true love is about. Shen Nanfeng replied in a tone reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. Suddenly, he noticed Li Chen, who was silently observing from the side, and immediately wore a mischievous grin. "Old Li, have you ever dated in high school?" Zhou Long and Chen Ping perked up, eagerly awaiting his response. "No, I was too focused on my studies." "Did you ever have a crush on anyone?" "Yes, but she didn't like me." Instantly, the trio's faces lit up with glee. The top scholar had never had a girlfriend, which made them feel much more at ease. As for Chen Ping's boasting, it seemed less impressive now. "Old Li, don't be disheartened. If that girl doesn't like you, it's her loss. You'll definitely find someone better in college." "What Old Chen said is right. You're the top student of our school. Finding a girlfriend will be a piece of cake." Upon hearing their comforting words, Li Chen couldn't help but grimace. "Thank you for your kind words. If there aren't any suitable girls at our school, I could introduce you to my high school classmates. They're all stunning. Also, our Chaos-On girls are exceptional, highly attractive, good-tempered, and with little to no dowry. I could even introduce my cousin to you." Listening to their banter, Li Chan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, as if he were being schooled on dating by those who had never experienced it themselves. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking the screen, he realized it was a call from Xirou. He had almost forgotten about her amidst the busy day, quickly answering and placing the phone to his ear. Li Shen, have you arrived at school yet? Shen Nanfeng and the others perked up, straining to listen. I just got here. That rascal Kong Xiaoqiang insisted I bring him to school before I reported to Moda University. The soft laughter of his white moonlight echoed from the other end. I arrived at noon. My dad took me to the station before dawn, but next time, I should be able to take the train with you. Taking the train with you? I fear your father might really beat me up. I'm not afraid. I'll be there with you. Li Chun, I'm over by the girls' dormitory. Do you want to come find me? We can go to the cafeteria together. All right. Wait for me downstairs at the girls' dormitory. I'll be there shortly. After finishing this sentence, Li Chun put away his phone, only to find 3 pairs of eyes watching him with mixed expressions. Old Li, what is happening here? Shen Nanfeng stuttered, as they had distinctly heard the girl's voice on the phone. Li Chen smiled and nodded, standing up from his bunk. Guys, keep chatting. I'll step out for a bit. I'll be at the school gate by 7:30. With that, he strode out of the dormitory. Watching his nonchalant departure, Shen Nanfeng sighed dramatically. What a rugged life. He claims no girls like him. Just moments ago, they had all volunteered to introduce him to potential girlfriends, and now they felt utterly embarrassed. Originally comrades in the same trench, they suddenly realized that their leader had grown wings and soared away. Moda University has 2 campuses, divided into Area 1 and Area 2. It would take Li Chun about 20 minutes to walk over. Xirou had originally wanted to enroll in the same finance program as him, but her parents advised her to choose management, as she was their only daughter and would eventually inherit the family business. Although the 2 individuals were pursuing different fields of study, their mutual affiliation with the same institution rendered their paths relatively undisturbed. When Li Chun arrived at the girls' dormitory in Area 2, Xirou was already standing there, awaiting him with an air of vivacity. Today, the ethereal beauty donned a fitted floral dress that accentuated her slender waist. Her alabaster legs and delicate arms revealed to the brisk air. Her pair of cool, enchanting eyes radiated an alluring charm, stirring the hearts of the boys nearby who were eager to approach her. In the next moment, the chill in the girl's gaze dissipated, replaced by a gleam of joy as she gracefully made her way towards a boy not far ahead. Instantly, the sound of shattered hearts echoed around them. Li Shen, you've come. Have you been waiting long? She exclaimed. Not too long, I just came down a few minutes ago, observing the delighted smile gracing her cheeks. Li Chen couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth lift slightly. Look at those boys around us. Their eyes are practically falling out of their heads. And you say it's only been a short while? Telling fibs will earn you pointy ears. Xirou paused for a moment, pouting slightly. Li Shen, you're deceiving me again. Huh, it seems I haven't deceived you at all, Li Chun replied, glancing at the charming girl beside him. So, how does it feel to begin your university life? Are your roommates easy to get along with? Upon hearing this, Xirou's expression visibly dulled, and her eyes clouded with a hint of melancholy. They're fine, but living together makes it challenging to connect. I find it hard to strike up conversations. Li Chun contemplated her words for a moment, understanding that Xirou's naturally introverted and reserved demeanor made it normal for her to maintain distance from those she was unfamiliar with. Yet, the dynamics of a university dormitory could be likened to a social battleground, akin to the professional world. Those who struggled to communicate risked isolation. Well, it's only natural that you don't know each other well yet. A lack of common ground is to be expected. In the future, when your roommates are chatting, even if you don't wish to speak, you should at least feign attentiveness. Additionally, let us arrange a time for all of us to take your roommates out for a meal to foster some camaraderie. They'll look out for you thereafter. At the mention of Li Chun's suggestion, Xirou's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiating joy. I've heard from former classmates that university differs from high school. Roommates come from various backgrounds, making interactions complex. Indeed, that's true. If you encounter any issues, don't hesitate to reach out to me. After all, the 2 of us are not far apart, and we can easily meet for a meal, Li Chun reassured her. Realizing that in this entirely unfamiliar environment, Xirou could rely solely on him. In a way, he was her entire world. Chen, let us go grab something to eat. I'll show you the cafeteria here, Xirou chimed, her steps light and eager as she led the way. Chen smiled and followed alongside her to the dining hall, where they quickly became the center of attention. More accurately, Xirou emerged as the dazzling focal point in the eyes of the boys, the kind of beauty that captivated one's gaze. As they made their way to the cafeteria, Chen elaborated on how to navigate interactions with her roommates and communicate with classmates. After a while, he found himself feeling rather hungry. It was still not quite 7 o'clock, the peak dining hour, and the vast cafeteria was bustling with activity and noise. Xirou, there's a spot over there. You go ahead and sit down. What would you like to eat? I'll bring it over, he offered. All right, I'll save the seat for you, she replied. After surveying the food options, Chen discovered that the offerings in every university cafeteria were quite similar, and he assumed the taste would be no different. After securing their meals, he settled down beside Xirou. Here, give this a try. If it's not to your liking, I'll take you out to eat off campus next time. Xirou picked up a piece of meat and tasted it, her delicate lips moving slightly. It's quite acceptable, better than the food at our high school cafeteria. Upon hearing her assessment, Chen sampled a few bites himself and proceeded to inform Xirou about the upcoming gathering with her roommates. I can't believe you all dared to invite the counselor along for your dinner. With a teacher present, how will you relax? You may not understand this, but actually, the counselor is quite eager to mingle with us freshmen. It makes managing us easier in the years to come, Xirou explained, blinking her eyes in confusion. You boys really think differently from us girls, she added. The primary reason is to facilitate my future request for leave, Chen chuckled. Xirou quickly grasped his intention, realizing he likely aimed to embark on an entrepreneurial venture during his university years. After finishing their meal, which coincidentally marked just past 7 o'clock, the sky began to darken. And the campus's library, lakeside pavilion, and nearby corridors transformed into romantic rendezvous spots for couples, exuding an intoxicating atmosphere of youthful passion. The identity of university students allowed them to shed their high school naivety and shyness, embracing a boldness and exuberance unique to their age, infusing an element of sweetness into the otherwise mundane university life. On the way back to the girls' dormitory, Chen observed couples holding hands, embracing, and stealing kisses, and he lost count of the number of pairs. Thankfully, he managed to uphold the ideals of a gentleman, or else his heart might have been entirely unsealed. Chen, you should head back now. It's your first dinner with your roommates, and you can't keep them waiting. Plus, with the counselor present, you mustn't be late. Xirou urged, raising her head and gesturing for him to leave. I know, Chen nodded slightly. Remember, if you find yourself at a loss for conversation with your roommates, just listen and smile. Nod in agreement with whatever they say and refrain from expressing dissenting opinions. Understood? I get it. You're so talkative, just like my parents. Xirou laughed, her face lighting up with a grin. As she watched Chen depart, her eyes shimmered with a blend of reluctance and tenderness. She stood there for a moment, lost in thought, until his figure disappeared from view, before finally turning to enter the girls' dormitory. As she pushed open the door to room 520, a waft of delicate fragrance enveloped her, the distinct scent that characterized a girls' dormitory, in stark contrast to the odor of boys' quarters. Xirou, you're finally back. Hurry, tell us, did you go on a date with a boyfriend? One of her roommates exclaimed. Indeed, to be asked out on the very first day of school, he must be quite the handsome lad. Another chimed in. Oh please, you two stop teasing. Xirou is shy. Unlike you who've been dating since middle school, interjected the last girl, Shuel Lingling, whose exquisite features were complemented by a hint of playfulness, her smile revealing charming dimples. The girl who had initially spoken was Zhao Qiu, with a cute doll-like face framed by short hair, exuding an irresistible charm, while the final member, an Inuo, although slightly less striking, boasted long, alluring legs that could rival a willow branch, captivating hearts effortlessly. As for Xirou, there was no doubt she was the beauty of room 520. Observing the smiles and inquisitive glances of her roommates, she resolved to earnestly heed Chen's advice and promptly donned a serious expression. No, There was no date. We merely went to the cafeteria for dinner. My goodness. You're telling me that a meal at the cafeteria managed to whisk away our little fairy from room 520? Xirou exclaimed, her eyes widening as she stood, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Rest assured, it was likely just a simple meal, Xue Lingling responded, rolling her eyes at the commotion. Xue Lingling offered a dismissive smile. Xirou, after a moment of silence, slowly spoke. Well, actually, he and I were high school classmates. He even mentioned treating you all to dinner sometime. The three girls momentarily paused, their smiles faltering, only to be replaced by an even stronger curiosity, as they chimed in unison. So you were childhood sweethearts. How sweet. We are utterly envious. Xirou, we're planning to head out to the supermarket shortly to buy some snacks. Would you like to join us? Sure, Xirou replied with a smile and a nod. It seemed that her relationship with Chen was indeed limited to that of classmates, despite the many intimate moments they had shared. However, it was true that Chen had yet to confess his feelings to her. What a fool, a silly pig, a rascal. Chapter 59. The gathering at the entrance of the campus. The night was even more bustling than during the day, teeming with people and the tantalizing aromas of street food. Chen squatted by the roadside, his gaze unabashedly following the long-legged beauties passing by. University life was truly wonderful. There were simply too many attractive girls, hailing from all corners of the nation, representing every conceivable type. Just then, Zhou Long's boisterous voice erupted from behind Chen. Old Li, after a date with the ladies, you come here to gawk at long legs without inviting your brothers along? Exactly. Boss, this is incredibly inconsiderate. What is the point of enjoying alone when the joy is multiplied in company? Shen Nanfeng chimed in promptly. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether he was interested in the long legs or not, he felt it was essential to maintain the camaraderie. Chen rose, glancing at the trio with a mischievous smile. Weren't we just having a great chat in the dorm? One is a romantic sage, another a prince in the realm of love, and the last a carefree drifter. Zhou Long and Shen Nanfeng simultaneously let out a dismissive sound, signaling a friendly gesture. Boss, what does carefree drifter even mean? Chen Ping innocently inquired. Chen chuckled. It's a literal interpretation. Once you grasp its essence, you won't find romance dull anymore. Old Chen, I'm not saying this to be cruel, but you've never even ventured into the thicket. There's no way you could understand the raw essence of carefree drifter, Shen Nanfeng added with a sly grin. Raw essence of carefree drifter, Chen Ping muttered under his breath, contemplating for a moment before his face suddenly flushed. Zhou Long, noticing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, little Ping, did you just think of those movies that start with a letter? You're talking nonsense. I have no idea what that a film is. Chen Ping retorted, his face crimson, holding onto the last shred of his stubbornness. Ha ha, little Ping, you're something else. You've inadvertently confessed. Laughter erupted amongst them, drawing curious glances from passers-by at the school entrance. By the way, when do you usually watch those movies? Chen concluded with a sharp follow-up. Shen Nanfeng, caught off guard, blurted out, I usually watch them after 11 at night. Otherwise, if my family finds out, I might as well run away from home. Zhou Long grinned. I watch them at night too, but sometimes during the day as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes widened. You guys just laid all out there? Chen, with a twinkle in his eye, retorted, What are you talking about? I was asking from what age you started watching, not what time you began. At this remark, the smiles on Zhou Long and Shen Nanfeng's faces froze instantly, while Chen Ping appeared to revel in their discomfort. I'll let you two be smug for too long. Now you've met someone who can put you in your place. Zhou Long narrowed his eyes, muttering, Old Li, are you playing brain games? Your mind is spinning like a top. Brothers are united at heart. Why play tricks with them? Shen Nanfeng sighed, dramatically, Boss, I've come to realize you're quite the cunning fox, digging a pit for us, and we foolishly jumped right in. Ha ha! Chen burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. What are you all chatting about that's so amusing? Suddenly, Su Jinzhong's voice interrupted their banter. We were discussing English. Chen quickly interjected, pulling Shen Nanfeng back from his impromptu storytelling. Just as you arrived, we were talking about the 26 letters. All right, enough standing around. Let us find a place to eat outside. Su Jinzhong smiled, not dwelling on the trivial matters. After all, college students were adults, and he had no need to interfere in their private lives. Li Chen and Su Jinzhong walked ahead, laughing, while Zhou Long and the others followed, still feeling apprehensive. Damn, that was close. We almost revealed our secret. Truly, the top student's quick wit surpassed their own. Outside the university, there was no shortage of restaurants, bars, and snack stalls, with some waitstaff even beckoning customers from doorways. Su teacher, there's a restaurant called Qianzhou up ahead that seems quite popular. Shall we go there? Li Chen pointed to a nearby eatery, which appeared far superior to the others and was bustling with patrons. Su Hinson hesitative. Aware of the price levels of these establishments outside the school, Qianzhou was not inexpensive. How about we try that place next door? The food is also quite good, with many specialties from the Magic City. After a brief contemplation, Su Jinzhong felt it was inappropriate for a teacher to accept such an expensive meal offered by students. The place you mentioned, let us save it for next time. Today we're going to Qianzhou. This is my first time treating my teacher and roommates to dinner. You must let me have my way, right? Li Chan smiled, taking Su Jinzhong's arm and leading him forward. While other places could suffice for dining and drinking, this was a first-time treat for his advisor, and he wanted to ensure it was a respectable outing. The trio, trailing behind, looked astonished. Old Li has caught us off guard. The money he has left after tuition barely covers this meal, which is basically half a month's living expenses for him. Given his situation, should we chip in? Zhou Long suggested. No need to chip in, Dragon Brother. I'm a local. I can easily cover this, Chen Ping declared. I'll quietly pay for it in advance. Just don't try to snatch it from me. So, Old Li doesn't feel awkward. The three nodded in agreement and quickly followed. As they stepped into Qianzhou, the proprietress at the cash register greeted Su Jinzhong with a warm smile. Su teacher, are these all your students? Would you like a private room upstairs or a spot in the main hall? Su Jinzhong smiled and nodded. There are just 5 of us. No need for the second floor. We can find a spot in the main hall. The proprietress amicably seated them at a window-side table, praising Su Jinzhong for having such handsome students. Hearing this, Shen Nanfeng and the others couldn't help but beam with pride. Li Chen maintained a smile throughout. Based on Su Jinzhong's reaction, it seemed he was quite fond of his students. Once the dishes were ordered, the proprietress cheerfully inquired, Su teacher, will you and your students be drinking beer or wine? No alcohol. They've just turned 18. A few bottles of soft drinks will suffice. Su Jinzhong waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanfeng and his companions instantly donned forlorn expressions. They were not mere children who only drank soft drinks. Su teacher, how can we not drink on our first meeting? Li Chan decisively spoke up, Madam Boss. Let's start with a case of Tsingdao. If it's not enough later, we can order more. Chapter 60. This is called the intricacies of human relationships. As the dishes were served, the atmosphere instantaneously became lively and vibrant. As the initiator, Li Chen naturally played the role of enlivening the gathering, ensuring that the table did not fall into a state of desolation. Although Shen Nanfeng and Zhou Long were both straightforward and humorous, they remained restrained in the presence of their teacher, Su Jinzhong. As for the bookish Chen Ping, he was even less reliable. Teacher Su, today marks my first day at school, and I foresee many occasions where I will trouble you in the future. So I raise this glass in your honor. Li Chen lifted his glass, setting an example. Had he not endeavored to enliven the atmosphere, it was likely that this entire case of beer would remain untouched. As your counselor, it is only natural that I assist every student to the best of my abilities. Su Jinzhong replied with a beaming smile, downing his drink in one go. Beneath the table, Li Chen gently kicked Zhou Long, who immediately grasped the cue and filled Su Jinzhong's glass. Teacher Su, I too raise a toast to you, in celebration of our dormitory 502's first gathering with our teacher. Haha, I shall accompany you for 4 years during university. There will be plenty of opportunities for meals and drinks, as long as you all refrain from causing too much trouble. Su Jinzhong chuckled, downing another glass of beer. He had been quietly observing Li Chen's demeanor. Indeed, those who achieved the status of provincial champion were of remarkable intellect. Li Chen managed to cater to everyone's emotions at the table seamlessly. Zhou Long, brimming with excitement, set down his glass and proactively refilled Su Jinzhong's drink. The phrase about causing little trouble brought joy to everyone, implicitly suggesting that while they could stir up trouble, they should do so sparingly and with discretion. Now, you all should eat your meals and not just focus on drinking, Su Jinchong gestured, picking up his chopsticks to enjoy his food. The atmosphere naturally transformed into one of hearty eating and drinking, shedding the initial awkwardness between teacher and students. Various topics were discussed, both on and off campus. Su Jinchong proved himself worthy as a counselor, with eloquence and drinking capacity befitting a leader. He not only understood the family backgrounds of Shen Nanfeng and the others, but also familiarized himself with their individual personalities. The only one he found perplexing was Li Chen. Come on, old Li, let's clink glasses. From now on, we're brothers living under the same roof. Zhou Long aimed his drinking challenge at Li Chen, boldly raising his glass. I recall you saying something about drinking by the Jialing River as if it were soup. Today, I'm curious to see if you can take us all down. Li Chen's hand trembled slightly as he held his glass. It seemed Zhou Long had conveniently forgotten all other remarks, yet remembered this boastful quip. Zhou Long, I must say your memory is quite impressive. You recall this joke so vividly. I wouldn't dare to compete with you. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. If it came to a drinking contest, he would surely surrender with a white flag in his glass. Surrendering in drinking is not shameful. What is shameful is to act foolishly in front of counselor. The case of 12 bottles of Tsingtao was swiftly consumed, prompting Li Chen to request 2 more cases from the lady boss. Aside from Chen Ping, who could only manage 4 or 5 bottles, Zhou Long and Shen Nanfeng were drinking with abandon, especially the robust Zhou Long, who had an insatiable capacity. Li Chen also took the initiative to toast several times, his tolerance slightly better than Chen Ping's. By the time the 3rd case was finished, Chen Ping was already on the verge of slumber, while Zhou Long and Shen Nanfeng exhibited signs of inebriation, yet were still spirited. As for Su Jinchong, he remained the most sober, showing no signs of intoxication whatsoever. All right, that should be enough for today. Let's disperse for now. You all should return to your dormitories early to rest. We have the new student orientation class tomorrow morning, and we wouldn't want anyone to be late. After speaking, Su Jinchong turned to the sober Li Chen and the others. Your task is to ensure that Chen Ping makes it back to the dormitory to rest. Rest assured, Teacher Su, we will accomplish this mission, Li Chen assured him. Su Jinchong nodded, leading the way out to the cashier, only to discover that Li Chen had already paid. Upon exiting the restaurant, Zhou Long assisted the drunken Chen Ping, and the group made their way toward the school gate. Without their counselor present, their conversation quickly shifted to more risky topics. It was still not even 10 o'clock, and the area outside the school remained lively and bustling. As Li Chen cast a glance at the street food stalls, he was tempted to return to the dorm with them, but then recalled that Xirou had eaten rather little in the cafeteria earlier, likely leaving her feeling hungry now. Guys, you head back to the dorm. I have a little errand to run. Shen Nanfeng was in the midst of an animated conversation when he heard this unexpected remark. Old Li, it's late at night. The girls have all gone back to their dorms to sleep. What do you need to go out for? If it's important, you all should head back. I can't discuss it now. With that, Li Chen decisively turned to leave, fearing that the girls' dormitory might close soon. Shen Nanfeng and Zhou Long exchanged puzzled glances. Wait, he really just left? Old Shen. I feel like Old Li is the most mysterious one in our dorm. His demeanor resembles that of someone much older, completely unlike a newly minted adult college student. Of course, I noticed at the table that not just anyone could converse so smoothly with a counselor. Moreover, Old Li had already covered the meal cost from the very beginning. What? You didn't pay? Pay for what? Why would I pay twice for a meal? In less than 20 minutes, Li Chen arrived beneath the girls' dormitory in Area 2, carrying crab shell yellow dumplings, fried spring rolls, and pan-fried buns, along with a bag of fruit, attracting the whispers of several girls. Delivering food this late at night? Must be another infatuated boy. Li Chen ignored the murmurs and dialed Xirou's number. What's up, Li Chen? Have you finished your gathering? Xirou answered the call almost immediately. Yes, I've wrapped up. Come down. I'm at your dorm building and I brought you some snacks. Oh, I'll be right down. The sound of her shoes hurriedly scuffling was heard through the phone, followed by the sound of a door opening. Li Chen smiled faintly as he looked at the still-connected call. Before long, Xirou, dressed in a white, knee-length nightgown, sprinted out from the dormitory entrance. Li Chen approached her. and upon noticing him, she dashed over, her chest bouncing slightly with each step. "Li Chun, did you drink a lot?" she asked, wrinkling her adorable nose, her tone filled with concern. "Not much, just a few bottles of beer. Teacher Sue and the others drank more," Li Chun replied, his gaze fixed on her. He couldn't tell if it was the alcohol or not, but he found Xirou, clad in her nightgown, incredibly beautiful and enchanting. Unconsciously, memories of her figure from his previous life resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 61. The Bewildered Roommates. On the balcony of dormitory 520, Xirou hastily dashed out, while Shuo Lingling, Zhao Qiu, and an Inuo quietly lurked nearby. "Look, that boy must be Xirou's boyfriend. It's hard to see clearly from this distance, but judging by his height and profile, he seems somewhat handsome. Wait here, I need to grab my glasses." Shuo Lingling dashed back into the room. "Xirou, hurry up. Xirou will be here soon." "I'm coming, stop hurrying me." Shuo Lingling rushed out like the wind, putting on her glasses. "Now I can finally see clearly. That boy's height seems decent. As for his looks, he isn't particularly handsome." Sighing, Zhao Qiu rested her chin on her hands. "Indeed, it's quite bothersome." And Inuo gazed intently. But given that they were on the 5th floor, what could she possibly hear? After a moment of silence, Shuo Lingling's eyes lit up. "Look at me," Xirou said. "Do I look beautiful tonight? Is my little dress pretty?" And Inuo's expression stiffened, a black line forming on her forehead. "Lingling, are you just guessing? You're just trying to tease us." "Wait." Inuo looked quickly. Xirou is actually shy and has lowered her head. Zhao Qiu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Lingling can really read lips. Shuo Lingling was taken aback. Did she actually guess correctly? And Inuo, twisting her slender waist, urged the dazed Shuo Lingling. "Hurry. What do the boys say?" "Huh? Oh." Shuo Lingling snapped back to attention and continued earnestly. The boy said, "My Xirou is the most beautiful. How can that little dress compare to my Xirou?" "Oh my, how cheesy." Zhao Qiu shivered. "Lingling, are you sure that's what he meant?" Qiu, stop interrupting. Continue, Lingling." And Inuo was anxious. Xirou said, "Ugh, what are you holding in your hand?" The boy replied, "Are the fruits delicious? What about the snacks?" Just as Shuo Lingling finished translating. Downstairs, Li Chun happened to raise the fruit and snacks he was holding, offering them to Xirou. "Oh no, Xirou is coming up. We need to go back." The 3 girls quickly darted back into their dormitory. Downstairs in the dormitory, Li Chun looked up at the 5th floor balcony and smiled softly. "Your roommates were just squatting on the balcony. I noticed they love gossip. They always ask me this and that." Xirou pursed her red lips. Glancing at the dormitory, "Let them ask. If you don't want to answer, just find some excuse to brush it off. Just don't stay silent." "Uh-huh. I've been listening to you seriously. Whatever they say, I've been paying attention, and I even smiled at them. They took me to the supermarket to buy things just now." Li Chun felt relieved. This was a promising start. For the next 4 years of college, their dorm should be harmonious. When you go up later, distribute 1 snack to each of them. As for the fruit, give as you see fit, or don't give it at all. In response to Li Chun's thoughtful care, Xirou nodded obediently. "Since you've given them, let us share. I can't finish the fruit alone, and it will spoil if left too long." Li Chun chuckled. "You really are quite clever. It's getting late. Hurry up. The dorm supervisor has been eyeing us for quite some time. Then I'll head back to the dorm. Bye." Xirou waved her hand and turned to enter the dormitory. Li Chun looked up at the twinkling stars in the night sky before turning to leave. When Xirou opened the dormitory door, Shuo Lingling and the other 2 girls all turned to look at her. "This is a little snack for you." Xirou felt a bit shy under their gaze and walked over to distribute the snacks to Shuo Lingling and the others. The 3 immediately reverted to their gossiping instincts, their smiles radiant as they looked at the snacks in their hands. "Xirou, I must tell you, Lingling can actually read lips just now when you were downstairs." Upon returning to the boys' dormitory, aside from the shouts of those playing games, it was remarkably quiet. Even the drunken Chen Ping was roused from his stupor. "Can you 2 keep it down? You're torturing poor Ping, half asleep and half awake, just sure cursing." As he entered, Li Chun glanced at Shen Nanfang and Zhou Long, who were still teaming up to play games. Their level of addiction was no less than that of those addicted to the game King of Glory. "Boss, we thought you wouldn't be back tonight after going out on a date." Shen Nanfang grinned, casting a sly glance. Zhou Long's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard as he said quickly, "Since you're back, Let us jump into the game together. Forget it. You guys play on. I have my own things to attend to. Li Chen walked to his bunk and pulled out his notebook from his backpack. He had no interest in games at all. He'd rather contemplate how to earn more money during this free time, while Shen Nanfang was engrossed in his game. The corner of his eye caught sight of Li Chen pulling out his laptop, instantly drawing his attention as his eyes widened. Whoa, old Li, you're using a MacBook Pro? That's way more expensive than other laptops. Zhou Long, hearing this, immediately turned around, his face filled with envy. I wanted to buy that laptop too, but my dad absolutely refused. It was too expensive, and I ended up getting this Lenovo instead. Suddenly, the game no longer seemed appealing. Even though they were wealthy second-generation kids, it felt as if Li Chen was the one raised in luxury. Li Chen casually pressed the power button and smiled at them. If you two are only playing games and studying, then the current computer configuration is more than sufficient. Why splurge on something so expensive? Shen Nanfang and Zhou Long exchanged looks, glancing at their own computers, feeling a bit disheartened. Old Li, you're not even gaming. You just use it for classes. Why did you buy such a good computer? Even though Shen Nanfang felt a twinge of discomfort, he couldn't help but lean closer, excitedly admiring the silver laptop in Li Chen's hands. Didn't I tell you? I'm into stock trading and investments. A high-performance computer saves me a lot of hassle. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanfang was momentarily stunned. Are you serious? Why not? Am I just going to choose a finance major because I have nothing better to do? That response left Shen Nanfang and Zhou Long exchanging glances. They chose finance purely for the diploma, planning to take over the family business after graduation, which was a foregone conclusion. Chapter 62, Shen Nanfang. Did I just get ambushed at the start? This year is crucial. Next year will mark the full-scale proliferation of smartphones. Following that, the real estate industry will experience rapid growth, and the stock market will see a bull market unprecedented in years. The shared economy, the internet, the revolution of new energy vehicles, the ubiquitous bubble tea economy, and even breakthroughs in high-end technology will unfold over the next decade. After their moment of envy, Shen Nanfang and Zhou Long dove back into their gaming pursuits, completely carefree. Li Chen first checked the financial news related to the finance industry online, then looked up public trading movements of major investors and super traders. Among them, he was particularly focused on Wan Jingquan from Sioux City, who was renowned as the leader of the Limit Up Death Squad. If given the opportunity, he would genuinely like to bring this person under his wing. As he delved into thousands of stocks until the early hours of the morning, the dormitory had long been turned off for the night, and his roommates were sound asleep. Li Chen finally pinpointed the 3 stocks under Wan Jingquan's management. Without the aid of his memories from his past life, he would never have been able to navigate such a complicated task. Huaning Electric, Guangli Technology, and Zhongluan Food. Which one should he invest in? If one were to heavily invest in a single stock, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of Wan Jingquan. Whether he would graciously allow himself to profit alongside others remains an enigma. Li Chen pondered silently, recalling that technology stocks seemed to surge the most, while the other 2 stocks had also seen some gains, albeit insignificant in his view. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chen resolved to diversify his investments across 2 of the stocks. Although spreading his capital might reduce his potential returns, he could still employ leverage, couldn't he? After scrutinizing the charts and trading volumes to ensure accuracy, he closed his laptop and retired for the night. The following morning, the melodious chirping of insects and birds drifted through the window into the dormitory. The tranquility of the campus had once again returned, bursting with the vitality of day. As his biological clock dictated, Li Chen awoke promptly, refusing to squander even a single minute of sleep. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood profoundly that sleep was a mere indulgence, a waste of precious life. After completing his morning routine, the blaring alarm clock in the dormitory finally rang, rousing Shen Nanfang and the others, who took a good 10 minutes to pry their eyes open. Old Li, how come you appear so sprightly? You stayed up late last night and still managed to rise early, remarked Zhou Long as he sprang from his bed and glanced at Li Chen, who was engrossed in his computer. He dashed into the bathroom with haste. Chen Ping also sat up, rubbing his aching head. You guys are insufferable. I swear I will never drink with you again. Shen Nanfang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Ping before sauntering over to sit on the edge of his bed. Xiao Pingzi, I'm not criticizing you, but you really ought to work on your drinking capacity. What will you do if you get tipsy while out with your girlfriend? Get lost. It's too early for your nonsense. Chen Ping retorted, shoving Shun Nanfeng away with a look of disdain, unable to tease Chen Ping further. Shen Nanfeng turned to Li Chun. Old Li, what are you up to waking up so early? Engaging in investment, Li Chun replied. Shen Nanfeng squinted at the stock trading interface on the screen, murmuring, if you're trading stocks, just say so. Why complicate it with investment? Wait a minute. 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million? Old Li, what trading software is this? How do you have so much simulated capital? Shen Nanfeng gazed at Li Chun in bewilderment, completely failing to consider the reality of a university student's account holding millions. Who would believe such a claim? In response, Li Chun calmly lifted his gaze and replied, it's merely a stock simulation software I found online. If you're interested, you can search for it too. Forget it. It's not real money anyway. I can't be bothered to invest energy into it, Shen Nanfeng said, shaking his head as he turned to change his clothes and prepare for the day. About 10 minutes later, Li Chun had configured the staggered buying prices for the two stocks. Zhou Long, Shen Nanfeng, and Chen Ping had also finished their preparations, each looking presentable. As they put it, today marked their first class as freshmen, and they had to dress sharply to attract the attention of their female classmates. Brothers, let us go. We'll grab breakfast at the cafeteria before heading to class, Zhou Long called out. Li Chun packed up his laptop and followed the trio out of the dormitory. After finishing breakfast, the four of them cheerfully made their way toward the teaching building. Upon encountering some attractive girls along the way, Zhou Long and Shen Nanfeng immediately straightened up, strutting as if the very air around them had changed. Men are inherently drawn to beauty. It is an intrinsic nature, though these two displayed their interest far too overtly, unlike the more reserved Chen Ping. It was a pity that they failed to appreciate their advantageous backgrounds, seemingly oblivious to how they had navigated high school. Upon arriving at Finance Class 2, they found the classroom already occupied with a fair number of students. With only a few still absent, the classmates were still strangers to one another, with little interaction occurring as they each engaged in their own activities. When Li Chun and his friends entered, they attracted minimal attention, proceeding directly to the back row to take their seats. Shen Nanfeng appeared slightly disheartened, casting a glance toward the front. Have you guys noticed how few pretty girls there are in our class? Indeed, there are only about 3 or 5 good-looking ones. Not even a single campus belle in sight, Zhou Long replied, his expression one of disappointment. At that moment, several girls in front turned to glare at them, their expressions decidedly unfriendly, having evidently overheard the two's conversation. Li Chen shook his head in exasperation, lowering his voice. You two should be grateful. Our class has a 2-to-1 ratio of boys to girls. What more could you possibly want? Do you honestly think campus beauties are in abundance everywhere? Oli is right. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Look at that girl in the white dress on the right. She is stunning with her fair skin and long legs. Hey, Xiao Pingzi, you have a good eye this time. She's indeed quite lovely. Nonsense. I think the girl with the ponytail on the left is prettier. She is all natural. No makeup at all. Li Chun's lips twitched. Could you lower your voices? Aren't you afraid they LL hear you? So what if they do? Shen Nanfeng pouted. I have no intention of pursuing any girls from our class anyway. Just as these words left his mouth, a short-haired girl in the front row suddenly stood up and turned towards Shen Nanfeng's direction, her ordinary face adorned with an icy expression. You boys have really crossed the line. When will you stop? Especially you, Xiao Haizi. Do you think you're so handsome that our class's girls would ever be interested in you? Suddenly targeted, Shen Nanfeng could only open his mouth in embarrassment, his face turning crimson. Damn it, the first class of the semester, and I've become the center of attention. Li Chun discreetly shifted a few seats away, recognizing that this was a moment of glory for the trio, and it would be best for him to keep his distance. Chapter 63. The new campus belle, Xirou. Not long after the commotion subsided, the counselor Su Jinzhong entered the classroom. Shen Nanfeng's incessant chatter finally quieted down, as he realized that while the girls in Class 2 might not be particularly striking, They certainly had tempers that were not to be trifled with. Of course, this was merely a small fraction of the cohort. As Su Jinzhong stood at the podium with a serious demeanor, the classroom gradually fell silent, and he proceeded to write his name on the blackboard. Su Jinzhong. It seems everyone is getting along quite well, but do remember to maintain appropriate boundaries. Excessive amicability can lead to misunderstandings and conflicts, he remarked, casting a calm glance at all the students below. He then introduced himself. My name is Su Jinzhong, and I will be your counselor for the next 4 years. You can approach me with any issues regarding life or studies. He continued to outline various matters pertinent to new students, and after concluding, he invited everyone to come up and introduce themselves. The first student to take the stage, somewhat nervous, ended up introducing himself in their local dialect, leaving most of the audience bewildered. Thankfully, the prevalence of Mandarin resolved this awkwardness. As dozens of self-introductions unfolded, Li Chen found himself fighting off drowsiness. Had the situation been appropriate, he might have simply dozed off, as it was utterly soporific. Shen Nanfeng and Zhou Long moved closer and sat beside Li Chen and Chen Ping. Old Li, you were so inconsiderate just now, sitting so far away, Shen Nanfeng whispered. Well, primarily because you shine too brightly. I feel unworthy to sit beside you, Li Chen replied, suppressing a smile. Stop joking around. Shen Nanfeng fell silent, realizing that Su Jinzhong's gaze had turned towards him. When it was Li Chen's turn to take the stage for his introduction, he merely uttered a few brief words, refraining from mentioning his status as the provincial champion. After nearly half a morning, the introductions of the classmates finally concluded, with a girl named Hsiu being elected as class monitor. She subsequently delivered a heartfelt speech, outlining the important details regarding the military training that would commence the following day, such as informing her of any health-related absences after class and the assembly time of 3 o'clock at the playground for the school leader's inspection of the new students. In essence, it was a form of admonition intended to assert the authority of the leaders and prevent any encounters with unfamiliar faces on campus. Once her speech concluded, the morning came to an end, and all the students gradually exited the classroom, making their way to the cafeteria. Li Chen and his companions exited through the back door, followed closely by Shen Nanfeng and the others. Hey, did you guys hear the class monitor say that the new students from Area 2 will also gather on the playground this afternoon? There will definitely be many beautiful girls to see. As soon as they stepped out of the classroom, Shen Nanfeng reverted to his usual self. Li Shen, observing the beaming expression on his face, patted his shoulder casually. If you keep that mouth of yours unchecked, I foresee you getting roasted again. Don't come crying to us then. Haha, Oli is right. Your bravado is not matched by your courage. You flinch quicker than anyone. Zhou Long chuckled, shamelessly chiming in. Shen Nanfeng halted, glaring at Zhou Long. I didn't see you tremble when Wang Li was around. Zhou Long, recalling the fierce expression of the short-haired girl, awkwardly smiled. I simply adhere to the principle of not engaging in disputes with women. You two, stop bickering. Wang Li and the class monitor are approaching. Chen Ping, who had been silent, interjected quietly. Hey, old Li, why are you walking so fast? Wait for us. Without further ado, Shen Nanfeng and Zhou Long quickened their pace, striding after the ahead-moving Li Chen. Their actions were not motivated by fear of their female classmates, but rather by respect. Oomph. Chen Ping scoffed, trailing leisurely behind them. After finishing lunch in the cafeteria, everyone returned to their dormitory, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Shen Nanfeng and Zhou Long unsurprisingly powered up their computers to play games, while Chen Ping focused on studying. Li Chen logged into his stock trading account to check his transactions, discovering that half of his funds remained unutilized, indicative of a remarkably stable trend. Glancing at the time, he noted that there were 20 minutes until the market opened, and he swiftly adjusted his transaction prices, preparing to monitor the trades post-opening. Oh my gosh! The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a Shen Nanfeng's exclamation. Old Shen, weren't you playing a game? What has got you so worked up? You nearly scared me into submission. Dragon Brother, you can restart if you lose. But I almost deleted my meticulously organized data, despite not uttering a word. Li Chen's expression clearly conveyed his displeasure. Guys, stop staring at me like that, and come check out our school's forum. The new student class flower and the senior class flower have been posted online. Shen Nanfeng exclaimed excitedly, moving his computer to a visible spot for everyone. Upon hearing this, the others' frustrations evaporated instantly. Even Li Chen's face momentarily stiffened. What? Xirou's photo has actually appeared on the campus forum? Zhou Long rushed to Shen Nanfeng's computer, while even the typically reserved Chen Ping couldn't resist the temptation. Which one is our freshman class flower? Are you foolish? Clearly, it's the one in military training attire. Have you ever seen a senior in military training gear? Stop the chatter. Shut up. Look at the girls. The trio fell silent, their expressions filled with delight as they gazed at the two photos displayed on the desktop. Their eyes fixated. Despite the new class flower wearing a loose military training uniform, her exquisite figure and unadorned beauty were enough to captivate any boy, leaving them utterly enraptured. The senior class flower, unencumbered by such attire, had a slight edge, donning a pair of light-wash jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. She wore a loose light blue t-shirt, her black hair cascading down to her chest, and her flawless face bore a subtle smile, exuding an aura of pure youthful exuberance. Compared to the girls from their second class, she seemed like a celestial being in a different realm. Truly, the two gems of Shanghai University. Li Chen quietly approached from behind, observing the photo of Xirou in military attire, his gaze momentarily sharpening. It was evident that this was a candid shot taken moments ago, likely captured just after she exited the cafeteria. Stop staring. Hurry back to your games. No matter how long you look, she isn't yours. Only your gaming rank and knowledge are possessions you can truly hold on to, Li Chen admonished. The three boys turned to him in unison, casting disdainful glances. Old Li, that's quite unfair of you, making it sound as though you own her. Yeah, being passive about admiring such beauty indicates a problem with your mindset. Even if she's not ours, it's a feast for the eyes, and it certainly lifts the spirits. Right, Dragon Brother? Old Shen? Li Chen gazed at Chen Ping in silence, fully aware that the literary-minded individual had outdone himself in expressing such sentiments. You all are something else. Take your time admiring, Li Chen remarked, giving a thumbs up and retreating to his bunk amid a series of lewd smirks. The clock struck 1, signaling the impending commencement of the stock market battle. He opened his trading account, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as he placed order after order. Hey, old Shen, what's the name of our freshman class flower? Shen Nanfeng inquired eagerly. Why the rush? The photo only surfaced less than an hour ago. By tonight, someone will surely spill the beans. And what about the senior class flower? Look at the thousands of comments beneath her photo. The influence of the school flower is indeed formidable. The trio resumed their critique of the images displayed on the forum. It turned out the senior class flower was Mu Ruwei, a fourth-year engineering student, 22 years old, and standing at 170 centimeters tall. Wow, they even included her measurements down to the decimal. Look here, someone mentioned that the senior prefers practical skills over cosmetics, enjoying mechanical engineering research, and even participated in a drone model competition on behalf of the school, achieving commendable results. There are also claims that she once applied for a student entrepreneurial fund to establish a drone research and operating system studio, though it ultimately failed. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's heart stirred. He was acutely aware of the significance of drones in the future, both in civilian and military applications, and their strategic importance. What did you just say, Xiaoping? Li Chen suddenly interjected, his gaze locking onto Chen Ping. Chen Ping turned, looking puzzled. What is it? I mentioned that the senior, Mu Ruwei, once started a business. Not that part, the previous statement. She established a drone research and operating system studio. Li Chen grinned widely. That's the one. Oli, what is going on? I'm fine. You all can continue. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Li Chen's eyes, aside from stocks. He had been struggling to find promising investment projects, and this opportunity had just presented itself. In his previous life, the renowned DJI seemed to have only matured in technology this very year, as Mr. Wang's team successfully launched the first model of the compact Phantom drone. After a decade of subsequent development, it ultimately emerged as the titan of the drone industry, with multiple products crossing borders and being exported to numerous countries abroad. Contemplating this, Li Chen began to sketch a rough outline of his future endeavors. Having been granted a second chance at life, he vowed that this time, he would not traverse this path in vain. Suddenly, the cheerful little penguin icon in the bottom right corner of his computer screen began to bounce joyfully. Li Chun casually clicked on it. Kong Xiaoqiang. Brother Chun, are you really abandoning your brother like this? You didn't even invite me for a meal or anything. Accompanied by a pitiful crying emoji. Li Chun raised an eyebrow. Buddy, why are you a grown man sending me those cutesy, pitiful emojis? You're making my skin crawl. Kong Xiaoqiang. Let us skip the chit-chat. Come over tonight and treat me to dinner. Dinner was not an issue. But what about your situation with Xiaomin? The start of the semester is precisely when insecurities tend to spike. Why aren't you pursuing her instead of dragging me into this? Hee, I've already arranged to have dinner with her tonight, but I seem to lack the confidence. So, you want me to come along as a third wheel? Is that it? Third wheel? We're all classmates. The more, the merrier. Why don't you invite Gu Xiaohua too? Li Chun felt a surge of frustration upon reading his message, a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Old buddy, why are you so timid? You need someone to help you ask her out? What? You'll need a chaperone to hold your hand and steal a kiss too. Kong Xiaoqiang. Angry emoji. I can manage that myself. Just tell me if you're coming. What time? Where? Let us meet around your school. I'll call you then. Don't forget to bring Gu Xiaohua. All right. I'll reach out after class this afternoon. After exiting the chat, Li Chun contemplated sending a message to Gu Xirou, but then recalled that the freshmen from her side were coming to their campus at 3 o'clock. It would be better to speak to her in person then. Li Chun opened the stock trading interface again. After applying a tenfold leverage, his capital swelled to 100 million, no longer the realm of a mere small investor. Even with the advantage of his rebirth, he had to remain utterly vigilant, as this was the foundation of his resurgence, leaving no room for error. With half an hour remaining until the market closed, he finally shut down his computer and concluded his trading session. Shen Nanfeng and the others had long since departed from the campus forum, once again immersing themselves in the gaming world. Hey guys, it's about time we head to the playground. If we wait too long, we might miss those lovely ladies with slender waists and long legs. Li Chun remarked with a smirk as he observed Zhou Long and Shen Nanfeng engrossed in their game. Don't rush. Let me finish this round, and we'll head out. Right, we still have half an hour. We're golden. Zhou Long and Shen Nanfeng replied without turning their heads. But it was evident that their fingers were flying over the keyboard, a hint of chaos in their movements. Li Chun couldn't help but smirk, realizing they were far from as composed as they pretended. Chen Ping, however, demonstrated his urgency by leaping off his bed in a flash. Old Li, why don't we leave first? Little Ping, you rascal. Shen Nanfeng immediately turned and bellowed. Li Chun stood up, ready to speak. His phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Min Hui, a sophomore from the literature department. Li Shen, after the training on the playground this afternoon, I'd like to treat you to dinner. I owe you a meal, so consider this a welcome gesture. Li Chun pondered for a moment. He already had plans with Kong Xiaoqiang for the evening, so he had to decline. Sorry, I have an appointment tonight with that guy who sat with me on the train. He has taken me out for dinner. No worries, you can bring him along. I've met him before, and it'll be less awkward with more people. Minuit quickly replied. But he has a girlfriend too. Does she need to come as well? Sure, that's fine. Li Chun reflected on this opportunity, realizing it wouldn't hurt to join her as an excuse to avoid declining her repeated invitations. Let us touch base after training ends, shall we? Sound good. I'll call you then. Chapter 65. Is it true that flowers attract butterflies? Upon arriving at the playground, it was already a sea of humanity. Freshmen from both campuses gathered together, divided by class into orderly lines. A vast expanse of green military training uniforms filled the area, creating a striking visual spectacle. The school leaders and teachers on the podium had yet to arrive, but preparations were already complete. Class 2 of Finance occupied a position near the front, offering them a splendid view of all the freshmen in the playground, a sight to behold. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, accompanied by peals of laughter. As Shen Nanfeng and Zhou Long couldn't contain their smiles, their eyes darting everywhere. They had practically scoured the area, looking eager and restless. Chen Ping, though slightly more reserved, was also discreetly eyeing the beautiful girls. Even though everyone wore loose military training uniforms, the majority of the well-proportioned girls were undeterred, their beauty enhanced by the attire. Li Chun, however, remained the epitome of calmness, his demeanor starkly contrasting with Shun Nanfeng and Zhou Long's distracted glances. Old Li, what else with this sudden, virtuous demeanor? How can you resist looking at all those beautiful girls? Exactly. The quality of girls in other classes far surpasses ours. I can't even count the number of lovely faces. Chun Ping suddenly tugged at Shun Nanfeng's sleeve, whispering, Old Shun, keep your voice down. You don't want the girls from our class to hear you, or you'll be in for it. Shun Nanfeng froze for a moment, then sheepishly glanced behind him, relieved that none of the girls had overheard. Li Chun nearly burst into laughter, thinking how this guy was all talk and no courage. I say, the three of you, it's not yours to claim. No matter how much you look, it's all in vain. What is meant for you will come to you without needing to chase. Upon hearing such profound and insightful words, the expressions on Shun Nanfeng and his companions stiffened, and they all gave a thumbs up. Impressive, brother. Truly impressive. Li Chun's expression darkened, nearly opting to close his eyes and ignore these three buffoons. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind him, accompanied by envious laughter and cheers. Instantly, most students' gazes were drawn towards the noise. Heavens! Isn't that the campus beauty from the forum? It seems she is a freshman from the second district, named Xirou, right? Who is that guy? What is he doing? Is he confessing to her? Isn't that obvious? I'm so envious. I heard that guy is the student council president and comes from a wealthy family. This scene unfolded before Li Chun without surprise. Old Li, look, it's this year's campus beauty. Shun Nanfeng exclaimed excitedly, slapping Li Chun on the shoulder, before his expression shifted to one of indignation. Damn it, school just started, and those opportunists are already swooping in. We freshmen don't stand a chance. Who says otherwise? That jerk isn't pursuing other girls. He is here to snatch from us freshmen. Zhou Long sighed. Chun Ping shook his head, lamenting, we must fault ourselves for being overly timid. Not a single one of us has dared to approach anyone. Suddenly, he turned to Old Li. Hey, why the silence? Your expression looks rather grim. At that moment, Shen Namfang notisa Li Shen's unusual damiano. Go away, go away. Li Chun appeared impatient, yet his gaze remained fixated on the distance, where Xirou stood, accompanied by a rather forward suitor holding a gift. In just a day or two, someone couldn't restrain themselves from confessing to her? Could this be deemed a rival in love? Yet, as of now, he had not even declared his feelings to her, nor had he treated her with the same affection he once showed to Shun Qinglan. Goodness, Old Li, you're not feeling jealous, are you? Your expression certainly suggests that. Shun Nanfeng exclaimed in jest, earning him a multitude of disapproving glances from those around. At that moment, as if the stars had aligned, Xirou subtly turned her head, locking eyes with Li Chun. A radiant smile blossomed on her exquisitely beautiful face, reminiscent of a white lotus unfurling upon a snowy mountain, captivating all who beheld it. In an instant, everyone was stunned, including Shuel Lingling and others who stood behind Xirou, all following her gaze in astonishment. The next second, their eyes widened in disbelief. A new development had emerged. Witnessing this scene, Li Chun smiled, a brilliant smile that illuminated his face. Xirou then adorably waved her hand at him. Oh my! Old Li, the campus belle smiled at us, and even waved. Shun Nanfeng was beside himself with excitement, nearly moved to tears, completely oblivious to the expression on Li Chen's face. Zhou Long immediately protested, excitedly exclaiming, Nonsense! The campus belle was undoubtedly smiling at me and greeting me. Stop arguing. The campus belle is approaching us. Chun Ping's expression shifted, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Shun Nanfeng and Zhou Long quickly tidied their clothes and hair, donning strange smiles in anticipation of the campus belle's arrival. In that moment, they became the focal point of the entire playground. As Xirou drew near, before Li Chun could utter a word, she cheerfully called out, her eyes sparkling with delight. Li Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, one that even a machine gun could not suppress. The smiles of Shun Nanfeng and the others froze on their faces as they incredulously glanced at Li Chun, then back at the stunning campus belle before them. Damn it, Old Li actually knows the campus belle? They seem quite familiar. The three exchanged glances, resolute in their determination to interrogate him thoroughly upon their return. Xirou picked up a bottle of mineral water and twisted off the cap. Thirsty? Would you like some water? Chen naturally accepted it, gulping down several large sips. The surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence. How could this be even sweeter than before? Shen Nanfang and the others were left gaping, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Among them, the one whose expression was the most dismal was Lin Fan, the student council president who had just confessed to Xirou. After finishing the water, Chen handed the bottle back to Xirou with a smile, saying, Xiangzi invited me to dinner tonight, along with Xiaomin. Would you like to join me? Xirou's delicate nose wrinkled slightly. My roommates want me to join them for dinner tonight. I'll tell them I want to go. Dinner? Li Shen fronat contemplating. Forget it. Your relationship with your roommates has only just begun to improve. You should go with them tonight. We can always have dinner with Xiangzi another time. All right then. I'll listen to you. Xirou obediently nodded. This demeanor nearly left Shen Nanfang and the others in shock. Oh, Li Chen, that guy who just confessed was apparently the president of the student council. I forgot his name, but he said he liked me and wanted to give me gifts. He even mentioned that I should join the student council for scholarships and personal advancement evaluations, and that he would help me find a job after graduation. However, I didn't pay him any mind. This is called charisma. Xirou's cool voice struck the hearts of those around her like a hammer. It was utterly explosive. Were they certain they hadn't mistaken the script? Countless eyes instinctively turned towards Lin Fan. My dear sir, how will you respond to this? Lin Fan's lips twitched, yet he maintained a faint smile, confidently turning to leave. Approaching him now would only lead to self-inflicted embarrassment. After all, they were all from the same school, and there would be ample opportunities in the future. A chorus of derisive snickers erupted among the students. They had thought the student council was something impressive. But here they were, retreating under the relentless barrage of sweetness. Of course, many girls gazed at the scene with glimmering eyes. Was this not their opportunity? Look, you made him leave in a huff, Li Chen joked. Xirou opened the bottle and took a small sip, her moist, red lips parting slightly. I was hoping for that. Ever since I stepped onto campus yesterday, he has been buzzing around me like a fly, even asking my roommate Xiao Qiu for my phone number, which I didn't let her give. Well done. That deserves a reward, Li Chen chuckled. Next time you go home, have Oldie whip up some of his signature dishes. All right. Let's have him make some braised fish and spicy chicken. Xirou replied. In that moment, the male ego was immensely satisfied. After all, who could resist the allure of the moonlight illuminating a heart once sealed by concrete? This scene left Shen Nanfang and his companions wishing to turn and flee. They had already met the parents, and here they were, 3 single dogs, feeling as though salt was being rubbed into their wounds. The onlookers began to disperse, returning to their respective class lines. The girls from Class 2 gazed at Li Chen and Xirou with a mix of envy and jealousy. Just as Li Chen was about to suggest Xirou return to her class, his gaze suddenly sharpened as 2 familiar figures appeared before him. Shen Nanfang and the others immediately brightened. Was today some auspicious day? 2 more beautiful girls were approaching, their looks rivaling that of the campus belle beside Old Li. Xirou turned curiously to see Shun Qinglan and Fang Qi, her smooth, fair brow slightly furrowed. Hi, Li Chen, Xirou, long time no see. Fang Qi greeted with a cheerful smile. Li Chen glanced at Shun Qinglan, then turned to Fang Qi, puzzled. What brings you both to Magic City University? Fang Qi replied with a bright smile. I came to accompany Lan Lan. Otherwise, I would have gone to Yanjing. Li Chen felt a jolt. Was this how one conversed? Truly, she had opened a can of worms. As expected, Shun Qinglan stared blankly at Li Chen, then at Xirou, slowly speaking. Are you 2 together now? Upon hearing this, Li Chen frowned. That seems to be none of your concern. You. Shun Qinglan's eyes glistened with a hint of mist at his ambiguous response. Why are you treating me this way? You clearly said you would always like me. Xirou pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Shen Nanfang, Zhou Long, and Chen Ping were instantly left in a daze. What on earth was happening? How were they all acquainted with Old Li? Was it truly the case that the women he knew in life were of such high quality? This was absurd. They were clearly the wealthy second generation. Why did it feel as if their identities had been swapped? Noticing the awkwardness, Feng Qi swiftly intervened. Lan, let's not dwell on that. By the way, Li Chun, since we're all old classmates gathered together, how about we go out for dinner tonight? My treat. Forget it. I have plans tonight. Let us arrange something for next time. Li Chun replied without a moment's hesitation. If it truly comes to pass, it would be utterly mortifying. Moreover, he genuinely has plans for the evening. Feng Qi was about to inquire further when, unexpectedly, a group of school leaders clad in white shirts ascended the podium. Lan, let us return quickly. With that, Feng Qi seized Shun Qinglan's hand and hurried back to their classroom. Li Chen glanced at Xirou and said, "You should head back as well." Xirou nodded and briskly made her way back to their class. It was not until the microphone on the podium emitted a resounding sound that Shen Nanfeng and his two companions snapped back to reality, gazing at Li Chun with admiration. "Don't speak. I know nothing, nor have I ever been in a relationship, so please refrain from questioning me." Li Chen's resolute response left Shun Nanfeng feeling irked. Had it not been during the freshman orientation, he would have ensured this ancestor understood the meaning of a man's passionate embrace. "Students, please be quiet. I would like to say a few words." The addresses delivered by the school leaders were even more tedious than Li Chun had anticipated, a formulaic speech, likely recycled from last year. Fortunately, the weather was overcast today, sparing them from the wrath of the sun, which would have led to complaints and discomfort. After over 2 hours of monotonous discourse, the 2012 freshman orientation finally concluded. Under the guidance of their counselors, students from various departments departed the playground. Upon returning to dormitory 502, Li Chun was immediately bombarded by a barrage of questions from Shen Nanfeng and his companions. "Old Li, I've made up my mind. From now on, you shall be my idol. No one else will suffice. Ancestor, please impart some wisdom. How on earth did you manage to attract not one, but 2 stunning campus belles?" They simply could not fathom how such exquisite beauties could exhibit such docile behavior in Li Chen's presence. A stark contrast to the girls in their own class, who, though not particularly pretty, certainly had fiery tempers. Li Chen appraised these rascals and suddenly chuckled. "This, my friends, is what we call charisma. You are utterly misrepresenting the term-rich second generation. If you dawdle while pursuing a girl by the time you are ready, the opportunity will have long since passed." The three exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. "Old Li, you are mistaken. Even the affluent cannot afford to be overly picky. The girls I fancy do not reciprocate my feelings, and those who do, I find unappealing. They call me a clumsy giant. What should I do?" Zhou Long pondered for a moment before defiantly responding, though only he knew the extent of his sincerity. Shen Nanfeng and Chen Ping remained silent, wary of further conflict. Li Chun smirked and shook his head. "Dragon brother, are you still pretending to be an innocent little virgin? If there is something to enjoy, why be choosy? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If you merely wish to have fun, avoid good girls. As for the bad ones, just dive in and leave the complications behind. Each person has their own match, and only you can discern if it fits." Upon hearing this, Shen Nanfeng and his companions were genuinely taken aback, left in stunned silence. Profound. A true romantic. Chapter 67. Divine Assistance. After leaving the dormitory, the clock approached 6:30. Li Chen received a call from Kong Xiaoqiang and made his way alone to Central Street in the University City, to a place called the Unity Restaurant, which appeared to be of a lower tier than Kuyenju. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly a prime gathering spot for students to enjoy drinks and skewers. As for Minhui, he had yet to receive any updates from her, nor would he actively seek her out. Upon arriving at the entrance, Li Chun spotted Kong Xiaoqiang enthusiastically waving at him. "Chengu, over here." When Li Chun approached, he noticed Xiao Min seated to his left and jokingly remarked, "Oh, so this is where the couple's duet begins." Xiao Min instantly blushed crimson, shyly retorting, "Li Chun, how come I never noticed your silver tongue back in school?" "Haha, seeing my brother finding his match brings me joy." Li Chen laughed heartily, winking at Kong Xiaoqiang. "You've made your move quite swiftly, much more so than the rascals in your dorm." Kang Xiaoqiang hook lid, Tian Yi. "Thank goodness Xirou didn't accompany you. Otherwise, with that girl on the train, it would have been quite a headache." "What headache? I have no ties with Minhui. If you hadn't invited me out, I wouldn't have even agreed to meet her," Li Chun replied with an air of pride. Kong Xiaoqiang gave a thumbs up. As expected of my Chenggu, so confident. If Xirou were to find out about the two of you, it would surely raise her ire. Xiaomin glanced at Li Chen and said earnestly, "We all know you were hurt by Shen Qinglan and are hesitant to open your heart to another girl. But Xirou treats you exceptionally well. Although she has only recently joined our class, I, as a girl, can sense that aside from her family, the only person who occupies her thoughts seems to be you. I believe you can feel it too, right?" Kong Xiaoqiang readily agreed. "Chenggu, Xiaomin is right. I too sense that Xirou is deeply invested in you. So different from Shen Qinglan. All right, enough of that." Li Chen sighed with a hint of seriousness in his demeanor. "I am aware of everything you have mentioned. I am not oblivious. It's all about timing." His heart, hardened like cement, had yet to be softened by Xirou as charm, though he was perilously close to being swayed by their words. Deep down, he understood that after their serendipitous encounter and reminiscing about the past decade, he would never again let Xirou down. At that moment, Li Chen's phone began to ring from his pocket. Glancing at the unfamiliar number on the screen, he immediately recognized it to be the call from Min Hui, who claimed to be a senior. "Hello, senior?" "Junior, I've finished my tasks. Where are you?" "We are at the Unity restaurant on Central Street. Are you familiar with the place?" "Yes, give me a few minutes. I'll be there shortly." "Okay." Li Chen hung up and turned to Kong Xiaoqiang, instructing, "She's on her way, just a few minutes out. This is our first meeting, so be mindful of your conversation and avoid any awkward topics." "Understood." Kong Xiaoqiang gestured an okay. Li Chen felt somewhat reassured. Sometimes this guy could be quite indiscreet, but he had no concerns about Xiaomin. Girls are typically quite perceptive. Suddenly, he continued, "By the way, you might not know, but Shen Qinglan and Fang Qi have also come to Modu University." "What? They both came to Modu? And they are at the same university as you?" Xiaomin exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, it was quite a coincidence," Li Chen replied, observing Kong Xiaoqiang's reaction, raising an eyebrow. "Buddy, why do I feel you're not the least bit surprised?" Haha. Kong Xiaoqiang chuckled sheepishly. "Chenggu, during the college application process, Fang Qi asked me which university you were attending. And you told her." Li Chen's eyes widened in shock. It all made sense now. He had wondered why Shen Qinglan and Fang Qi, who had previously gone to college in the capital, suddenly ended up at Moda University. The reason was right here. I had no idea that Fang Qi was inquiring about me, nor did I ever anticipate that they would follow me here, murmured Kong Xiaoqiang softly. At that moment, Xiao Min began to piece together the situation, inadvertently recalling the antics that transpired before graduation. "Li Chen, has Shen Qinglan been causing you trouble again?" she asked. With a sigh, Li Chen recounted the events that transpired on the playground that afternoon. After listening, Kong Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Chen, it seems that the beautiful Shen is still reluctant to let go, believing that you still harbor feelings for her." Xiaoqiang is right. You need to decisively clarify things with her at your earliest convenience. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to both you and Xirou, Xiaomin added. "We had already made things clear before graduation. It is merely her unwillingness to accept the truth, thinking I was deceiving her." As he spoke, Li Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. There was no escaping this situation, yet discussing it seemed futile. "Brother Chen, someone is coming." Kong Xiaoqiang gestured subtly toward Li Chen. Turning to glance back, Li Chen spotted Min Hui approaching, adorned in a fitted, light yellow gown that accentuated her waist, paired with white-heeled shoes. Her long, coffee-colored hair cascaded over her shoulders as she gracefully walked toward their table, drawing the attention of most patrons in the establishment with her striking beauty and meticulously applied makeup. Xiao Min felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. While she believed her own looks were somewhat inferior to Xirou's, they certainly rivaled those of Shen Qinglan. Turning slightly, she noticed that Kong Xiaoqiang's gaze was fixed on Min Hui, which incited a flicker of annoyance within her. She promptly pinched him at the waist. "Ouch!" Startled by the sudden pain, Kong Xiaoqiang quickly composed himself, asserting in a serious tone, "I was merely appreciating the beauty of a lovely sight, I assure you. My intentions are purely innocent." "Humph, as if you would dare otherwise," Xiao Min remarked with a teasing smile. Li Shen Shukulat, envisioning the amusing scenarios that awaited Kong Xiaoqiang in his impending married life. "Greetings, Junior and this fine classmate." It is a pleasure to see you both again. Min Hui greeted with a delightful smile as she took her place beside Li Chun. Min Hui, allow me to introduce you. Li Chun stood to greet her, smiling. This couple you have met before, and this is Xiao Min. With her high emotional intelligence, Min Hui seized the moment, exclaiming, "Ah, so Xiaoqiang and Xiao Min are a couple. No wonder you both share such a harmonious resemblance." At this, Kong Xiaoqiang's grin widened to an almost comical degree. While Xiao Min's face flushed crimson, she did not protest, her smile radiating joy. This meal was proving to be exceptionally worthwhile. Chapter 68. The Challenges of Life in Xirou Mountain? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, marveling at Min Hui's eloquence. She certainly had a way with words, especially those that pleased. Look how thrilled Kong Xiaoqiang is. Min Hui, please take a seat. Feel free to order whatever you desire, as Xiaoqiang is treating us today, Li Chen invited, pouring a cup of tea and placing it on the table before Min Hui. Thank you. Min Hui adjusted her skirt as she sat down, smiling at the trio. I hope my presence as an outsider does not disrupt your reunion. Not at all. Soon, we will all be well acquainted, especially since you and Brother Chen are from the same school. Kong Xiaoqiang quickly reassured her, eager to have such a capable ally. Li Chen added, Xiaoqiang is correct. We are all alumni of the same institution, so there is no issue of interruption. With a glimmer in her eyes, Min Hui smiled softly. Actually, I wish to express my gratitude to you all. Had it not been for your assistance on the train, I might have found myself in quite an embarrassing situation. Hence, I would like to treat you all today, and no one should contest that. Upon hearing this, Li Chen paused briefly before teasingly suggesting, since the senior has spoken, shall we refrain from fighting over the bill? Min Hui's eyes sparkled with delight as she picked up the menu. Junior, Xiaoqiang, please order whatever you fancy. Also, Xiaoqiang, be sure to select a few dishes that Xiao Min enjoys. Li Chen beckoned over a waiter, ordering 3 signature dishes along with a variety of unique barbecued options, planning to discreetly settle the bill before they finished their meal. Surely, one should not allow a young lady to foot the bill for 2 gentlemen. Kong Xiaoqiang ordered a couple of home-style dishes for Xiao Min, while Min Hui chose items that suited her palate. They handed the menu to the waiter. Senior, which part of Sichuan are you from? Li Shenka's Wali Inkidat. I'm not from Sichuan. My family is from Jinling. I spent a few days visiting relatives during holiday. Ah, that explains it. I thought it odd for a young lady to carry such heavy items, Li Chen remarked. Min Hui's cheeks flushed slightly. It's a rare trip, so I indulged in purchasing a few things. Kong Xiaoqiang was about to inquire further about her purchases when Li Chen shot him a warning glance. After all, it is not appropriate to pry into a lady's belongings. I have heard that the girls from Jinling are exceptionally beautiful, with gentle personalities and kind hearts. Having met you, senior, we can confirm the truth of that saying. Min Hui beamed with joy. Indeed, all girls appreciate a compliment. Junior, the girls from your area are also quite lovely. Just yesterday, our literature club welcomed 2 new members, who also seem to be from Sichuan. With Sichuan's vastness, there must be many beautiful girls, though their tempers could be quite challenging. One moment, they may appear as if they are climbing the lofty Xirou Mountain. Xirou Mountain? Min Hui exclaimed in surprise, while Kong Xiaoqiang and Xiao Min wore similarly bewildered expressions. Li Chen laughed heartily, realizing that this internet expression had not yet gained popularity. It essentially denotes someone or something that is formidable or impressive. In the midst of their conversation, the waiter began to bring out dishes, along with 2 bottles of drinks, including a half case of Tsingtao beer. As the establishment filled with more patrons, predominantly students, the atmosphere became lively. After some engaging conversation, Li Chen and Min Hui grew more familiar, avoiding any potential awkward silences. Come, let us raise our glasses together to celebrate our embarkation on a new chapter in life. And may Brother Chen find love soon. Kong Xiaoqiang toasted cheerfully, reveling in his current success as a winner in life, with both academic and romantic pursuits flourishing. Li Chen chuckled, lifting his glass, my friend. While the first part of your toast was splendid, I must retract the latter. Min Hui's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile growing sweeter. This meal was filled with joy, and notably, Kong Xiaoqiang was the most elated among them. Li Chen and Min Hui had orchestrated numerous assists for him, and it now hinged on whether Kong Xiaoqiang would rise to the occasion after the meal concluded. As they neared the end of their meal, Li Chun seized the opportunity to settle the bill while excusing himself to the restroom, only to find that Min Hui had already taken care of it. Truly, she possessed remarkable social grace. Let us wrap things up. I'm immensely grateful for your generous hospitality today, Li Chun said upon returning to the table. Junior, you are too kind. I'd intended to treat you all after disembarking from the train, not anticipating that fate would intertwine our paths so beautifully. Min Hui replied with a warm smile. Hearing this, Li Chun chuckled lightly and winked at Kong Xiaoqiang. You two should head off. I wouldn't want to intrude on your romantic rendezvous. Kong Xiaoqiang, fueled by the spirits, grinned broadly, eagerly anticipating the charming interactions he had only read about in novels. Xiao Min, her cheeks flushed, took a delicate sip of her orange juice. Li Shen, Kong Xiaoqiang? As a few individuals rose to leave, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Kong Xiaoqiang's eyes widened in surprise. Shen Xiaohua? Feng Qi? Li Chun turned around, momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence! They unexpectedly ran into each other while dining again. At that moment, Min Hui spoke up. Feng Qi, Qinglan, you all know each other? Truly, the world is remarkably small. As the sole outsider, he found that they were all acquainted. Feng Qi nodded, saying, we are all high school classmates. Senior, what brings you here? Li Chun and Kong Xiaoqiang assisted me on the train, so I invited them to dinner. What about you? Min Yuan Quayeld? Astonished. She hadn't anticipated that the two girls she had just met yesterday would turn out to be Li Chen's classmates. We're having a gathering with our roommates here. Feng Qi replied, feeling a bit distressed. Had she known, she wouldn't have chosen this place for dinner. She then tugged at Shen Qinglan's hand. Lan. Let's head back first. We shouldn't keep Peng Shuang and the others waiting. Shen Qinglan bit her lip, remaining unmoved, her gaze fixed intently on Li Chun, brimming with grievance. You would rather dine with other women than accompany me, Li Chun. What happened to all those promises you made? At her words, the atmosphere fell silent. Kong Xiaoqiang, Xiao Min, and Feng Qi exchanged helpless glances, wishing they had foreseen this moment. Min Hui was also taken aback. The situation seemed to deviate from her expectations. And you, Min Hui, Li Chun is a freshman, 2 years your junior. It's impossible between you two. Even if he doesn't want me, there's still Xirou. How could it possibly come to you? In the silence, Shen Qinglan continued. No, Min Hui's cheeks flushed crimson, flustered. Qinglan, you've misunderstood. I invited Li Chun to dinner purely out of gratitude. During your university years, senior, have you ever treated any male student to a meal? Or even bought one bottle of water? Min Hui's lips parted slightly, her high emotional intelligence momentarily leaving her at a loss for words. Chapter 69, The Ignorant Woman. Madness. This was utterly insane. The usually proud and aloof Shen Qinglan was actually exhibiting jealousy? Did she not dislike Li Chun? Kong Xiaoqiang and Xiao Min exchanged glances. Was such a reaction truly warranted over a mere meal? If she were to learn of how many meals Xirou and Li Chun had shared, especially at his home, her distress would undoubtedly escalate. Lan, please stop. Everyone is paying attention to us. Feng Qi tugged at Shen Qinglan's arm once more. Yet, she remained unperturbed. Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly, aware that if he remained silent, this farce would never conclude. Shen Qinglan, have you had your fill of this drama? Whom I choose to dine with is my freedom. No one has the right to interfere, least of all you. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi and the others felt a tightening in their chests, while tears welled in Shen Qinglan's eyes, nearly spilling over. You would yell at me for a woman you've only met twice? You promised you would never raise your voice at me. Li Chen's lips twitched in frustration. He was rendered speechless. Min Hui, thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave. With that, Li Chen stood up and strode toward the door without hesitation. Li Shen, stop right there. Shen Qinglan's pride flared up instantly. I haven't finished speaking. How can you leave? She forcefully shook off Feng Qi's hand, intent on pursuing him. Bang! However, in her fervor, her arm accidentally knocked over a teacup on the table, splattering tea onto a bald man's clothing. What the hell? You little girl? Feeling wronged and taking out on me. The bald man bellowed, his face contorted in anger. Shen Qinglan was immediately taken aback, and Fang Qi quickly interjected. I'm so sorry. My friend didn't mean it. How much did your shirt cost? We'll compensate you. The unexpected scene caused Li Chun, who had almost reached the door, to halt and turn back, letting out a sigh. It was only right to assist given they were all classmates. Compensate, you say? The bald man scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. This shirt is a custom piece from Armani. Can you afford it? Upon hearing the brand, Fang Qi panicked. Her monthly allowance was merely 500 yuan, and with Shen Qinglan's 3,000 yuan, they could hardly afford a garment worth over 10,000 from a world-renowned label. How much is it? I'll cover it for them. Li Chun stepped forward, calmly surveying the situation. Li Chun, I knew you wouldn't leave me in the lurch. Shen Qinglan pouted, a hint of a smile gracing her slender face. Li Chun sighed softly. Despite her arrogance, she remained a vulnerable girl. You're mistaken. I'm merely acting out of camaraderie with our classmates. Should you continue this charade, I'll leave without a second thought. The smile Shen Qinglan had just displayed immediately faltered, her heart feeling as though it had been pricked by a thorn, an inexplicable ache coursing through her. Kong Xiaoqiang approached Li Chun from behind, the effects of the alcohol long faded. Tian Yi. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. I'm aware of the situation. I've changed my mind. The bald man observed the unfolding scene, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Li Chun and Shen Qinglan. I'm not lacking in funds. You have two options. Either this young lady drinks a couple of beers with me, or I drink her shirt too. Choose wisely. You. How can you be so deceitful? Kong Xiaoqiang was instantly incensed. Li Chun's expression grew cold. I choose the third option. Upon hearing this, the bald man's smile faded, his eyes narrowing ominously. You think being a university student makes you special? That you can act with impunity? Show some restraint. If her shirt gets wet, we're willing to compensate. If you insist on causing a scene, we'll have no choice but to involve the authorities, Li Chun stated, his tone calm, yet resolute. Damn it, you think I'm showing you courtesy? The bald man surged to his feet, slamming his palm on the table, prompting three middle-aged men at his table to rise as well. Fang Qi and the other girls turned pale with fright as the two roommates approached. Fang Qi, Qinglan, what on earth is happening? One short-haired girl asked urgently. Fang Qi succinctly recounted the events. The short-haired girl furrowed her brow slightly. Don't be scared. Jining's family is local, and her father works in the Public Security Bureau. The long-haired girl beside her nodded quietly, exuding a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Li Chun raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Magic City University was indeed a place rife with hidden talents, whether they were wealthy heirs or children of officials. At that moment, a slightly plump middle-aged man approached, a smile plastered across his face. Gentlemen, let us not escalate matters. After all, peace brings prosperity. I'll apologize on their behalf, and this meal will be my treat to you all. How about we each take a step back? The portly man positioned himself as a mediator. The bald man narrowed his eyes, glancing at Shen Qinglan before turning to the plump man. What is a meal worth? It's not your concern. Since they come into the establishment as customers, they're my guests. If you insist on being unreasonable, kindly take your disputes outside. The plump man replied with a smile. Besides, they're all from Magic City University. Magic City University? The bald man's expression flickered, and the three men slowly sat back down. In the university town, with its multitude of schools, the students from other institutions exhibit no fear whatsoever, save for a select few prestigious universities, which they dare not provoke even with the slightest hint of conflict. Not only are these institutions formidable in their prowess, but they are also renowned for their staunch protection of their own. Gangzi, perhaps it would be wise for you to reconsider with your financial means. Finding a female university student to share a drink with you should be a trivial matter, advised a man beside the bald-headed fellow, his tone measured and thoughtful. The bald man hesitated, pondering that should he target girls from lesser-known schools, a combination of intimidation and bribery would surely suffice to keep them under his control. How about this? Let our young brother here join us for a drink. The plump boss interjected at just the right moment. Sounds good. The bald man readily agreed. Seizing the opportunity to save face, we have 7 bottles of beer left. If this kid can finish them all in one go, we can consider this matter settled. Just as Kong Xiaoqiang began to voice his thoughts, Li Chen raised a hand to halt him. Since the other party had generously offered an exit, there was no need for him to complicate matters further. Though he was not particularly adept at drinking, he felt confident that he could handle the 7 bottles. All right, I accept your challenge, Li Chen declared, striding over to the box, retrieving the remaining 7 bottles of beer, and placing them on the table with an air of determination that was quite imposing. Fang Qi, Shen Qinglan, and Min Hui exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. With an impassive demeanor, Li Chen seized a bottle, tilted his head back, and gulped down its contents. With a resounding thud, he slammed the empty bottle onto the table, his gaze remarkably calm. Damn it, this kid is tough. As the 7th bottle vanished down his throat, Li Chen's complexion had turned a shade of crimson. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to inebriation. Kid, you got guts, I concede, the bald man declared, hastily retreating. What a disgrace. A bunch of grown men outmatched by a few youngsters. Li Chen, are you all right? Kong Xiaoqiang and Fang Qi approached him, their faces etched with concern. How are you feeling? Should we escort you back to your dormitory? I'm fine. Li Chen waved them off and turned his gaze towards Shen Qinglan, who was nervously biting her lip. Li Chen, can we please stop this? Can we go back to how things used to be? I am willing to accept your confession. I don't want us to be strangers. Shen Qinglan, my feelings for you have faded completely. Henceforth, we shall remain merely classmates, devoid of any romantic entanglements. You will surely find someone who captures your heart, he replied, his tone devoid of warmth. Shen Qinglan gasped, her breath hitching. You liked me for so many years. How can you suddenly claim to have changed? Min Hui and the other roommates looked on, taken aback by the unfolding drama. Long-haired and demure, Lin Jining's lips parted in disbelief. What a scoundrel. Li Chen fell silent, offering no defense. Had it not been for his reincarnation, he could never have acted with such resolve. Had he succeeded in his confession that night, she would have been his girlfriend, but alas, that was mere speculation. Missed opportunities are simply missed. May we all find peace going forward. Upon hearing this, even the short-haired girl could no longer contain herself. You truly are a scoundrel. Qinglan has laid bare her feelings, and you still cling to your facade of deep sentiment? Do you genuinely believe that once Qinglan leaves, she will never find another boyfriend? Fang Qi, Kong Xiaoqiang, and Xiao Min felt exasperated, unsure of how to intercede on Li Chen's behalf. With matters having reached this impasse, Li Chen saw no reason to prolong the discussion. He turned to Min Hui, who stood in stunned silence, and spoke calmly. Min Hui, I apologize for the spectacle. I shall take my leave now. Kongzi, you and Xiao Min should head back as well. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a hint of hesitation. Min Hui glanced at Shen Qinglan and Fang Qi, then back at Li Chen's retreating figure. After a moment's contemplation, she rushed out of the restaurant in pursuit. Fang Qi, I will also head back to school with Xiao Min. We can gather again another time. Following suit, Kong Xiaoqiang and Xiao Min exited the restaurant as well. Fang Qi hurried to settle the bill at the bar, then took hold of Shen Qinglan, leading her out. Given the recent events, it felt inappropriate to linger any longer at the table. Once outside, Li Chen meandered aimlessly along the street, the lively atmosphere surrounding him failing to elicit any response. Min Hui followed closely behind, her concern for Li Chen heightened after witnessing his excessive drinking. After all, they attended the same school, and it was a fortuitous coincidence that their paths aligned. Li Chen soon became aware of Min Hui's presence trailing behind him, but chose not to acknowledge it until they neared the vicinity of Moda University, at which point he halted and turned. Thank you for your assistance, senior. It's no trouble. We attend the same school. After all, it's merely a matter of convenience. She replied. After a moment of silence, Li Chen sighed softly. In truth, Shen Qinglan and I were classmates in middle and high school, and I harbored feelings for her for many years. She was my youth personified. And what led to this current state of affairs? Min Hui speculated, her curiosity piqued. Just before our college entrance exams, I confessed my feelings to her, Li Chen recounted, his voice gentle and composed, as though recounting the tale from a distance. He narrated the innocent affection he felt upon first encountering Shen Qinglan, the subsequent years of unwavering admiration, his selfless gestures towards her, and the eventual confession, omitting, of course, any mention of his rebirth. Min Hui listened intently, her gaze transfixed. She could sense the depth of Li Chen's past affections for Shen Qinglan. Silence enveloped them, serving as the best form of listening, and she refrained from interrupting, content to absorb the boys' musings as they strolled side by side. Before long, they reached the gates of Modi University. "Senior, we've arrived at the school. You should head back to your dorm. The gates will close in 10 minutes. Min Yu nodded, but then, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, "Do you currently have any other girls you like?" As the words escaped her lips, her heart raced. Li Shen Baozha, observing the faint blush on Min Hui's cheeks, and ultimately smiled. "Indeed, there is someone. She is my guiding light, illuminating my world during my darkest hours." The brightness in Min Hui's eyes dimmed momentarily. "Is she the girl named Xirou that Qinglan mentioned?" "Yes, my connection with her was destined from the age of 8. Li Chan affirmed, not deceiving Min Hui, as he had sensed that her demeanor towards him was distinct from that of other girls. Upon learning that it was indeed a childhood bond, Min Hui felt her spirits plummet, though her emotional intelligence prevented her from revealing her discontent. "That's wonderful." She managed to smile. "Junior, the dorms will close in 7 minutes. Our girls' dormitory is closer than yours, so do hurry along. I'll head back now, goodbye." Watching Min Hui's retreating figure, Li Chan smiled to himself before turning towards the boys' dormitory. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he was taken aback to find the main door locked. Checking his phone, he realized it was still 2 minutes shy of the curfew. After knocking for some time, he finally roused the dormitory supervisor. "What is it? Are you not aware that the curfew has been enforced?" grumbled a thin man in his 40s. Peering out with an expression of annoyance, Li Chun remained patient, striving to maintain a cordial tone. "Could you please let me in? It's not yet time for the curfew." "Not yet time?" The dormitory supervisor pointed to the clock hanging on the wall. "This student, do take a moment to observe the time yourself." Li Chun opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, for he was indeed several minutes late. "Could you perhaps make an exception? When I arrived, it was still before 10:30. The supervisor replied, "This is a rule set by the school, and as a mere dormitory administrator, I dare not contravene it. The door cannot be open tonight. You must find a place to rest outside." With that, the supervisor turned and walked into the lounge. Li Chun furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Ordinarily, a few minutes' tardiness would pose no issue, and a mere dorm supervisor would not dare to act in such a manner. It was clear that there must be some ulterior motive at play. Someone must have instigated this behavior, as no one would unjustly trouble a student. But as a newcomer, who could possibly harbor ill will against him? The thought of being targeted in such a covert way was perplexing. Suddenly, Li Chun's eyes brightened. The only person who could possibly resent him was Lin Fan, who had confessed to Xirou on the playground that very day. Love, after all, is often a double-edged sword. The next morning, Li Chun awoke on the soft, comfortable bed of a hotel. After squinting for a moment, he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After leaving school the previous evening, he had found a hotel to spend the night. After all, with a fortune of millions, he would not be reduced to searching for a place to sleep. The fellow from the student council seemed to be a cunning trickster, manipulating a dorm supervisor to make his life difficult, presuming he was just another ordinary student. Once he was cleaned up, he found a breakfast shop across from the hotel that had excellent reviews and planned to eat before returning to school. The City of Magic is renowned for its culinary delights, particularly in the University District, which is a veritable haven for distinctive regional fare. Sitting at the table and gazing at the spread of fried dough sticks, pan-fried buns, and savory soy milk, he swallowed hard, the enticing aroma wafting toward him. After indulging in drinks last night, frequent trips to the restroom had left him ravenous. The owner, a man in his 50s and a true local, placed the last rice ball on Li Chun's table. "Hee, young man, can you finish all this by yourself?" "I can manage. I have a hearty appetite." Li Chun smiled, sipping his fresh soy milk. "By the way, uncle, please pack 7 more servings for my classmates to take back." "All right." The owner replied with a beaming smile as he turned to prepare the order. As Li Chun enjoyed his meal, he pulled out his phone to send a message to Xirou, hoping to avoid the embarrassment of arriving with breakfast only to find that she and her friends had already eaten. "Xirou, have you woken up yet?" He typed, and sent the message. A few minutes later, a notification chimed from QQ. Xirou, I've been awake for a while, just washing up now. We have military training today, so I got up quite early. Once we finish, we'll head to the cafeteria for breakfast together. Reading her response, Chen felt a sensation he could not quite articulate. Was this the sweetness of being favored by someone? A simple inquiry yielded a lengthy reply. He recalled sending the same question to Shun Qinglan, who had only responded with the terse word, awake. Chen, I'm at a breakfast shop outside the school. Don't go to the cafeteria, I'll pack food for you all. Xirou, great. I want the pan-fried buns you bought last time. They were delicious. Chen, there will be plenty, along with other delectable treats, all local specialties. Xirou, oh my Chen, you rascal. Are you trying to turn me into a chubby girl? Chen, haha, but you be the cutest and prettiest one. Xirou, angry, I'm done talking to you. I need to change clothes. Hurry up, I'm starving. Chen, okay, Lily is at your service. I'll be there in a jiffy. After sending the message, Chen paused, stunned by his own words. What the heck? Here I am, a 30-something soul, acting so juvenile? But then he realized, wait, he was only just 18, ripe with the vigor of youth. Why should he behave like a middle-aged man from a past life? Having swiftly concluded his meal, he found that aside from the savory soy milk, he had finished everything else. With 7 packed breakfasts in hand, he sauntered contentedly toward Magic University. A moment later, at the foot of the girls' dormitory building B, Chen spotted 2 girls clad in military training uniforms chatting by the roadside, just as he was about to call out. Xirou seemed to sense his presence and turned to look at him. Chen couldn't help but smile as he raised the breakfast he had packed. Xirou immediately jogged over, her lively movements causing her figure to sway slightly. Chen, why are you up so early today? Earlier than us girls, she exclaimed cheerily. Just like you. I was hungry and went out to find something to eat, Chen replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. Happiness truly seemed contagious. I even packed a portion for my 3 roommates. Xirou, your boyfriend is really sweet, chimed in one of the girls beside her, playfully linking arms with Xirou. Xirou's cheeks flushed. Chen, this is my roommate, Xue Lingling. Hello, Xue. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xirou is quite shy and reserved. I hope you'll take good care of her in the dorm, Chen said politely, exuding a gentlemanly charm. He vaguely remembered this girl from the day they had gathered on the playground, standing beside Xirou. It seemed she shared a closer bond with Xue Lingling in the dormitory. Xue Lingling joked, taking care of your Xirou is certainly no issue. But is this breakfast enough for her? Oh, Lingling, Xirou interjected, laughing. You're such a protector of my honor. Chen joined in the laughter. Xue Lingling, let us arrange a time in the next few days for me to treat you all to a meal, shall we? Sounds good. We'll be waiting for your invitation. Xue Lingling replied, slightly flustered by the unexpected offer. Xirou took the breakfast from Chen's hands, realizing it was quite a lot, and handed 2 portions to Xue Lingling. Chen, Lingling, and I will head back to the dorm now. I'll call you after military training this afternoon. All right, go on up and enjoy while it's hot. It one tea tastes good when it's cold. Bye. After watching Xirou and her friend enter the dormitory, Chen turned and strolled toward the male dormitory area. Upon returning to the boys' dormitory, he found that the dorm supervisor had already changed shifts. He went straight to room 502. As he stepped inside, he noticed Shun Nanfeng and the others still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking. Compared to the girls' dorm, it was indeed a stark contrast. Hey, rise and shine, I brought breakfast for you all. Hurry up and get up. Shun Nanfeng rolled over. Still in a daze. Oldly, what did you buy? Fried dough sticks, pan-fried buns, rice balls, and savory soy milk. 1 serving for each of you. The 3 individuals abruptly sat up on their beds, their drowsiness dissipating significantly, especially Shun Nanfeng, whose eyes widened in astonishment. These delicacies were specialties of the magical city, and their prices were far from modest. Oldly, have you encountered some fortuitous event? Spending so much on breakfast. Shun teased. I said, Old Shun, it's not like Oldly returned home last night. What could possibly have happened? He chuckled. Indeed, chimed in the others. I suspect Oldly must have spent the night with the beautiful Gu. Chen's face darkened as he placed the breakfast on their desk and recounted the incident from the prior night. when the dormitory supervisor had barred him from entering. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped Chen Nanfeng and his companions. Oldly, it seems that the student council is rather insidious. If they can't confront us openly, they resort to underhanded tactics, remarked Chen. I wondered why the student council would conduct room checks last night. It appears they were deliberately targeting our dormitory. Chapter 72, Military Training. Chen was taken aback. The student council came for a room check last night. Those rascals claimed our dormitory's cleanliness was subpar, that if you returned past curfew, points would be deducted. Zhou Long spoke while shoving food into his mouth. Chen Nanfeng, relishing his fried bun, cheerfully remarked, Oldly truly understands me. This is far more delectable than the cafeteria's watery porridge and buns. You two are tarnishing the image of the rich second generation, Chun Ping interjected quietly, though his eating pace was no slower than that of Zhou Long and Chen Nanfeng. Xiao Ping, you're being too mundane, Zhou Long scoffed. At most, I'm a minor rich second generation. Do you really think I resemble those national sweethearts? Chen Nanfeng nodded in agreement. I'm similar. My family possesses several properties, but I can't just sell them for pocket money. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but laugh. These three rascals were undoubtedly wealthier than the majority of families across the country, yet they still paled in comparison to the truly affluent. All right, you lot. No amount of food will silence you. Hurry up and finish eating. Don't make a spectacle of yourselves on the first day of military training. Don't worry, Old Li, we still have half an hour. No need to rush. We're all set, Zhou Long replied. I'll wash up first. I'll eat later. At 8:30 a.m., the military training at Magic City University commenced officially. A large contingent of soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms stood on the podium, serving as the instructors for this training session. Unlike the instructors at ordinary institutions, these were genuine active-duty soldiers, not retired ones. All freshmen assembled on the playground, forming lines. From a distance, it appeared like a sea of military green. Although somewhat disorganized, it bore an impressive air. If the freshmen from both campuses trained together, the spectacle would be even more formidable. In Class 2 of Finance, Li Chun lowered his military cap, wearing a wry smile as he listened to the surrounding chatter. Feeling utterly beleaguered, Old Li, you've basked in the glow of the beautiful goo. You're now a prominent figure at our university, Chen Nanfeng teased with a smirk. Thank goodness Old Li's status as a top scholar hasn't been exposed. Otherwise, I fear there would be even more little admirers, Zhou Long added with a grin. Li Chen closed his eyes, letting the comments drift in one ear and out the other. You two should be quiet. I've heard that our instructors are not only strict but also quite harsh. If caught misbehaving, you'll surely regret it, Chen Ping warned, his voice barely above a whisper as he watched the instructor approach their class. Come on, it's just about marching in place and standing at attention. And maybe running a few laps at most. How hard can it be? Zhou Long scoffed, unimpressed, believing his physique could easily handle it. Brother Long, you might want to reconsider. If you stand out in front of the freshmen, I can't imagine how you'll find a girlfriend later, Chen Nanfeng retorted, successfully rendering Zhou Long speechless. The thought of being single throughout college was more painful than death. A pair of mischievous eyes darted among the girls in nearby classes, seeking out a target, having resigned himself to no longer aiming for the goddess level. The competition was fierce, and without a bit of prowess, one could easily falter. Nearby, Wang Li was displeased and glared at them. Can you lot refrain from embarrassing Class 2 of Finance? Are there not enough girls in our class for you to gawk at? Must you leer at those from other classes? The atmosphere grew silent. Chen Nanfeng was taken aback. Am I being scolded again? Wang Li, are you a dog? Why do you always have to bite at me? Before Wang Li could respond, the class monitor, he see you. Tug at her arm. Stop it. The instructor has noticed our class. Instantly, the previously lethargic freshman snapped to attention, standing upright. At that moment, they all wished for a torrential downpour. Yet, reality often proved cruel. The sole consolation was that it was an overcast day, sparing them the sweltering sun and sweat. Everyone, at ease. Stand at attention. Today's training exercise is standing at attention. We will rest in an hour. I expect no disruptions, so please maintain discipline. As the command rang out, the faces of the students soured. Standing still for an hour appeared deceptively simple, but for these restless college students, it was no trivial task. A morning's worth of training meant they would have to stand for at least 3 hours. The first round of standing at attention swiftly passed under the instructor's piercing gaze. Yet Shun Nanfeng and his companions wore expressions of utter dejection. "Old Li, your salty soy milk has made my life miserable," Shun Nanfeng gritted his teeth. Glancing at Zhou Long and Chen Ping, "I feel like my bladder is about to burst. Do you two want to join me in the restroom?" Li Chen looked at him with an amused smile. "Who told you to gulp it all down? You know your kidneys aren't tea great. Yet you insist on drinking so much." Nearby classmates couldn't hold back their laughter. Shen Nanfeng shot a middle finger at them before sprinting toward the restroom. "Old Shun, wait for us." Zhou Long and Chen Ping followed suit. After a brief 10-minute reprieve, they resumed the monotonous standing at attention. At that moment, a refreshing breeze swept through the air, momentarily dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. When noon arrived, signaling the end of military training, everyone resembled deflated balloons, utterly drained and groaning in unison. "Brother Long, support me. My legs are giving way," Shun Nanfeng pleaded, throwing an arm around Zhou Long's sturdy arm. Zhou Long chuckled, helping him up. "Not long ago, you were so boastful. Where's that bravado now?" "Ah, it's your brawn that's impressive. This military training is child's play for you." "Indeed. I've shed 3 pounds just from this training," Chen Ping remarked, hands on his hips, panting heavily. He looked puzzled at Li Chen. "Old Li, you don't appear very muscular, yet you seem completely unaffected." "Huh, you all lack physical exercise. I wonder how you'll muster any strength once you get a girlfriend." Li Chen teased, unable to resist. He then turned to leave. "If we don't hurry, we'll miss the warm food." "Hey, Old Li, wait for us. Why are you walking so fast?" At 2 p.m., afternoon military training commenced as scheduled. The afternoon's exercises were equally straightforward, focusing on running to bolster the students' endurance. However, after just a few laps, several weaker individuals found themselves overwhelmed, lamenting their plight. A few girls even fainted from exhaustion, prompting the instructor to send them to the school hospital without a second thought. "Lao Li Longgu, Lao Shun, and I can barely hold on any longer." With a pallid complexion, Chen Ping staggered as he spoke, breathless and gasping for air. Upon hearing this, Li Chen, who was at the front, turned around and exclaimed, "Goodness, it's not merely a light float. It's clear that he is swaying perilously." "Xiao Pingzi, are you all right? If you truly can't persist any longer, I shall inform the instructor," he said, concern etched on his face. Chapter 73, Gu Xirou's Bravery. "Instructor, we have a situation." "What is it?" The instructor, with keen eyes, marched in precise steps towards Li Chen and the others who had come to a halt. "Instructor, my classmate is unwell and unable to continue. May I request permission for him to rest aside?" Li Shen inquired respectfully. "Rest? Those with frail bodies ought to exercise more. Look at how weak you university students have become," the instructor retorted mercilessly. "Only through this half-month of military training can you undergo a transformation, understand? Get up now." Shen Nanfeng, incensed, shot back. "How can you be so heartless? Do you have no sense of compassion? Must you run someone to their death?" His loud outburst caused the other students, who were jogging, to gradually come to a stop. The instructor's expression instantly turned cold, feeling that his authority had been severely challenged. "Do you intend to defy military training orders? You dare to confront the instructor? Go, run 5 laps around the field." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping was left dumbfounded. Was he not risking his life? His head tilted, and he collapsed unconscious. "You!" Zhou Long, witnessing this, stepped forward angrily. "I will report you to the school. What kind of instructor are you, disregarding the safety of students and inflicting arbitrary punishment? What, do you wish to lay hands on the instructor?" The instructor glared, ready to teach this defiant student a lesson. Almost every class unit turned to glance at their financial class too. These individuals were truly bold, daring to confront the coach. Li Chen furrowed his brow. How could these 2 obstinate fellows be a match for such a seasoned military training instructor? "Instructor, we are all freshmen, and most of us lack physical conditioning. You should not impose your standard upon us. Everything must be approached gradually, not recklessly, and certainly not at the expense of student safety for the sake of hollow pride. If I were to report this matter to the school authorities, upon your return to the barracks, Not only would you not receive the rewards you seek, but you may also face repercussions from your superiors, correct? Li Chen's calm and powerful words momentarily halted the instructor. It appeared he recognized that this student was not to be trifled with, falling into a brief silence. I can have someone take him to the school hospital, the instructor finally remarked, glancing at the unconscious Chen Ping. Then, he looked back at Li Chun and Zhou Long. You two will run 10 laps around the field. I want to see if you still desire those credits. Li Chun scoffed, ready to retort. But Zhou Long tugged at his arm. Lao Li, let it go. Military training carries credits. If we lose them, it will be a grave loss. Longu is right. You two run ahead. I will take Shen Ping to the school hospital and then return to join you, Shen Nanfeng added. Li Chun fell silent. Credits were of no consequence to him, nor was obtaining a diploma, as his focus was shifting to his career. Yet Zhou Long and the others were different. Credits and diplomas held great significance for them. Let us go. Let us run. We in Class 2 cannot allow other classes to look down upon us. Nor can we let these so-called instructors believe we are weaklings. After Li Chun spoke, he took off running towards the outer field, with Zhou Long following closely behind. Shen Nanfeng quietly supported Chen Ping towards the direction of the school hospital. The instructor's lips trembled in anger. This cohort of freshmen dared to resist him? Li Shen, Zhou Long, the girls from Class 2 shouted as they ran. Witnessing this scene only darkened the instructor's mood further, indicating that the military training over the next half-month would be even more grueling. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the distance. Before long, a deluge of rain poured down from the sky. The sudden downpour threw the freshmen on the field into disarray. If they lingered much longer, they would surely be drenched. All dismissed. Everyone returned to your respective classes immediately. Military training resumes tomorrow. In an instant, all students dashed towards the teaching building. Fortunately, the quality of the military training uniforms was decent. Even when soaked, the girls managed to maintain their modesty. The members of Class 2 hurried to the corridor, watching Li Chun and Zhou Long running in the rain before they too returned to their classroom. Lao Li, should we head back as well? It's just the two of us running in the rain, Zhou Long exclaimed, thoroughly soaked. Li Chun glanced at the instructor, who was also getting drenched on the field, his eyes narrowing. Do you still want those credits? Can't you see that fool standing in the rain, watching us? Zhou Long's face paled as he turned to look, rain streaming into his eyes. That jerk is truly relentless. The instructor glared back, standing at attention. This was the last vestige of his authority and stubbornness as an instructor. In the girls' dormitory of Area 2, room 520, the torrential rain forced all freshmen participating in military training to return to their dorms, leaving the field deserted. Save for the relentless downpour, Xue Lingling, idly browsing the school forum, suddenly wore an expression of astonishment. Xirou, come quickly. Is that your boyfriend, Li Chen? Xirou, perched on her bed with a book, looked up puzzled. Lingling, what are you talking about? Oh, hurry and check the school forum. Someone just posted a photo claiming that a student was punished by the instructor and is running in the rain. Xirou's expression shifted to alarm as she rushed to Xue Lingling's side, with Zhao Qiu and Inua joining them. It really is Li Chun. Gazing at the familiar profile in the photo, Xirou became anxious. It was pouring outside. What if he fell ill? Lingling, do you have any 999 cold medicine? I do. Xirou, wait a moment. And Inua swiftly rummaged through her desk drawer and retrieved the medicine for Xirou. No. I'm going out now. Without waiting for an Inua's response, Xirou grabbed 2 umbrellas at the door and hurried out. The trek from Area 2 to the main campus would take around 20 minutes on foot, but Xirou sprinted and arrived at the outer field within 10 minutes. By then, her military training uniform was already soaked through, her hair damp, with beads of water mingling with sweat trickling down her smooth forehead. Spotting the familiar figure running in the rain, her eyes glistened with moisture as she rushed towards him. Li Shen. As Li Chen was running, he suddenly heard a familiar voice and thought he was hallucinating, shaking his head to regain focus. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure rushing towards him, causing his heart to leap, and he abruptly halted. Xirou, what brings you here so suddenly? In the midst of his astonishment, Xirou arrived at his side, sheltering him beneath her umbrella. Are you out of your mind? Running in such heavy rain during military training? Don't you know how to refuse others? What if you fall ill? Chapter 74. This kiss, a life together, I apologize, Cece, for causing you concern. Gazing into Xirou's tear-filled eyes, Chen felt an acute pain in his heart, akin to being pricked by needles. This was only the second time he had witnessed her tears, the first being a decade ago. You know I worry, yet why do you treat yourself so carelessly? Xirou pouted in grievance, lifting the packet of 999 she had brought. This is the remedy I got for you. Remember to take it when you return to the dormitory. And take this umbrella with you. The rain had lessened, yet Chen still felt droplets tracing his cheeks. The young girl, her clothes and hair dampened, wore flimsy sandals on her feet, undoubtedly having rushed out. At that moment, the world seemed to quiet, and in Chen's eyes, there was naught but the young lady before him. She feared thunder and despised rain, yet she had rushed over without hesitation for his sake. The fragility of the girl, coupled with the affection in her gaze, finally broke down Chen's defenses. He embraced her delicate form tightly in his arms. Chen, what is wrong? I miss you. Upon hearing those words, the confusion and grievance on Xirou's pretty face melted away into a radiant smile. As if 100 flowers had bloomed, breathtakingly beautiful. She wrapped her left arm around his waist. I miss you too, for so many years. Chen's heart trembled. He tightened his embrace. Xirou, I have fallen for you. Will you be my girlfriend? From now on, I shall cherish you alone, protecting you for a lifetime. Will you accept? With her head resting against Chen's chest, Xirou's eyes glistened with tears, cascading silently down her cheeks. She had long awaited this confession. Yes, yes, yes. Before Xirou could respond, Zhou Long, who had been pacing nearby, erupted in excitement. The rain, in that moment, seemed less bothersome. The instructor, equally taken aback, felt a sense of relief, reminiscing about his own youthful days and the unforgettable age of 18. Zhou Long's shout brought a blush to Xirou's cheeks. Gently pushing Chen away, she looked up at him earnestly, her tears still shimmering in her eyes. Chen, I know you've had a difficult and exhausting few years. Forget about Shun Qinglan. Don't think of her anymore. I will love you well for a lifetime. My father said, even if you lead a simple life, his earnings will suffice for us to live comfortably. So, you need not strive too hard. Just pursue what you desire. Regardless of whether the future is prosperous or humble, I shall always be by your side. In the next instant, Xirou's soft lips were captured in a kiss. Her mind went blank, every ounce of strength seemingly drained, leaving her with a gentle, numbing weakness. Behind them, Zhou Long stood in shock, wide-eyed, witnessing for the first time what it meant to enjoy the fruits of hard work. Moments later, Chen raliesa guam Xirou, whose cheeks were now flushed. Cece, yes, I'm here. From now on, you're mine. I have always been yours. Chen's heart fluttered, yet he quickly composed himself. This was not the time for such thoughts. The rain had ceased, the summer's end and autumn's onset bringing swift storms that came and went. In the rain, two souls entwined by fate for years finally came together. The tender moonlight of today will become Chen's strongest ally, a queen commanding the business world in the future. Cece, you've been so focused on me. Look at your clothes. They're damp, and your hair is wet too. Chen took the umbrella Xirou was holding and grasped her hand. Let us go outside and get you a taxi. You need to change your clothes and dry your hair. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xirou smiled obediently, allowing Chen to lead her towards the school gate. Zhou Long watched, envious, thinking how fortunate Chen was to have such a sweet and compliant girlfriend. Before long, after sending Xirou off in a taxi, Chen returned to the playground, only to find the instructor had already left. Longu, let us head back to the dormitory, Chen called to Zhou Long. This wet clothing is quite uncomfortable. Zhou Long hurried over. Old Li, does a girlfriend have any sisters or friends? Chen pursed his lips, knowing this guy would ask such a question. She is an only child. There are no siblings. Zhou Long's smile faltered, his face falling. However, she does have a few roommates, and it seems they're single without boyfriends. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long's eyes brightened, his expression instantly beaming. Old Li, I entrust my happiness to you. Whisper sweet nothings to your girlfriend, and see if she can introduce her roommates. Next time, I'll ask her if we can organize a gathering among the dorms, perhaps take them out for a meal to get acquainted. Zhoulong's grin was nearly ear to ear as he eagerly volunteered to help Li Chen with cleaning their dormitory. Upon returning to 502, Li Chen found Shen Nanfeng and Chen Ping had not yet arrived, likely because Chen Ping was still recovering. After showering and changing into fresh clothes, Li Chen sat at his desk and opened his laptop. With less than 20 minutes left until the market closed, Guangli Technology had surged nearly 16, while Zhonglun Foods had risen less than 10. Both stocks were expected to peak before the National Day holiday. However, Li Chen had no intention of chasing that final bite. He preferred to gradually exit while on the rise. Recalling Xirou's words on the playground, he fell into a contemplative silence. Once the market closed, glancing at the balance in his account, Li Chen knew it was time to take the next step. Longo, I'm stepping out for a bit. Contact me if anything comes up. Li Chen cast a glance at Zhou Long, who was engrossed in a game, before stepping out the door. Arriving at the school gate, he hailed a taxi heading straight for the Jinmao building in Jiashan district, just a short ride away. This time, he was determined and resolute. In less than an hour, Li Chen had secured a 300 square meter office space in the Jinmao building, with an annual rent of 2 million. For other nascent companies, such an expensive office space will be daunting. The process was smooth, reaffirming the adage that money not only facilitates transactions, but can also persuade even the most stubborn. After completing the paperwork, he rushed to the municipal administration and submitted the registration documents for his company. Chensi Innovation Technology Company, Limited, was officially established. Chensi, not only a fusion of two names, but also a homophone for dawn, symbolizing hope and brightness. In less than half a year, Li Chen had accumulated the initial capital and successfully made his first significant leap. The next step would be to recruit talent. Chapter 75. Everyday conversations with the white moonlight. By the time Li Chen returned to the dormitory, it was already around 8 or 9 in the evening. Pushing open the door, he found Shen Nanfeng and Chen Ping had returned. Old Chen, how are you feeling? Is everything all right? Hearing Li Chen's inquiry, Chen Ping turned from his desk. I'm fine now. Just overexerted myself during practice. Old Li, what big things did you get up to this afternoon? I just took a stroll. You should rest well. There's still over 10 days of training ahead, and I'm curious how you'll manage. Li Chen replied with a nonchalant smile. It appears that Zhou Long has refrained from sharing the events that transpired on the playground that afternoon with the two of them. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's expression transformed into one of dismay, his face resembling that of a bitter melon. I too am in a quandary, pondering whether I should request a leave from the counselor. If I practice like today, my constitution surely cannot withstand it. Xiaoping, just forget about taking leave. Look at the girls in our class. None of them have asked for a day off. If you, a boy, were to request leave, I doubt Teacher Su would approve. At that moment, Shen Nanfeng, who was engrossed in a game, interjected, You might as well take it easy and blend in with your classmates, running slowly, rather than insisting on keeping pace with us. I concurred with Lao Shun's perspective. Li Chen nodded in agreement. A day or two off might be acceptable, but surely you cannot forego military training altogether. Zhou Long cast a glance at the troubled Chen Ping. After a moment of silence, Chen Ping chose to remain silent and simply retreated to his bed to sleep. Brothers, I shall take my leave and rest, conserving my energy for tomorrow's battle. Cut it out. After washing up, Li Chen lay on his bed, pulling out his phone to engage in a chat with Xirou. The bustling activities of the afternoon had not left him feeling fatigued. Rather, he was filled with excitement. Shishi, what are you up to? Have you gone to bed? I'm listening to Ling Ling and the others chat. Just as he sent the message, Xirou responded almost instantly. Li Chen, what are they discussing? Xirou, they're talking about what underwear to wear tomorrow. Xiao Qiu wants to go without, but is worried about chafing, and Ling Ling suggested using Band-Aids. Li Chen, what an honest child. Why does she share everything with me? Xirou, you're my boyfriend, so of course I must tell you everything. Li Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Shishi, your clothes and hair were drenched this afternoon. Are you feeling all right? Xirou, don't worry. I drank some rehydration solution when I returned to the dorm. By the way, did that foolish instructor give you a hard time? Foolish instructor? Li Chen chuckled at the message. I didn't see him all afternoon. Let's see if he puts on a show during tomorrow's training. Xirou, you're such a fool. With such heavy rain, You actually ran when he told you to? Oomph. Li Chen, it's fine. There won't be a next time. Are there many handsome guys in your military training? Xirou, quite a few, but my boyfriend is the most handsome, he. Produce. There are others trying to flirt with me, but they were all sent away by Ling Ling. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Ling Ling was quite a good person. After a moment's thought, he quickly typed a message. Shishi, could you ask them if they're free tomorrow afternoon? Let us treat them to dinner. All right, I'll ask. A minute later. Li Chen, I just asked. Ling Ling and the others said they're free. Good. After military training tomorrow, I'll come find you. It's getting late. Hurry and sleep. Good night. Thinking of you. I miss you too. Early the next morning, the figures of the instructors could be seen on the playground, running drills and shouting commands. At 7:50, the new students from various classes and departments emerged from their dormitories, lining up promptly before 8 o'clock. Oldly, do you think that incident yesterday was intentional targeting us? Indeed, if I stand out on the first day, I can hardly bear to face the second day. Li Chen cast a calm glance at Zhou Long and Shen Nanfeng. Shen Ping's expression was equally grim. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Why overthink? Meanwhile, the instructors' resounding voices echoed across the playground. Clearly, due to yesterday's inclement weather, the military training had begun on a less than favorable note, and today, those seasoned veterans were fully prepared. The instructor from finance class 2 stood expressionless at the front of the line, his sharp gaze sweeping over every student. Attention! Stand at ease. From today onward, anyone who feels unwell can report to me in advance. Today's training will mirror yesterday's, standing at attention and running. Now, get moving. 1-2-1 run. Ultimately, Shen Nanfeng's concerns proved unwarranted. The instructor did not mention yesterday's incident at all, as if it had never occurred. The weather following the torrential rain was predictably sunny, and within an hour, everyone was drenched in sweat, laboring under the sun. The second day of military training was significantly more exhausting than the first, subjecting both body and spirit to dual torment. As the sun sank in the west, the day's military training finally came to an end. The vast majority of the new students lamented their plight, some even cursing their parents and invoking rain, hoping for another downpour like yesterday's. Those who managed to enroll in Magical Capital University typically came from well-off families. These young masters and princesses were unaccustomed to such hardships. Once military training concluded, Li Chen returned to the dormitory to change clothes, declining to join Shen Nanfeng and the others for a meal, opting instead to head to the girls' dormitory in Area 2. Today was his first time inviting Xirou's roommates to dinner as her boyfriend. The walk took a good 20 minutes, primarily due to his sore muscles from a day of training, necessitating a slow pace. Sitting on a bench beneath the girls' dormitory, Li Chen rubbed his calves, realizing he should find time to buy a bicycle. While he could drive, the matter of obtaining a driver's license was somewhat troublesome. Before long, Xirou dashed out of the dormitory, wearing a light white short-sleeved t-shirt adorned with a cute design, paired with jeans and white sneakers. Her long black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, radiating youthful charm and vivacity. Shishi, why are you down here alone? Where are your roommates? Li Chen stood up, smiling as he greeted the approaching Xirou. They'll be down soon. I got ready quickly to avoid you waiting alone in boredom. Xirou playfully winked, her lips parting slightly. How about after dinner? We go watch a movie together? Sure, whatever you wish. What movie do you want to see? I want to watch Titanic. It's been out for so long, and I've always wanted to see it. Li Chen recalled having watched this film in his past life. It was indeed a poignant cinematic experience. At that moment, 3 striking figures emerged from the dormitory. You're Xirou's boyfriend, right? We saw you 2 flirting downstairs that night. Exactly. Plus, Ling Ling can read lips. She translated it for us. Oh, how mushy. Li Chen was taken aback, glancing at Ling Ling in surprise. She possessed such a skill? Ling Ling appeared somewhat embarrassed, her cheeks tinged with red. Don't listen to their nonsense. I was just guessing. What I told you was entirely different. You can ask your Xirou. Xirou nodded gently. Indeed, it's all nonsense. Ling Ling's translations were quite cheesy. By the end, she herself seemed a bit shy. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the atmosphere in their dormitory was quite harmonious, alleviating his worries about Xirou being ostracized. Let's go eat. You all take good care, Shishi, So today, let loose and enjoy. Don't be shy with me. Really? Then I'll take you at your word. Zhao Qiu's adorable, doll-like face was filled with a foodie-esque delight. And Yinhuo gracefully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling gently. Xiao Qiu, we are girls. We must be mindful of our image in public, understood? Can appearances truly satiate one's hunger? Zhao Qiu rolled her eyes and suddenly broke into a playful grin. No. Just look at you. You diet incessantly to maintain your figure, yet all that remains are your long legs and slender waist. And Yinhuo stretched her long legs forward and huffed lightly. I know you're just envious of me. Unlike you, with your youthful face and ample bosom. But, Xiao Qiu, don't you think it's a bit burdensome? Giggling, she added, I'm quite satisfied, though. Would you like me to share some secrets to enhancing your bust? You mischievous Xiao Qiu. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The girls laughed and chattered as they made their way to the school gate, hailing 2 taxis to their dining destination. When the taxi halted before the Four Seasons Garden Hotel, Shuel Lingling and her friends were left in a state of bewilderment and shock. Lingling, are we really dining here? This place is far too extravagant. Not just extravagant, this must be a 5-star hotel. Come on, let us go ask Xirou. They had initially thought that Li Chan would simply take them to a decent restaurant outside the school, unaware that they were in for a splendid surprise. Even Xirou, at that moment, found herself a bit dazed. Li Chun, how much will a meal cost here? Perhaps we should find a more affordable place instead? There is no need to waste money. How can treating you to a meal be considered wasteful? Li Chun chuckled lightly, ruffling Xirou's hair. Don't worry. I read a bit recently. A meal is no big deal. Xirou nodded silently, reassured by the fact that she still had 20,000 yuan from her family for emergencies. As soon as Shuel Lingling and the others stepped out of the car, they approached Xirou. Xirou, did we take a wrong turn? No, we're indeed dining here. Li Chun has already reserved a private room. Xirou observed her 3 roommates quietly. What? Shuel Lingling exclaimed, turning to Li Chun. We were just saying we'd de-treat you to a sumptuous meal today. But it seems we won't need to after all. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively, exuding a carefree aura. What do you mean by treating? It's merely a casual meal. Order whatever you desire. Shuel Lingling, wrapping her arm around Xirou's, whispered, Xirou, is your boyfriend from a wealthy family? No, Xirou shook her head. He is the top scorer in our province's college entrance examination, with a prize of several 100,000 yuan. Top scorer? Shuel Lingling and Zhao Qiu, along with an Yinhuo, widened their eyes in astonishment as they scrutinized Li Chun. Such a status is indeed highly esteemed. Moreover, with a prize of several 100,000 yuan, that is enough to purchase a house in some cities, potentially saving 20 years of hard work. Stop dawdling. Let us head inside before we attract the attention of the security. Li Shenjuka. Shuel Lingling looked up at the hotel entrance, where 2 handsome and robust security guards stood, their demeanor only radiating respect, with no intention of chasing them away. Li Chun, you're quite the trickster. Honestly, is this how you won Xirou over? In response to Shuel Lingling's teasing, Xirou, her gaze steady and serious, replied, Li Chun has not deceived me. There was again another Navi sweetheart whose intelligence seemed to dwindle post-relationship. Upon entering the private room, the girls chattered excitedly, marveling at the opulence of the 5-star hotel, which surpassed their previous experiences. Even Xirou had only visited 5-star hotels a few times in Shuqing, let alone Shuel Lingling and the others, who were not exactly affluent but had a somewhat better family background. Now, ladies, take a look at the menu and order whatever you fancy. Li Chun placed the menu before Shuel Lingling and her friends, encouraging them to choose freely. Zhao Qiu smiled at Xirou. Xirou, are we really going to order? Go right ahead. If Li Chen's funds fall short, I've got you covered. Xirou waved her hand generously. Shuel Lingling teased. Who knew Xirou was our secret little rich girl? Not just a little rich girl. She is quite the supportive partner. They chortled. Xirou blushed. If you don't order, I'll just get you Nono's green diet meal. I refuse to eat vegetables. I want meat. Zhao Qiu exclaimed, seizing the menu and hastily selecting several meat dishes. Clearly, her robust development had its reasons, though all the meat seemed to have settled on her chest. Subsequently, Shuel Lingling and an Yinhuo each ordered a dish and handed the menu back to Li Chun. It wasn't tea that they didn't want to order, Rather, the prices were exorbitant, with a mere plate of shredded potatoes costing several times more than usual. Understanding their hesitance, Chen decided to take charge of the ordering himself, reasoning that no expense should be spared when pampering his beloved. He ordered grilled beef fillet with porcini mushrooms, red-cooked beef short ribs, cold cod and pepper sauce, spicy duck liver, black truffle sticky rice lobster, charcoal grilled octopus, and king crab, along with Australian lobster for each of them, and a bottle of Bordeaux Petrus. The girls chatted happily about gossip, oblivious to the lavish dishes Chen had ordered. As exquisite plates began to arrive, the rich aromas nearly overwhelmed Xirou and her friends. Chen, I want to try that big shrimp. Chen donned disposable gloves and delicately extracted the meat from the Australian lobster, dipping it in sauce before offering it to Xirou. She opened her slightly parted lips and took a bite, savoring the taste. Delicious. I want more. Just wait. I'll get you another, Chen chuckled, continuing to peel the lobster meat. Oh, how sweet. Chen, I want some too. You two are making us single folks feel miserable. You should be the one showing off. After we return to school, I'll be on the hunt for a boyfriend. This display of affection quickly filled the room with playful banter and laughter. Chapter 77. I love watching movies. Sir, should the red wine be decanted now or later? Chen, who was busy peeling king crab for Xirou, glanced up at the waitress holding the wine. Now, please. Certainly, sir, the waitress replied respectfully, nodding slightly as she began the decanting process. After a bout of jokes, the girls eagerly dived into the feast, unable to resist the temptation of such a lavish spread. Xirou, your boyfriend has successfully bribed me, Xiao teased as she bit into a crab leg with delight. He has bribed me too. I fear that every time I visit the cafeteria, I'll be reminded of these gourmet dishes, and Inua chimed in, unwilling to be left out despite her diet. No. Are you not maintaining your figure? Shuel Lingling jested. Of course I am. And Inua replied, blushing as she defended herself. I'm just minimizing those low-quality and unhealthy foods. Chen smiled, noting how fortunate he was. All three of Xirou's roommates possessed delightful personalities, and their accents revealed they weren't locals. Shuel Lingling sounded somewhat like it was from Suzhou, while Zhao Qiu and an Inua were clearly from the north, especially an Inua, whose accent was unmistakably from Beijing. At that moment, the red wine had been decanted, and the waitress poured it into the glasses before Shuel Lingling and her friends. Chen raised his glass and addressed the three girls. Today's gathering is to sincerely thank you for taking care of Xirou. She is quite introverted and struggles with communication, so I'll rely on you all over the next 4 years. Oh, Chen, Xirou is our roommate. We all share the same roof, so there's no need for such formality. Shuel Lingling was momentarily taken aback, swiftly raising her wine glass. The formality of the scene rendered her somewhat bashful. Zhao Qiu chuckled, teasingly remarking, "For years of university is quite a long time. I fear this one meal won't suffice. Hee, with how well you all take care of my dear Xirou, a few meals won't impoverish me." Chen laughed, patting his chest. "Whenever you wish to indulge in better fare, just let Xirou know, and I assure you, everyone will dine exquisitely." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiu felt a tad embarrassed. She had merely been jesting, unaware that Chen would genuinely acquiesce. It is worth noting that dining here is far from comparable to the school canteen or those modest eateries outside. Chen, I was just joking. Xirou is our classmate and roommate. Even if you don't treat us, we will still look after her, Zhao Qiu clarified. What Zhao Qiu said is accurate. An Inua interjected slowly. However, the fact that you can treat us to a meal here certainly elevates our spirits. I generally abstain from alcohol, but in light of your generosity, I shall down this glass of red wine. Thank you, everyone. Now let's raise our glasses together, Xirou said sweetly, lifting her wine glass, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Chen was quite pleased with this outcome. Winning hearts often revolves around food, wealth, and charm, and at present, he was not lacking in riches. Oh dear, this red wine is quite bitter, Zhao Qiu grimaced, nearly spitting out the wine. She had intended to express how unpleasant it was, but it seemed somewhat inappropriate. I find it rather delightful, an Inua remarked, glancing at Zhao Qiu's wine glass in mild disbelief. Who told you to gulp it down? Red wine isn't tea like beer. It shouldn't be consumed in large swigs. I'm just not accustomed to it, Xiao lamented, casting a pitiful glance at the female server nearby. Could I possibly exchange this for a soft drink? The waitress regarded her with a peculiar look. Miss, are you sure? This is a bottle of Chteau Petrus from Bordeaux, priced at 29,999. That sip you just had is worth at least 1,000 yuan. What? 30,000 a bottle? Xiao and her friends exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes widening as they turned to Li Chen. Even Xirou's expression shifted. Her modest savings wouldn't cover a single bottle of wine. It's quite renowned. I merely ordered a bottle to sample, Li Chen replied nonchalantly, feeding Xirou some crab meat dipped in sauce. Xue Lingling, who had remained silent, poured herself another glass, her cheeks glowing with delight, oblivious to the nuances of red wine, simply aware that it symbolized wealth. Red wine is good for the skin. I'll pour myself another, Aninuwa declared, taking a generous sip and filling her glass once more. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we might taste such exquisite red wine again. Xiao gazed at her wine glass, feeling her throat dry. With one sip, 1,000 yuan had vanished. I think I'll forego the exchange. Whether it's palatable or not is secondary. The price is what matters. This little interlude propelled the atmosphere of the dinner to its zenith. Xirou was elated, as was Li Chen, while Xue Lingling and the others reveled in the merriment. As the clock approached 8 o'clock, their meal had stretched nearly 2 hours and was nearing its conclusion. Lingling, you and Xiao should return to the dormitory. I'll accompany Li Chen to the movies, and we'll return afterward, Xirou suggested. Outside the hotel, the trio of Xue Lingling hailed a taxi back to campus, while Li Chen and Xirou headed to the nearby cinema. In the taxi, Xiao expressed her concern. Do you think Xirou and the others will be able to return to the dorm after the movie? The doors will surely be locked. Xiao, you really are oblivious. In this beautiful moment, during a romantic night, do you honestly believe they will return post-movie? Aninuo replied with an air of certainty. After a brief pause, Xue Lingling suggested, perhaps we should notify the dormitory supervisor to leave the door open for them. That seems reasonable, Xiao agreed. At the Jiahe Cinema, the theater was nearly empty, with those lingering in the lounge, likely waiting for Titanic. Li Chen purchased 2 tickets for the back row at the front desk, as mobile ticketing was not yet available, making it rather inconvenient. This was their first solo date to watch a film, a romantic love story, a splendid omen indeed. Entering the dimly lit cinema, with few patrons, the back rows were nearly vacant. Li Chen, glancing at Xirou beside him, found his thoughts straying far from the film, especially after the considerable amount of red wine consumed. The armrest between their seats was discreetly lifted. Xirou, engrossed in the movie, suddenly felt a warmth as Li Chen gently grasped her hand, his other hand resting on her thigh. Although she felt a tinge of shyness, she did not deter his playful advances. After all, couples in cinemas rarely behaved with utmost decorum. Chapter 78. A Mutual Pursuit of Love. Li Chen subtly shifted closer to Xirou, who leaned into him, gently nestling in his embrace. She was neither naive nor irrational. Rather, she cared for Li Chen deeply, unable to refuse any of his wishes. Moreover, their time alone like this was scarce, aside from those few days spent studying at home. In the darkness, save for the sounds from the film, the atmosphere was serene and devoid of chatter. Xirou rested her head on Li Chen's shoulder, quietly watching the movie, her crossbody bag cradled against her chest. Li Chen, seemingly unfazed, smiled while his gaze remained fixed on the movie screen, his thoughts already wandering. Were it not for the cinema's surveillance cameras, they might have succumbed to their passions. Xirou, is the movie enjoyable? Li Chen whispered, having seen it once before, now battling drowsiness. It's quite lovely, Xirou murmured. Their love is truly sweet. Hee, our love is equally sweet. Do not envy those fictional romances. Li Shen grinat. Xirou's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip. Then you must always treat me well, just as you do with Shun Qingluan. That is a given. Li Chen felt a pang of regret, akin to dropping a stone on his own foot. At that moment, the film reached a climactic scene. Upon exiting the cinema, Xirou tightly linked her arm with Li Chen's, the blush on her cheeks having faded. Xirou, it's already 10:30. The dormitory must be locked. Shall we not return tonight and instead book a room at a hotel? Chen looked at Xirou with eager anticipation. The previous events in the cinema, leaving him yearning for more. Xirou hesitated. It's only the beginning of the term. I don't want Lingling and the others to think poorly of me. Can we wait a bit longer? If you prefer, I can forego returning to the dormitory. Upon hearing Xirou's words, Chen felt a jolt, observing her cautious demeanor, a pang of pain coursing through him. Damn, when did I become so eager? Xirou was always considerate of him, yet he had failed to regard her feelings. Just a few days into the new term, and she would be spending the night with her boyfriend, which would surely raise eyebrows among her roommates. I'm sorry, Xirou, I've been selfish. Only thinking of myself without considering your feelings, Chen said earnestly, gazing into Xirou's eyes. Chen, are you not angry? Silly. How could I ever bear to be angry with you? What happened earlier was indeed a lapse in my consideration. With a gentle smile, Chen legally pinsha bai iwalan stuck. Observing the smile on Chen's face, Xirou embraced him more tightly and sweetly suggested, shall we take a car back to school? We should be able to reach the dormitory before lights out. The taxi ride to Modi University only takes a few minutes, and the dormitory curfew is generally at 11 o'clock. When the two returned to the entrance of Building B of the girls' dormitory, they indeed arrived just in time before curfew. However, the main door had already been locked. What now? The door is locked. We can't get in. Xirou looked at Chen with a hint of helplessness and then glanced up at the 5th floor where the lights were still on. Chen suppressed the urge to suggest going to a hotel and thought for a moment. How about you call Shui Lingling and ask her to come down and speak to the dormitory supervisor? Yes, that's a good idea. I'll call Lingling now. Xirou took out her phone and dialed Shui Lingling's number. Not long after, a smile blossomed on her face. How'd it go? Can a supervisor open the door? Chen inquired as Xirou hung up the phone. Xirou nodded happily. Lingling told me that when they were returning to the dormitory, they had already informed the supervisor to leave the door unlocked for me. Chen was slightly taken aback. Could the dormitory supervisor be that accommodating? That's great. Cece, you should hurry up. You have military training tomorrow, so make sure to wash up and get to bed early. All right, I'm going in now. Send me a message once you get to the dormitory. Bye-bye. As Xirou turned to leave, she quickly pivoted back and hugged Chen tightly. Chen, I'm sorry I couldn't do what I promised tonight. Next time, I will definitely listen to you. Chen gently wrapped his arms around her, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her presence. Cece, I'm already very happy tonight. Don't overthink it, all right? Xirou nuzzled her head against Chen's neck, then lifted her gaze, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. Suddenly, she swiftly pecked Chen's lips and then released her grasp, dashing toward the dormitory entrance. You silly girl. Hurry back. Chen heard her shy voice and touched his lips, grinning foolishly at the unexpected kiss. It wasn't until Xirou reached dormitory 520 and waved at him from the 5th floor balcony that Chen, guided by the moonlight, departed from Area 2. Standing by the roadside, Chen felt a sense of disorientation. He certainly could not return to the boys' dormitory, even if Shun Nan Feng and the others had informed the dormitory. With Lin Fan from the student council obstructing, attempting to enter after curfew would be utterly futile. Another night spent wandering the streets alone in an empty room lay ahead. It appeared he not only needed to find time to purchase a vehicle, but also to acquire residence. The time wasted outside would only increase, and relying on hotels indefinitely was not a viable solution. The next morning, Chen awoke late from the hotel's large bed. After having breakfast, he intended to pack a meal for Xirou, only to find that she and her roommates had already dined at the cafeteria. Upon returning to the boys' dormitory, he found Xin Nanfeng and Zhou Long indulging in smoke, filling the room with a haze that made Chen cough uncontrollably. You two should be mindful of the impact of smoking. Look at how it has affected old Chen. Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone less than amiable. Like I said, I told them to smoke on the balcony, but they wouldn't listen, Chen Ping muttered as he gathered his belongings. Ha, old Li, were you on another date last night? Zhou Long chuckled mischievously. He immediately extinguished his cigarette, still reminiscing about the dormitory social event. Shen Nanfeng took a deep drag before quickly putting it out as well. Chen sighed with a bitter smile, shaking his head. I just returned late again last night. I had no choice but to spend the night outside. Ah, old Lee. It looks like you'll only be able to return to the dormitory before curfew or gain some privileges through the student council. Otherwise, that scoundrel will have you firmly in his grasp. Exactly. We are merely ordinary students, left at the mercy of those arrogant individuals. All right, I'm not complaining. So why are you two still grumbling? Hurry up and pack. Military training is about to begin. With that, Chen went to the balcony to change into his military training uniform. The group then exited the dormitory together. Upon arriving at the playground, they found that the students had not yet formed a line, standing around in disarray. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as many eyes were drawn to a particular sight. Guys, look! It's the campus beauty, Murualwei. With a howl, all the boys sprang into action. Chen lifted his gaze and indeed spotted the renowned campus beauty, Murualwei, from a school forum. However, the real Murualwei was even more stunning than her photographs, her every smile and frown seemingly capable of captivating hearts. Beside her were two equally attractive girls, likely her roommates or friends. They were accustomed to the attention and discussions surrounding them, and without a glance back, they proceeded toward the teaching building across the way. All right, enough staring. She's already gone. Chen clapped Zhou Long and Shen Nanfo on the shoulders, realizing that their souls had almost followed Mu Ruowei away. Hey, old Li, who do you think will be lucky enough to win the heart of the campus beauty? Who is both beautiful and intelligent? Who will be her youth? Who will be everything to her? Chen found himself at a loss for words. While their spirits may have returned, their eyes were still lost. You two have seen enough. Stop daydreaming about who will win her affections. It has nothing to do with you. That may be true, but just the thought of her with another man makes my heart ache. I think you just get upset seeing any beautiful woman, listening to their banter. Chen found himself contemplating how he might recruit the tech-savvy Mu Ruowei to work for his company. What do you think? Where does Mu Ruowei usually go? How can I speak to her alone? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Long and Shen Nanfeng gaped at him in disbelief. Old Li, this isn't good. You have Gu Xiuhua already, and now you're thinking about the senior. That day, Gu Xiuhua braved the rain to deliver something to you. You mustn't let her down. Chen raised his hands in exasperation. What are you two thinking? I was merely asking a simple question. Chen Ping quietly added. The senior goes to the library every Saturday to read. Under the astonished gazes of the others, he further stated, I read that on the school forum. It should be reliable. Wow, Xiaoping, you really are the quiet yet fierce type. Shen Nanfeng teased with a smirk. Just then, the playground fell silent as all classes quickly formed their lines. Chen and his friends hurried back to Class 2 of Finance. The devilish instructor appeared before the formation like a ghost, heralding the grueling military training that was about to commence. Every freshman would experience the tedium and rigor of military training. Days swiftly passed, and at last, Saturday arrived, granting them a day of respite to cool their weary bodies. After several days, most students had tanned several shades darker, and the girls found their sunscreen to be of little help. Early in the morning, Chen cleaned up and set out. Shen Nanfeng and his two companions remained ensconced in slumber, oblivious to the morning's offerings of breakfast that I had brought for them. Upon exiting the school, I indulged in a meal at the breakfast shop from our previous visit and thoughtfully arranged a takeout for Xirou, along with several portions for her roommates. Having completed these tasks, I proceeded to the campus printing shop to print a copy of my employment contract. Subsequently, I hailed a taxi to the Jinmao building, the headquarters of Chenxi Technology. In the designated area for the party of the contract, I inscribed my name and affixed the company seal beside it. Gazing at the empty space reserved for the signature of the other party, I felt an unwavering determination. This time, success was imperative. Entering the expansive office, I stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the vibrant cityscape below. A confident and resolute smile graced my visage, for I, Chen, was destined to carve out my own niche in this world. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I arrived punctually at the library, clutching a transparent document folder. The library, spanning 3 levels, could accommodate nearly 5,000 readers simultaneously and operated daily from 8 in the morning until 10 at night. I leisurely meandered through the first and second floors and was nearly done exploring the third when I realized I had yet to catch a glimpse of Mu Ruowei. Could she possibly have skipped today? I pondered silently, knowing that if I did not encounter her today, I would have to wait until next Saturday. Just as I was about to lose hope, my gaze was drawn to a reading area at the far right end. There sat a young woman clad in fitted jeans, topped with a light blue checkered shirt with rolled-up sleeves. Her fair, porcelain-like arms rested on the desk, and a charming bow tied at her waist added a delightful touch. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a serene yet lively demeanor. This enchanting girl was none other than the talented campus belle, Mu Ruowei, whom I had been desperately searching for. With a smile gracing my lips, I casually picked up a book and confidently approached her. "Hello, may I ask if this seat is taken?" My inquiry interrupted Mu Ruowei's reading, prompting her to frown slightly, though she continued to keep her gaze lowered. "It's unoccupied," she replied curtly. "May I sit here then?" I persisted. This time, she lifted her gaze slightly, studying the beaming boy before her with a cool expression. "Classmate, are you not asking a question you already know the answer to? Furthermore, your method of flirting is rather cliché and outdated." I gently pulled out the chair and took a seat. Though I was undeniably captivated by her beauty, it did not fluster me. Mu Ruowei, a local of Magic City, was 22 years old this year. She had achieved an astounding score of 703 in the college entrance examination, securing a place in the engineering department of Magic City University at the age of 18. In March 2010, she represented her school in an innovative design and operation competition for drones in the Southwest region, triumphing over the Northwest Polytechnic University and securing an impressive ranking. By the end of that year, she applied for the National College Student Innovation and Entrepreneurship Fund, establishing a studio named Feitian Innovation Technology, where she made significant advancements in flight control systems and operational technologies. However, due to insufficient funding, the studio was disbanded at the end of 2011, and for the past 6 months, she had been seeking new opportunities and financial backing. The unfortunate reality was that most were merely drawn to her beauty and physique. Was I correct in my assessment? As I spoke, a smile lingered on my face. For this information had cost me considerable effort and resources to gather from the school forum, though it only scratched the surface of her story. Mu Ruowei's icy gaze momentarily faltered. While this information was not classified, who would take the time to collect such details about her? Was it truly an endeavor to pursue her? She was no fool. She was an exceptionally intelligent technological prodigy. "What department are you from, Junior? Please, reveal your intentions," she inquired, closing the book in her hands and scrutinizing me with a calm intensity. The library's management was stringent. Non-students were virtually barred from entry. I slid the document folder across the table to her, my smile fading as I adopted a serious demeanor. "Enclosed within is an employment contract. I sincerely invite you, Senior, to join my company as the general manager." "Your company? Are you a wealthy second generation?" Mu Ruowei's cool eyes widened in surprise. Beyond the notion of being a rich heir, she could hardly fathom what capital or confidence this youthful boy possessed to make such a proposition. I shook my head slightly. "I am not a wealthy second generation. My parents are ordinary workers." Upon hearing this, the fluctuations of emotion on her face settled back into calm. Was my proposal merely a jest to amuse her? Did she genuinely believe I could entice her without any substantial backing? I felt a slight twitch at the corner of my mouth. It was indeed a practical concern. Observing Mu Ruowei as she resumed perusing her book, seemingly dismissing the contract without a second glance, I recognized I needed to up the ante. "Senior, as I understand it, the special funding your studio applied for amounted to only $1 million, and with other miscellaneous funds, it would not exceed $2 million. In contrast, joining Chen, my newly registered company, can offer far superior research and development funding." "Recently registered?" she echoed, her interest piqued. "Yes. Our office is located on the 9th floor of the Jean Mao building, spanning 300 square meters, conveniently close to the university. However, it is still merely a shell at this stage." Mu Ruowei nodded slightly, intrigued. "Continue." "Joining Chen would grant you access to research and development funds that vastly exceed what Feitian could offer, and as long as your decisions align with the company's overall direction, You would possess absolute authority. I would not interfere with your choices. Upon hearing this, Muruo's cold gaze flickered, and she closed her book once more, this time genuinely intrigued. I require evidence. Additionally, what is your purpose in seeking me out? I smiled gently. Senior, feel free to examine this contract. We can also visit the office location afterward. As for my intentions, I have high hopes for the future development of drones across various sectors, where they will undoubtedly hold a pivotal position. After a moment of contemplation, Muruo hesitantly retrieved the contract. Chensi Innovation Technology Company, Limited, she murmured softly. While the initial terms bore resemblance to those of other companies, her pulse quickened when her eyes fell upon the annual salary clause. An annual salary of 1 million and a share of the company's annual net profit? She exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Of course, this is contingent upon no outside financing, ensuring that you remain the sole proprietor. Junior, have you perhaps added an extra zero to this salary figure? Muruo scrutinized me with incredulity. I shook my head gently, my expression earnest. The salary is accurate, and I firmly believe that the future dividends of 1% will far surpass your salary. My assertion held truth. Once Chensi flourished and became a unicorn enterprise, a dominant force in the industry, its annual net profits would undoubtedly reach a baseline of several billion. However, Muruo's brows furrowed in skepticism. She perceived my words as mere bravado. How much could a typical college student truly earn from entrepreneurship? What kind of respectable company could I possibly establish? I have perused the contract's contents, she finally stated, and if you are amenable, we could visit the office together. Her alluring lips parted as she carefully reinserted the contract into the folder. Though the notion of $1 million salary seemed absurd, she still harbored a glimmer of hope. Absolutely convenient. Please, Senior, I replied gallantly, standing to accompany Muruo as we exited the library. Along the way, we attracted numerous curious glances, accompanied by whispers of envy. Certainly, the sound of jealousy was more pronounced. Muruo had long since grown indifferent to such remarks, but Li Chen's expression revealed a touch of bitterness. After all, his photograph might very well make its way to the school forum by nightfall. Just as they exited the library, 3 figures stealthily emerged from behind a notice board. Xiao Pingzi, your guess was remarkably accurate. Oldly has indeed come to seek out Muruo, one of them remarked. I was merely taking a wild guess. Who could have anticipated that Oldly would actually show up at the library, and even leave with Senior Mu? Another chimed in. What a bold move. He seems intent on winning over both of our school's prize flowers, the third added. Indeed, these 3 were Li Chen's close roommates, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Upon arriving at the base of the Jinmao Tower, Muruo's suspicion had lessened somewhat. Regardless of the company's scale, it was quite impressive to secure an office space in such a prestigious commercial building. The 2 rode the elevator directly to the 9th floor, where Muruo's striking beauty naturally drew considerable attention along the way. Senior, we have arrived, Li Chen announced as the elevator doors opened. He stepped out first, introducing, the entire 9th floor spans nearly 5,000 square meters, and our Chensi can be considered the smallest among these companies. Muruo cast her gaze around, momentarily silent. I presume the annual rent here must be rather steep? Not at all. For 300 square meters, it's merely 2 million a year. Li Chen casually replied as he entered a series of digits into the keypad at the entrance, pushing open the glass door. Initially, I intended to lease the remaining vacant spaces on this floor for our operations. However, upon further reflection, I realized that expanding too much could be counterproductive. So I opted to rent just this area, he explained. Upon hearing this, Muruo subtly wrinkled her delicate nose. Just moments ago, she had been astonished by the prospect of a 2 million rent, and now it seemed to soar even higher. Li Shen Shukla Dismisiveli, retrieving the framed business license from the only cabinet at the reception. Senior, this is our company's business license. The legal representative and registered capital are duly recorded. Authentic and valid. Once you sign the employment contract, you will become the general manager of this company. Aside from me, your authority within Chensi will be unparalleled. Muruo refrained from responding immediately and instead examined the business license. Legal representative. Li Chun? So this junior's name is Li Chun, she mused. Registered capital. 1,000,000,000. As she gazed at the series of zeros, her usually composed features displayed a flicker of astonishment. Her eyes widened, and her voice trembled slightly. J. Jr., this isn't a small company, is it? How could the registered capital be 10 million? Is it subscribed or paid up? Of course it is paid up. In my understanding, Chensi is indeed just a small company at this stage, Li Chun replied, his demeanor calm and composed, with a hint of a smile, causing the talented young woman from Moda University to feel quite unsettled. Muruoe couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. 10 million in registered capital, and it's still considered a small company? Senior, what do you think now? Once you sign this contract, you will become the general manager of Chensi Technology, ushering in a new chapter in your life, showcasing your talents. Li Chun presented the employment contract from the folder, gazing earnestly at Muruoe. Chapter 81, Bringing the Campus Flower Senior Under My Wing. Muruoe took a deep breath, her heart waging a fierce internal battle. To be honest, this outcome had far exceeded her expectations. It would be disingenuous to claim she wasn't moved. Initially, when she first laid eyes on the contents of the employment contract at the library, she had been surprised but not overly flustered. However now, witnessing the expansive office space and the staggering registered capital, her inner astonishment was indeed hard to conceal. The scale and financial backing of Fatian Studio were simply not in the same league. I wish to know why you chose me. Because, Senior, you are a young, vibrant, and innovative tech genius, exactly the type I need. While your beauty is a bonus, it is not a prerequisite, he stated. This reasoning took Muruoe aback. She understood that her allure was not her sole asset. It was her talent and intellect that truly mattered. After all, in the world of the affluent, beautiful women are never in short supply. Clearly, this junior before her not only possessed those qualities, but also exuded a remarkable shrewdness. After a moment of silence, Muruoe's hesitant expression gradually transformed into one of determination. Should she let this opportunity of pursuing her dreams slip away? It might be a long while before she encountered another, unless she acquiesced to the demands of older men. Junior, I can agree to join Chensi, and I am willing to forego a high salary and dividends. All I ask is that you grant me one request. Her fair and exquisite face was etched with seriousness, her eyes devoid of the previous coldness and distance. Li Shen's Gaza Sharpanat. What request? After the dissolution of Fatian, the team members who once followed me made significant sacrifices and relinquished many promising opportunities. Thus, I wish to reassemble them into a new team. However, I can assure you that their professional skills and qualifications are among the best in the industry. Upon expressing this, Muruoe felt an unprecedented wave of nervousness. It was as though the person standing before her was not merely a junior from Moda University, but rather a renowned mogul in the business world. Li Chun observed Muruoe as she suddenly adopted a more reserved demeanor and couldn't help but smile. After all, she was the celebrated campus beauty of Moda University. And who would have thought she possessed such an endearing side? Moreover, he was at the nascent stage of his entrepreneurial journey, which necessitated a plethora of professional talent. Only a fool would refuse such a boon. Just as a sleepy person is presented with a pillow, this opportunity has come at the right moment. Senior, I trust your judgment. Familiarity with the team will undoubtedly yield efficient results. As long as the salary is within reasonable limits, I will not interfere with your decisions. Upon hearing this, Muruoe's previously anxious heart finally settled as she lifted her gaze, earnestly and solemnly regarding Li Chun. Junior, rest assured, I will adhere to market standards for salaries and will not engage in any favoritism or waste the company's resources. With that, she took the pen and inscribed her name on the contract. Li Chun nodded in satisfaction, marking a significant milestone. He then retrieved a bank card from his trouser pocket and handed it to Muruoe. This is the company card, containing 5 million, allocated as the initial funding for the drone project. The second tranche will arrive within 3 months. As Muruoe gazed at the bank card, she hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. What's the matter? Take it. The company currently lacks a financial officer, and you will need to establish everything yourself. I have other matters to attend to and cannot oversee this, Li Chen said, looking at her. Mu Ruowei appeared somewhat dazed, biting her lip. Such a substantial sum. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with it? Ah, distrust breeds distrust. I believe Senior will not betray my trust. After all, we would not be here otherwise. Li Chen replied with a soft chuckle. A faint blush crept onto Mu Ruowei's lovely cheeks as she raised her head to look at Li Chen earnestly for the first time. Junior, I must admit, your courage and determination are indeed incomparable to those of ordinary entrepreneurial students. Li Chen smiled. To receive such high praise from the talented campus beauty of Moda University is indeed an honor. Mu Ruowei offered a gentle smile as she accepted the bank card, feeling a sense of surrealism wash over her. In just a few hours, she had unexpectedly become a millionaire, all while ascending to a coveted position that many envied in the professional realm. Destiny, indeed, is remarkably capricious. Junior, Mu Ruowei began, only to find herself momentarily speechless. Ling Yin smiled and interjected, No, you should now address me as boss. A name is merely a label, aside from certain specific contexts. My senior can call me by my name, or simply refer to me as Junior. Li Chen shrugged nonchalantly, having no particular attachment to titles at that moment. All right, as long as the Junior has no objections, I have no issues with that. Mu Ruowei nodded with a smile, contemplating. Shall we carve out some time tonight? I could gather the team members so they can meet the boss over dinner. After all, the sooner our company operates, the sooner we can generate profits and minimize unnecessary expenses. Upon hearing her words, Li Chen reflected and agreed. The daily rent was several tens of thousands. It would indeed be painful to incur losses. Checking his phone, he noted it was just past 5, leaving ample time. Then please inform them. But as for the dining venue, that should be your decision, Senior. I'm unaware of their preferences. Since we all come from ordinary families, let's avoid the fancy hotels. Perhaps we could choose a place near the university town, making it convenient for you to return after dinner. Li Chen readily concurred. Securing the door, they exited the company together. Suddenly, Mu Ruowei remembered a crucial question. Junior, I seem to recall not knowing which year you are in. Are you a sophomore or a junior? Li Chen halted, turning around to calmly state, Let me reintroduce myself. I am a freshman, the top scorer from Sichuan province. Li Chen. Mu Ruowei paused, her face filled with astonishment, barely processing the latter part of his introduction. A freshman? You mean you just graduated from high school? She had never imagined that her boss was merely a first-year student. Do not be astonished. Ambition is not confined to age. After all, Hua Chu Bing became a general at 18, while I merely have this 300-square-meter stronghold, Li Chen remarked with a hint of jest. On the way back, Mu Ruowei felt a sense of bewilderment. She had always believed herself to be quite impressive, yet today she encountered someone even more extraordinary. Upon returning to the university town, Li Chen received a message from Xirou, inquiring whether he wanted to join her for a meal at the cafeteria. After considering it, he informed her that he had some matters to attend to and would find her later in the evening. Chapter 82. A highly configured team in Yipinshang Yin Chinese restaurant. Li Chen suggested, Senior, the main hall seems a bit noisy. Should we move to a private room? Observing a round table by the window that could seat 12, he glanced at the first-floor dining area. Although it was not crowded at the moment, it would undoubtedly become loud during the evening peak. Junior, this is perfectly fine. We have just enough seats. And the private room comes with a minimum spending requirement, which isn't cost-effective. Our company is just starting, so saving any amount we can is prudent. Mu Ruowei replied with a smile, her tone straightforward as she poured a cup of tea for Li Chen. Then I will defer to your judgment. If you handle the finances, the company will certainly save a great deal, Li Chen quipped. Recognizing Mu Ruowei's genuine demeanor and knowing he had truly found the right person, after spending the afternoon with her, he realized that she was a frugal and practical individual, unlike some beautiful women who were vain and obsessed with appearances. Junior, how ruthless of you. Are you planning to work me to the bone? Mu Ruowei chuckled, a rare jest escaping her lips. The smile of a pretty girl holds great power. Li Chen believed himself immune, yet he found himself momentarily entranced. Regaining his composure, He coughed discreetly to mask his embarrassment. Well, the capable must shoulder more responsibilities. Just bear with it temporarily, senior. Once the various departments are established, your workload will lighten, he assured her. Mu Ruo felt her cheeks flush as she caught sight of a short-haired girl entering the restaurant, immediately waving her over. Xian, over here. Following her gaze, Li Chen observed an unremarkable-looking short-haired girl briskly approaching, around 25 years old, sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Ruo, you mentioned over the phone that you would be gathering the Fei Tian team members again. Is this our new boss? The short-haired girl inquired, adjusting her glasses as she looked at Li Chen with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Indeed, this is our future boss, Li Chen. Mu Ruo confirmed with a gentle nod. Upon hearing this, the short-haired girl's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she addressed Li Chen. Greetings, boss. I am Wu Xian, a doctoral student in engineering at Fudan University, specializing in aircraft design and engineering control systems. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by Wu Xian's impressive qualifications despite her seemingly ordinary appearance. Please have a seat. We will wait for everyone to arrive before we start dining. Thank you, boss. Lin Jun and the others should be arriving shortly, Wu Xian replied. As she settled in, Mu Ruo added, boss. Xian has previously won the National College Drone Aesthetic Design Innovation Award and possesses strong professional skills in both mechanical structure and aesthetic concepts. Oh, hearing this, Li Chen felt even more astonished. The title of doctor was indeed not to be taken lightly. Excellent. The future development of our company will rely on your collective efforts. Boss, I will strive to apply what I have learned to practical use, Wu Xian responded, her heart filled with doubts as she silently observed Li Chen. Mu Ruo had summoned her with a mere phone call, yet she had yet to grasp the full scope of the company's circumstances. Li Yun, Liang Yu, Xiao Jialu, they have arrived, Mu Ruo suddenly announced, waving to several young individuals entering the restaurant. Xiao Jia, you're still the same as before. Always the first to arrive, never late, one of the boys greeted warmly. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we gathered like this. I have missed it dearly, another boy remarked, approaching the table with familiarity. Mu Ruo gestured towards Li Chen and said, This is Li Chen, our future boss. Hey, Diaoye, you must be joking. He looks younger than us. How could he possibly be our boss? Lin Jun laughed, while Liang Yu wore a similarly puzzled expression. I say, you two are quite something, doubting Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia Lu chimed in, noticing Mu Ruo's expression turn frosty. Turning to Li Chen, he introduced himself. Hello, I am Xiao Jia Lu, a graduate student in engineering mechanics at Tongji University, specializing in microelectronics automation engineering. Li Chen felt a jolt of surprise. Mu Ruo's team was indeed highly configured. No wonder the two boys exuded such confidence. Well done. Please find a seat, Li Chen replied calmly, gesturing for him to sit. Just as Mu Ruo was about to speak, several more young people entered the restaurant. Jiang Xian Rue and Yi Tao had arrived. Without waiting for her to call out, the group of young men and women made their way toward their table. Xiao Jia, what is the occasion today? You actually gathered us all together? The leading girl, Jiang Xian Rue, said with a cheerful smile. Mu Ruo cast a glance at the assembly before her. She had not elaborated on the matter during her phone call with everyone. Please, take your seats. I have an important announcement to make. Come on, Ruo, tell us. What is it? Indeed, Ruo, I have an experiment on the multi-rotor control system to conduct this evening. Ruo, we have but one newcomer here. Could it be that you are in search of a boyfriend? Are you here to share your joy with us? As soon as they settled, the group began to inquire incessantly, their chatter unceasing. Mu Ruo shot a stern glance at the last speaker, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. His name is Li Chen, my employer. The reason for gathering you all today is to discuss the reformation of our team. Of course, if anyone is unwilling to continue under my leadership, I shall not impose. At her words, aside from the initial four, the remaining individuals exchanged puzzled glances. Ruo, when did you join another company? We had no inkling. Jiang Xinrui could not help but ask. Just today at noon, I assumed the role of general manager at Chensi Technology, Mu Ruo replied, her expression earnest as she regarded Jiang Xinruwei and the others. If you're still interested in joining the team, you may now introduce yourselves to the boss. The group was momentarily taken aback, their eyes scrutinizingly Chen, struggling to accept that this individual, younger than themselves, was indeed the top boss. Mu Ruowei did not rush them. Although she yearned to unite them once more in pursuit of their shared dreams, she would not force anyone against their will. Eventually, Jiang Xinruwei and another girl broke the silence. I am Jiang Xinruwei, a master's student in physics at Moda University, specializing in materials and process research. Wang Dun, a senior in engineering at Moda University, proficient in imaging technology and information fields. With their lead, the others gradually began to articulate their specialties and areas of focus. Li Chun sipped his tea, aware that these individuals were truly exceptional, as their expressions revealed their reluctance to accept his authority. Those with even a modicum of ability often had lofty aspirations. However, now that they were under his supervision, it was imperative to establish discipline. He could not harbor a cadre of aristocrats. If he truly could not manage them, it would be better to forego their presence altogether than to raise a tiger to trouble him.